Hank, who has crossed over to the Marineford War, holds a killing system, gaining strength with every kill. His pirates surge like a tide. His blade becomes a storm of death when the deserter Koby tries to block him with righteous preaching. Hank's knife shows no hesitation. Even when red-haired Shanks appears on the scene to showcase the power of the face, he still strikes without mercy. Observing this god of death, even Akainu can't help but exclaim. The purifier of this sea is redefining justice in the most extreme way. Chapter 1. Marineford War? Killing system. The brain fruit storage place, definitely not the gum fruit. Hank feels dizzy. The scene before him is both familiar and strange. Hey kid, what are you daydreaming about? Are you scared silly by Whitebeard's reputation? The mohawk-haired vice admiral is conducting the final pre-battle review. Kid, no matter which branch you're from, since you're here in Marineford, you must fight to the death for the Navy today. Even if Whitebeard himself comes, he won't be able to save Ace today. Listen up, if anyone dares to desert, my sword will be the first to disagree. Yes, yes, yes. A loud response erupts from the ranks of Navy soldiers. Whitebeard, Ace, the Vice Admiral, this is the world of One Piece. And it's about to kick off the Marineford War. Hank is completely awakened by this barrage of information. The Marineford War, where countless Marines and pirates die. Am I still a Marine? How many Marines have died to pave the way for Whitebeard's strength? This is too exhilarating. What kind of ambiguous justice? What kind of lazy justice? Can that even be called justice? In Hank's eyes, there is only one kind of justice. If justice is not absolute, then it is absolutely unjust. Now that I am a Marine, I must implement my own justice. What is my current identity? An ordinary Marine soldier? Major Hank, you better be careful. If Tina loses face because of you, she won't let you off. Colonel Tina, dressed in a Wynard uniform, shot Hank a fierce glare. This unreliable guy actually spaced out in front of the Vice Admiral. Yes, Hank solemnly saluted. His identity is now clear. A major under Colonel Tina, summoned to participate in the Marineford War, done a major, surely stronger than an ordinary Marine soldier, but not overly strong. In front of Whitebeard's commanders, he would likely be killed in an instant. Not enough. I'm simply not strong enough. How can I implement my justice? Detected strong desire for killing. Killing system has been activated. Here it comes, the standard system for crossovers. Hank eagerly awaits the system's introduction. However, his system seems a bit taciturn after announcing activation. It falls silent. Hank looks at the simple and clear interface. The top is the killing value, which reads 100. Although it doesn't specify how to acquire killing value, the title is quite straightforward. Naturally, it must be obtained through killing. Below is the shop, with prices for armament hockey, observation hockey, conqueror's hockey, martial arts, and devil fruits all clearly listed. Except for conqueror's hockey beginner priced at 1,000 killing values. The other hockey beginner are all 100 killing values. Martial arts shows that the beginner level is already owned, while the intermediate requires 1,000 killing values. Finally, the devil fruits, a random devil fruit, cost 10,000 killing values. So expensive, I currently only have 100 killing values, barely enough to exchange for hockey. Relatively speaking, observation hockey is easier for self-preservation, but a real man must fight. Exchange for armament hockey beginner. Feeling the power surging through his body, Hank's fists are covered in black armament hockey. Not bad, even if it's just beginner level. It can match a rear admiral's combat power. Major Hank, don't worry, with Whitebeard coming, the 3 admirals will take care of him. We just need to clean up the stray pirates. Zhang Ao, wearing star-shaped glasses, tugged at Hank's clothing and spoke up. Zhang Ao is now a private under Hank and wants to leave a good impression. Fear? The ones who should fear are those lawless pirates. Say, if I can chop off Whitebeard's head, can I be promoted directly to admiral? Hank declared with righteous fervor. Zhang Ao looked at Hank as if he were an idiot. This guy can't be awake yet. Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, ruled the pirate era after Roger. A mere major dares to claim he will chop off Whitebeard's head. By the way, Zhang Ao, you used to be a pirate, right? How did you become a Marine? Of course, I was captivated by the beautiful Colonel Tina. No, I mean I was driven by the justice in my heart. Zhang Ao sensed that Hank's gaze was a bit off and quickly corrected himself. He felt a bit remorseful in any case. He should be fine under Tina's command. Hank scanned Zhang Ao again and lightly nodded. For some reason, Zhang Yao felt a sense of survival after a disaster. Under the execution platform, the three admirals stepped forward. Akiji Kazan, Akainu Sakazuki, and Kizur Borsellino. Among the many Marines, Admiral Sengoku was nervously arranging every detail. Is the live broadcast Den Mushi ready? This public execution is not just a punishment for a pirate, but a declaration to the entire world. Sengoku does not want any issues to arise during this execution, anything other than Whitebeard. Report, Admiral, the live broadcast is Fine Sabati Archipelago is already receiving the signal. What about the Shichibukai? Have those guys arrived? Except for Blackbeard and Jinbei, everyone else is already at the front lines. Blackbeard? Where did that guy run off to? Never mind. One less doesn't matter. Prepare to bring Ace up. Ace, bound by sea stone, was brought to the execution platform. Admiral Sengoku then stepped up. Everyone, before we begin the execution, there's something I must tell you. Port-Gasti. Ace, mother is Port-Gasti Rouge, who endured for 20 months to ensure Ace could live. Ace, whose real name is Gold. Ace is the son of the pirate king Gold. Roger. The bloodline of Roger has not been severed. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire world was in an uproar. Ace is actually the child of Pirate King Roger. That man's child has survived until now. Only Hank and the audience wore a disdainful expression. Using bloodlines to determine guilt in a trial is rather childish. Admiral Sengoku should talk more about Ace's deeds since going to sea to display this guy's true crimes. However, in One Piece, having a good father is indeed quite important. Just as Sengoku continued to elaborate on Ace's criminal bloodline and the protection from his father Whitebeard, dozens of pirate ships gradually revealed themselves, totaling 43, all from Whitebeard's crew. All of them are pirate crews under Whitebeard. Has Whitebeard arrived? Where is he? No trace of Whitebeard has been found. The expressions of the three admirals changed slightly, as if sensing something unusual at this moment. A massive ship flew out of the bay of Marineford and landed directly on the outermost layer of Marineford. Whitebeard's Moby Dick. Chapter 2. You're not my opponent either, Gulalala. How's my dear son doing? Edward Newgate stood at the bow of the Moby Dick, wielding the Murakami. Ace, just hold on a little longer. Dad will bring you home soon. Whitebeard set the Murakami aside and slammed his fists into the air. Crack, crack, crack. Tiny fissures spread through the air. However, after this strike, both Whitebeard and his subordinate commanders fell eerily silent. Most of the Navy soldiers looked confused, wondering what was happening and if they should fight or not. Hank knew exactly what was about to happen. Sure enough, the tsunami was coming. In the next moment, a massive tsunami rolled in from both sides of Marineford. Whitebeard's tremor, the resulting gigantic tsunami. Seeing the entire Marineford about to be submerged by the terrifying tsunami, the Navy soldiers trembled in fear. Zenko, what are you afraid of? Hank asked kindly. Tsunami. Can't you see? It's so high, such a huge tsunami. It's going to drown us all. Zenko's voice was laced with panic. What are you afraid of? Didn't you say that the three admirals would take action? Just as Hank finished speaking, Akiji had disappeared from his seat. Ice Age. 2 ice pillars extended from Kazan's body, completely freezing the tsunami on both sides. Akiji, you little brat. Whitebeard swung his fist at the air, sending a shockwave toward Akiji. Akiji transformed into a block of ice and fell onto the sea. The ice spread beneath Akiji's feet, freezing the entire surface of the bay. Fire. Open fire on the Moby Dick. The cannons in the Navy harbor roared, firing shells at the Whitebeard Pirates without restraint. Let them see our might. The commanders of Whitebeard's crew jumped off the ship first, charging toward the Navy. The real battle begins. Akiji created an environment where close combat was possible, and the officers of the Whitebeard Pirates were eager to storm into the bay. Zenko, don't die here, you haven't atoned for your sins yet. Hank shouted to Zenko as he faced the tide of pirates. With one slash, Hank slightly underestimated his own strength with just one slash. He beheaded the pirate rushing at him. It felt a bit like cutting meat. Hank didn't feel any discomfort. Killing value 3. As the pirate's body fell, Hank received a notification from the system. Sure enough, killing gave him killing value. Looking at the pirates constantly surging forward, what was there to wait for? Cut them down. Most of the pirates coming in were basically cannon fodder, purely there to wear down the Navy's manpower. But that just made Hank enjoy the killing spree. One slash for each little guy, not stopping at all. Killing value 2. Killing value 5. As he killed more, Hank noticed that the killing value seemed to be related to the strength of the opponent, rather than a fixed value. The one that gave him 5 killing value took him 2 slashes to kill. Zenko, watching from the side, was dumbfounded Major Hank could really kill. What are you looking at? If you don't kill a few more, I'll report to Colonel Tina that you're a deserter. Hank even found time to scold Zenko. Zenko was confused, thinking, Big brother, I didn't provoke you, I was just trying to encourage you. 15. If you don't kill at least 15, you'll be treated as a deserter. Hearing Hank's demand, Zenko had no choice but to pull out his hypnotic boomerang and started killing pirates with all his might. There was no choice. Rank had its privileges, and he was just a lowly second-class soldier, while Hank was a major. Before long, Hank and Zenko's frenzied slaughter drew attention. There was no choice elsewhere. The fighting was back and forth, but over here, it looked like a slaughterhouse. Once you went in, you didn't come out. Kid, do you only dare to bully my subordinates? Come and fight me, Fasa. With Mediterranean hair, Fasa swung a flaming sword, the captain of the 15th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Clang! Hank's sword clashed with Fasa's flaming sword, barely blocking the attack. However, Hank's navy sword shattered as a result. Damn it, picking on my poor weapon. Hank cursed inwardly. In truth, it wasn't that the Navy's weapons were of poor quality, it was that Hank had killed too many in just this short time. Hank's killing value had reached a terrifying 76 points, meaning he had killed at least a dozen pirates. Especially since Hank liked to behead. After repeated wear and tear, his military sword couldn't hold up under such use. Ha! Kid, die. Just as Fasa was about to bring his sword down, a massive green slash swung out from below the execution platform. Hawkeye, Dracula my hawk. Black Blade, Yuru. The world's strongest swordsman. The world's strongest slash. Anyone unfortunate enough to be caught in the path of that slash was cut to pieces. Before the slash could reach the Moby Dick, a triangular-shaped figure rushed out, blocking the way in front of the Moby Dick. Diamond Jozu, captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, a user of the diamond fruit, capable of turning his entire body into massive diamonds. Now, Jozu was completely diamondized, forcefully stopping Hawkeye's slash and sending it into the sky. The massive slash exploded in the air. Hey, Fasa, now's not the time to be distracted. Fasa, just worried about Dad, was involuntarily drawn to the slash. However, Hank had no intention of letting this be a break in the action. A fist covered with black hockey enlarged right in front of Fasa's eyes. Bang! Fasa was sent flying, crashing into many pirates along the way. Damn it! How dare you sneak attack the captain? I won't let this guy go. Yeah, how can the Navy sneak attack? That's so despicable. Seeing their division commander take a hit, the surrounding pirates swarmed in. Damn it, a bunch of idiots, Zenko. Hearing Hank call his name, Zenko felt a sense of foreboding. Kill them all with me, or Hank casually picked up a knife from a nearby pirate's body. Treat it as desertion. Zenko quickly responded. Regular pirates were no match for Hank and Zenko facing a dozen pirates. The two were still handling it with ease. Not only did they sustain no damage, but they even counter-killed 7 or 8 pirates. With the killing value from these pirates, it just hit 100 points. Exchange for observation, hockey beginner. Hank didn't hesitate at all in this battle. He needed to level up as quickly as possible, especially before Luffy showed up. Get out of the way, you're not his match. Fasa adjusted his stance and charged again. Just as Hank had just gained observation hockey, he perfectly dodged Fasa's flaming sword. You're not my match either. Chapter 3. Fasa dies. Fasa never expected that his strike would be dodged. After all, Hank was surrounded by pirates, and he couldn't see the situation outside. Although he wasn't as strong as the previous division commanders, his flaming sword was not slow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold the position of captain of the 15th Division. However, this confident strike was dodged by Hank. In Fasa's incredulous gaze, Hank's fist, glowing with black light, enlarged again. Bang! Fasa was sent flying once more. Trash pirate, do you really think you can defeat me? Ha! Pathetic. Hank looked at the surrounding pirates in shock and spat on the ground. He had no intention of letting these small pirates go, brandishing his knife and charging in from the right side. Zango! This time, there was no need for Hank to give orders. Zango had already intuitively charged towards Fasa from the other side. Hank watched Zango with satisfaction. He was a teachable child. The surrounding pirates saw that their squad captain had been pushed back, and, coupled with the ferocity of these two, there were faint signs of retreat. No one is allowed to retreat. We must rescue Captain Ace. Fossa swung his sword, cutting down 2 pirates who attempted to sneak away, leading the charge himself. Trash is trash, even self-preservation is a problem. Yet you think about saving others. Hank dodged Fossa's flaming sword at an unusual angle and slashed at Fossa's neck. As a captain of Whitebeard's crew, Fossa was no pushover and narrowly avoided a fatal blow. Hank's strike was aimed at decapitating him, but only managed to hit Fossa's shoulder. However, the force Hank used was so great that the knife got stuck firmly in Fossa's bone. Seeing that he couldn't pull his knife out, Fossa slashed at Hank again. Hank decisively abandoned his knife, creating some distance from Fossa. His weapon was still too weak. If he had a black blade, he could have severed half of Fossa's shoulder. Instead, he was now left weaponless once more. Fossa, why are you so pathetic? Do you need my help? A short man in a white-green outfit, white bell-bottom pants, wielding a saber, and with brown hair approached without Hank noticing. Come help. Harda, this guy doesn't seem like an ordinary major. Fossa's left arm was still embedded with a knife, making his movements somewhat inconvenient. Another squad captain appeared. Hank's expression turned grim. He could handle 1 squad captain, but 2 were troublesome, especially Harda, the captain of the 12th squad, known for his agile swordsmanship. Although his observation hockey could barely warn him of incoming attacks, his physical skills were only at a beginner level. Whether he could dodge after being warned was another story. Damn it, what are the Navy's rear admirals doing? A mere major like him was facing the pressure of 2 squad captains. Major Hank, what should we do? Zengo asked. Damn it, fight to live. If we die, so be it. Let's go for it. Hank could hold out a little with armament hockey. As long as he could take down Fossa before getting severely injured, there would still be room for maneuvering. Just as Hank was about to charge, a white smoke appeared between the 2 sides. Leave this to me, you go find other opponents. Smoker took a deep puff of his cigar. Yes, we'll leave this to you. Daz Bones also came over, speaking somewhat timidly. According to the initial battlefield division, this area shouldn't have been Smoker's responsibility. But as the battle progressed, the battlefield became chaotic, with most of them in a state of hacking at each other. Although Smoker meant well, it didn't work for Hank. After all, he had finally managed to injure Fossa. If Smoker took the kill, he wouldn't have a place to argue. Thinking of this, Hank didn't greet him and casually picked up a knife, charging directly at Fossa. Ha, this guy is interesting. Smoker laughed heartily, transforming into a cloud of smoke to block Harda, who was coming to assist. When Hank clashed with Fossa's short blade again, the seated Kizaru finally moved. Kizaru leaped up and transformed into a burst of light in midair. Really, to catch a thief, you must first catch the king. A yellow light burst in the air, shooting countless lasers straight at Whitebeard. Yada no Kagami. However, these lasers were completely blocked by a blue flame. The captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Phoenix Marco? Oh, a mythical beast type, even rarer than a Logia. The Whitebeard Pirates are indeed as strong as monsters. Kizaru saw his attack fail and activated his traditional quirky ability. After blocking Kizaru's attack, Marco transformed into a phoenix engulfed in blue flames, attacking Kizaru. Countless light points were released from Kizaru's hand, but all were intercepted by Marco. Boom! Kizaru was kicked by Marco towards his own city wall. Hank watched in speechless amazement that a dignified Marine admiral, possessing a Logia fruit, was actually kicked by Marco to his own city wall. The performance was somewhat exaggerated. Even if he wanted to put on a show of defeat, it shouldn't come at the cost of damaging his own defenses. As Hank silently mocked Kizaru, he continued his relentless attacks on Fossa. In contrast, Fossa was in a much more precarious position, lacking the energy to even pay attention to the battlefield. I'll come help you. A massive figure charged over from Whitebeard's direction, wielding 2 enormous swords. The captain of the 13th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Buffalo Atmos. Damn, another squad captain. Hank looked back and saw all 5 warlords of the sea were indeed watching the show. Aside from Mihawk delivering a slash, the others hadn't moved at all. The battlefield was still too close to the periphery. They would only act once oars broke through. He needed to speed up, otherwise it would be troublesome if oars got held up when he arrived. Sleep. Damn it, don't just stand there. Zengo, use your hypnosis. Hank thought, I'll be hypnotized too. Zengo had always been hesitant to use hypnosis, fearing he would also fall victim to it. In this chaotic battlefield, being hypnotized would mean certain death. Leave it to me. If you die, I'll accompany you in death after the battle. While fending off Fasa's relentless attacks, Hank said. Zango steeled his resolve, his blade spinning back and forth. Sleep, sleep, 1-2 Zango. As expected, Zango was the first to collapse to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Correspondingly, a large number of pirates on the opposite side, along with Atmos, also fell down. Not good. Harda, entangled with Smoker, noticed the anomaly and hurriedly shook off the smoke user, turning back to block Atmos. However, both Hank and Smoker had their sights set on Fasa. Clang! Crack! Fasa's head flew up, his face still wearing an incredulous expression. Captain of the 15th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fasa was killed in action. Chapter 4. Black Iron Great Knife, kill value 800, cumulative kill value breaks 1000. Reward: Black Iron Great Knife. Comes with a set of Wuchuan sword techniques and sword skills experience pack. A heavy, dark knife radiating a black glow appeared in Hank's hands. The blade is about 1 meter long, with a blood groove and intricate water patterns, and near the guard, there is a character for Tiger. Hank felt a flood of swordsmanship knowledge rush into his brain, and his body began to exhibit instinctive responses to practice the sword techniques. A good knife. A good sword technique. This black iron great knife is extremely heavy, and Hank needs both hands to wield it freely. This is after the system's adjustments. If he had taken the original black iron knife from the Tiger, it could have crushed him to death. Smoker was taken aback. This guy suddenly had a knife in his hand. The oppressive force of the knife made Smoker feel a moment of suffocation. With such a good knife, why didn't this kid bring it out sooner? On the side, Dasky's eyes had already lit up. This knife was clearly extraordinary. For someone who cherishes their sword like Dasky, this knife exuded a deadly allure. What is this knife called? Dasky, who seemed to know almost every knife in the world, had never seen this one. Black Iron Great Knife. Fasa. The small-size Harda let out a mournful cry as he caught the flying head of Fasa. Don't scream. You'll be next. With his new weapon in hand, Hank was eager to take action. I'm going to kill you. Harda's eyes were blood red, already half mad. Smoker, take care of that hypnotist. Hank rushed forward with the great knife. Major, what should we do? Dasky asked. Grab that kid's subordinates, and let's go kill pirates too. At this moment, a massive shadow covered half of Marineford, and a huge block of ice flew over. Let's see how you deal with this move. Jaws stood in a half-squat position, preparing to throw the ice block. Among the 3 admirals, only Akainu, who was still seated, stood up, his fist transforming into flowing magma. Seriously, those guys are abandoning their posts. If we all attack, who will guard this place? Great eruption. Under Akainu's magma giant hand, the ice block was instantly turned to dust. Then, the magma giant hand split into countless magma stones, smashing towards the pirates. Seeing a magma stone headed towards the Moby Dick, Whitebeard, standing at the bow of the ship, simply waved his weapon, the Tsongyun cut. The magma stone was easily impaled on the Tsongyun cut. Go light the candles on the birthday cake, you magma brat. Don't you like this splendid funeral, Whitebeard? A massive figure appeared outside Marineford. Oars. The descendant of the country of Oars. He's here, finally here. Hank waved his hand, once again pushing Harda back. Little Oars finally arrived, which meant the most chaotic battle was about to begin. Following Little Oars were the 43 pirate crews under Whitebeard's command, who had been unable to enter the bay. Once Little Oars broke the situation open, the entire battlefield would be completely transformed. This is so exciting. However, this place was also not very safe. If Little Oars stepped on him, it would be quite a loss. Don't run, you despicable guy. Harda, with red eyes, was determined to fight to the death. Little Shorty, don't rush, I'll chop you up later. Hank retreated a bit with the Navy to avoid being caught in Little Oars' attack. Although Little Oars had no real abilities, his size was an advantage. Ordinary cannonballs couldn't harm him. Ace, I'm coming to save you. Little Oars charged forward recklessly, casually knocking over a giant vice admiral with a few slashes. Ace, I'm coming to you right now. With Oars' advance, the pirate faction's attack finally began to bear fruit. About to storm the square of Marineford, the long-silent warlords of the sea finally moved. Captive Arrow, the Empress's love arrow indiscriminately petrified everything in its path. Even dogs passing by. Facing the oncoming Little Oars, The Empress appeared somewhat insignificant. However, standing before Little Oars was not just one warlord. Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma compressed the air to its extreme, turning it into a small bear paw bomb. Bear paw shock. The bomb shot out from Kuma's paw. Although it looked inconspicuous, when the compressed bomb hit Little Oars, a massive shockwave radiated from Oars, affecting half the battlefield. After this heavy blow, Little Oars, though his gaze was already vacant, continued to be bombarded by Navy cannonballs. Yet, he still did not halt his steps, laboriously but resolutely moving toward the execution platform. At least take down one warlord, Little Oars thought, fixating on the pink-feathered coat before him. The Sky Knight, Demon Don Quixote Doflamingo laughed maniacally as he flew past Little Oars. The moment Doflamingo landed, Little Oars' right leg was already severed by thin wires. Even so, Little Oars, looking at Ace within arm's reach, still exerted all his strength to crawl towards him. Just a little further, Ace. Little Oars struggled to reach out, trying to touch Ace, who was bound to the execution platform. Damn Doflamingo. He actually destroyed Little Oars' leg. That was my designated corpse. Shadow Mage Shadow Spear. Countless bats flew out from Moria's shadow, converging into a long spear that fiercely pierced through Little Oars' body. Little Oars fell. Little Oars' fingers weakly dropped, ultimately failing to touch the ace he longed for. Advancing over Oars' corpse, Whitebeard had no time to mourn for Little Oars and quickly issued commands. Little Oars' sacrifice created a path straight to the square for the Whitebeard Pirates. Stop them. We can't let them into the square. The Navy also had a vice admiral commanding. The battlefield instantly descended into chaos once more. Kid, I found you. With blood-red eyes, Harda felled several Navy soldiers and finally spotted the figure wielding the great knife. Just right, I was looking for you too. Hank casually cut down a few nearby pirates and charged over with the great knife. Jincheng, the first style of Wuchuan sword technique, Jincheng. Even a light strike, with the weight of the black iron great knife, was a powerful attack. Although Harda was furious over Fasa's death, he still knew to dodge the incoming great knife. However, Harda did not expect that the knife, while looking heavy, was incredibly fast when wielded. Can't dodge. Harda saw the great knife coming towards his face and could only brace himself. Clang, clang. Harda's sword barely blocked 2 strikes before it was shattered. The third strike was already descending, and Harda despairingly closed his eyes. Clang. 2 great knives extended from his side, helping Harda withstand this attack. The water buffalo, Atmos, had awakened. Chapter 5. The coward king Koby Harda and Atmos struggled to block Hank's Jincheng. The cost was that both of their swords were shattered. Harda, where's Fasa? Atmos had just awakened from being hypnotized by Zhang Ao and hadn't even seen Fasa get killed. Nor did he know how Little Oars died. He.S. dead, killed by this guy. Harda's eyes were blood red. You bastard. You actually killed Fasa. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the Whitebeard Pirates? Hearing that Fasa had been killed, Atmos questioned. You bunch of garbage pirates. If you're here to rob a prison, do you have no awareness of death? Hank had just withdrawn his attack. Using basic physical techniques to complete a 4-hit combo had already consumed a lot of Hank's stamina. Who are you mocking? Just heard that I lost my brother. And with Hank's taunt, Atmos instantly lost his cool. This guy was already a big fool, and with this provocation, he became even more foolish. Don't be impulsive. Atmos, we have no weapons left. The little guy Harda had calmed down at this moment. Both their weapons were shattered, and it would be irrational to rush forward now. However, Atmos had already given up thinking. The buffalo not only referred to his horn helmet, but also to his bull-like personality. Once he set his mind on something, there was no turning back. Just like now, all that remained in Atmos's eyes was Hank's figure. No matter how Harda tried to persuade him, Atmos was determined to fight Hank to the death. What's the matter? Scared to run away, little guy? Hank had no intention of letting any division captain escape, especially one he had already put effort into fighting. If Harda got away, it would all be for nothing. Just wait. Harda was furious, but without a weapon. He decided to retreat first. It's really lively here. An annoying voice appeared. Doflamingo. Buffalo Atmos, why are you in such a sorry state? Those guys from the white team are really embarrassing. Doflamingo laughed loudly, not caring about the faces of the Whitebeard Pirates around him. Doflamingo, You bastard. Atmos had just learned that little Ors had his right foot severed by this guy. Heh. Let me add fuel to the fire of your white team's destruction. Doflamingo's hands shook quickly, and Atmos' body actually moved along with Doflamingo's hands. Atmos threw a heavy punch towards Harda. Harda had originally wanted to find someone for help, but the controlled Atmos suddenly appeared in his path. Atmos, what is wrong with you? Harda dodged in panic, not expecting to be attacked by a comrade. I can't control myself. Get away. Atmos shouted in despair. Heh, this is really interesting. Come on, let us kill each other. Doflamingo laughed madly. Wake up, Atmos. Harda still hadn't figured out the situation, dodging while speaking. Surprise. Hank seized the opportunity, and with great force, the black iron sword headed straight for Harda. Harda was already entirely focused on dodging Atmos' attacks, and naturally had no energy to care about others. Thud! He didn't even need a 4-hit combo. It was just a light strike. Harda was neatly split in half from head to toe. Before being separated, Harda's eyes looked at Hank in disbelief. Harda! Atmos was in tears, but under Doflamingo's control, he couldn't move at all, standing there helplessly. Kill value 1000. Harda was obviously much stronger than Borsa, otherwise. He wouldn't be the captain of the 12th Division. With this wave of kill value credited, Hank's kill value reached 1932 points. 1000 kill value. Exchange for martial arts, intermediate. Hank originally wanted to use the Conqueror's Haki first, but he got the black iron sword. The initial martial arts were somewhat insufficient. He needed to strengthen his physical fitness first. Otherwise, even if he exchanged for Conqueror's Haki, he might not be able to exert much effect. Moreover, there were so many pirates on the battlefield. Casually killing a few more to accumulate another 1000 kill value would not be difficult. Especially this one, the controlled Atmos. He was simply fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Rude little brat. Can't you even say thank you? Doflamingo said with a gloomy face. Doflamingo was having fun, and one of his toys had been destroyed by Hank, so naturally, he had a bad expression towards Hank. When I kill you, I'll make it a quick death. Hank didn't even look back and charged towards the immobile Atmos. After all, Doflamingo was doing the work. It was better to take this opportunity to kill another division captain. This is interesting. I'll be waiting for you to kill me. Doflamingo loosened his grip and actually gave up control over Atmos. Atmos's eyes turned blood red, and he didn't even take a weapon, throwing his fists at Hank. Harda's death before Atmos had completely made him lose his sanity. Surprise. The first strike, Atmos' right arm flew off. The second strike, Atmos' left arm flew off. The third strike, Atmos' upper body and lower body separated. The fourth strike, Atmos' head flew off. The upgrade of martial arts was indeed useful. It was much smoother to use the black iron sword. Kill value 1500, as expected of the buffalo. His large physique actually contributed more kill value. 1000 kill value. Exchange for Conqueror's Haki, beginner. 1000 kill value. Exchange for Armament Haki, intermediate. Kill value 432. 3632. Doflamingo suddenly felt that the momentum of this Navy man in front of him had increased. Interesting little brat. If you can't mix in the Navy, the Don Quixote family welcomes you anytime. Who knows, in the Don Quixote family, you might really have a chance to kill me. After speaking, Doflamingo stepped on the lines in the air and flew away. What a sharp guy. No wonder he's a celestial dragon with Conqueror's Haki. Hank silently mocked. Now the war had entered a heated phase. The white team was desperately trying to break into the square, while the Navy was fighting hard to stop them. Whether it was the white team or the Navy, countless people were wailing at all times. Hank suddenly thought of someone, the 200 times effort strongman, the runaway, King Koby. Now, Koby should be awakening his observation Haki as well. But where is this guy? Hank activated his observation Haki and began searching for his target. After crossing most of the battlefield, Hank finally found Koby at the far end of the battlefield, near the town of Marineford. As expected, this guy was about to flee under Balumeb's instigation. Chapter 6: The Fate of the Runaway Soldier Akainu-sama. Please spare me. I still have family. I can't die here. A runaway soldier pleaded desperately in front of Akainu. What do you take the war for? A runaway soldier is a runaway soldier. Akainu was merciless and used magma to warm the fleeing soldier in front of him. The brutality of this war far exceeded expectations. Even the elite soldiers of the Navy began to suffer. Now, strong measures must be taken to suppress the actions of runaway soldiers. Otherwise, once the panic spreads, the outcome of this war might be different. What are you doing? Just as Akainu finished dealing with the first wave of runaway soldiers and was about to return to the front line, a scream came from around the corner. A pink-haired Navy stumbled out. What happened? Akainu was puzzled. He seemed to have seen this kid before, a newcomer under Garp. It seems he was brought in from some corner of the EC. He could be considered one of Garp's direct disciples. Even Garp's subordinates have runaways now. The Navy is really getting worse. Since Zephyr-sensei left, the Navy hasn't had a decent instructor. Akainu sighed in his heart. What is going on? Why are you panicking? Akainu asked. There's someone killing Belumeb. Koby collapsed on the ground, his legs kicking backward in an attempt to distance himself from that corner. How the pirates come this far? Akainu was startled. He had only left for a little while. And how had Marineford been breached? No, it's not the pirates. It's a Navy. It's our own people. Our own people killed Belumeb. Koby is already in tears. Although Belumeb was a bad person at first, he has turned over a new leaf. He even joined under Vice Admiral Garp and trained alongside him. The two were inseparable and could be said to be the best of friends. Even the recent escape was planned together with Belumeb. However, just now, a guy in a major's cloak fell from the sky and directly chopped off Belumeb's head without saying a word. While Koby was complaining, Hank had already brought out Belumeb's head. It was Admiral Akainu. This guy killed my good friend, Garp's disciple. Koby hugged Akainu's leg and cried out, "Oh, Admiral Akainu. What a coincidence. Are you here to deal with deserters too?" Hank smiled slightly. However, in Koby's eyes, it was a smile straight from hell, especially with Belumeb's head still dripping blood. A deserter? Akainu coldly glanced at Koby. If this guy is a deserter, then it's no surprise he is here. Even if he is Garp's disciple, he cannot be a deserter. I am not a deserter. Koby also felt Akainu's unfriendly gaze. Koby had just witnessed the fate of a deserter, and if Akainu found out he was also a deserter, he would surely be killed. If he got killed, he wouldn't be able to avenge Belumeb. Yes, he couldn't die. He still needed to avenge Belumeb. Is that right? Akainu glared fiercely at Koby. Yes, I'm not a deserter. I didn't think of escaping, Koby argued. However, Hank didn't want Akainu to deal with Koby directly, because when he chopped off Belumeb's head just now, the system directly added 400 kill points. That's half of a boss's kill points. And obviously, Belumeb didn't have that corresponding strength now. Unless the system counted some of Belumeb's future potential. After all, 2 years later, Belumeb also joined the organization and had some level of skill. In that case, who knows how many kill points would be added for chopping off Koby's head. That would be a future naval hero. The amazing naval hero who, along with Law and Blackbeard, exterminated the Hive Island. Unfortunately, now Akainu was standing in front of Koby, and Hank couldn't directly chop Koby to death. However, there would still be a chance in the future. After all, the famous scene of Koby's saintly heart hadn't happened yet. Thinking of this, Hank took the initiative to help Koby out of the situation. That pink-haired guy was just instigated by this yellow-haired guy, so I chopped off this yellow-haired guy first. But I didn't expect this pink-haired guy to run quite fast. Yes, it was all Belumeb's instigation. Koby clutched at this lifeline, disregarding his good brother's reputation. Get back to the battlefield. If you dare to run away again, my magma will show no mercy. Akainu angrily reprimanded. Considering Garp's face, Akainu let Koby go this time. Today, this old guy Garp would definitely lose a grandson, and he just lost a disciple. If he mercilessly killed all of Garp's disciples, it would be too cruel. Yes. Koby stumbled back to the battlefield. Admiral Akainu, should we use this head as a warning for the soldiers ahead about the fate of deserters? Hank, seeing that Koby wouldn't die, Akainu's hands, felt relieved. That was a huge amount of kill points. It would be a pity if Akainu killed him. Just then, Akainu est transpondis naïran. All troops prepare, proceed according to plan, and prepare to execute ace ahead of schedule. Sengoku's voice came through. As Akainu left to deal with the deserter, Whitebeard's massive offensive put the Navy at a disadvantage, with little Oars sacrificing his life to open a path. Whitebeard's forces continued to advance towards the plaza. Even the pirate crews originally outside the port, led by the Ice Witch Wadibe's ice-breaking ship, broke through the city walls and entered the frontline battlefield. The current situation forced Sengoku to prepare for an early execution. Hearing Sengoku's order, Akainu instantly disappeared. There was an important matter he needed to attend to. Do as you wish, just don't blame me if Garp remembers you. Akainu left behind a phrase and his rose emblem on his chest. Although Akainu said casually, he still left behind his signature item. He was also afraid that Hank, a mere major, might not convince others with just words. Colleagues, our war with Whitebeard has entered the most difficult stage, but we're the just Navy, and they're just a bunch of playing pirates. We must believe that the Navy will achieve victory. We would rather die honorably than live dishonorably as deserters. Dying in battle, the world government will not treat our families poorly, but a deserter has only one path: death. Look, this is the fate of a deserter. No matter who it is, no matter whose disciple, there will be no mercy. Anyone who is a deserter will be treated as a rebel. Hank stood in front of the live transponder snail, shaking Bellymeb's head. Chapter 7. Luffy descends from the sky. Whether Navy or pirates, everyone was drawn to Hank's speech. Even Akainu, who was negotiating with a great whirlpool spider, couldn't help but show a slight smile. That kid is really brave. He actually brought Bellymeb's head and showed it to the entire world live audience. And Koby, who had just regained his life, saw the head of his dear friend once again and couldn't help but burst into tears. The reporters from Sabaody Archipelago were in chaos, scrambling to send this news back to their headquarters. How bloody, to just directly throw a head in front of everyone. No matter how you look at it, it's a bit too cruel. Fearing death is everyone's nature. This is the Navy. Deserters should be executed. Even though there were already many big news today, reporters never think there's too much news. Whether it's the Navy cruelly executing their own or the Navy justly executing deserters, each has its highlights. Making for a good section. On the execution platform, Garp, who was lamenting his inadequate education of Ace and trying to accompany Ace through his final moments, saw his disciple's head appear on the live broadcast screen. What the hell? How could my disciple be a deserter? Garp couldn't help but curse. Hank's actions were simply an insult to him, especially since Hank emphasized that no matter whose disciple it was, there would be no exceptions. Garp, we can discuss these things after the war is over. Sengoku, although dissatisfied with Hank's actions, which were done without his consent, acknowledged that Hank's actions effectively motivated the entire Navy, or maybe it was more of a deterrent. After all, having a bloody head waving behind them had suppressed any thoughts of escape. The Navy was clearly fighting harder than before, and the front line was slowly being pushed back. Fine, once the battle is over, I'll definitely demand an explanation from that kid. Gar pondered, but sat back on the execution platform to continue accompanying Ace. Now was not the time to cause trouble. Regardless of the truth, it would definitely affect the morale of their side, especially at this critical moment. He should spend more time with Ace. The reaction from the Whitebeard Pirates was equally intense. Old man, this brat actually said we're just playing pirates. Let me go meet him. Marco, who had just fought the Yellow Monkey for 300 rounds, fell behind Whitebeard. Gururara. A little ghost words, why take them so seriously? Whitebeard laughed heartily. Hank's words provided Whitebeard with some information. At least there were already deserters on the Navy's side. Meanwhile, 43 pirate crews had all stormed into the bay, and morale was high. Even if that little ghost's words inspired the Navy, he still had a good chance of winning. But as for that little ghost, let Harda and the others handle it. Whitebeard mainly focused on the game with Sengoku, even neglecting his subordinate captains. The news of Harda and the others' deaths had yet to reach Whitebeard's ears. Yes, Dad. Marco transformed into the Phoenix again and soared towards the battlefield, beginning to search for the boastful little ghost and the captain of his own division. Hank didn't expect that his casual remark about playing house would attract Marco's attention. Right now, Hank wielded a black iron sword, moving among the pirates as if there were no one around. Kill value 3. Kill value 5. Not enough kills. Looking at the continuously popping prompts, Hank couldn't help but sigh. Too weak. He still needed to find captain-level opponents to kill. As long as he didn't encounter the captains of the top 5 divisions, he could fight against other division captains. Just as Hank was planning to find a division captain to practice on, a loud noise came from the sky. Looking up in the direction of the sound, a massive warship was falling from the sky. Ace, I'm here to save you. Luffy descended from the sky, followed by the jailbreak team. Crocodile, the Sea Knight Jinbei, the Okama King Ivankov, and the Clown Buggy, some of the most notorious criminals in the world, along with countless pirates who escaped from Impel Down, fell from the sky. Luffy. Ace also saw his brother, a brother closer than a biological one. You guys from the monkey family again, Sengoku said to Carp with annoyance. Carp's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Luffy. This is bad. How did my own grandson end up in this cursed place? Action begins. Sengoku ordered through the Den Mushi. Then, under the command of the Rear Admiral, the Navy began to orderly retreat, handing the entire harbor over to the Whitebeard Pirates. However, the pirates under Whitebeard did not feel anything unusual. Charge! Rushing to join Dad, the D-Carbon brothers commanded their subordinates. Attack! Attack! The Navy is already scared of us. The Cavalry Knight Doma also charged to the front. Eliminate them. Rescue Ace. The Knight Merrick was waving his lightning blade. However, the excited pirates focused all their attention on the retreating Navy and did not notice the many Navy warships appearing behind them. This was clearly the Navy's strategy to draw the pirates into the harbor, forming an encirclement. As the entire affiliated group was about to fall into the encirclement, Whitebeard called Marco. Tell them to attack the warships behind. We can't let the Navy cut off our escape route. Whitebeard ordered. Yes, Dad. I just couldn't find Harda. And I've already sent Spitakeel to trouble that little ghost. Marco was still indignant about the playing house comment. Dad is the strongest man in the world. Then, Marco transformed into the Phoenix and conveyed the message to the affiliated pirate crews. The captains of the affiliated crews were obedient, commanding their subordinates to turn back and attack the warships. Damn, what a pity. If this group of pirates charged over, it would result in such a massive kill value. Hank also retreated a distance along with the Navy, just in the middle of the battlefield. Watching Whitebeard's affiliated crews attack the outer warships, Hank repeatedly lamented the missed opportunity. Although the kill value provided by these pirates wasn't much, there were so many of them that if he took down this number, he could at least get a couple of thousand in kill value. Of course, the pirates didn't completely give up their frontal assault. At least, the main force of Whitebeard's crew was almost desperately pushing forward, even more vigorously than before. After being blocked layer by the Navy, Whitebeard's crew finally revealed the central figure, the Straw Hat Kid Luffy. Under the protection of the Sea Knight Jinbei and the Okama King Ivankov, Luffy was marching towards the execution platform with great determination. Ace, I will definitely rescue you today. Chapter 8 Found You, Clown Buggy with the Straw Hat Kid's reckless charge. The battlefield was once again set in motion. This time, the intensity of the pirate attack was much stronger than before. The reason is simple. The Straw Hat Kid has arrived. Before Luffy reached the battlefield, Whitebeard was the backbone of the crew, and everything was steadily advancing under his command. Because Whitebeard knew that no one could break through the last line of defense formed by Sengoku and Carp. Whitebeard's only chance was to defeat the Navy in a comprehensive rout and pressure Sengoku with overwhelming force. But once Luffy appeared, the situation changed entirely. As Carp's biological grandson and Ace's good brother, Luffy was fully capable of breaking through the last line of defense. Whether it was Carp or his old battle buddy Sengoku, neither could directly deal a fatal blow to Luffy. Thus, the strategic goal of Whitebeard's crew shifted from defeating the Navy to escorting Luffy. At this point, the battlefield was no longer a full-scale attack on Marineford, but rather a protective escort around Luffy. On the Navy's side, in order to stop the Straw Hat Kid, all the 7 warlords sprang into action. Shadow Master Shadow Gathering. Moria disregarded the Navy and pirates, grabbing the shadows of everyone around him and stuffing them into his own body. Straw Hat Kid, I'm going to take my revenge on you today. However, before Moria could finish his declaration of revenge, Jinbei struck. Million Shark Wave Fist. Jinbei's punch landed squarely on Moria's chest, causing all the swallowed shadows to flee. Whether Moria was being beaten or not, he managed to stop one of Luffy's supporters, Jinbei. Galaxy Eye. The timely intervention of the Okama King blocked the laser from Bartholomew Kuma. Straw Hat Kid, you go first. I want to make this guy remember the face of his brother Ivankov. Then, Ivankov engaged in battle with Kuma, with two major supporters lost by Luffy's side. The next crisis came from the Navy's smoker. The relentless pursuit from Lowtown in the East Blue, the cigarette smoker. However, just as Smoker was about to deal a fatal blow to Luffy, the Empress kicked and broke Smoker's weapon. The arrival of the little lover caused the Empress to defect on the spot. Another warlord, Mihawk, attempted to intercept Luffy but was blocked by Buggy and the Flower Sword Vista working together. And the last warlord, Doflamingo, had already begun to fish for allies, trying to pull Crocodile into his alliance. The Straw Hat Kid's charisma is indeed terrifying. Even as an enemy, Hank couldn't help but exclaim. Driven by the belief of rescuing his brother, he fought his way from Impel down to Marineford and rallied so many strong allies. Truly deserving of being the man chosen by Oda, he has a natural leader's demeanor. Hey kid, what are you daydreaming about? You were the one who just boasted that our Whitebeard crew is playing house, right? Holding a knight's spear and a golden shield with the Whitebeard emblem. Dressed in a white robe and wearing a brown felt hat, Spitakeel said. Don't talk big in your next life. Keel thrust his spear directly at Hank. Keel's speed was incredibly fast. Just moments ago, he even dodged the Admiral Kazuru's laser, though Kazuru wasn't seriously aiming. Therefore, Keel was very confident in this move, having just used it to kill many Navy soldiers. Unless it's a high-ranking Navy officer, no one without special abilities could possibly block this move. Wanlon, clang, Gear's spear struck the black iron sword, leaving no mark at all. Instead, his own spear began to shatter bit by bit from the tip. How is this possible? Gear exclaimed in disbelief. How could a mere major withstand this attack? It must be because of that sword. There's nothing impossible. One should never underestimate others. Jinkshin, Hank swung the black iron sword with both hands, striking at Gear. There's no way to dodge. Gear realized that every angle he could evade had been completely sealed off by the black iron sword. The only option left was to take it head-on. Although his spear had already shattered, his shield was just as sturdy. No sword had ever been able to break through his shield. As long as he could block this strike, there was still a chance. Then, Gear saw a sight he had never witnessed in his life. A person with only half a shoulder and the remaining left half held half a shield. That person's shield looks just like mine. Even the clothes they wore were quite similar. Aside from not having half a body, it was clearly another version of himself. Another version of myself? Hank's sword fell again, this time precisely beheading Gear. Kill value 1,000 kill value. Exchange for observation hockey, intermediate. People in the pirate world are really hard to kill. Even after losing half their body, they can still crawl around on the ground. Hank couldn't help but complain. Hank's first strike had also aimed for the head, but it was blocked by Gear's shield, slicing both the shield and the person in half. He didn't expect such tenacity, even with just a head and half a shoulder. Gear was still crawling towards his body. If he didn't decapitate him, he might get saved by Marco. All Navy personnel, prepare for the second phase of battle. Cut off the live broadcast snail. Sengoku's order came through, signaling the start of the final battle phase. The strategy for the first phase was to lure the enemy in deep, surrounding the Whitebeard Pirates in a pocket formation. Although the affiliated pirates were attempting to open an escape route at the rear, the overall strategic objective had been achieved. Next was the second phase, a beautiful annihilation battle. In this phase, a large amount of research from the world government would definitely be deployed. These things were no longer convenient to showcase externally. Sengoku also didn't want the outside world to witness the Navy's slaughter. The display in the first phase was already enough to show the Navy's determination. Especially that major named Hank, who further conveyed the Navy's resolve to win. What remained was to spread the news of the Navy's victory and the destruction of the Whitebeard Pirates throughout the seas after the war. Hank suddenly thought, now that the live broadcast has been cut off, a certain clown is about to welcome his shining moment. Just in time for the intermediate observation hockey he just exchanged. It would be too difficult to find someone in the chaotic battlefield without it. As Hank swung at the pirates around him, he searched the corners. That cowardly clown would definitely be hiding in a place less affected by the battle. In a certain corner, the war had completely forgotten this place, but was bustling here. Fill lights, reflectors, makeup crew, and even the subtitle team were all ready. A group of prisoners was working hard to prepare for the appearance of God Buggy. Hank smiled slightly. Found you, Clown Buggy. Chapter 9, the only live broadcast signal source. As the live broadcast snails were cut off one by one, the pacifists joined the battlefield from the rear. Originally, Sengoku's plan was to lure all the pirates into the harbor and then use the pacifists to create widespread destruction. However, under Whitebeard's orders, most of the affiliated pirates were engaged in battle with the warships on both sides and did not fully concentrate. Although there was some deviation from Sengoku's plan, the combat power of the pacifist army completely crushed the affiliated pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates. With each laser blast, the affiliated pirates suffered heavy casualties. Charge! We can only advance now. Whitebeard's order echoed in the air. Sengoku attempted to encircle himself, leaving only one path for himself, to charge into Marineford. Mixing pirates and navy would force the pacifists to halt, whether to rescue Ace or to carve out a path for his subordinate pirates. There was only one road to take: advance. All troops retreat. Prepare to raise the Iron Curtain. Sengoku also saw through Whitebeard's plan. As a strategist, how could Sengoku allow Whitebeard to have his way? The navy quickly retreated, creating distance from the pirates to facilitate the pacifist army's area of effect output. The only variable now was that unknown telephone snail. If the outside world saw what was coming next, who knows what kind of impact it would have? At this moment, the live broadcast snail screen was still stuck on the "Please be patient, starting soon" subtitle, although the subtitles were written in a notebook. The preparation for this kind of display on the battlefield already revealed the propaganda talent of Buggy's crew. However, the hand holding the notebook trembled slightly, but dared not move away from the subtitle notebook. A devil, an absolute devil. That guy is even more devilish than Magellan. Don't shake your hand. If such a scene is revealed, who knows what the outside world will think of us Navy. Hank sat on Buggy, stepping on his face, surrounded by a sea of blood and corpses. They're dead, all dead. The criminals who followed Buggy from Impel Down to Marineford were all killed cleanly. Dozens of people, although they had just been released and caused a commotion in prison, that was still dozens of people. Even dozens of pigs wouldn't have been killed this quickly. No, there is still one left, the one holding the sign. To avoid leaving a bad impression on the outside reporters, Hank specifically instructed this criminal not to shake. Go surrender to the Navy. You should still be able to go back to prison and live. Otherwise, when I see you, death won't be as simple as decapitation. Hank kindly turned the telephone snail to a different angle, allowing that criminal to leave. The prisoner in prison clothes ran towards the battlefield without looking back, terrified. That guy is simply not human, no matter how dangerous the place. All he wanted was to get as far away from that devil as possible. Hello, dear live broadcast viewers. We meet again so soon. Hank smiled kindly at the camera. The reporters from Sabaody Archipelago instantly erupted. This is the last live broadcast signal source. It's that Navy from earlier. Why is it him? Yes. Where did the execution of Ace go? What about the Whitebeard Pirates? Is Whitebeard dead? The reporters were most concerned about the changes on the battlefield. This was the key moment of the day. A mere major, although he had some brilliant performances. How could he attract more attention than Whitebeard? Please be patient. Allow me to introduce a character to you. Former member of the Roger Pirates, close friend of red-haired Shanks. The man acknowledged by Whitebeard Edward himself, the clown Buggy. Previously, Buggy had established the Buggy Pirates in the East Blue, committing crimes for many years. In addition, Buggy was also involved in the Impel Down prison break incident, being one of the main culprits of the breakout. Hank slightly adjusted the telephone snail, allowing Buggy's clown face to appear in the live broadcast. Clown Buggy, do you have any defense against these accusations? Not only did the reporters from Sabaody Archipelago explode, but even Sengoku could not sit still. This paragraph reveals too much information. Roger, Shanks, Edward, and others are minor matters. How did the escape from Impel Down get out? That is known as the most secure underwater prison of Navy, where no escape incidents have ever occurred. If the escape incident gets out, where will the Navy put its face? Sengoku had already received news from Impel Down, but planned to suppress this matter with the victory of the Marineford War. Unexpectedly, it was spoken out by a Navy officer. How could a Navy officer who has always been at Marineford know about the escape from Impel Down? Now, There's no way to wash it away unless they claim Hank is a temporary worker of the Navy. Akiji, quickly find that Den Mushi. Sengoku gritted his teeth and said. The live broadcast of the Den Mushi was still ongoing. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please let me go. I won't dare to do it again. Buggy's face was stepped on by Hank, tears and snot streaming down his face. Buggy was very afraid of death. This might be the closest he had ever been to death, closer than any other time. Even when defeated by the Straw Hat Kid. Even when causing a ruckus and impelled down, Buggy had never been this terrified. This Navy major is truly a cold-blooded killer. In just a few minutes, he had slaughtered his entire team. Buggy had tried to escape, but this Navy seemed to see through his every move, accurately intercepting him each time. After several attempts, Buggy was somewhat desperate. There was simply no way to escape from this guy. The crime is undeniable. Now, on behalf of the suffering people of East Blue and the guards of Impel Down, I sentence the clown Buggy to death. Death! Buggy trembled violently. He couldn't die. How could he die in this nameless little corner? That bastard Shanks hasn't died. He absolutely cannot die. Feeling Buggy's struggle, Hank mercilessly knocked Buggy unconscious. Before the execution, there had to be some fun for everyone to see. The live broadcast camera turned, and the scene returned to Whitebeard's Moby Dick. At this moment, Edward Newgate was confronting his adopted son, Squard, at the bow of the ship. Dad, our pirate crew has suffered heavy casualties. Have you figured out Sengoku's tactics? Sengoku will use all his strength against us. I have a long-standing relationship with him. All 43 pirate crews under Dad's command owe him a great favor. We are willing to go through fire and water for the Whitebeard Pirates. Sorry, but this is for family. Dad, I know Whitebeard will never abandon his family. I really hope that the family you mentioned includes us. Stab. Squard's long knife completely pierced through Whitebeard's chest. Chapter 10. Whitebeard Strikes. The previously noisy battlefield suddenly fell into dead silence. Except for the mindless pacifists still shooting lasers everywhere, everyone else looked at Whitebeard. Pirates, Navy, warlords, admirals, division commanders, and pirate crew leaders all gazed at the world's strongest man. The world's strongest man, backstabbed by his own adopted son. The Sabadi archipelago was also in an uproar. No one expected that Whitebeard had only made one move and was backstabbed by his own son. All right, the fun is over. Dear audience friends, please don't become pirates. These guys not only commit all kinds of atrocities, but can also backstab their own adoptive fathers, showing no loyalty at all. They will also be pursued by our Navy. So please, do not become pirates. Hank remembered that it was time to reveal Sengoku's scheme. This segment didn't need to be shown to outsiders. As long as the backstab part was released, it would achieve a certain warning effect. As for the Navy's conspiracy, it was of no use for the outside world to know. Now, let us return to the main topic, the execution of the clown Buggy. This could serve as an appetizer for the live audience before Ace's execution. Hank turned the camera back to Buggy, who was now completely unconscious. Hank, Marshal Sengoku said to turn off the live broadcast. Akiji appeared next to the Den Mushi at some point. Since Hank was considered one of their own, Akiji did not resort to violence, but instead brought up the marshal's orders. Akiji frowned as he looked at everything around Hank, where there were severed heads and headless corpses everywhere. Although Akiji disliked such large-scale slaughter, this was war. Everything aimed for victory. A Navy fighting hard against the enemy was much better than a Navy cowering behind others. Just wait a minute, Admiral Akiji. The audience has been looking forward to Buggy's execution for a long time. Hank didn't stop his actions and quickly put Sea Prism stone handcuffs on Buggy. This thing can suppress the abilities of Devil Fruit users. Without it, there would be no way to behead Buggy. Although Akiji didn't verbally agree, he also did not stop Hank's actions. Stab! With the fall of Hank's black iron sword, the future Yonko, Buggy the Clown, met his end in the Marineford War. Hank was thrilled, but the live audience was not happy. Who the hell wanted to see this clown's execution? Everyone was concerned about what would happen to Whitebeard next. The most infuriating thing was that after completing Buggy's execution, the Den Mushi actually cut off. This meant that the news of the Marineford War had been completely sealed off. At this moment, the supernovas of the worst generation, watching from the crowd, could no longer sit still. If they couldn't witness this cross-century battle with their own eyes, it would be a waste of their title as supernovas. Plus, the fortune teller Basil Hawkins had drawn the death card, symbolizing the end of an era and the beginning of a new one. The supernovas could no longer contain their excitement and stood up, preparing to go to the scene to watch. After the live broadcast was turned off, Hank did not leave immediately, but instead repeatedly punched Buggy in the head. Although Sea Prism Stone could suppress the powers of Devil Fruit users, passive effects would still trigger, just like how Luffy could still have his head stretched in the sea. The beheading earlier was just for the audience to see. If such violent scenes were broadcasted, the Navy's image would be completely ruined. Oh. Buggy the Clown let out a series of screams, thinking he had escaped a calamity, but instead, he faced the most desperate death. He watched helplessly as he was beaten to death, punch after punch. Kill value, 5,000, perhaps considering Buggy's future social impact. The system actually added a full 5,000 kill points. Even if you added up all the previous ones, it didn't increase this much. A wave of wealth. Hank's available kill value reached 6485, and his cumulative kill value reached 9885, just one step away from the 10,000 mark. Afterwards, Hank followed Akiji to the execution platform. Major Hank, is it really necessary to go to such lengths? Akiji asked about Buggy's execution. Since the O'Hara massacre order, Akiji had begun to doubt the justice of the Navy, and since then had adhered to the philosophy of lazy justice. For pirates, unless they had to be killed, most were frozen and imprisoned and impelled down. Hank's actions were the complete opposite of Akiji. He had slaughtered nearly 100 pirates and publicly executed Buggy. Admiral Akiji, asking me this is not right. You should ask the suffering people of East Blue, ask the guards and impelled down who were fulfilling their duties. When they were suffering at the hands of pirates, when they risked their lives to maintain order and impelled down, the Navy cannot alleviate the suffering they have endured, but we can strike hard at the source of their suffering. Only they're qualified to ask whether it is necessary. After saying this, Hank returned to the Navy's ranks, leaving Akiji standing alone in contemplation. While everyone was drawn to the incident of Whitebeard being backstabbed, the Navy, under Sengoku's command, had completely withdrawn from Marineford, raised the Iron Curtain. The Navy's real weapon, the Iron Curtain, was ready to rise. However, the thick layer of ice blocked its ascent. At this moment, Whitebeard, with a hug and the shattering of an iceberg, resolved the greatest crisis on the battlefield. The embrace represented Whitebeard's forgiveness of the traitors, while the broken iceberg shattered the Navy's rumors. They said that 43 pirate crews were to be exchanged for Ace's life. But now the path to survival is open. Those who do not trust Whitebeard can naturally leave. One can only say that he is a living legend. Even when a trust crisis arises internally, he can easily resolve it. However, the situation has completely turned unfavorable for the Whitebeard Pirates due to this backstab. The front lines are unable to break through, and the affiliated crews at the back are being slaughtered continuously. At this rate, the Whitebeard Pirates will eventually be surrounded by the Navy. Those who want to go with me, abandon your lives and follow me. Whitebeard jumped down from the Moby Dick, leading the charge towards Marineford. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, has finally made his move. With both hands tearing through the sky, the entire harbor, the entire island, and the whole of Marineford tilted under Whitebeard's power. Even the sea transformed into neatly cut slopes. Displaced cracks extended from the ocean all the way to Marineford, causing large buildings to collapse. For a moment, the Navy was thrown into chaos. This was simply the power to destroy the world. Having personally experienced this monumental earthquake, Hank truly felt Whitebeard's might. After a long time, the earthquake triggered by Whitebeard finally calmed down. The town behind Marineford was already half destroyed, and the Navy's formation was in complete disarray. Facing the giant Vice Admiral Whitebeard, John Giant didn't hesitate for a moment. As soon as the earthquake stopped, he immediately charged at Whitebeard. What responded to him was Whitebeard's punch, a punch capable of shattering the void. This punch, after knocking Giant unconscious, continued with unstoppable momentum straight towards the execution platform. Chapter 11. The Insurmountable Iron Wall. Just when everyone thought that Whitebeard's blow could destroy the execution platform, the three admirals made their move. It was as if they had made a pact, standing uniformly before the execution platform, raising their hands to block Whitebeard's attack. What is going on? Why hasn't the Iron Curtain risen yet? Sengoku was anxious. This was Sengoku's greatest reliance, the Iron Curtain that could trap all pirates in the bay. As long as this thing rises, the Whitebeard crew would have no power to fight back. However, the barrier of ice greatly delayed the rise of the Iron Curtain, and it was evident that the Whitebeard Pirates were about to reach the square, stop all other energy supplies, and run the Iron Curtain at full power. With Sengoku's command, the Iron Curtain began to operate at maximum capacity. Finally, just as the pirates were about to reach the Marineford Square, the massive Iron Curtain slowly began to rise. What is this? So hard, it can't be cut at all. How can we move forward? The morale of the Whitebeard Pirates instantly plummeted. The situation created just moments ago by their father had vanished. Not only that, countless cannon barrels extended from the Iron Curtain, aimed at the pirates with nowhere to hide. Fire! With Sengoku's command, countless cannonballs shot out, bombarding the pirates relentlessly. And the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates also welcomed their first reunion since the battle began. It was not hard to notice that several of the lower-ranking captains had disappeared. Where Halta and the others? Has no one seen them? Marco asked in confusion. Although he was a roamer on the battlefield, his attention was mainly focused on the admirals and the warlords, the high-end combat forces. Logically speaking, as long as it wasn't a vice admiral making a move, the possibility of a captain being killed was very low. Moreover, these captains often looked out for each other, and a single-point breakthrough would inevitably attract the attacks of other captains. However, right now, Halta, Atmos, and Fasa had vanished, and even the keel he had searched for had not come to regroup. Could it be that kid? Marco couldn't help but speculate, but he felt it was impossible. If that kid's combat power could defeat Keel, how could he still be just a mere major? The Navy had no need to hide their combat power. However, now was not the time to investigate the whereabouts of the captains. A greater crisis was approaching. Akainu. Now is the time. After a round of bombardment, Sengoku ordered Akainu. Akainu wasted no words. His hands transformed into magma and shot into the sky. Meteor volcano. Countless molten fire fists erupted from Akainu's hands and heavily smashed down on the pirates, surrounded by the Iron Curtain. Yes, this was a massacre. Even Whitebeard could not block all the attacks. Even a Moby Dick had been engulfed by the flames. This ship, which had accompanied the Whitebeard Pirates for many years, a special companion of the Whitebeard crew, was gradually buried in Akainu's magma. The pirates had no strength to fight back, or rather, they had no targets to fight back against. Standing before them was the invincible Iron Curtain of the Navy. Even Whitebeard's full-force strike only left a dent. It was simply impossible to completely destroy the invincible Iron Curtain. The steel walls formed the boundary between life and death. The continuous molten fire fists, the bombardment from the Iron Curtain, and the laser beams from the pacifists formed a true hellish depiction. The only exit was the fallen body of Little Oars. Due to Little Oars's blood seeping into the machinery, the Iron Curtain here did not rise. This was the only exit, and also the position heavily guarded by the Navy. What a pity. Hank felt a bit emotional on this side of the Iron Curtain. Those countless pirates who died in the mass injury were all points of killing value. Although 2 or 3 points were inconspicuous, they would add up. Outside, there were at least 40,000 to 50,000 pirates. If he could take them all down, he could directly break through the 100,000 point barrier. Of course, Hank was just thinking about it. Such large-scale slaughter would exhaust him to death. The execution of Ace is about to begin. Sengoku believed that the Whitebeard crew was completely powerless, but in order to cut off the last hope of the Whitebeard crew, Ace must die. However, just then, a tremor shook the ground. Could it be that Whitebeard is making a move again? Sengoku was uncertain. Yet, amidst everyone's astonished gazes, the giant who had been unconscious for so long, Little Oars, stood up. Ace, Little Oars called out. Attack the demon Oars with full force. We must not allow a breakthrough in the iron wall. Sengoku realized that Little Oars could completely change the course of this war. Countless cannonballs instantly tilted towards Little Oars, and even Kizaru was about to hit Little Oars with a laser. Ocean overhead slam. At that moment, a surging stream of water soared up from behind the Iron Curtain, and coming with the water was the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. Luffy stood alone before the three admirals, facing the Navy's strongest forces. "Give Ace back to me." Without a hint of fear, only sincere feelings for his brother, Luffy charged at the three admirals. However, how could Luffy possibly be a match for the three admirals? Kizaru just lightly kicked him and sent Luffy flying far away. Hank, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but comment, as expected of his second uncle. He really knows how to control his strength. Fearing that Akainu would strike first, he took the initiative to attack. Kicking Luffy away not only preserved the Navy's face, but also didn't cause real harm to Luffy. Truly, the lazy admiral made a perfect choice. With Luffy delaying the Navy's strongest forces, Whitebeard finally had time to catch his breath. At Whitebeard's command, a giant ship sailing beneath the sea shot up into the sky. This was Whitebeard's last resort, and the only way to bring most of the pirates to Marineford. Meanwhile, little oars had been waiting at the gap in the iron wall for a long time. As the giant ship approached, little oars firmly embraced the ship's bow, using all his strength to send the massive ship and the pirates aboard into Marineford. Afterward, with his last ounce of strength, little oars collapsed. Breaking ground, Hank, who had been waiting for this moment, showed no hesitation and swung his black iron greatsword at little oars. This was the last opportunity. Little oars would definitely have a moment from exhaustion to death. If he took advantage of this time difference, he might reap a huge amount of kill points. The black iron greatsword mercilessly sliced through Little Oars' head, taking down half of his shoulder as well. Kill points 15,000 oars. Marco, standing on the iron wall, let out a cry of despair. Although he knew Little Oars was doomed, the humiliation of having his head chopped off filled Marco with rage. Chapter 12. The Great Chaos. Is that the Little Major? Smoker, amidst the crowd, couldn't help but frown. Smoker didn't understand. Little Oars was clearly doomed, and the remaining Whitebeard pirates were the key combatants. Could it be that this Little Major wanted to show off in front of the admirals and the fleet admiral? Chopping off the head of the demon, Oars would indeed be a notable achievement. Major Hank, Zhang Ao exclaimed in shock. Zhang Ao couldn't think too much. He was simply astounded. Reflecting on what Major Hank had said before the battle, perhaps Major Hank really had a chance to take down Whitebeard's head? Devil. How is that devil still alive? Koby trembled in place. He was still alive, and he felt so useless for not even daring to avenge Barumabur. This guy had just chopped off the head of the demon Oars, just like taking down Barumabur's head. Koby fell back into memories of fear. Interesting guy. Akainu sighed lightly. Although it was most likely for show, it indeed gave him some credit. In front of 100,000 elite navy, countless rear admirals, the three admirals, and the fleet admiral, he chopped off the demon's head. As long as this kid could survive until the end of the war, he could easily achieve a general-level military rank. Plus, with the previous live stream of handling deserters, he might even be packaged and promoted as the next Navy hero. The only question was whether this kid could survive in the hands of the Whitebeard Pirates. Those guys valued family above all. Now, Hank was like a kite with a broken string flying backwards. Puff! Hank spat blood wildly, suffering a tremendous blow. Whitebeard had struck. He had also seen the scene of Little Oars being decapitated, and naturally, anger boiled within him, coupled with the low morale of the Whitebeard Pirates. He urgently needed to boost their spirits. With these two factors combined, Whitebeard covered his blade with his fruit ability and then swung it, sweeping through the enemy ranks. Among them, the most severely injured was naturally Hank's side. Due to Hank's head-stealing performance, Whitebeard paid special attention to this direction, clearly putting in much more force. Damn it. Whitebeard, you're targeting me. However, I'm not at a loss. With a full 15,000 kill points, Hank's kill points instantly broke through the 20,000 barrier. Kill points accumulated over 10,000 points, rewarded with the Forbidden Word technique. A spell and related usage instructions quickly entered Hank's mind. The Forbidden Word technique, at the cost of being unable to use fruit abilities, grants a significant temporary enhancement to physical attributes, followed by a period of weakness after it ends. A good thing. At least it would give him a better chance in life or death situations. Anyway, he had no fruit power now, so this technique could be used whenever he wanted. However, he needed to pay attention to the weakened state, so he wouldn't be caught by enemies during that time. 10,000 kill points exchange for Conqueror's Haki, Intermediate. 10,000 kill points exchange for Martial Arts, Advanced. After receiving the knowledge related to the Forbidden Word technique, Hank quickly completed this shopping. No matter how he faced Luffy's Conqueror's Haki or the upcoming Shanks, he needed to raise his Conqueror's Haki further. And martial arts was the foundation for all enhancements. As the saying goes, if the foundation is not solid, the ground will shake. Hank felt a surge of power continuously flowing out. Even the injuries he had just suffered from Whitebeard's retaliation healed. Awesome. Boys. Save Ace. Eliminate the Navy. After Whitebeard's furious roar, the real chaos began. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates led the pirates into the plaza of Marineford, followed closely by the captains of the affiliated crews and other pirates. The Navy was already on high alert, with admirals, vice-admirals, and the 7 warlords all ready for battle. Well, among the 7 warlords, only Kuma and Mihawk were still dutifully performing their roles. The rest were nowhere to be found, slacking off. Not to mention, at least the Empress was not slacking off. She was doing her utmost to protect the Straw Hat Kid. One couldn't help but marvel at how loyal the 7 warlords were. Originally, in Sengoku's plan, the Whitebeard Pirates' main forces were supposed to be wiped out in the harbor, with only a few strong ones able to pass through the Iron Wall. However, Little Oars's tenacity and Luffy's appearance disrupted all of this. Thus, contrary to Sengoku's expectations, the third phase of the war began, led by Whitebeard. The entire Whitebeard pirate crew charged towards Marineford for one last push. Marco also joined the fray with the troops, but he was always searching for the one who might have killed Kiyoshi and chopped off Little Oars's head. Whether it was Kiyoshi or Little Oars in the Whitebeard crew, they were all like children to him, and they were all Marco's brothers. Marco absolutely could not allow anyone to harm his brothers. Allowing his brothers to be hurt was a dereliction of duty on Marco's part as their older brother. Meanwhile, Hank was completely unaware that he had been targeted by the second-in-command of the Whitebeard Pirates. Right now, Hank was in the midst of a killing spree. Facing the tide of pirates pouring in, it was simply a paradise for slaughter, especially as the battlefield was compressed to the plaza of Marineford. The trend of soldiers facing soldiers and generals facing generals gradually formed. Whitebeard was entangled with Admiral Akainu, while the division commanders and pirate captains also found vice-admirals or 7 warlords of equal strength. For a moment, Hank actually had no opponents at all. Whenever the black iron greatsword swung out, a pirate's head would fall. In just a few minutes, he managed to carve out a clearing amidst the crowd. The Whitebeard division commanders clearly noticed the special situation here. The first to arrive was the 16th Division Captain, Izo. Holding dual pistols, Izo opened fire at Hank without hesitation. "You killed Little Oars, now die." Bang, bang, bang. All the bullets were intercepted by the black iron greatsword, leaving no trace. Izo was originally a retainer of Kazuki Oden, who boarded Whitebeard's ship along with him. Later, when Kazuki Oden was betrayed by Roger, Izo remained on Whitebeard's ship and eventually became the captain of the 16th Division. Even when Kazuki Oden later returned to Wano, Izo did not return under Oden's command. This man, wielding dual pistols, is an unconventional samurai, a samurai who does not use a katana. Izo believes in living as a samurai, not being bound by swords. Using guns can also make one a samurai. "Izo, your master Oden has been dead for how many years now? How can you still have the face to live?" Hank asked. To kill someone, one must also strike at their heart. This is the deepest scar in Izu's heart, not being able to die alongside Lord Oden. Although the Whitebeard Pirates had discussed attacking Wano, it is easy to defend but hard to attack, especially with Kaido guarding it, which would inevitably lead to heavy casualties. "You damn brat! How dare you speak of Lord Oden?" Izu instantly exploded in rage, even losing some proficiency in his gunplay. Bullet slash. The pitch-black bullet shot out from Izu's gun, heading straight for Hank's face. Chapter 13. Dog Bites Red Lotus Bullet Slash. This is Izu's signature technique. Infusing haki into the bullet, with a circular slash accompanying it. A great combination of shooting and slashing. This is also Izu's proudest move, representing his identity as a samurai. A reminder of never forgetting everything about Wano. However, Hank simply waved his black iron sword lightly, blocking the bullet slash. Aizu, you wasted more than half of the Whitebeard Pirates' combat power to save Ace. Even your subordinate crew fought desperately. Yet your family has never fought this hard for Wano. Never fought this hard for Kazuki Oden. Hank pressed closer to Aizu with his black iron sword. Against a gunman like Aizu, Hank really had no good methods. Chasing would get him nowhere, and not chasing would lead to constant harassment, like summer mosquitoes buzzing in his ears. Damn Navy. Don't think I'll fall for your tricks. This ploy might fool Squard, but it won T-work on me. Aizu kept retreating, shooting at Hank as he did. Although these attacks only served to harass, Aizu did not give up on attacking. No. I just want to tell you that the Whitebeard Pirates are just playing house. Whitebeard can send out all his combat power to save anyone he wants, like Ace. But he completely doesn't care about anyone else's life, like Oden. Hank's words were like sharp blades, constantly stabbing at Aizu's most vulnerable spots. You brat from the Navy, shut up. Old man never gave up on Lord Oden. Even Aizu could not accept Hank's insult towards Whitebeard. Oh, never gave up? When Oden was pretending to be crazy in Wano, being called the Fool Prince, where was the Whitebeard Pirates? When Oden was deceived by Kaido and subjected to boiling punishment, where was the Whitebeard Pirates? When the Akainu 9 fought for the future of Wano, where was the Whitebeard Pirates? The questions pressed hard on Aizu's heart. Not being able to return to Wano and fight to the death alongside Lord Oden has always been Aizu's regret. This is not how it is. Aizu's heart was already in chaos, and even his attacks became weak and powerless. Admit it, Whitebeard never cared about your fool prince. Aizu's eyes turned blood red, clearly ready to charge at Hank in a desperate fight. This was also Hank's intended goal. Since he couldn't catch the long-range gunman, he would let him come to him. As long as the distance was close enough, one slash would be enough to kill this samurai disguised as a woman from Wano. However, fate did not favor him, as a blue fishman blocked the furious Aizu. Don't fall for this guy's trick, calm down. It was Namor, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 8th Division. You provide cover for me, I'll deal with this brat, Namor said to Aizu, although Hank seemed difficult to deal with. The inherent strength of the fishman gave Namor great confidence. Plus, with his strong jaw, he could crush not only people, but even weapons. Namor kicked off the ground and charged like a cannonball towards Hank. Riptide. This was Hank's first time facing a fishman, and he wanted to test the strength of the fishman. Therefore, Hank did not attack directly, but instead crossed his black iron sword, taking a defensive stance. Namor's mouth clamped down perfectly on the black iron sword. This was exactly what Namor had wished for since the war started. He had lost count of how many weapons he had bitten through. He had even bitten through a giant's axe. Dealing with an ordinary large sword should be easy. However, Namor felt as if he had bitten in a sea prism stone. No, it was something harder than sea prism stone. Even some of Namor's teeth were shattered. What is this guy's sword made of? How can it be this hard? Is that all? Hank looked disdainfully at Namor. It turns out fishmen are nothing special. Although they have brute strength, it's useless if not applied properly. Shocking dust. Hank did not give Namor time to react, swinging his sword back, sending both him and the sword crashing to the ground. Boom! In Aizu's incredulous gaze, Namor's head was chopped in half at the mouth. Kill value 2,000 Namor. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 8th Division, killed. Aizu, don't go. Namor was your family. Don't you want to avenge your family? Hank chased after the instantly fleeing Aizu, feeling a bit regretful. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of Marco, who was drifting in the sky. Although Marco had also caught sight of that little brat's movements, he had something more important to do. Akiji was blocked by the 3rd Division Captain Jaws. Akainu was entangled with the old man, and Kizaru was confronted by the 7th Division Captain Lakyu. For a moment, the Navy's top combat powers were too occupied to pay attention to Marco. As the strongest support, Marco seized the opportunity, a direct chance to rescue Ace. Without any hesitation, Marco transformed into a ghostly blue flame and flew straight towards the execution platform. As long as he could get past the Navy's final line of defense, he could save Ace with Garp and Sengoku. Garp is Ace's grandfather, so he shouldn't stop him. The main problem is how to deal with Sengoku. Marco considered in his heart, planning to accomplish everything in one go. However, a mighty figure leaped high, a hockey-covered iron fist smashing down towards Marco. Garp had made his move. After much internal struggle, Garp ultimately chose the Navy's Justice, delivering a heavy punch at Marco. The unstoppable Marco was smashed into the ground, creating a large pit in the plaza of Marineford. Whoever wants to pass through here must kill me first. Garp's powerful declaration inspired all the Navy. This is the prestige of the Navy's hero. Rox, Shiki, Roger. Behind every legendary pirate's defeat is Garp's shadow. As a legendary Navy who chased Roger for a lifetime, he is seen as a demon by countless old pirates. It can be said that Garp's intervention gave all the Navy a sense of reassurance. For pirates, this is indeed not good news. With such a guy guarding here, there is no hope of rescuing Ace. You foolish kids, don't be intimidated by his name. He is just an old soldier. Whitebeard saw this and hurried to reassure his troops. In such a battle, if the morale falters, the entire team would lose its fighting power. You're the same, daring to lose focus in our battle. Dog bites Red Lotus. Akainu sees the opportunity, his arm transforming into a magma red lotus, creating a large hole in Whitebeard's chest. Chapter 14. Marco, save me. Everyone was stunned. Old man. Just after being shot down, Marco rushed towards Whitebeard like a madman. This attack was not the kind of sneak attack that Squard had executed, but a direct assault in a frontal battle. Even though everyone knew that Whitebeard had been suffering from illness for a long time, and that he had just been backstabbed by his adopted son, no one believed that Whitebeard would be struck in a head-on confrontation, even if he was facing the Navy's strongest combat force. Because he was the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate, who had dominated the New World for 30 years. However, Whitebeard had indeed aged, both mentally and physically. He was no longer what he once was. Akainu's punch not only injured Whitebeard, but also shook the confidence of everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates. The once invincible pirate who had protected the Whitebeard Pirates for 30 years was about to fall. This punch brought this living legend of a pirate down from his pedestal. Whitebeard fought hard to swing his Tremor fruit attack, pushing Akainu back. However, the great pirate's chest was already melted by magma, leaving a gaping hole. Old man, Aizu, who had been desperately fleeing, also noticed the old man's condition and hurriedly turned back to look. How could he still have the energy to care about others? A devilish voice appeared not far behind Aizu. It was Hank, who had been relentlessly pursuing him. Hank had been chasing Aizu all the way. It must be said that the guy from Wano had some skills when it came to escaping. Hank could barely keep track of him, thanks to his observation hockey. Hank had tried to mock Aizu again, but Aizu seemed to have completely calmed down. Ever since that mirror had been cut down by Hank, no matter what Hank said, Aizu ignored him. Even when called a coward who had abandoned his family, Aizu did not refute it. He just kept running. Aizu was like a mouse. Although he might not be faster than Hank, he always managed to hide behind a group of pirates. Fortunately, the battle was intense, and Hank had killed quite a few pirates along the way, so it wasn't entirely fruitless. Devil. What a devil. Aizu was exhausted. This was the first time he felt such fear since he set out to sea. Aizu had gone to sea to chase after Kazuki Oden, boarding Whitebeard's ship right from the start. Although he had experienced many battles over the years, there was always the old man supporting him from behind. As long as the old man was there, the Whitebeard Pirates could win any battle, but this time the old man was also about to give in. For the first time, Aizu truly felt the breath of death rushing towards him like madness. His adoptive brother had just been directly cleaved in front of him. Although Aizu had prepared himself for death before coming to Marineford, he was unwilling to die here. The grudge against Wano had not been avenged. He had not repaid Lord Oden's great kindness, and he had not saved Ace. How could he die here? Aizu, I will help you. A dual-wielding swordsman appeared in front of Aizu, carrying a monkey on his back. It was the Knight of the Sea, Doma, captain of one of Whitebeard's subordinate pirate crews. Doma had long noticed the chaos in the crowd, but did not expect that Whitebeard's division commander was being chased and beaten. If he could save a division commander here, it would give him more leverage when rewards were distributed after the war ended. Thinking this, Doma leaped towards Aizu's back. Doma, don't go. Seeing that Hank had caught up, Aizu hurriedly tried to stop Doma. It's fine, I can handle one navy. Doma confidently readied his dual swords, and the monkey on his shoulder also prepared for battle. It should be noted that the monkey was not just for show, but an important combat partner for Doma. The skilled cooperation between man and beast had taken down countless enemies. However, before Doma could finish his sentence, Hank's black iron big sword swung over. Clang! Doma felt his arms go numb, as if he had been directly hit by a ship. Squeak, now's the time. Doma blocked the enemy's attack, and his monkey took the opportunity to assault the enemy. This was an old tactic that had proven effective many times. Bang! At such close range, the bullet hit Hank's head without a doubt. Got him! Doma was overjoyed. Whitebeard's division commander was indeed declining in skill. How could he be chased and beaten by such a character? Clang! A flattened bullet slid down in front of Doma. How is this possible? At such a close distance. How could I miss the bullet? Doma looked up in disbelief, seeing Hank's dark head and the approaching black iron sword. Suddenly, Doma felt his body lighten. Why was he flying? Why had his sword also broken? The person standing there seemed to be him. But how was there only a lower half? Kill value 800. That was dangerous. Hank breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. One must not underestimate anyone in the pirate world. Even characters that were not prominently depicted in the original work could surprise Hank greatly. If it weren't for the protection of armament hockey, he would have been successfully ambushed by that monkey just now. The rapidly increasing strength made Hank feel somewhat inflated. Hank reflected on himself, but his hands did not stop moving as he casually grabbed the screeching monkey. Aizu, how many more of your comrades do you intend to kill before you're satisfied? Hank suddenly threw the monkey towards Aizu's back. Shut up, devil. Aizu dodged Hank's ranged attack, but Doma's monkey fell heavily to the ground, turning into a pile of flesh and blood. Hank seemed to have found a new toy, continuously grabbing pirates from around him and throwing them at Aizu. Although they didn't have much lethality, they effectively obstructed Aizu's escape. Aizu's speed visibly slowed down. What to do? At this rate, he would eventually be caught. Aizu looked at the approaching Hank and became flustered. At that moment, a figure surrounded by ghostly blue flames appeared in front of Aizu. Marco, the captain of Whitebeard's 1st Division. Having crossed most of the battlefield, Aizu finally found someone who could save him from peril. In his panic, Aizu didn't even notice that Marco in front of him was also struggling. Marco had just been pierced by Kizaru's laser, and the healing flames were only temporarily alleviating his injuries. Marco had more important things to do. He had to rush to Whitebeard's side as soon as possible. As the ship's doctor of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco knew Whitebeard's physical condition best. However, his panic exposed too many flaws, and being ambushed by Kizaru made an already bad situation even more difficult. Calm down. I must stay calm. I can't let the Navy catch any more flaws. Marco, save me. Chapter 15. Dice Marco, sábeme. Aizu burst out from the crowd behind, closely following Marco. At the same time, a figure draped in a Navy major's cloak also broke out from the crowd. Hank had indeed cut his way out, holding a half-dead pirate in his hand, and tossed it towards Aizu. Oh, interesting, what's going on here? Originally planning to continue firing lasers, Kizaru stopped his actions and watched the drama with interest. Kizaru recognized Hank. The major who had given a speech about deserters during the live broadcast executed Buggy on live TV and chopped off Little Oz's head. This strength was already enough to be a rear admiral. It was unclear why he was still just a branch major. However, he was a good seedling. It was a pity his killing intent was a bit too strong, perhaps the type Akainu would like. Since Hank had already charged out, Kizaru was happy to relax and continue to sit back. Aizu, what is going on? Marco asked, running while confused. Aizang, being the captain of the Whitebeard's 16th Division, should theoretically have the strength to fight against a vice admiral. Yet he finds himself in such a predicament. Be careful, Aizang exclaimed, simultaneously firing his pistol. Ahead of him was Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, who had been waiting for a long time. The Admiral Kizaru had given up the attack, but that didn't mean Ghost Spider would do the same. Against such a troublesome opponent with regenerative abilities, the best way to deal with him was still with Sea Prism Stone. Clang, clang, clang. Ghost Spider raised his long sword with his hair, blocking all of Aizang's bullets. At the same time, his hair, woven into hands, instantly restrained the rushing Marco, and Ghost Spider easily snapped the Sea Prism stone handcuffs onto Marco's hands. Marco suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him, and he fell directly to the ground. Marco! Izang raised both guns, continuously firing at Ghost Spider. Driven by intense anger, Izang managed to completely suppress Ghost Spider for a moment, preventing him from retaliating. Little Izang, have you forgotten about me? That devilish voice came again. Without looking back, Izang quickly tucked Marco under one arm and sped toward Whitebeard's direction. Marco was also restrained. His only hope was Old Man Whitebeard. He hoped Whitebeard could still hold on, but could they really reach Whitebeard in time? Izang's speed was already inferior to Hank's, and he had previously managed to maneuver in the crowd. Now, with Marco's weight on him and the Navy blocking their way, there was no chance at all. Let me down, Izang, Marco said softly. Marco also saw Hank closing in. If this continued, neither of them would escape. He was currently bound by Sea Prism Stone, and even if he managed to escape, it wouldn't significantly affect the battle. It was better to let Izang go. At least Izang still had combat power and could help Old Man Whitebeard. But Izang, that's an order, Marco said sternly, clearly indicating it was not the time for hesitation. Before Izang could react, Marco lightly struck Izang's arm with his elbow, freeing himself and standing between Hank and Izang. Kid, your opponent is me now. A confident smile appeared on Marco's somewhat disheveled face. He might not be able to defeat the Vice Admiral now, but dealing with a mere major was certainly within his capabilities. Marco, be careful, this guy killed that Myoer and Doma. Tears welled in Izang's eyes, but he still followed Marco's orders and continued rushing toward Whitebeard. Hank did not stop his steps and directly swung his sword at Marco. Izang, you really are your own lucky star. Just now, he had taken down a division captain and a captain, and now he was bringing Marco right to him. If it weren't for the restrictions of a Sea Prism Stone, he probably wouldn't be Marco's match. This guy could take on admirals and kick the 3 calamities. But now that he was trapped by the Sea Prism Stone, he had to take advantage of the situation. When dealing with pirates, there was no need to talk about morality. Of course, he had to take advantage of their weakness to strike. You also killed Keel and the others? Marco recognized the major in front of him, the same brat who shamelessly said the Whitebeard Pirates were playing house. It was also this guy who had beheaded little Oars. How ironic. He had long wanted to deal with this Navy brat, and unexpectedly encountered him in such a situation. Once you're down, I'll ask them. Hank suddenly launched an attack. His black iron sword aimed directly at Marco's neck. Hank had no intention of wasting words with Marco in this rapidly changing battlefield. The only way to feel at ease was to behead the enemy. The younger generation is really impulsive. The Navy is indeed getting worse. Marco easily dodged the attack of the black iron sword, but the continuous assaults left him no chance to catch his breath. Stop talking nonsense and die. Hank's 4 consecutive attacks from his technique Jingchen were just finishing when he immediately launched into the second set. Marco grew increasingly frustrated. Hank was much harder to deal with than he had anticipated, although his combat experience far surpassed Hank's. The Sea Prism Stone took away not only his abilities, but also some of his stamina, coupled with Hank's ruthless and precise attacks aimed at vital points. Any slight delay on Marco's part would have resulted in losing his head. After dodging Hank's black iron sword again, Marco could already feel his stamina waning. No, if this continues, I'm definitely going to be killed. Then, there was no other choice. As he watched Hank swing his neck sword, Marco unexpectedly did not dodge or evade but charged forward instead. Not good. Hank realized Marco's intention and tried to adjust the direction of his sword. However, Marco's speed was too fast, and even with observation hockey, Hank couldn't adjust in time. Biafich. The sound of the knife slicing through flesh echoed clearly on the battlefield as Marco's arm, shackled by Sea Prism Stone, flew high into the air. At the same time, the flames of regeneration ignited on Marco. At the cost of one arm, the Phoenix returned to the battlefield. Not far from here, Jaws was battling Akiji. Marco. Jaws was sweating over Marco's situation, unable to help but worry about his good brother. Whitebeard was already seriously injured, and if Marco got hurt too, the situation for the Whitebeard Pirates would be dire. If this continued, not to mention rescuing Ace, even the possibility of retreating would become an issue. This distraction allowed Akiji to seize the opportunity. You were careless just now. A freezing beam shot from Akiji's hand, directly encasing Ja's entire body in ice. As Ja's ice sculpture collapsed to the ground, the diamond fruit user, known for his high defense, had his arm broken. The three great powers of the Whitebeard Pirates were all severely injured. Chapter 16. The Fall of Marco. Kid, aren't you going to run away? Marco, having broken free from the sea prism stone restraints, felt the blue flames burning at his severed arm, and a brand new arm quickly regenerated. This was also a last resort. For Marco, while this could free him from the sea prism stone's restraints, it would also consume a massive amount of his stamina. If it weren't for Hank's relentless pressure, Marco wouldn't have considered severing his arm to survive. In a war, every bit of stamina was incredibly important. Kizaru behind Hank let out a light sigh, and the laser in his hand had already begun to charge. The younger generation was still too naive, allowing Marco a chance to break free from the sea prism stone. However, having the courage to stand against a division captain was already a rare talent. After this war, he would surely be cultivated by the fleet admiral. Perhaps he would even be thrown into that so-called new generation special forces. However, for now, the most important thing was to restrict Marco and not let him easily reach Whitebeard. Kizaru had already thought it through. As soon as Marco took off or Hank retreated, the laser would be fired immediately. However, what Kizaru didn't expect was that Hank not only didn't retreat, but even started a charge in place. Run? I'm a Navy man. Running in front of pirates is too disgraceful. Forbidden technique. Hank formed a seal with one hand, and a dazzling golden light of the forbidden character fell upon him. Although Marco's decisive severing of his arm surprised Hank, it was just right. Hank wanted to test the power of his forbidden technique as well. After all, Marco was strong, but his strength mainly lay in his survival and regeneration abilities. While he had offensive capabilities, they were certainly not as terrifying as his regenerative ability. Hank didn't know if he could defeat Marco, but he was confident in his own survival against Marco. Moreover, with Whitebeard's three main forces suffering setbacks, the Navy's morale is high, and with Admiral Kizaru not far behind, what is there to be afraid of? Let's go for it. Marco looked at Hank, who was charging up with a knife. In surprise, this kid really had guts. After all, he was the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the nominal second-in-command, and a legitimate vice admiral level powerhouse. Moreover, this kid's stance seemed familiar. It was the same as the one he used to chop off Little Orz's head. Remembering that moment, Marco felt a surge of fear. That was a giant from the ancient race, standing 38 meters tall, whose skin couldn't even be pierced by cannonballs. Yet that blow had severed his head and shoulders. No, I can't let this kid continue to charge up. Crane Claw. Marco transformed into his human beast form and kicked at Hank with his bird claws. Second style of the black iron swordsmanship, earth-shattering. Seeing Marco attack, Hank had no choice but to counter. This was the reason Hank rarely used heavy strikes. No enemy would let you charge up to full power. Although he hadn't charged even halfway, the power, enhanced by the forbidden technique, was still formidable. Alarm bells rang in Marco's mind. He couldn't block this blow. If it landed, his leg would definitely be severed. Immortal Thistle. Marco urgently changed his move, suddenly halting in midair, and blue flames from his wings formed a blue shield in front of him. The black iron sword sliced through the blue shield, dispersing it into a chaotic blue flame. Hank rushed through the blue flames, heading straight for Marco. Both Hank and the black iron sword were engulfed in undying blue flames, looking like demons from hell. Crazy. Even Marco had never seen someone this insane. How could anyone dare to charge straight through his flames? Although his flames were the fire of life, they could also adjust temperature to make it feel scorching hot. It's burning me alive. Damn it. Hank shouted about being burned, but his hand holding the sword didn't tremble at all. The earth-shattering strike maintained its momentum and came down at Marco. Marco had already changed his move midway, and the Immortal Thistle had failed to stop Hank, which was beyond his expectations. Now, he didn't even have time to dodge, and the black iron sword slashed down at an angle, instantly severing his left wing and left claw. Blue Flame Goose. Marco swung his right wing, and the severed left wing and claw transformed into a fireball, hitting Hank square in the chest. It was too close. The distance between Hank and Marco was simply too short. Just as Hank had chopped down on Marco's body, Marco immediately counterattacked, leaving Hank with no chance to evade. Hank was blasted backward by the blue flame goose, realizing he was getting farther away from Marco. Flying blade, Hank exerted force with his hand, throwing the black iron sword straight at Marco. Poor Marco had just restored his wings and claws when a large sword pierced through his chest, pinning him to the ground. Marco gritted his teeth and pulled out the black iron sword, his injuries healing again, but sweat was already beading on his forehead. Looking at Hank, who had already gotten up, he exuded an aura of tenacity. No, I can't stay entangled with this kid any longer. Marco realized that this kid had something about him, and with his fearless aura, he truly had no way to deal with him for the time being. If this continued, things would get dangerous for Dad. Although this kid had some strength, he couldn't fly, right? I'm a noble of the flying type. With that thought, Marco decisively gave up on continuing to fight Hank, flapping his wings to leave the battlefield. Kid, next time I won T. Marco's harsh words hadn't finished before a laser shot through his chest. Oh no, did you forget about me? Kizaru's hands moved, and lasers fired in quick succession. Normally, such a level of injury would just be a scratch for Marco. However, after recently being reborn twice, his stamina couldn't keep up, and he fell to the ground in a panic. Hank had already picked up the black iron sword, waiting below for some time. The black iron sword once again slashed across Marco's chest, leaving a gruesome wound. Your belongings still need to be returned to you. Taking advantage of Marco not fully recovering, Hank stuffed something unknown into Marco's wound. Marco felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, unable to maintain his human beast form, and he reverted back to his human form. Looking down, he found it was the severed arm embedded with sea prism stone. Hank had shoved that arm back into Marco's chest. Any last words? Hank raised the black iron sword. You're truly a devil. Marco smiled bitterly. Whitebeard, it's over. Poochie. The pineapple head flew off, and this time, there was no blue flame for rebirth. Kill value 50,000. Marco, captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the second in command, has fallen. Poochie. Hank spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing directly onto Marco's headless corpse. The forbidden technique, enhancement time, is up. Chapter 17. I'm going to chop down all these guys. Captain Marco is dead. This must be a joke. Captain Marco is the Phoenix. How could he die here? A devil. This guy must be a devil. Kill him. Avenging Captain Marco. The pirates in this area instantly fell into madness. This was a user of the Phoenix fruit, who had assisted Whitebeard for 30 years. Most of the pirates were still in shock over Marco's death, and many even felt like retreating, quietly slipping towards the edge of the battlefield. However, a few bold ones, perhaps seeing Hank collapse on the ground, dared to approach, trying to kill this Navy man. Oh no, if I let you die, I'll be a sinner of the Navy. Several lasers shot out, instantly killing the pirates who attempted to sneak up. Kizaru picked up the half-unconscious Hank and carefully observed him for a long time. You might just become the next Navy hero. I really don't know if that's good or bad. Kizaru was genuinely worried. This kid's talent was definitely top-notch. Although he currently had no fruit powers, his potential at least reached the level of an admiral or even the highest-tier admiral. However, since Kizaru began observing, none of the pirates under Hank had survived. Such ruthless killing was completely at odds with his ambiguous sense of justice. I hope he can be somewhat guided in the future. Marco's death was shocking, but now another figure attracted everyone's attention. Stalhakit. After facing off against the 3 admirals and being ruthlessly blasted away, the Straw Hat Kid stood up once again. Under the influence of Ivankov's exhilarating hormones, Luffy was charging towards the execution platform with all his might. And on the execution platform, under Sengoku's orders, the executioner's long knife was about to fall. Ace. A powerful aura erupted from a Straw Hat Kid. Conqueror's Haki. The executioner and the numerous Navy soldiers in front of him were all knocked unconscious by the Conqueror's Haki. Sengoku Garp. And the 3 admirals all understood what this meant. As long as Luffy could leave alive, his name would surely echo across the seas in the future. At all costs. Stop the Straw Hat Kid. Commander Sengoku ordered. More Navy soldiers rushed in, converging towards the direction of the Straw Hat Kid. However, the storm created by Whitebeard cut across the battlefield, blocking the Navy's movements. Gururara, I'm not dead yet. Let the young people of this new era have a go. Your opponent is me. The vibrations from Whitebeard's every move toppled countless Navy soldiers. Boys, from now on, give your all to protect Straw Hat Luffy. Thanks, Uncle Whitebeard. Luffy had no time to stop, rushing past Whitebeard towards the high execution platform. With the full support of the Whitebeard Pirates, Luffy quickly reached the base of the platform. A flash of lightning, having consumed the chop-chop fruit, leaped out from Ivankov's hair, creating a path straight to the execution platform. Ace, I'm here to save you. Luffy beamed with a bright smile. Despite all the hardships, he was finally able to rescue his beloved brother, Luffy. Although Ace was worried about their dad and his companions, he responded loudly upon seeing Luffy rushing towards him. If you want to save Ace, you have to step over me first. A robust figure blocked the path to the platform. The Navy hero, Carp. Grandpa, get out of the way. I need to save Ace. I'm a Navy hero. If I let you pass, where will the Navy's face go? Carp posed dramatically, swinging his massive iron fist at Luffy. Gum pistol, faced with his brother so close. Even if it was his own grandfather blocking the way, Luffy couldn't stop. The two collided in midair, and Carp thought of so much. The Navy, Pirates, grandson, Ace, survival. Thud. The legendary Navy hero, an object of admiration for countless Navy personnel, was sent flying by Luffy's punch, landing face first in the ground. Even Sengoku behind him couldn't bear to watch and slapped his forehead. If you're going to fight, then fight. If not, then just let it go. Everyone knows you're executing your grandson. It's also your grandson who's coming to rescue him. So avoid suspicion reasonably. You want to maintain your Navy's face, but you don't really want to lay a hand on your grandson. You can't have it both ways. But at least put on a show for a bit. Afraid others won't see that you're throwing a fake match. Huh? To be knocked down by a rookie with one punch? Shame on you. Carp, you're supposed to be a Navy hero. Sengoku sighed, looking at Luffy charging forward, preparing to transform into the Buddha. For a moment, the entire Navy fell silent. One of their mainstays, the Navy hero, was knocked down by a single punch? Haha, how embarrassing. Can this still be called a Navy hero? A mocking voice came from Kizaru. Seeing everyone's gaze turn towards him, Kizaru quickly waved his hand, revealing the hockey in his hands. This kid has some serious guts to mock a Navy hero. Although most of the higher-ups in the Navy could see what was happening, recognizing it was one thing, saying it out loud was another. Everyone understood tacitly that Luffy was just too strong. If someone broke this layer of glass, it would be seen as slacking off at work, and on a larger scale, it could be seen as colluding with the enemy. Old man, are you really putting on a losing act to undermine the Navy's morale? I'm really curious. Carp, what kind of justice do you believe in? Is it family justice? But sadly, you don't even dare to protect your family openly, and you have to put on this act. What a coward. Hank continued to lash out. He couldn't stand Carp at all. As a Navy officer, it's one thing for his son to join the Revolutionary Army, but both of his grandsons have become pirates. In the end, it all comes down to the way they were raised, throwing two kids to mountain bandits to raise them, and blaming it on their values being fine is ridiculous. Sengoku was shocked. Where did this kid come from to say such bold words? Sengoku could see Carp's fists tightening, genuinely afraid Carp might lose his temper and become a Navy traitor. However, Carp still held back. Carp remained planted in the ground, choosing to ignore Hank's words. If he reacted, wouldn't that confirm the act? Just play dead. Once I have both of your grandsons alive, I'll show you what true justice is. After saying that, Hank didn't look at Carp anymore and rushed toward the execution platform with his sword. Hey, little buddy, are you still going to fight? Kizaru asked curiously as Hank approached with his knife. This guy had just suffered quite a bit, having taken a hit from Marco's blue flame goose and gone through a fierce battle. He had almost passed out back then, and they could have arranged a serious injury bed for him in hospital. Fight? No, I'm going to chop these guys up. Chapter 18. First, let's ask my Tsongyun if he agrees. Luffy wasted no time. While Hank was scolding Carp, Luffy had already reached the execution platform. He even pulled out the key given to him by the Empress, ready to unlock it. Sengoku was horrified. If Luffy really managed to rescue Ace, wouldn't the Navy become a joke? A golden giant Buddha appeared on the execution platform. The human fruit, mythical type Buddha form. At that moment, a tiny laser pierced through the battlefield, precisely severing the small key. The slacker Kizaru finally showcased his true power, perfect long-range control. Hank, rushing towards the execution platform, complained, "Isn't that pretty accurate? Just shoot one at Luffy's head and end it?" To put it simply, Carp was also an old senior to Kizaru, even if they weren't very close. But if he killed Luffy here, Carp would definitely seek trouble with Kizaru in the future. Plus, due to Kuma and the Revolutionary Army, Kizaru naturally had to let Luffy off. Shooting the key was already his last show of support. Meanwhile, on the execution platform, the three who had just been stunned by Luffy's Conqueror's Haki had awakened. Upon opening their eyes, they saw a panicked Luffy and the enormous golden Buddha behind him. Let this farce come to an end. The golden Buddha, filled with anger, made its move. This execution had already experienced too many surprises. But as long as this punch landed and Ace was taken down, it would be a perfect conclusion. Gum Gum Giant Balloon. Luffy took a deep breath, transforming into a massive rubber balloon, shielding Ace. The rubber balloon effectively blocked Sengoku's attack. Although deeply dented, Luffy was still full of energy. However, the execution platform couldn't withstand Sengoku's assault and broke in half. During the fall, the three transformed into a lock-picking master, and after several attempts, the candle solidified into the shape of a key. Attack! Sengoku waved his hand, commanding all Navy personnel to fire at Ace. What a joke. Are they really going to let Ace escape from the Navy headquarters? Then the Navy would become the biggest laughingstock in the world. The roar of cannon fire drowned out the figures of the three in the air. A white circle of flames appeared in the darkness, followed by Ace reconstituting his body. Flame Ring Fire Pillar. A pillar of fire shot into the sky as Ace landed steadily with his brother. "Luffy, you're still so disobedient." Although he sounded like he was complaining, the warmth between the two overflowed. They had rescued him. Ace was saved. Ace. The Whitebeard Pirates erupted with a roar like a tsunami. This was a victory for the Whitebeard Pirates. No matter how many people were sacrificed, as long as Ace could be saved, this war would be a victory for the Whitebeard Pirates. Don't celebrate too early. Hank came rushing in, swinging his black iron sword towards Ace. Long before he had just awakened, Hank had already gone on a new shopping spree. 10,000 kill points. Exchange for advanced armament Haki. 10,000 kill points. Exchange for advanced observation Haki. The 50,000 kill points brought by Marco had given Hank a qualitative improvement in strength. However, to improve further, he would need at least 100,000 kill points for each ability, which would be hard to gather for a while. Nevertheless, he had to take out these two brothers first. Although Hank knew that Ace would come back to die for Whitebeard's reputation, if Ace came to die, the head would belong to Akainu, and he wouldn't get a penny of benefit. The head of the 2nd Division captain, I must fight for it. In the crowd, many people looked at Hank, who had rushed out with various expressions. The Navy soldiers were all invigorated. After all, someone daring to rush in at this moment indicated that the Navy was still fighting. Moreover, the one who charged in was someone who had previously scolded the Navy heroes. This truly exemplifies leading by example to demonstrate one's justice. Among them, the most satisfied was Akainu, unafraid of strong enemies and willing to take action. He was a promising candidate worth nurturing. Other than being a bit foul-mouthed, he had basically no flaws. On the pirate side, aside from loudly reminding Ace to be careful, the other big pirates paid no mind. Only Ezo's expression changed several times. It's that devil. Didn't Captain Marco hold him back? Where did Captain Marco go? Ezo didn't dare to think further. After all, that was Captain Marco of the 1st Division. Ace, be careful. Fire Fist. Hearing Luffy's reminder, Ace turned around and unleashed a fire fist, engulfing Hank in flames in an instant. Ace's most proud move, which also gave rise to the nickname Fire Fist, was enough to make even a Vice Admiral dodge. Damn it, it's so hot. It's burning your grandpa. What stunned Ace was that Hank took the Fire Fist head-on and charged straight out. Hank emerged from the flames with unburned fire, like a devil just crawling out of hell. Even being engulfed in flames couldn't stop Hank's advance. Rubber stamp. Ace was a bit dazed, and Luffy naturally took on the role of a bodyguard. The brothers' tacit understanding needed no words. If you want to harm Ace, you have to get through me first. Are you just tickling your grandpa? The black-armed color covered Hank's body, He didn't T-dodge or avoid taking the hit head-on. Avoiding would waste time, and wasting time could lead to unexpected situations. Hank's primary goal now was Ace. Before chopping off Ace's head, Hank didn't want any unexpected circumstances. Seeing a black, heavy sword coming at him, Ace knew he couldn't take it head-on with his elemental form. However, with the enhancement of knife.Sengoku, Hank had already blocked all possible escape routes, forcing Ace to confront the attack head-on. At this moment, Ace had nowhere to escape. He could see the black iron sword was about to touch his face. Was he really going to die just after being saved? Ace was truly unwilling. How could he just die like this? With this belief, Hank's black iron sword actually slightly deviated, bypassing Ace's vital points. Of course, it wasn't out of kindness that Hank intended to spare the fated brothers, but rather that he sensed a strong impact coming from behind him, and his knife.Sengoku was going wild with warnings. Danger, danger, danger. If he didn't T-dodge, he would definitely die. Even so, Hank only slightly avoided, intending to exchange injury for injury. The black iron sword sliced across Ace's shoulder, leaving a deep wound that could see the bone. At the same time, the shockwave hit Hank, tearing at every inch of his body from the inside out. Poof! Even with armed color defense, Hank was still spitting blood. Meanwhile, Hank recognized the source of this attack. Whitebeard's Syn. Whoever wants my son's life, first ask if my Syn agrees. Chapter 19. Remnants of the old era, it must be said that a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even though Whitebeard was already old and sick, and had a big hole in his chest, made by Akainu, his strength was still terrifying. Whitebeard's furious strike nearly cost Hank his life. If he hadn't slightly avoided the vital point, Hank might have truly died. If this was Whitebeard in his prime, it was unimaginable, truly unimaginable. Firefly, Fire Dama. As the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace's ability to seize opportunities was equally terrifying. Since the flames couldn't hurt you, how about an explosion of compressed flames? While Luffy was still smiling and thanking Uncle Whitebeard, Ace had already taken the opportunity to attack the severely wounded Hank. Pirates have no morality. Ace had once ambushed Whitebeard, so chasing down a Navy officer was naturally not a problem. Can you still stand up? A tall figure stood in front of Hank, a giant magma hand grasping all the firefly flames. The chain explosions of the firefly flames were completely swallowed by the magma. Admiral Akainu joked, "How could I not stand up before I kill everyone from Whitebeard's crew?" Good boy. The Navy should have this kind of awareness. Akainu genuinely appreciated Hank, a true Hawk faction reminiscent of his own past. Or rather, he was even fiercer than he was back then. After all, in his 20s, he wouldn't dare challenge Whitebeard. It would be a pity if such a young man died at Whitebeard's hands. Hank stood up, but did not continue to pursue Luffy and Ace. Instead, he walked towards the execution platform. The two brothers had escaped, but their great benefactor, the legendary Lock Master 3, could not be forgotten. Hello. Hank's smile was like a death warrant to 3. Wax wax turtle shell. A white turtle shell appeared around 3, perfectly wrapping him up. 3 now regretted his impulsiveness. He must have been influenced by that person. Damn it, Von Clay, shouting about companions and rushing back. Now, great, he had also acted like a hero, but now he was surrounded by the Navy. Fortunately, he also had some skills. The wax fruit was no joke. This wax is as hard as steel. Ordinary blades can't hurt me. 3 saw Hank lift the black iron sword and bragged. Poof! The black iron sword easily pierced through the wax turtle shell, accurately turning 3's heart into a mess. Noisy. Kill value 2,000. 3's corpse emerged from the turtle shell, staring blankly at the direction Ace and Luffy had left. Luffy, let's go. Seeing the Admiral arrive, Ace no longer wanted to fight, and took Luffy to charge out. Everyone had risked their lives to save him. The most important thing now was to escape. If he got caught up in killing a Navy officer, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Once he escaped, there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with the Navy. With Hank leading the charge, other Navy soldiers also began to intercept. Firefly, Fire Dama, rubber machine gun. The two brothers worked together to fend off wave after wave of Navy attacks. Although they were still surrounded by a large number of Navy, the freedom in the distance was already clearly visible. Wow, if you escape like this, it will give us a headache. Akiji understood the severity of the situation and had already blocked the path Ace would take to escape. A Navy major was fighting so hard. If this admiral didn't put in effort, it would make him look useless. Ice Blockbird. An icebird flew out from Akiji's right hand, covering everything in its path with frost, flying towards the two brothers with extreme cold power. Mirror Fire Flame. Ace shielded Luffy behind him, and a torrent of flames erupted from his right arm, forming a giant wall of fire. The ultimate confrontation between ice and fire unfolded at the center of the battlefield. Fire Fist Ace was actually able to stand against Admiral Akiji. The meaning of fire's existence is not to consume everything, but to illuminate those worth protecting. Ace smiled brightly at Luffy behind him. This was the person he wanted to protect. However, Ace had indeed been injured in the arm by Hank. In the battle between ice and fire, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. The elderly Whitebeard swung his Tsungyan cut, tried to lend a hand to his adopted son. Alas, the old should rest more. A flash of yellow light passed by, and Kizaru had already stepped onto the Tsungyan cut, pressing down on the terrifying blow that had yet to be unleashed. Just now, Whitebeard's furious attack nearly killed Ace, and Kizaru couldn't allow him to strike again. Moreover, with Akiji already in action, it wouldn't make sense for him to just sit around. Get lost, you flashy brat. Whitebeard clenched his fist and struck at Kizaru fiercely. How terrifying! Kizaru instantly scattered into light spots and then reformed behind Whitebeard. After all, he was just preventing Whitebeard from disturbing the battlefield. There was no need to fight this monster head-on. Although Whitebeard looked like he was on the brink of death, who knows how much strength he still had left. Even if Kizaru held Whitebeard back, Ace was never alone. Truly worthy of being our 2nd Division captain. Ace, we're coming. The Flower Sword Bista, along with the division commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates, came to support Ace. Now that Marco was missing and Jozu was frozen, Bista was the only one who could take on a leadership role. With the full effort of the division commanders, Ace finally passed Akiji's hurdle. Now, all that remained was to set sail for freedom. As long as they boarded the ship and left the harbor of Marineford, this rescue operation could come to a successful conclusion. At that moment, a massive outer ship charged in from outside, heading straight for Marineford. Everyone go. We'll hold them off. Squard stood on the ship. This was his way of atoning. Deceived by the enemy and stabbing his father in the back, Squard contemplated for a long time, realizing that only by fighting to the death could he atone. If that's the case, then let him hold him off and send Ace to freedom. However, a powerful hand blocked the ship's path, forcefully stopping the massive outer ship. Don't be so self-righteous, Squard. Your blade doesn't hurt me that much. Everyone has their time to die. Listen up, Whitebeard Pirates. I'm issuing the final captain's orders. This is where we part ways. Everyone must survive and return to the new world. I'm just a remnant of the old era. There's no ship in the new era that can carry me. Whitebeard raised his arm, causing a strong earthquake that shook the entire Marineford. Everything in Marineford trembled under Whitebeard's fatal strike. Set sail. Young ones. Chapter 20. Ace's death flames on a rise. A towering pillar of fire erupted, encircling Ace and Whitebeard in a vast sea of flames. Then, Ace knelt before Whitebeard. Ace, there's no need for more words. Let me ask you one question. Have I done well as your father? The two looked at each other amidst the flames, just like a father and son. Of course. Ace knelt on the ground, already in tears. Although his biological father was Roger, all Roger brought him was endless discrimination and pain. Only after meeting Dad did he experience a bit of family warmth. If possible, he truly wished Whitebeard was his real father. Gururara, Gururara. Hearing Ace's affirmative answer, Whitebeard smiled in satisfaction. This was the answer he wanted to hear. His entire life had been spent searching for family. This affirmation felt like validation of Whitebeard's life journey. In this warm moment between the two, a discordant voice shattered the atmosphere. What childishness! Stop playing your little pirate games and take this. Hank, fully covered in armament hockey, charged through the flames. His black iron blade aimed straight at Ace. What kind of father-son relationship is this? In the end, they're just a bunch of pirates robbing others. If you really want family, go find a little island to play house. Why go out to sea? A bunch of unproductive idlers, using the name of family to do pirate business? You ignorant brat. Whitebeard swung the Tsungyan cut, ready to strike Hank. Hey, hey, hey. We're all losers from the last era, so don't interfere with the young people of the new era. This stage now belongs to the youth. A pair of magma giant hands seized the Tsungyun cut, and Akainu intercepted Whitebeard's strike. Seeing Hank's reckless charge, Akainu was astonished. Although Whitebeard was gravely injured and on the brink of death, he was still the world's strongest man. Yet Hank dared to try to kill his adopted son right in front of Whitebeard. How bold! Shinkakahao. Facing Hank's attack, Ace's hands turned to flame as two fiery spears shot towards Hank. Although Ace knew that escaping was the most important thing, this Navy brat had dared to say that the Whitebeard Pirates were playing pirate games. If he didn't teach him a lesson, Ace would never swallow this anger. Fool, have you forgotten how you got that injury on your shoulder? Shinkai. Hank didn't dodge, letting the two spears pierce him, creating a clanging sound with his armament hockey. The spears merely broke Hank's skin before dissipating. With his advanced armament hockey and advanced martial arts, Hank intended to exchange injury for life. As the black iron blade closed in on Ace, million shark waves. At the critical moment, it was Jinbei who delivered a powerful punch that struck the side of the black iron blade, forcing it off course. You all go first. I'll handle him. Jinbei acted like a reliable older brother, perfectly guarding the two brothers' rear. Jinbei could see that this Navy's mastery of armament hockey was extremely high. He wasn't even sure he could defeat him. If Ace, with his elemental fruit, were to come, he would be even more severely restrained. Damn it. The Whitebeard Pirates are indeed a bunch of cowards. This trait is consistent from top to bottom, all inheriting their father Whitebeard's personality. Hank didn't want to fight Jinbei at all. He was a whale shark fishman with tough skin. Most importantly, this guy was like a gas canister with no neck, making it hard to know where to strike to behead him. Who were the cowards? Ace couldn't stand anyone speaking ill of his father, especially with Whitebeard on the verge of death. You're just a loser from the old era, suppressed by Roger, too afraid to even fight for the great treasure, and had to pretend to adopt a bunch of family members. A bunch of punks treat this guy as their father and pretend to be his family at sea. Am I wrong? Hank knew very well how to provoke Ace, as Whitebeard was Ace's biggest idol. Although his words were all borrowed from Akainu, this set was undoubtedly the most effective. Shut up. Ace's fists were already engulfed in flames, and even his fleeing steps halted, thinking he could traverse the seas for 10 years without gaining anything, only to be stabbed in the back by his own son at death's door. Isn't that a pathetic clown? The so-called family was even more laughable. I killed that mirror right in front of Aizu. Yet Aizu didn't even have the courage to face me. These are your family members, abandoning each other in times of crisis? The division commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates all looked at Aizu, whose face was already flushed. Although what Hank said was true, did he not want to avenge Mir? But his strength didn't allow it. Should he rush in to offer his head? I told you to shut up. Ignoring Luffy's pleas, Ace, with his fiery fists, resolutely charged at Hank. This guy who insulted his father and his family must die. Break ground. While mocking Ace, Hank was not just talking. The black iron greatsword had already begun to gather power. Ace, be careful. Jinbei, who was closest to Hank, felt the might of the blow. This was completely different from the one he had just blocked. It was like the difference between a firefly and a bright moon. There was no time. He couldn't possibly block this strike. Ace also sensed the terrifying pressure coming at him. No matter how angry Ace was, he was calmed by the overwhelming force. He couldn't block it. There was no way he could stop this strike. He had to dodge. Flame pillar. Ace faced the ground with both hands, and with the recoil of the flame pillar, he forcefully elevated his position slightly. The black iron great sword swept through, severing Ace's legs completely. Thud! Ace fell to the ground, struggling to sit up. Hank was already standing in front of Ace, the black iron great sword emitting an inexplicable ghostly glow. Right? I've already taken down quite a few of Whitebeard's sons. You won't be the last. Ace's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Hank. Oh, and Marco's head was also taken by me. The black iron great sword swung down violently, and Ace's head flew high, landing perfectly in Luffy's arms. Crimson beads scattered everywhere, and Luffy stared blankly at the head in his hands. That brother who had protected him all his life, the brother who wanted to be the Pirate King, the only brother he had left in the world, was dead. Chapter 21. Whitebeard's Fury Kill Value 40,000. as expected of the 2nd Division captain, although not as much as Marco gave. This was already the second most. Kill value accumulated to 100,000. Reward. Bloodthirsty Glutton, activated after mastering top-tier martial arts. Killing one is a crime. Killing 10,000 is a king. Only by killing tens of thousands can one become the King of Kings. Bloodthirsty Glutton is a transformation of Hank's bloodline. However, it requires top-tier martial arts as the foundation of the bloodline. Otherwise, one would perish from the overwhelming power of the glutton. Hank helplessly looked at his kill value. Kill value: 76, 685, 120, 885, still a little short of 100,000 kill value. If he could take down a few more division captains or captains, he should be able to gather enough. However, while the reward for Bloodthirsty Glutton was indeed important, the Conqueror's Haki was equally crucial. After all, Red-Haired would be coming soon, and if he wanted to do something under his nose, he needed to have stronger Conqueror's Haki to withstand it. Everyone was stunned. Ace was dead? The first to react was veteran Garp, who stepped toward Hank. It was Sengoku behind Garp, who forcefully pinned Garp down to the ground. Sengoku, hold me down, otherwise I won't be able to restrain myself from killing this guy. Then the commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates reacted, rushing forward like madmen. Ace's head had been severed. He was definitely dead, so they had to save his brother, Luffy. Otherwise, even if Captain Ace died, he wouldn't rest in peace. The first to rush over was the 10th Division Captain, Khalil, armed with 2 rocket launchers, a form of ranged attack. Intense cannon fire instantly engulfed Hank. Whale. The black iron great sword faithfully shielded Hank, blocking most of the damage. Although some of the cannon fire still hit Hank, his armament Haki had already covered him. Startled, Hank shot up from the ground and charged straight at Khalil. He never held back when dealing with pirates, especially since Hank urgently needed some kill value now. What he didn't expect was that the strike actually missed. Clearly aimed at the throat, it only shaved off half of Khalil's shoulder. It wasn't because Khalil was stronger than he thought, but because Hank was a bit fatigued. After extensive use of armament Haki and observation Haki, battling Marco and Ace in turn, along with Whitebeard's attacks, even with Hank's advanced martial arts, he was somewhat exhausted. All right, you've done enough. Leave the rest to us. The 3 admirals, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, appeared in front of Hank, blocking the excited pirates. Lava Volcano, Freezing Beam, Yata no Kagami, protected by the 3 admirals. This was a scenario that countless people dared not even dream of, and at this moment, it was unfolding on the plaza of Marineford. However, the protagonist Hank was not happy at all. He even felt like crying. If he didn't make a move, what would happen to his kill value? The people the 3 admirals killed wouldn't count towards him, but before Hank could speak, he felt an incredibly terrifying force. Without time to think, he rolled on the ground and raised the black iron greatsword high. Whale. Clang. What collided with the black iron greatsword was Whitebeard's Tsongyun slash. Seeing his adopted son beheaded, Whitebeard was filled with rage, and this strike carried an overwhelming shockwave. Hank had compressed his bodily functions to the extreme, and armament Haki covered his entire body once again. Even so, he was still spitting out blood in large amounts. Whitebeard, you're really getting worse as you live. Akainu reacted the quickest, as he had been paying attention to his favored little navy. Now seeing Whitebeard act unethically, directly ambushing a nearly exhausted young comrade, he was furious. Dog of hell. Scorching lava engulfed half of Whitebeard's head, but he still stood firm. Not only that, but the force in Whitebeard's hands even increased, determined to kill the one who had slain his adopted son. 2-pronged ice spear. A flash of white light. 2 ice spears shot at the Tsongyun slash, finally rescuing poor Hank. Although Aokiji didn't have any good feelings towards this bloodthirsty major, the words about executing Buggy had indeed moved him. Even as an admiral confused about justice, Aokiji could not watch Hank die in front of him. How terrifying! Kizaru had drawn the Amaterasu sword at some point and slashed diagonally at Whitebeard. The pirate side had lost Marco, Jozu, and Ace. The characters capable of putting pressure on the admirals had basically all fallen. The 3 admirals could actually spare their hands to jointly deal with Whitebeard. For a moment, the 3 admirals surrounded Whitebeard, surprisingly, to save a naval major. Hank was now completely weak, unable to muster even a bit of strength. He had actually endured a strike from Whitebeard, and it was even a sneak attack. This time, he really couldn't avoid being called a naval hero. Force 2. Whitebeard set down Tsongyun slash, clenched his fists, and smashed them into the void, using unmatched shockwave power to hard-block the Amaterasu sword. Whitebeard originally intended to finish off Hank directly, but he didn't expect that his ultimate strike would be blocked by this little brat. With the 3 admirals coming to aid, there was no longer any possibility of eliminating this little brat. Therefore, his final mission was to send his sons and that guy Luffy on their last journey. Earthquake. Powerful shockwaves continuously surged from Whitebeard's body, causing Marineford to tilt once more. For a moment, the earth shook and the mountains swayed. Even the 3 admirals struggled to stand firm. Countless cracks began to grow on the plaza of Marineford, and even the buildings of the Marine headquarters were collapsing. When the dust settled and everything calmed down, Marineford had split in 2. On one side, Whitebeard faced the Navy alone. On the other side were the remnants of Whitebeard's crew, representing hope, along with Luffy and his group. This was the final boundary Whitebeard drew with his life to allow others to escape. Old man, the pirates were all in tears as they saw their father use his last ounce of life to send them away. How resilient he was. Even with half a head gone, he still had such tremendous power. Even Sengoku couldn't help but admire him. Gurara, this is just the beginning. Next, I will be your opponent. The now unrestrained Whitebeard was ready to expend his last bit of strength to hold the line for the children of the new era. However, the pirate crew behind him was thrown into chaos. Some wanted to rush back to fight alongside their father. Some tried to dissuade their comrades, while others, frightened, had already boarded the ship. No unified voice emerged to command them. At that moment, everyone realized where was Marco. In such a chaotic situation, it was precisely the time when Marco needed to step up and lead everyone. But where was he? Chapter 22. Next, it's my era. Everyone don't panic. Listen to Dad's orders. Hurry and leave. At this critical moment, the 5th Division Captain, Vista, had to step up to take control of the situation. Although he was also confused about Marco's whereabouts, the more important thing now was to ensure everyone's safe escape, especially since the previous division captains were unable to command. Someone had to shout a unified rallying cry. Under Vista's command, the members of the Whitebeard crew finally began their formal retreat. The captains of the affiliated pirate crews had already brought the usable ships to the harbor, trying to pick everyone up. On the Navy side, the 3 admirals faced the pressure from Whitebeard. Even though Whitebeard had become a half-destroyed body, no one dared to underestimate this king of the sea. Sengoku also nervously watched this longtime rival, fearing that Whitebeard might have a resurgence and deal a heavy blow to Marineford again. After multiple powerful tremors, Marineford was already in a precarious state. Marshal, we found Marco's body. Several Navy soldiers ran up to Sengoku, each holding a corpse and a head. Although their voices were not loud, the entire battlefield heard it clearly. Whitebeard's 1st Division captain, Marco's body. Sengoku couldn't hide his surprise. This was a pleasant surprise. He had thought that being able to save Ace and Whitebeard would be the best outcome. But unexpectedly, Marco had already been taken down. No wonder he hadn't seen that annoying immortal bird during the earlier fight. Standing in front of the Navy, Whitebeard's gaze unconsciously followed the Navy's voice to the corpse. The emblem of the Whitebeard crew on the chest, the purple jacket, and that golden punk hairstyle. It was indeed his eldest son. That eldest son who had followed him for 30 years had died alongside him today. Damn it, don't let the white-haired send off the black-haired. 2 tears actually rolled down Whitebeard's face. At that moment, Hank called out to Kizuru, Admiral Kizuru, take me over there. Hank said softly, pointing to a ship where the frozen diamond jaws had just been lifted aboard. You still want to fight? Kizaru was surprised. This kid had nearly been cut in half by Whitebeard just now, and now he wanted to go to the front lines. Moreover, it was the front lines without their own people. On the other side of the trench were the retreating Whitebeard Pirates. Hurry! Hank had no choice. That cut from Whitebeard had indeed taken half his life. If he did nothing, the later stages of the war would basically have nothing to do with him. The upcoming Blackbeard and red-haired Shanks were not something his current state could deal with. The only way now was to keep killing. He was just about 30. 000 points of kill value away from buying top-level martial arts. That immobile Jaws over there was the best target. Plus, everyone was still shocked by Marco's death. If it didn't go over now, there might not be a better opportunity. You die, I won't take responsibility. Kizaru said this. But his body had already turned into a flash, taking Hank straight across. Kizaru, do you want me to lose another son? Whitebeard angrily questioned as he intercepted Kizaru in mid-air with his sword. Relax, don't be so tense. Kizaru complied by raising both hands. However, from Whitebeard's unseen angle, Hank had already been taken onto the ship by a beam of yellow light. Pucci! Pucci! Hank swiftly dealt with the two guards beside Jaws. It must be said that Kizaru had excellent control over precision. Whether it was shooting the key from Luffy or delivering Hank to the ship, he had accomplished his goals accurately. Hank looked at the large ice block, missing an arm in front of him. It was Diamond Jaws, the 3rd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Generally speaking, the hardness of a Diamond Man was almost invincible, able to withstand even Mihawk's slashes. But now, Hank was unlikely to break through his defenses. However, Akiji had already done the preparatory work. All Hank needed to do was strike. What a pity. Why are all these good devil fruits eaten by pirates? Why don't we in the Navy have a few decent fruits? Hank's knife plunged forcefully into the ice block, and with a violent twist, half of Jaws' head instantly vanished. Jaws didn't have Whitebeard's powerful vitality and died immediately. Kill value 35, 100. 000 kill value exchange from martial arts, top level. Hank suddenly felt a powerful vitality surge from within him. Even his originally injured body was restored. Awakening talent, bloodthirsty glutton, gain power from the enemy's blood, enjoy the slaughter. This talent was not hard to understand. It simply meant getting stronger by killing. It was no different from what he had always been doing. The only question was how this thing worked. Did he have to drink blood himself? Hank looked awkwardly at Jaws' corpse. He indeed had the best experimental subject right now. Just as Hank was hesitating about what to do, several pirates walked in. They had already expressed their condolences for Marco and were now about to start their escape. The first pirate who walked in hadn't grasped the situation, yet when Hank swiftly slashed his throat, Hank felt a surge of power flowing into his body through the black iron sword. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for Hank to feel it. Moreover, a trace of residual power remained in the black iron sword. Hank didn't need to be conflicted about whether to drink blood. Killing was enough. Then, a guy dressed in navy clothes burst out from inside the ship. The captain of the ship was none other than Squard, who had stabbed Whitebeard in the back. What's going on? Squard, holding a long knife, stood on the deck, looking dissatisfied towards the cabin. At this critical moment of retreat, why were his subordinates making such a racket, showing no discipline at all? Then, Squard's eyes suddenly focused on a figure holding a black iron sword, which was rapidly approaching. Clang! The first strike, Squard's long knife was directly cut in half. Pucci! The second strike, Squard head flew off. Kill value 8,000, much stronger than those small fry. A surge of power entered his body. It seemed to be related to the strength of the person killed. Hank was now covered in blood. It was hard to avoid all the blood when killing in such a small cabin. Hank stood at the bow of the ship, looking down at the pirates before him. The era of the childish pirates is over. Next, it's my era. Whitebeard turned back and saw Hank, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, and painfully closed his eyes. Whitebeard Pirates, it's all over. Chapter 23, Blackbeard Pirates. That's Captain Jaws' ship. I still have a good impression, remembering my own division commander. However, Hank has already appeared from the ship, indicating that Jaws is also in grave danger. Retreat. Hurry and retreat. Bista, the flower sword, didn't even consider the question of revenge and immediately urged the main force to retreat. The Whitebeard Pirates have already lost this battle. They lost the moment Ace died. Bista can only try to minimize the losses now, which means evacuating as quickly as possible. Right now, Dad is holding off the 3 admirals in front, but no one knows how much longer he can hold on. It's just a Navy soldier coming over. If the 3 admirals free up their hands, it would be a disaster for the Whitebeard Pirates. Although Whitebeard is still alive, his heart has already died. When he discovered that Hank had sneaked to his rear and was slaughtering his crew, Whitebeard's heart died. In the beginning, Whitebeard wanted to rescue Ace, and ordered everyone to retreat. Later, due to the Navy's trickery, Whitebeard planned to exchange his life for Ace's. But now that Ace is dead, the best outcome is to let the main force retreat. And now, Marco and Diamond Jaws, his own sons, are dying one by one. While he's powerless to stop it, he truly feels like a failed father. Ha 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 ha. Dad, you look really bad like this. A group appeared on the ruined execution platform of the Navy headquarters, led by Blackbeard Teach. Behind him, besides Lafitte, Van Augur, Burgess, and Poison, every one of them is a terrifying monster imprisoned in level 6 of Impel Down. Moreover, there is even a giant figure hiding behind the headquarters, exceeding the current height of the headquarters. Ha ha ha. Long time no see, Dad. It's really nice to see you one last time before your death. Teach saw the battered old man and thought he had come at just the right time. Teach's target this time is Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. Whitebeard has already been beaten to a pulp, but is still alive. This is simply the perfect timing. Teach, you bastard. Seeing Teach, Whitebeard couldn't help but clench his fists. This guy is the instigator of everything, from killing the 4th Division Captain Sachi to offering Ace to the world government. One could even say that this war was initiated entirely by Teach's machinations. And Teach has clearly gotten what he wanted, a group of notorious accomplices. Shiryu of the Rain. How'd you guys get here? What happened to Impel Down? Where's Magellan? Fleet Admiral Sengoku angrily questioned his former colleague, the former warden of Impel Down. Shiryu of the Rain. Although this guy has been imprisoned for his cruel and murderous nature, how did he escape and join up with Blackbeard's gang? This is a nightmare. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you'll find out the specifics later. I'm currently allied with these guys, so please take care of me. Shiryu of the Rain puffed out a cloud of smoke from his cigar. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I just received a report. The gates of justice have reopened, and an unregistered warship has crashed in. A Navy soldier quickly provided additional information to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I'm really sorry about that. I just hypnotized the soldiers in the control room to let us through, but it seems I've helped others as well. Lafitte adjusted his top hat and said as if taking credit, I accepted the title of Warlord of the Sea for this very reason. To pass through the gates of justice and reach Impel Down. Now, that title no longer matters. Blackbeard waved his hand and laughed, looking up to the sky. This is Blackbeard's proudest moment, to mock the world government and have the Navy and the Whitebeard Pirates fight each other. Now, both sides are severely weakened, and he will come out with all his forces just to enjoy the feeling of being a victor. It doesn't matter how it goes. Teach. Whitebeard's arm muscles bulged, and a powerful tremor force began to gather in his hand. A terrifying shockwave rushed towards Blackbeard, knocking over every Navy soldier in its path. The already ruined execution platform couldn't withstand this attack and instantly collapsed, dragging Blackbeard's crew down with it. As the dust settled, the Blackbeard Pirates emerged unscathed. Truly ruthless. And there's no way he would show mercy. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed, having already deemed himself the winner of this battle. Only you are unworthy to be my son, Teach. You violated the only ironclad rule on my ship. You killed your comrades. Whitebeard swung his sword, pointing at Blackbeard. The arrival of this former son revived the dying Whitebeard. As Blackbeard and Whitebeard, his former father and son, faced off, Hank desperately waved at Kizaru from the other side. Damn, I'm trapped over here. Although his martial arts have reached the top level, he hasn't even learned the Navy's 6 styles. Regarding the seemingly bottomless crack in front of him, there is no other way except to summon Admiral Kizaru. After the war is over, I must make up for the Navy's 6 styles. Not to mention, Moonwalk and Shave are really useful. Kizaru had been trying not to look at Hank, who was waving his hands. That little brat coming back certainly wouldn't bring anything good. Now it's just Blackbeard Pirates and Whitebeard. That kid shouldn't want to meddle in their family matters, right? Borsellino, that kid is calling for you. It sounds like he's saying something about Kuma or something. Akainu poked Kizaru, who was pretending to be blind. The main conflict has now shifted to the one between Blackbeard and Whitebeard, and Akainu is happy to take a little break. After all, they have been fighting for several hours, and even an admiral needs some rest. Kizaru suddenly panicked and transformed into a flash, appearing next to Hank. You finally heard him. Admiral Kizaru. Hank showed a harmless smile. What do you know? Kizaru replied darkly, grabbing Hank and beginning to fly over the crack. That was the happiest time for Kizaru, and also the time he least wanted others to know about. How would I know anything? I only know that you participated in a scientific project with Vegapunk and Kuma. Hank, being held by Kizaru, was exceptionally obedient. No joke, if Kizaru threw him down the crack, he wouldn't know how long it would take to climb back up. You better not know anything, kid. After all, this is in front of so many people. It's really not appropriate for him to just throw the kid down. However, as long as the kid doesn't tea-spout nonsense, it's not too scary. I promise I don't know anything. Chapter 24, Edward Newgate's Death. With a grim expression, Kizaru brought Hank back to the Navy's side. As soon as Hank landed, he hurried toward Fleet Admiral Sengoku's location without stopping. Next, if he wanted to rack up some kill points, he would need to rely on Fleet Admiral Sengoku's help. In just a short while, Blackbeard and Whitebeard had already started fighting. Let's settle this, teach. Whitebeard swung his arm, gathering powerful tremor energy once again. Dark water. Blackbeard raised his arm, a black vortex facing Whitebeard's tremor power. The powerful tremor energy was completely absorbed by the dark water, leaving no trace of a wave. Dad, this is the fruit ability I've always dreamed of, the dark fruit. Let us see its power. Ha ha ha. Dark hole. A large expanse of black spread from Blackbeard's feet, devouring everything within its range. Even Whitebeard began to sink involuntarily. Ha ha ha. How about my devil fruit ability? It can absorb and nullify all abilities, which means you can no longer trigger earthquakes. Before the arrogant Blackbeard could savor his triumph for 3 seconds, the Tsungyun cut was already slashing towards him. Without his devil fruit power, Whitebeard still had the supreme blade, Tsungyun cut. It hurts. It hurts. Damn it. Blackbeard was knocked to the ground, wailing in pain. Arrogance and recklessness. That's your weakness. Whitebeard grabbed Blackbeard by the neck, lifting him up like a chick. Dad, stop. I'm your son. Dad. Blackbeard's pleas did not spare him from Whitebeard's wrath, as a violent shockwave exploded above Blackbeard's head. In an instant, thick smoke billowed, leaving Blackbeard's fate uncertain. Meanwhile, Hank was desperately trying to persuade Admiral Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku, make your move. Are you just going to watch Blackbeard's crew rampage here? Hank couldn't understand why the Navy wasn't taking action. Even if the 3 admirals were tired and needed rest, Sengoku had been idle all this time. Since slapping Luffy on the execution platform, Sengoku hadn't made any moves. Surely he wasn't just exhausting himself by holding Carp down. However, Sengoku had his own concerns. The main target of this war was still the Whitebeard Pirates. Now that Whitebeard and Blackbeard were engaged in a fierce battle, it might lead to both sides being mutually destroyed. If the Navy intervened, what if the two joined forces against them? Not to mention, with the crew Blackbeard brought, the Navy didn't have much power to counter them. Admiral, stop hesitating. If we don't act now, will we wait for Blackbeard to come after us? Blackbeard has already broken out of prison. There's no way to settle this peacefully with the Navy. Take advantage of their fight. Admiral, don't waste this great opportunity. Hank's words were heartfelt, filled with concern for the Navy. Sengoku was still most worried about whether Whitebeard would team up with Blackbeard. After all, they were father and son. If they joined forces and allowed Whitebeard to escape, it would be a huge blunder. I guarantee that won't happen. If Whitebeard doesn't die, then behead me. As Hank continued to persuade Sengoku, he also kept an eye on the battle between Blackbeard and Whitebeard. Seeing Blackbeard being pummeled into the ground, Hank grew anxious. If this dragged on, wouldn't Whitebeard's last breath allow Blackbeard to become the biggest winner? All right, Sengoku was finally persuaded, since they had to fight sooner or later. It was better to take the initiative. Taking advantage of Blackbeard's crew being focused on Whitebeard, they would attack unexpectedly. A golden giant Buddha rapidly expanded, instantly transforming into a massive Buddha. Buddha's impact. A giant golden hand descended from the sky, heading straight for several crew members of Blackbeard who were watching the show. The unprepared Blackbeard's crew was struck to the ground, each of them spitting blood. What are you all dawdling for? Continue fighting, Sengoku bellowed, ordering the soldiers to keep fighting. In an instant, the entire battlefield was thrown into chaos once again. Navy soldiers opened fire, targeting both the remnants of Whitebeard's crew and Blackbeard's crew. Everyone was in motion. Akiji and Kizaru headed straight for Blackbeard's crew, feeling no pressure in dealing with these wicked criminals. Meanwhile, Akainu had his sights set on the Straw Hat Kid and Jinbei, who was desperately trying to help him escape. Akainu believed this kid, who possessed Conqueror's Haki, would be the biggest threat in the future, and he needed to take him down before he fully developed. Hank, on the other hand, rushed straight to the battlefield between Whitebeard and Blackbeard. "You monster! Why won't you just die already?" Blackbeard was frantically trying to distance himself from Whitebeard, who had just nearly crushed his skull with a single punch. Now, Whitebeard was emitting steam, walking towards him with a crimson hue, like a grim reaper. D. Blackbeard drew his gun and fired, finally halting the monster's advance. The last bit of strength that Whitebeard had been holding on to dissipated. "Quick, everyone, let's go. Kill him." Blackbeard stood up, calling for his subordinates. However, when Blackbeard turned around, he was dumbfounded. His hard-earned subordinates were in disarray, still battling the Navy. What's wrong with these guys? They were beaten by a bunch of Navy foot soldiers? Just moments ago, Blackbeard had been completely immersed in Whitebeard's oppressive presence and hadn't felt what was happening around him at all. "Get lost." Before Blackbeard could fully comprehend the situation, Hank kicked him away. Hank didn't have time to deal with Blackbeard, even though he was injured by Whitebeard. Facing him would not be a quick resolution. The critical thing now was to take down Whitebeard. The bounty he had worked hard to earn couldn't go to waste. The dazed Blackbeard was kicked aside, not even realizing what was happening. Hank had already crossed past this ambitious man and stood in front of Whitebeard, who was now completely drained of energy. Even his breathing was faint. Even without anyone attacking Whitebeard, it wouldn't be long before this king would die on his own. Being killed by those despicable scoundrels was not a fitting end for a king. Decapitation was the fate every pirate deserved. The black iron sword swung out, and Whitebeard's head fell with a thud. The top power in the sea, one of the sea emperors, the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate, was dead. Chapter 25. Stop fighting. Kill value 150,000. Truly the strongest man in the world, this wave of rewards was nearly equal to the hours of fighting. Hank had killed 7 or 8 division commanders and countless pirate foot soldiers. Even the aging Whitebeard provided the same kill value. 100,000 kill value exchange for Conqueror's Haki advanced. Kill value 61, 685, 305, 885. Hank looked at the remaining kill value, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Now, the items in the shop, aside from devil fruits, the cheapest started at 100,000 kill value. But he couldn't buy all devil fruits. He didn't have a pictorial guide. So even if he got a fruit, he wouldn't dare eat it. What if he ended up like Chopper, eating a human fruit and turning into a commoner? That would be a waste. It would be great if the system could add more skills, like the Marine 6 styles. It seemed the system heard Hank's complaints, as it actually added new items. Kill the strongest man in the world, earn the title Slaughterer. Shop adds new product categories. Hank opened the shop again, and indeed, the Marine 6 styles were now listed. Marine 6 styles, 10,000 kill value. Randomly learn one of the techniques. Hank suddenly felt the system was trying to reclaim his 60,000 kill value. However, Hank still purchased all 6 styles directly. Although Hank could learn them himself after the battle, the system's teaching was undoubtedly better. As a high-level combat technique that only the Marine headquarters could learn, the Marine 6 styles were quite useful in most situations. Aside from the iron block with 100 defense and 100,000 confidence, streams of pure information flowed into Hank's brain, and soon Hank had mastered all 6 styles, becoming a top Marine. "You little brat, what have you done?" Blackbeard is going crazy, frantically rushing towards Whitebeard. He had only been beaten up by Whitebeard. How did everything spiral out of control? Now, a Navy soldier has killed Whitebeard. "You fools. Quickly cover Blackbeard with a black cloth." Blackbeard can't wait any longer, his hands covering the dark water, preparing to touch Whitebeard's corpse. Every devil fruit contains a demon, and the demon resides within the body of the devil fruit user. Blackbeard wants to absorb the demon of the Tremor fruit into his own body while Whitebeard is still alive but dying. However, Whitebeard has already been decapitated by Hank. If he doesn't act quickly, the demon of the Tremor fruit will fly away on its own. Several subordinates also realized that things were out of control, hurriedly repelling the incoming Navy and quickly throwing a black cloth towards Blackbeard. Thud! A finger penetrated Blackbeard's shoulder, leaving a bloody hole. It was Hank, who had just learned the 6 forms of the Navy. The power of the finger pistol was quite impressive. "Don't get in my way, you brat." Blackbeard disregarded everything and continued to reach for Whitebeard's headless corpse. Hank was surprised by Blackbeard's determination. Usually, when injured, Blackbeard would roll on the ground and scream in pain. Surging blade, Hank charged towards Blackbeard's neck with his knife. Since Blackbeard didn't dodge the finger pistol, let's see if you can dodge this strike. Blackbeard felt a powerful killing intent behind him and had to abandon Whitebeard's corpse. Dark water. The dark water in Blackbeard's hands firmly grasped Hank's black iron sword, preventing it from advancing further. You little brat, why are you getting in my way?" As time passed second by second, the plan to absorb the Tremor fruit was almost doomed to fail. Without the Tremor fruit, he was still somewhat at risk on this battlefield. Although he had many subordinates now, most were criminals released from prison, and it was difficult to make them truly submit without the Tremor fruit. It's all that damn Navy brat's fault. He jumped out at a critical moment to kill Whitebeard and then held me back. How infuriating. I must kill him. Whoosh. With the agility from a Navy's 6 forms, Hank finally unleashed the final move of the Yuchuan sword technique. Hank, along with his black iron sword, transformed into a gust of wind, instantly disappearing from the battlefield. "You brat, do you think I can't find you just because you vanished?" There's something in this world called observation hockey. Haven't you heard of it? Ha ha ha. Blackbeard fully activated his observation hockey, searching for Hank's whereabouts. However, there was no trace of Hank around Blackbeard. That brat couldn't have escaped, could he? Blackbeard immediately felt frustrated. If Hank escaped, wouldn't he have no chance for revenge? Gale, not far away, the black iron sword was heading straight for Shiryu's head. Hank knew it would be somewhat difficult to take down Blackbeard in one go, so his goal was to eliminate as many of Blackbeard's crew as possible. Hank felt that it didn't matter who he killed among Blackbeard's crew. However, there were too many Navy soldiers killed on Shiryu's side, and they were almost scared out of their wits. As a former government worker, he now struck hard against his former colleagues, showing no mercy. He had to let them experience what the sword of justice feels like. Clang! At the critical moment, the famous sword Raijin blocked the black iron sword. Shiryu was drenched in cold sweat. He hadn't sensed Hank's attack at all. However, out of a swordsman's instinct, almost like a sixth sense, he managed to block it just in time. Otherwise, his head would have been gone by now. There's an opening. In the distance, Admiral Kazuru kindly sent a laser beam, piercing through Shiryu's abdomen. Although Shiryu endured and did not fall, Kazuru's laser was certainly not to be trifled with. Hank seized the opportunity to increase his strength, and in no time, Shiryu was being pushed back continuously. "You little brat, what are you doing to my crew?" Blackbeard also spotted Hank's position and shouted as he charged over. Surging blade. Taking advantage of Blackbeard's delay, Hank accelerated his attack frequency. 1 slash. Shiryu took another step back. 2 slashes. Shiryu's hands trembled slightly. 3 slashes. Raijin slipped from his grip. 4 slashes. Shiryu's head flew high into the air. Kill value, 50,000 at this moment. Blackbeard's dark water also reached behind Hank. Look at what you've done. Blackbeard did not hold back, delivering a powerful punch infused with dark power right into Hank's back. Although Blackbeard had been pummeled by Whitebeard, his own strength was still considerable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made Lafitte and the others submit and willingly become his underlings. Thud! Hank spat out a mouthful of blood, but he had already turned around with his sword, filled with fighting spirit, just as Hank was about to strike. A sorrowful voice echoed across the battlefield. "Stop fighting." Chapter 26. Koby, you really deserve to die. Hearing that annoying voice, Hank knew someone's saintly heart had erupted. So, he had to take advantage of this time to kill a few more, or else there would be no chance when Red-Haired arrives. Whoosh! With that thought, Hank decided not to continue entangling with Blackbeard, transforming into a shadow and disappearing into the air. Be careful. That brat has some skill that allows him to become invisible. Blackbeard was furious but had no way to deal with Hank, so he could only loudly remind his crew. Blackbeard's crew was quite cooperative. After repelling the Navy in front of them, they immediately gathered together, leaving no opportunity for a sneak attack. Blackbeard looked at his crew with satisfaction. Although they were a group of ruthless villains, under his training, they would surely rival the Rock's pirates in the future. It was indeed a pity that Shiryu was dead, but there were still 4 criminals from impelled down alive. Wait, 4. Blackbeard looked at the enormous giant warship San Juan Wolf, who could only stand behind Marineford. Earth shatter. A charged slash soared into the sky, heading straight for the spectating San Juan. No! Blackbeard let out a heart-wrenching scream. However, Blackbeard's desperate cry could not save San Juan. His massive body couldn't evade the blow. Even though San Juan struggled to move, he was still struck on the neck by the slash. A deep wound appeared on San Juan's neck, visible to the bone. Due to San Juan's enormous size, even little oars standing beside him looked like a baby. Although the slash was filled with power, it did not achieve Hank's intended effect of decapitating him. Ugh. The slash had evidently cut into San Juan's trachea, rendering him unable to speak. In reality, San Juan was as good as dead. But this was the pirate world. Unless Hank decapitated San Juan, he wouldn't feel at ease. In the past, Luffy had been drained by Crocodile and still managed to survive with just a sip of water. The people here are all medical miracles. Oh dear, let me help out too. 8 Shakuyata no Kagami. Countless lasers shot towards San Juan's neck, accurately penetrating the wound. Oof. Ice Age. A wave of icy air spread, freezing the seawater beneath San Juan's feet, encasing half of his calf in ice, rendering him completely immobile. Hey. If those 2 admirals get the kill, I'm going to cry. Earth shatter. The second charge slash was finally ready, mercilessly aimed at San Juan. With the cooperation of multiple parties, San Juan's head flew off. Kill value, 50,000, 100,000 kill value. Exchange for top-level armament hockey. Ah, you bunch of bastards. I'm going to kill you all. Blackbeard was almost driven mad. Today, aside from his impressive entrance, everything else was a complete mess. That guy Whitebeard didn't die properly and still had the strength to rub himself hard. Then, a little marine brat snatched his head, and the most important Gura Nomi fruit slipped through his fingers. Now, 2 of the crew members he had just recruited are dead. This is simply a nightmare. Meanwhile, in the distance, the pink-haired Koby, who had been talking nonstop in front of Admiral Akainu, suddenly froze, looking in fear at the giant head that had been launched into the air. Have you finished speaking? Akainu's fist had already transformed into lava, ready to finish off this oblivious little soldier with one punch. Even if this kid is Garp's disciple, he was now seriously affecting the battlefield. The Whitebeard Pirates had been completely crushed by the Navy, and what remained was simply a pursuit of the fleeing soldiers. This kid, jumping out at this time, talking about how many people died, how many were injured, that families were waiting, was just disrupting the morale. What was even more infuriating was that this kid spoke of righteousness and morality, but couldn't rebut from the Admiral's perspective. The casualties in this war were indeed severe. Although the Whitebeard Pirates had been shattered, the Navy's losses were also far greater than expected. Whether it was Little Oars causing the Iron Wall to not close, or Luffy rescuing Ace from the Sea Prism Stone, these were unforeseen events. In this situation, if Koby could not be dealt with on the spot, it would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to the Navy's morale. Devil! Before Akainu's fist even got close, Koby was already scared to the ground, his eyes wide open, staring at the bloody figure behind Akainu. Looking at that blood-soaked silhouette, Koby seemed to return to a few hours earlier when his friend Barumabur was killed. No, I'm speaking for all the lower-ranking Marines. I'm speaking for true justice. I should not be afraid. Yes, that's right. I am the one on the side of justice now, and moreover, I must expose this devil's crimes. I must make this guy pay for it and avenge Barumabur. With this thought, Koby's originally trembling body began to straighten bit by bit. You devil. Koby was just about to expose Hank's crimes in front of the entire army. Private Koby, how many pirates have you killed? Hank interrupted Koby's words. What pirates? Koby was momentarily confused. Zhang, tell this guy how many pirates you killed today. Yes. Private Zhang killed 36 pirates today. Hearing Hank shout his name, Zhang hurriedly responded loudly. Zhang, who used to be a pirate in the Black Cat Pirates in the East Blue, was later reformed by Colonel Tina and joined the Navy to atone for his sins. I set his target at 15 pirates. If he doesn't kill enough pirates today, I will definitely kill him. And you? Koby, who was once a lackey in the Arleta Pirates, how many pirates did you kill today? Hank walked closer with his knife. Like the Grim Reaper, No, you are the devil. You even want to kill your own comrades. Koby shouted loudly, as if that would give him some courage. Every Marine here is prepared to fight to the death for Marineford. Everyone came to eliminate the Whitebeard Pirates. If you don't have the resolve to die, why accept the call-up? This is a war, not a child's game. Look at the pirates behind you. There are at least 20,000 pirates fleeing. Each and every one of them, remember, every single one, will extend their slaughtering knives towards innocent civilians after fleeing. You are now blocking the Navy's pursuit to let the pirates remember your great kindness, Koby. Hank's questions pressed down like deafening thunder, making Koby unable to catch his breath. I did not. I heard everyone's voices. Everyone wants to end this war. Koby frantically waved his arms. Koby, you dare not kill the enemy on the battlefield, and you stop your allies from pursuing victory. You truly deserve to die. Chapter 27. Get out of the way, Shanks. Good dogs don't block the road. Clang. A slender western sword blocked in front of Koby, with the owner of the sword, red-haired Shanks, standing beside him. You did well, little Marine. The time you bought has greatly changed the world's landscape, Shanks said, completely unconcerned that Koby had already fainted from fear. Shanks was here to clean up the aftermath, while also helping Whitebeard protect the last remaining forces. However, the situation was much worse than he had imagined. Whitebeard was dead. Ace was dead. These were expected outcomes. If the Navy had made such a big scene and didn't manage to kill these two, it would be a joke at sea. However, Marco's aura was also gone, and Diamond Jozu was nowhere to be seen. The remaining division commanders were scattered and few. The Navy had really put in a lot of effort this time. Shanks felt he had underestimated the Navy's determination. Such a tragic level of casualties. Could it be that the naval hero had made a move? Shanks looked at Garp with a complicated expression. This old soldier still bore the marks of battle, having been punched by his own grandson. Koby, now even Shanks has come to save you. The evidence of colluding with pirates is irrefutable. Don't think you can leave alive. Hank had waited a long time and finally awaited Shanks' arrival. What Hank had said earlier about the number of pirates killed, the war, the civilians, though all were Koby's crimes, if he wanted to kill Koby based on this, Garp would definitely cause trouble. Of course, Hank was not afraid of offending Garp. He had no hesitation when he insulted Garp as a softie. The important thing is the hearts of the Marines. If Garp later uses the excuse of indiscriminately killing innocents and that the crime does not deserve death to exonerate Koby, that would be the real trouble. Now that Shanks has come to protect Koby, as long as he bites down on Koby's collusion, no one can say anything. I am not here to save a specific person. I am here to end this war. Shanks confidently sheathed his sword, announcing to the three parties in combat. Shanks picked up the straw hat that had fallen to the ground, but left and right, he couldn't see the person he was looking for. It shouldn't be. That kid Buggy should have escaped with Luffy. Leave this to the straw hat kid. Since Shanks couldn't find Buggy, he could only throw the straw hat to Bista to pass on, just as Shanks was doing this series of actions. Hank had once again swung his knife towards the fallen Koby. You dare. Shanks' eyes widened in anger, glaring fiercely at Hank, as a black-red pressure erupted instantly. The Conqueror's haki spreading out in an unstoppable manner. Shanks did not expect the Navy to be so bold, daring to make a move while he had already declared to end this war. Moreover, making a move against the person he had just saved was extremely disrespectful to him. Ever since the Mountain Bandit King, he had not encountered such ignorant people for many years. A little bit of Conqueror's haki should be able to teach this Marine how to behave. However, an equally black-red Conqueror's haki erupted from Hank, surprisingly managing to contend with Shanks. Shanks, are you going to interfere in the Navy's internal matters? Or is this guy your insider planted in the Navy? Hank was not afraid at all, glaring back fiercely. The two combatants were unyielding, causing the surrounding Marines and pirates to suffer. The intense clash of Conqueror's haki unleashed a wide range of pressure waves, instantly sweeping across most of the battlefield, causing those affected to fall asleep. Only those with strong personal strength could withstand the pressure of the Conqueror's haki, such as Admiral Akainu. Although the center of the Conqueror's haki collision was close at hand, Akainu felt this was a perfect opportunity, a chance to hunt down that Straw Hat Kid. Just as Akainu was about to take action, Ben Beckman had already aimed his pistol at Akainu's head. Don't do anything, Akainu. As the vice captain of the Red-Haired Pirates, Beckman knew that his captain's main purpose for coming was to save Luffy. Now that the captain was busy, he couldn't let the admiral take advantage of the situation. Meteor Volcano. Ignoring Beckman's threat, Akainu unleashed countless volcanic fists that rained down from the sky onto the sea. This was a desperate choice, with Beckman blocking his way. It was no longer possible for him to personally chase after Luffy. Only this large-scale long-range attack could barely hit Luffy and that damned submarine. Even if he didn't hit Luffy, the widespread destruction could take out some remaining pirates from the Whitebeard crew. Kid, I didn't expect you to be quite impressive. Want to join my pirate crew? After the clash of Conqueror's Haki, Shanks became somewhat interested in this young Navy officer. He didn't know when the Navy had produced a guy with Conqueror's Haki. It was a pity that someone with such potential was willing to serve the Navy. While kings usually refuse to be subordinate to others, there are exceptions. Didn't Ace become Whitebeard's son? Pirates? Are you asking us to rob and pillage? Hank scoffed, swinging his sword at Koby again. Clang! Shanks' griffin once again blocked in front of Koby, unmoving. Even though Shanks had lost his usual left hand, his right-hand swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary level. Kid, even if you look down on pirates, there's no need to keep attacking your own comrade. Shanks came to end the war, but under Hank's constant interference, not only did the war not end immediately, but the Whitebeard crew also suffered more casualties. Koby is a traitor to the Navy. What's wrong with executing a traitor? You can protect him for a moment, but can you protect him for a lifetime? Koby will eventually return to the Navy. Hank finally took a step back. Shanks' martial arts were indeed the strongest in the world. He had no chance of breaking through Shanks' protection in a direct confrontation. Since he couldn't break through, it was better to retreat a bit, gather strength, and give the red-haired one a harsh blow. Then I'll protect him for a lifetime. Shanks was actually a bit hesitant. From the current situation, it was clear that Hank was determined to kill Koby. Even if he stopped him now, once he left, this young Navy officer would undoubtedly die. Perhaps he should just take Koby on board, treating him as a pet he picked up? Get lost, Shanks. Good dogs don't block the way. Earthbreaker. Hank had gathered all his strength for this strike, mercilessly swinging at Shanks. Divine avoidance. Shanks didn't dare to be careless. The Navy officer in front of him could already be regarded as an enemy. However, Hank in midair gently turned his body and actually took Shanks' strike of divine avoidance head-on. Correspondingly, Hank's Earthbreaker passed by Shanks and split Koby in two. Chapter 28. The war is over. Kill value 30,000. I didn't expect that Koby could add 30,000 to the kill value. It can only be said that he truly is the future hero of the Navy. With 200 times the effort, any setback is trivial. This was a pleasant surprise for Hank. He thought he would be lucky to get a few hundred. The strike that killed Koby was something Hank risked his life to achieve. That was Shanks' divine avoidance. Koby had to die, and it had to be now. Once the war ended, he wouldn't be able to act against Koby anymore. According to the Navy's usual tradition, he would likely be sent to Judiciary Island for trial, and then locked up and impelled down, ending it all. Moreover, there was a new paradise for the new humans in Impelled Down. Perhaps Koby could enjoy some comfort under Little Fang's care. He couldn't let someone like that have a chance to survive. Shanks, that cut really hurt. After confirming Koby's certain death, Hank struggled to stand up. For Shanks' divine avoidance, Hank had already brought out his maximum defense. Hank's greatest reliance was the top-level armament Haki he had just exchanged for. If someone like Kid could face divine avoidance head-on, what was there for him to fear? Even if Shanks knocked him down, he still had the Navy's 3 admirals and the fleet admiral backing him. Hank didn't believe that the top combat power of the Navy would stand by and watch Navy soldiers get killed by pirates. And Shanks also didn't anticipate that Hank had actually traded his own injury for Koby's life. This was completely different from what Shanks had seen in his observation Haki. Now, it was a mess. The Navy officer he had boasted about protecting was dead. Not to mention anything else, he would lose face. And the instigator of all this was the young Navy officer in front of him. The kid who had taken his divine avoidance head-on and was still able to stand. Enough. Red-haired Shanks, are you here to provoke the Navy? The massive Sengoku finally spoke up. If Sengoku didn't say anything, Shanks might really take action again. Sengoku's intervention helped Shanks remember the purpose of his visit. This war ends here. Everyone give me some face. If anyone wants to continue, let my red-haired pirates be your opponents. Shanks forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart and announced to all the forces present. Although he had lost a lot of face, the main goal had been achieved. At least Luffy was still alive, and the Whitebeard crew still had some people left. Huh, what a great show. Teach laughed heartily. Originally, he was still upset about losing 2 crew members and not getting the Tremor fruit. However, seeing Shanks also suffer a setback made him feel much better. Crew members could be replaced, fruits could be robbed from others, but there was only this one chance to see Shanks in trouble. Boys, the show is over. We should retreat. Laughing heartily, Teach led his remaining subordinates away from Marineford. Sengoku and the 3 admirals did not stop him. The Navy was already very exhausted. Chasing down the fleeing Whitebeard crew was no problem, but if they faced the newly arrived red-haired pirates, the Navy would likely not hold up. Let's cease fire. The war is over, Sengoku said wearily. Admiral, Akainu looked at Sengoku. Although he knew that the tide had turned, this was a great opportunity to annihilate the Whitebeard crew. Not to mention that Straw Hat Kid had also escaped. Enough. I will bear the consequences of this decision alone. Sengoku stopped Akainu from continuing to speak. He was truly tired. Organizing this war, battling wits with Whitebeard, and finally launching a surprise attack on Teach had all been too exhausting. Watching his old friend Garp struggle, his old rival Whitebeard's heroic death, and the ruthless nature of the new Navy power Hank, he realized he might really be getting old and could no longer keep up with this era. It was time to hand over the era to the younger generation. Old rival, I too am somewhat unable to keep up with the new era's ship. Hank had a bloody wound on his chest, precisely from the earlier Divine Avoidance strike. Even with top-level armament hockey, he couldn't defend against Shanks' Divine Avoidance. Divine Avoidance was a technique Shanks had learned from Pirate King Roger, imbued with the power of Conqueror's hockey. In fact, Hank being able to stand up again had already exceeded Shanks' expectations. Kid, if you're not convinced, come find me in the New World anytime. Shanks gave up on fighting Hank again here. He was already the one who proposed ending the war and had no grounds to take action again. Shanks, just wait. I'll deliver Luffy's head to you. Hank didn't care about Shanks' gaze at all. Ha ha ha. If you can kill him, then that's your ability, since you've chosen to be a pirate. Life and death are fated, and wealth is in the heavens. Shanks laughed heartily. This was the first time someone had threatened him with Luffy. Others might not know, but did he not know what fruit Luffy had eaten? If Luffy could be killed, it could only mean that Luffy was not the chosen one. Shanks! This time it's an order from the Admiral. Next time, even if you were a celestial dragon, I will still chop you down. Hank leaned closer to Shanks and whispered. Shanks was taken aback. This was his biggest secret. Besides the Gorosei and the Marine Admiral, it was impossible for anyone else in the world government to know this secret. Where did this Marine kid get this information? Unconsciously, the already sheathed griffin was drawn again. Shanks, I have already agreed to a ceasefire. Don't go too far. Otherwise, even you, I will report to the Gorosei. The angry voice of Admiral Sengoku pulled Shanks' thoughts back. The current situation was that Shanks had his sword pointed at Hank, while Hank was already injured. As if Shanks wanted to kill him completely. The war is over. I will no longer take action against the Marines. Shanks also realized something was wrong and quickly sheathed Griffin, hastily declaring. The Marines were currently methodically cleaning up the battlefield, and the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates were gradually retreating. Originally, there were still about 20,000 people. Under Akainu's meteor volcano, less than 10,000 could survive to return. The Marines also suffered heavy losses. Out of 100,000 elite Marines, only about 60 to 70,000 could move. Under the joint oversight of the Red-Haired Pirates and the Marines' top combat forces, the war ultimately ended in a disastrous defeat for the Whitebeard Pirates. The war is over. Chapter 29. The candidate for Marine Admiral. 3 days after the Marineford War ended, Admiral Sengoku held the first post-war Marine meeting. Sengoku sat at the main seat, with the 3 Marine admirals on either side, followed by Garp and some veteran rear admirals. Additionally, there were various rear admirals who participated in the Marineford War, but due to the large number, there were basically no seats left. Among these familiar faces, Hank, a Marine major, stood out. Many rear admirals turned their attention to this outstanding newcomer, as everyone had basically seen Hank's performance in the Marineford War. Ahem, everyone is here, Brand-new start. Sengoku signaled Marine Major Brand-new to report. Although Brand-new's rank was not high, He took care of meetings, reports, and conveying information, essentially acting as Sengoku's secretary. In this war, the Marine deployed 100,000 troops, with 254 killed, 524 seriously injured, annihilating 541 members of the Whitebeard Pirates and their affiliates, and capturing 521, with a casualty ratio of nearly 12. In terms of high-end combat power, 3 Marine rear admirals were seriously injured, with no fatalities, and 8 commodores were killed, with 12 seriously injured. 9 captains of the Whitebeard's divisions were killed in action, and 16 captains of the affiliated groups were also killed, making it almost certain that the Whitebeard Pirates would no longer exist. Due to the Impelled Down breakout incident, previously imprisoned prisoners appeared on the battlefield, and it is currently confirmed that 234 prisoners were killed in the war, including Buggy and Galdino. Furthermore, Marineford has been severely damaged and cannot be rebuilt in the short term. Although this war was ultimately stopped by Shanks, the strategic goals were basically achieved. Despite Blackbeard's interference, the Whitebeard Pirates were essentially annihilated. Although some mid-tier combatants escaped, that was unavoidable unless the Marines fought the Red-Haired Pirates again. Moreover, since Buggy was cut down by Hank early on, the subsequent war was not broadcasted, meaning the world was not reignited by the Whitebeard pirate craze. From any angle, this was a huge victory for the Marines. The war was initiated by me. Although we won, it still caused significant losses, and I should take responsibility for these losses. I have submitted my resignation to the world government and recommended Kazan as the next admiral. Do you have any opinions? Sengoku said tiredly. For the past few days, Sengoku had been dealing with various post-war tasks, so busy that he hardly had time to sleep at night. Resigning was something he had been considering for a long time. As Whitebeard said, he was getting old and should pass the position to the younger generation. However, Sengoku hesitated for a long time about the next admiral's candidate and ultimately recommended Kazan. It wasn't because Kazan had a good relationship with Garp, but because the Marines had just gone through a major battle and needed to recuperate. That guy Sakazuki would likely drag the Marines into another war. I have no objections. Kazan is the most suitable candidate. Garp was the first to jump in, although Kazan was not technically his disciple. Kazan had followed Garp for many years and was considered a half-disciple. Naturally, Garp had to support him. Otherwise, could he support Sakazuki? I disagree. Sakazuki originally intended to speak. He was determined to compete for the position of admiral. Sakazuki genuinely believed he was the most suitable for the position, while Kazan just rode a bicycle around the world. Why should he be admiral? But before he could speak, Hank spoke up first, and Sakazuki continued to watch Hank's performance. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on this bold Marine major. Kazan's qualifications as an admiral are certainly sufficient, but Kazan has not yet found his justice and cannot lead the Marines forward. I propose that the next admiral be Sakazuki. Hank continued. In fact, Hank had thought about recommending himself. However, first, he was just a major, no matter how great his contributions in the Marineford War were. It was basically impossible for him to leap to admiral. Second, once he became admiral, he would have to deal with the foolish Gorosei, which would be detrimental to his own pirate hunting endeavors. Therefore, Hank was more willing to support Sakazuki to gain some more favorable policy conditions for himself. As soon as Hank said this, even Sengoku couldn't sit still. A Marine major, in front of the Marine High Command, dared to criticize a Marine admiral. This was simply turning the world upside down. Nonsense. How has Kazan not found his justice? Garp saw that it was Hank speaking and instantly felt his anger rise. It was this kid who had cut off his grandson Ace's head and killed his 2 disciples. They were his 2 most prized disciples, although they came from humble beginnings. They worked exceptionally hard, and he wanted them to join. Now, he even dared to jump out and sing against him, simply not putting him in his eyes. If it weren't for the word justice still on his cloak, he would have gone over and turned this kid into a meat pie. Although we have eradicated the Whitebeard Pirates in this war, the next period will be the most crucial time. Whether it is the division of Whitebeard's territory or the competition for the new Pirate King, it will inevitably cause huge turmoil in the new world. And this is our Marines' opportunity, the chance to take back control of the new world from those pirates. At this critical moment, We need a decisive admiral, not some lazy justice. Hank completely ignored Garp's barking and explained his reasons for recommending Sakazuki. This reasoned speech won the approval of many hawkish rear admirals. Even Sakazuki couldn't help but nod. It turned out there was such an important reason for his appointment as admiral. Let go of you, Garp. Just before Garp could explode with another curse, Sengoku timely stopped him. Since no one had any other opinions, the candidates for admiral were tentatively set as Sakazuki and Kazan. Next, there was another matter, quite important, that required everyone's decision. Seeing that no one raised other opinions, Sengoku set aside the matter of the admiral. Everyone was a bit curious. In such a high-level meeting, the departure and succession of the Navy admiral had already occurred. What could be more important than that? To make Sengoku specifically mention it, Navy Major Hank, due to his significant contributions during the Marineford War, is proposed to be promoted to admiral. Does anyone have any opinions? Chapter 30. The Bet, Hank's Promotion Battle. Navy Major Hank is proposed to be promoted to admiral. Does anyone have any opinions? As soon as Sengoku said this, the entire venue fell into a dead silence. Promoting a Navy Major directly to admiral was something that had never happened since the establishment of the Navy. Moreover, Hank was just a young guy in his 20s. What qualifications did he have to become an admiral? Even the hawkish vice admirals who had just supported Hank were now silent. It wasn't that they didn't want to support him, but it was simply hard to accept. Most vice admirals had been in their positions for over a decade, and now they saw the admiral position about to become vacant. And Hank had only joined the Navy for how long? He probably hadn't even been a vice admiral as long as they had. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, are you trying to make me laugh on purpose? Garp laughed heartily, completely unconcerned that Hank was present. As Garp's laughter erupted, the atmosphere in the conference room became lively. Of course, how could someone in their 20s become an admiral? Sengoku really shouldn't joke about such things. Was this a surprise before his resignation? The vice admirals also started joking among themselves, preparing to treat this matter as a joke. No, this is a very serious matter. Hank's promotion to admiral. Who agrees? Who opposes? Sengoku slammed the table and said sternly, I oppose. Unless I am dead, it is impossible for this kid to become an admiral. Seeing that Sengoku was serious, Garp also stood up, slamming the table. If this young punk became an admiral, wouldn't he be a rank above me? Even though Garp didn't want to be an admiral, he couldn't let someone like that go up and disgust him. I agree. Hank's contributions are evident to all. Such merit deserves an admiral, Sakazuki said firmly, staring at Garp. This proposal was put forward by Sakazuki to Sengoku to greatly reward the Navy for their contributions during the Marineford War and to motivate the entire Navy system. And without a doubt, the biggest contributor in that war was Hank. From live-streaming the execution of the clown buggy, to cooperating with Kizuru to kill Marco, to executing Ace, and finally beheading Whitebeard. One could say that without Hank, the Navy's casualties would have increased several times. This merit could justify Hank becoming an admiral directly. However, promotions in the Navy are not based solely on merit. Various factors, such as qualifications, connections, and other considerations are taken into account. Sakazuki didn't intend for Hank to become an admiral right away, but he wanted to fight for the recognition. So even if he couldn't become an admiral, he would at least be a vice admiral. Upon hearing Sakazuki's support for Hank, the hawkish vice admiral's attitude softened. Although it wasn't themselves being promoted, they were still from the same faction, and with the support of an admiral, it was ultimately a good thing. Nonsense. Just because of the Marineford War. You think he can become an admiral? I killed rocks in God's Valley, suppressed the lion in Marineford. Aren't those merits greater? I'm still just a vice admiral. What qualifications does this kid have to become an admiral? Garp's veins bulged as he struggled to suppress his anger. What Garp said was purely relying on his seniority. It wasn't like he hadn't been invited to become an admiral in the past. He just didn't like the celestial dragons and preferred to spend his days as a vice admiral. Now he was using his position as a vice admiral to suppress Hank. This was a typical case of relying on seniority. By that logic, even the current 3 admirals wouldn't qualify to be admirals. After all, in the Navy now, no one's achievements surpassed Garp's. Garp, be serious. Sengoku could tell Garp was acting out of spite. Such words would block the path of all future vice admirals. In the future, if one wanted to become a Navy admiral, they would have to take down a pirate of the level of the Pirate King. or else their achievements wouldn't be enough. Seriously, I do not agree to Hank's promotion to Admiral, unless he can defeat me. If his merit can't surpass mine, then his strength must at least be able to compare, right? Otherwise, what face does he have to be an admiral? Carp slammed the table, putting forth his condition. Carp knew he was being unreasonable, but allowing that kid Hank to become an admiral would leave him with even less face. Thus, Carp proposed his condition, which not only could directly shut Sengoku up, but if that kid Hank didn't know what was good for him, he could also beat him up to vent his frustrations for his deceased grandson and disciple. What are you saying? Who doesn't know that Sakazuki stood up angrily? Carp was clearly making things difficult for Hank. Although Sakazuki had anticipated that this proposal would be rejected, it absolutely could not be rejected in such an absurd manner. Otherwise, every time Hank was promoted to admiral in the future, Carp would use this excuse to block him. Vice Admiral Carp, do you mean to say that one can become an admiral just by defeating you? Hank interrupted Sakazuki. Carp was just an old man from the same era as Whitebeard. It was only because the Navy treated him well that he hadn't ended up like Whitebeard, with his top-tier physical skills and top-tier hockey. If he couldn't even defeat an old man, he might as well quit. What I say carries weight. Carp looked disdainfully at Hank. Did this kid really think he could take him on? Although this kid performed astonishingly in the Marineford War, those division commanders were still younger generations. And Whitebeard had gone through many rounds of battle. He was also a dying man. Hank was merely lucky and courageous enough to seize opportunities to take down heads. This kid couldn't really think he had the strength to compare with an established powerhouse like him, right? Old soldiers don't die. They just gradually wither away. Carp, you are being ridiculous. Sengoku felt that Carp's behavior was inappropriate. This was a matter involving the entire Navy, not Carp's one-man show. I don't see any problem. An admiral indeed requires a certain level of strength. Although Kazan also felt that Carp's behavior was somewhat problematic, he was very curious about Hank's strength. Since Kazan had noticed this major on the battlefield, Hank had been relentlessly attacking the white team and hardly rested throughout the war. I have no problem. If I don't have the strength to defeat a vice admiral, I truly feel embarrassed to be an admiral. Hank picked up the conversation. He had been displeased with Carp for a long time and now had the perfect opportunity to vent. As a Navy vice admiral, his son was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and his adopted grandson became a pirate at sea, while his biological grandson also went out to become a pirate. Hank really didn't know how Carp had educated them. Well, it's understandable. Leaving them with mountain bandits to look after, what kind of educational effect could there be? Good kid, don't cry when I beat you. Just wait and see. It won't necessarily be who cries first. Chapitre 31, Promotion. The youngest Navy Admiral. You all, don't take this too lightly. Even if this is approved in the meeting, it still has to be reported to the world government to decide. Sengoku looked speechlessly at the two in the training ground. Hank and Carp are both action-oriented individuals. Since they are ready to fight, there's no need to wait for a better day. They might as well start immediately. The two quickly finalized the details of the duel and immediately took all the top naval officers to a training ground. Hank, you're being a bit too impulsive. Sakazuki was not optimistic about Hank's duel. Although Carp was old and frail, he was definitely not someone a young man could easily handle. Hank accepted the duel, knowing that if he lost, he would never be promoted to admiral before Carp's retirement. According to Sakazuki's plan, he should have argued his case in the meeting to secure the position of rear admiral first. Then, over a few years, he could complete more missions to increase his qualifications and merits, and subsequently be promoted to admiral, which would be the natural course of events. Time waits for no one. Every moment counts. Hank's initial goal was to become an admiral, as only admirals have relative freedom and authority. Rear admirals are too heavily manipulated by the higher-ups of the world government. Any damn agent can use a demon-slaying order to command a rear admiral. Once he becomes an admiral, he can roam the world like Kazan. But unlike Kazan, he fights to eliminate pirates. Kid, what are you hesitating for? Carp had already stepped onto the field and was thinking about how to beat this naval brat soundly. When he killed Ace and executed Koby on the battlefield, Carp had no opportunity or position to take action. Now that he finally found a chance, he must vent his anger thoroughly. Don't say I'm bullying an old man. Hank did not bring his usual black iron sword, but walked onto the field barehanded. Kid, who do you look down on? Bring your sword. Carp was very angry. He wasn't so old that he needed others to hold back. No, swords are for killing. I can kill the pirate ace, but I can't kill a naval hero. Hank's tone was calm, but his words were incredibly arrogant. Even Sengoku couldn't help but hold his forehead. This Hank was no longer just making tough talk before the match. He was openly exposing Carp's scars. He knew Carp was dissatisfied with him, but still dared to say such things to provoke him. It was simply playing with fire. All right, I want to see what abilities you have, kid. Ace's death was a thorn in Carp's heart. On one hand, he felt he had betrayed Roger's trust by watching the man's son die before him. On the other hand, he had deep feelings for Ace, who was a child he had watched grow up. Carp was already furious and could no longer suppress his anger. Without waiting for Sengoku to signal the start, his fists were already covered with dark color haki, rushing straight at Hank. Fist of Impact. The dark iron fist shot forward like a cannonball, the strong haki tearing through the surrounding air. This was Carp's signature move, the origin of his title Iron Fist, a pair of fists capable of shattering anything. Black Iron Fist. Hank did not dodge or evade. He covered his fist with the same dark haki and responded with a punch. The black airwave exploded in an instant, and the entire training ground was suddenly compressed down by an inch, with debris flying everywhere. Carp's veins bulged on his fists, but Hank's punch held him firmly in place. Neither could advance further. The watching rear admirals widened their eyes, staring at this incredible scene. Most believed that Hank wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch. After all, it was the naval hero Carp. That was the hero who had killed Rox, imprisoned the Golden Lion, and hunted down the Pirate King. For Hank to block this punch already exceeded most people's expectations. Maybe this kid really has the qualifications to become an admiral. If Ace had half your capability, he wouldn't have lost his head to me so easily. But the blood of a pirate is worthless. The two were very close, and Hank whispered in a voice only Carp could hear. What do you know, kid? Children are innocent. Carp's eyes turned blood red, and his iron fists were enveloped in dark red Conqueror's haki, the shockwave heading straight for Hank's head. Children are innocent, but children of pirates are not. Hank's body suddenly became as soft as paper, drifting with Carp's fist wind. Navy Six forms, paper drawing. At the same time, a strong dark red haki erupted from Hank, equally powerful as Carp's. The two Conquerors' haki clashed in the training ground before spreading throughout the venue. Watch out! Sengoku suddenly transformed into a golden Buddha, releasing his own Conqueror's haki to block the residual waves of their confrontation. They were too close. The audience was too near the battlefield. And even the naval vice admirals and admirals did not possess Conqueror's haki. If that Conqueror's shockwave spread, the entire naval high command would be rendered semi-paralyzed. I'm just executing my own justice. Carp was nearly driven mad by Hank's provocations, his fists swinging with countless phantoms. What the hell is justice? Is abandoning your grandson to bandits justice? Is shielding your pirate grandson justice? Or is letting the Navy slaughter pregnant women on the entire island justice? Hank did not back down, perfectly countering every punch from Carp, even having the energy to counterattack. Observers could already see that Hank's combat power was actually on par with Carp's. He was just still a bit inexperienced in combat skills. If this battle continued, once Hank adapted to the rhythm, Carp would have little chance of winning. What do you know? I have my own difficulties. Carp was starting to tire. He hadn't experienced such intense fighting in over a decade. What difficulties? Those are just excuses. When you were sheltering Ace, did you ever think of those innocent pregnant women and those poor families? Hank showed no signs of fatigue. His top-tier physical skills and the enhancement from killing Whitebeard were no joke. Carp was indeed getting old. After just a few dozen minutes of fighting, he was unable to keep up with Hank's rhythm. In their nearly frenzied exchange of blows, Hank finally found Carp's opening. With one punch, he struck directly at Carp's chest. Carp fell, his body crashing heavily to the ground. In theory, this punch should not have been enough to defeat Carp. He would at least need another 2 hits. But Carp lay on the ground with his eyes tightly closed, as if unwilling to admit something. That's enough. Hank, you win. Sengoku stopped Hank, but wanted to continue the assault, giving the naval hero one last bit of face. Major Hank, who is proposed for promotion to admiral, does anyone have any objections? The entire naval assembly fell silent. Although there was still the formal approval process from the world government, everyone knew that the youngest naval admiral had been born. Chapter 32. The Straw Hat Kids return. The Whitebeard Pirates have been defeated. Whitebeard has been executed. The fleet admiral has resigned. What does the future hold for the Navy? It has been nearly a week since the Marineford War ended. However, the effects of the Marineford War continue to ripple across the world. The most affected, of course, is the power structure of the New World. With the death of the old four emperors, the New World is undergoing a new wave of power division. Currently, it is the most intense time, with everyone trying to carve out a piece of the massive Whitebeard Pirates. Even Kuzan and Sakazuki, who are about to fight for the position of Fleet Admiral, are busy all over the world. The top combat power of the Navy is now left with the soon-to-be-promoted Major Hank. Since the world government has not yet issued a formal notice, Hank has not officially become an admiral, and therefore he has no admiral duties. So, nominally, Hank is still a major in the branch, but no one is assigning him tasks anymore. Hank was quite pleased to have some leisure time, and during these days he took the opportunity to purchase some devil fruits. In the pirate world, the average price of a devil fruit is 100 million berries, yet the system only sold them for 10,000 kill points, which was simply a bargain. With the remaining 30,000 kill points, Hank exchanged for 3 fruits. One looked like a dark red pineapple, another like a white pear, and the last one was a splendid azure apple. As expected, the system's randomness was truly random. There were no explanations or introductions about the abilities of these fruits. After comparing them with the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, Hank found out they were the Splintering Fruit, the Wax Fruit, and the Phoenix Fruit. It seemed that these 3 were all fruits from people he had killed during the Marineford War. Could it be that the system only provided fruits from people he had slain? Would there be any more of the same type of devil fruits in the world? Hank didn't know, and the system didn't explain. The sample size was simply too small to determine if Hank's thoughts were correct. Major Hank, it's bad. That Straw Hat Kid, the Straw Hat Kid is back. Zango rushed in, panic written all over his face. Zango was an old acquaintance of the Straw Hat Kid. In East Blue's Syrup Village, he had been utterly defeated by him. Coupled with Luffy's impressive performance during the Marineford War and the impelled down prison break, Zango could hardly imagine just how strong Luffy had become. And now, that guy had actually returned to Marineford. Good. Hank had been waiting for the Straw Hat Kid's return. After all, this kid hadn't passed on a message to his crew yet, so he would definitely come back for another round. Ding! The sound of a clear bell rang out in Marineford Square, the sound of the ox bell being struck. 16 chimes echoed throughout Marineford, marking the end of an old era and the arrival of a new one. Luffy stood in front of the ox bell, his thoughts finally sorted out. This would be a brand new era, one created by Ace and Uncle Whitebeard. Next was the morning for Ace and Whitebeard, and Luffy had already pulled out the bouquet he had prepared in advance. He was full of vitality. Luffy turned to look behind him at the sound and saw a black iron blade rushing straight for his head. Behind the black iron blade was the devilish figure of Hank, the devil who had beheaded Ace right before his eyes. He would never forget that face for the rest of his life. He had been prepared for revenge, but upon seeing that face, all his courage seemed to evaporate. Luffy was momentarily at a loss, staring blankly as Hank's black iron blade approached. Watch out! An aged yet robust figure blocked Luffy from behind, his famous sword half drawn, firmly bracing against the black iron blade. The seedling of the new era had just begun to grow. How could it be allowed to be directly extinguished? Rayleigh's famous sword Anubis moved slightly, actually pushing Hank's black iron blade away. Luffy's return had been well thought out and compromised. Rayleigh and Jinbe were the guardians of Luffy's mission this time. Before Hank arrived, Rayleigh and Jinbe had already displayed their might, blocking the cannonballs shot by the Navy. This had caused most of the Navy to lose their fighting spirit. Even with Luffy right in front of them, they dared not approach to capture him. Who was so bold as to dare confront the Dark King Rayleigh? That seemed to be the Navy that had been pursuing the Executioner Clown buggy during the Marineford War. Big news. This was definitely big news. The president would be thrilled. The reporters who had originally come to inspect the repairs in Marineford were now ecstatic, snapping pictures nonstop. They had thought the turmoil at Navy headquarters was over, but unexpectedly, the Straw Hat Kid Luffy had returned. Even more surprising was that the Dark King Rayleigh and the Fishman Jinbe had come along with Luffy. And now, someone in the Navy actually dared to take action against Luffy. This was truly a fantastic story. Was he going to take on Rayleigh and Jinbe alone? Rayleigh, the second in command of the Roger Pirates, who had sailed the seas alongside Roger for many years and was known as the Dark King for having killed countless enemies. A notorious figure, and yet he dared to come to Navy headquarters and cause trouble. Hank had long wanted to confront Rayleigh and Shaki, two former great pirates. In their youth, they had been formidable on the seas, but now they just wanted to retire and live as a loving couple. Where in the world could such good fortune be found? Young people shouldn't be too hot-headed. It's bad for your health, Rayleigh said with a smile. Although Hank was a newcomer to the Navy, Rayleigh did not reject him. After all, the presence of a Navy made the seas livelier. Wasn't Roger once chased by Garp? Rayleigh had seen the live broadcast of the first half of the Marineford War. This young Navy officer fought fiercely, but his strength was just that. He had a back and forth with Whitebeard's division commanders, but Luffy was indeed a good opponent. This demeanor was truly disgusting. Rather than worrying about my health, you should care about how your captain's son is faring in hell. Upon hearing Hank mention Ace, Rayleigh's expression immediately turned serious, and the strength of his sword swing increased. Ace had been executed, and his godfather Whitebeard had brought all his crew to rescue him, while his biological father's crew had not shown up at all. The only one who had appeared was the executed clown Buggy. It seemed that Buggy had also contributed to the Roger Pirates until the very end. Shut up. What right do you have to mention Ace's name? Rayleigh remained silent, but Luffy beside him once again recalled all the moments he had spent with Ace. You devil. I won't let you off. Gum Gum Pistol. Chapter 33. Hank, Rayleigh, Jinbe Luffy had spent a long time building up his courage and finally took action against the battling Hank. However, Hank merely raised one hand and firmly grasped Luffy's outstretched fist. So weak. Too weak. Kid, you didn't even use gear second. Do you look down on me? Hank gently tugged, and Luffy was pulled over like a rubber band, casually putting on sea prism stone handcuffs. What's wrong? Did I hit a sore spot and make you speechless? If you had come to rescue Ace along with Luffy, I would have thought the Roger Pirates still had some guts left. Ace was dead, and they pretended to bring Luffy for a water burial. It was just too disgusting. Shocking. The Roger Pirates are truly cowardly. They didn't even protect their captain's son. How is that any different from the Rocks Pirates? They are even less brave than the Rocks Pirates, who at least dared to confront the Celestial Dragons. The Roger Pirates only hide all over the world waiting for some so-called savior to appear. To wait for this savior, they can even disregard the captain's son. Luffy. Faced with Hank's assault, Rayleigh was not only worried about Luffy, but was also astonished. This young Navy officer's strength was far greater than he had expected. In fact, it was because Buggy had been cut down and the broadcast only covered the first half. Hank killing Ace, battling Blackbeard, and beheading Whitebeard were all unknown to Rayleigh. This led to a serious misjudgment of Hank's strength, and with Luffy restrained, he was completely at a disadvantage. Rayleigh felt uneasy. Ace was already dead. And if Luffy died too, would the will of the family be inherited by Blackbeard? Moreover, Luffy had eaten the gum-gum fruit. Others might not know what that was. But how could the Pirate King's crew not know what it was? Although he hadn't awakened yet, he was the hope for liberating the world. Luffy absolutely could not die here. Fairy of Souls. A surge of black and red conqueror's haki erupted from Rayleigh, with the Anubis in his hand, cutting towards Hank with an unbeatable momentum. This was Rayleigh's ultimate technique, the combination of the famous sword Anubis and conqueror's haki. The mental intimidation from the conqueror's haki, combined with the physical threat of Anubis, rendered all enemies powerless. However, today Rayleigh encountered a worthy opponent. Hank also unleashed a burst of black and red conqueror's haki, showing no signs of being at a disadvantage. This left the reporters, who had been diligently watching, in distress. The surrounding Navy personnel all fainted with a loud thud. How is this possible? How can you have conqueror's haki? Rayleigh looked on in disbelief. Conqueror's haki is a rare, kingly trait. The opponent was merely a small Navy major, and despite his impressive performance in the Marineford War, how could he possibly possess the qualities of a king? If Rayleigh had seen the standoff between Hank and Shanks, he might not have had such doubts. "Old man, let's see if you dare to strike." In Rayleigh's shocked gaze, Hank actually used Luffy as a shield, protecting himself. Rayleigh tried to change angles, but Hank blocked each one decisively. What a troublesome guy. Rayleigh had no choice but to forcibly stop his strike. Shockwave. Rayleigh stopped, but Hank did not. He swung the black iron sword with one hand, heading straight for Rayleigh's head. Hank wasn't incapable of defeating Rayleigh, but he still had the fishman Jinbei yet to make an appearance, so he needed to conserve some strength. Moreover, when dealing with pirates, there is no need for mercy. They must be treated in the most effective manner, and Luffy was clearly Rayleigh's Achilles heel at that moment. Under the protection of Luffy's shield, Rayleigh was forced back repeatedly by Hank. "Uncle, don't mind me. Quickly kill this guy. He asked the one who killed Ace." Luffy was like a lump of clay, completely controlled by Hank, unable to even activate Gear Second. Rayleigh had seen Uncle Rayleigh's strength before. He could hold his own against Admiral Kazuru at Sabaody Archipelago. Now, because of his own reasons, Uncle Rayleigh was being suppressed, and Luffy was extremely anxious. Ocean over-the-shoulder slam. A pillar of water shot into the sky, carrying the terrifying force of the ocean, directly crashing into the battlefield. The long-missing fishman, Jinbei, finally arrived on the scene. Jinbei hadn't been idle. He had just gone to gather a school of sharks. As an important part of the water burial, the participation of marine life was essential. But Jinbei waited and waited in the water, never receiving Rayleigh's signal. Worried, Jinbei had to come ashore to check, only to see Luffy caught in Hank's grasp. Getting closer to Rayleigh. "Hand Luffy back, or don't blame me for being rude." Jinbei took up a stance of fishman karate, positioning himself between Rayleigh and Hank. "Jinbei, how dare you come back? Do you know how much trouble you've caused?" Shockwave. Hank, seeing Jinbei arrive, wasted no time and greeted him with the black iron sword. "Plum Blossom Skin, I have always acted with a clear conscience." Jinbei's haki had been trained to perfection, and even Hank's black iron sword was firmly blocked by his hands. An opportunity. Seeing Hank engage with Jinbei, Rayleigh jumped high, aiming Anubis directly at Hank's head. If he could take this chance to eliminate this Navy officer with Conqueror's haki here, Luffy's future would be much easier. Hank sensed the threat above his head and calmly lifted Luffy, perfectly blocking Rayleigh's attack route. It must be said, having a human shield at times like this is truly comfortable. Without Luffy as a shield, fighting two against one might really be a bit difficult. Despicable, shameless scoundrel. And Luffy back. Fishman Karate 5,000-tile, correct punch. Seeing Rayleigh's offensive hindered and Hank's middle opening, Jinbei did not hold back and hammered a punch upwards. At the moment of impact with Hank, Jinbei felt as if he had struck a sea stone. It was unbelievably hard. Hank smiled slightly. The fish had taken a bait. With Hank's observation haki, how could he not foresee Jinbei's attack? This flaw was intentionally exposed by Hank, relying on his strong haki to lure Jinbei in. At this moment, with Luffy's shield overhead and the gigantic Jinbei in front, Rayleigh was temporarily isolated from the battlefield. The black iron sword slipped from Hank's hand, and haki had already covered Hank's fists. If Hank learned anything from his battle with Carp, it was that fighting up close is indeed more satisfying. Straight punch machine gun. Chapter 34. The former Empress comes to the rescue. Hank's move slightly fused Luffy's rubber machine gun technique, delivering a rapid series of punches. Moreover, since Hank was so close to Jinbei, Jinbei had no time to react and felt as if he had been hit by a fleet of trucks. Puffed. Jinbei coughed up a mouthful of old blood, nearly knocked unconscious. Thanks to Jinbei's bloodline advantage as a whale shark fishman. Anyone who wasn't a fishman would have been beaten to death. Jinbei. Rayleigh supported the stumbling Jinbei. Since Rayleigh had been saved by Shirohige, he had always had a good impression of the fishman race. Additionally, with Jinbei's reputation as a sea hero, Rayleigh liked him a lot. To use such heavy-handed tactics against a former warlord, are you even fit to be a navy? Luffy was caught in Hank's grip, but seeing Jinbei seriously injured, he couldn't help but shout, "Ha! Are you stupidly scared?" Jinbei has long since quit the warlords. Now he is just a pirate captain, even in a one-on-two situation. Hank couldn't help but laugh. Only Luffy could say such thoughtless things. Jinbei is no longer a warlord and has been completely removed from the world government's list. Removed isn't quite accurate, as Jinbei left the warlords of his own accord. We're only here to pay our respects to Dad and Ace. Don't go too far. Jinbei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, forcing himself to speak. Jinbei's thoughts were quite simple. The Marineford War was over, and as a former warlord, he was just here to pay his respects. He shouldn't have to go all out. Moreover, and more importantly, Luffy needed to relay the message so that the Straw Hat crew would all know. Pay respects? You might as well pay respects to the fishmen of Fishman Island first. Hank scoffed at this statement. What do you mean? The world government is going to take action against Fishman Island? Upon hearing Fishman Island, Jinbei immediately tensed up. In the past, Fishman Island was Dad's territory, and whether it was pirates or the Navy, they had to give Dad some face. Fishman Island had lived a few good years under Dad's protection. Now that Dad is dead, and he had a falling out with the world government. Fishman Island was indeed in crisis. World government? What nonsense are you talking about? It's definitely pirates, and the ones you let go. As Hank spoke, the black iron sword in his hand began to gather power. I'll let go of pirates? Jinbei had yet to realize what Hank was referring to. Yes, you and Straw Hat Boy, the pirates released from Impel Down. Guess where they plan to go back to the New World? And guess if they will show mercy to Fishman Island? Not to mention those criminals from Level 6. Each of whom the Navy has spent countless efforts to capture and imprison and Impel Down. Golden Lion, Barrett, St. J. Garcia, Saturn. Each of their crimes partially falls on your shoulders. For your selfish desires, how much evil have you brought to the entire sea? Shimping, how can you call yourself a sea hero? Every drop of the victim's blood will be counted on your head. If only Shimping could stay in prison. Hank would at least consider him a man. But Shimping broke out of prison with Luffy and took away a large group of criminals. If people like him can be called sea heroes, then Hank is practically a saint. Hank's relentless questioning made Shimping feel a wave of dizziness. Yes, those criminals who were imprisoned and impelled down are now free. And Fishman Island is the fastest way to the New World, which most pirates would choose. Not to mention that Fishman Island has just lost Whitebeard's protection. It is predictable that the entire Fishman Island will now be treated as a piece of fat meat. As Shimping was dazed, Hank made his move. To maximize the strength of his attack, Hank even threw Luffy into the sea. This forced Rayleigh to make a choice. To save the soon-to-be sliced Shimping or to save the soon-to-fall Luffy. A flash of darkness. Rayleigh's Anubis firmly blocked in front of Shimping, allowing Luffy to slide into the sea. Ha ha ha. Now that is a bit of the Dark King style. Hank's attack paused for a moment, but then he swung even harder. If Rayleigh had gone to save Luffy first, Hank would have completely looked down on this so-called Dark King. Shimping, don't let this guy affect your mindset. Go save Luffy. Rayleigh indeed had to save Shimping first. Although Luffy is a devil fruit user, he can at least hold on in the water for a while. As long as he stops Hank's blade, Shimping would have enough time to save Luffy. However, before Rayleigh could finish his words, a crisp sound was heard. Crack! The Anubis in Rayleigh's hand suddenly developed tiny cracks from the center, spreading densely across the entire blade. The famous Sword Anubis, which had accompanied Rayleigh for decades, was actually shattered by Hank's strike. How is this possible? Rayleigh couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. He had never heard of anyone being able to break a great blade. Even Roger's Supreme Blade he had seen before, but it absolutely couldn't reach this level. Moreover, the black iron great blade that Hank wielded, he had never heard of it, and it certainly didn't seem like a supreme great blade. Shock! Rayleigh's astonishment didn't last long, as Hank's next strike quickly came. Without a weapon, Rayleigh was somewhat unaccustomed, and coupled with the overwhelming deterrent power of the black iron great blade, he didn't dare to be reckless. He couldn't even afford to use Haki to withstand it. He had to roll on the ground to awkwardly evade the slash of the black iron great blade. Rayleigh, you're getting old. This era no longer belongs to you. Just bow gracefully. Hank continued to pursue, striking at Rayleigh with one blow after another. Rayleigh couldn't afford to take it head-on and could only awkwardly dodge left and right, barely maintaining a delaying stance. Just then, the reporters who had been affected by the Conqueror's Haki slowly regained consciousness and saw this comical scene in front of them. The legendary Dark King Rayleigh was actually being chased and slashed by the Navy. In an instant, the reporters' professionalism kicked in, and they quickly pressed the shutter, while their rationality told them they must be dreaming. And just as the reporters were scrambling for angles to take photos, Rayleigh was almost driven to a dead end. With the foresight of observation hockey, Hank consciously drove Rayleigh toward the half-repaired city wall. Dark King Rayleigh, do you have any last words? Forget it. I don't want to hear them. What good words can come out of a pirate's mouth? Hank didn't give Rayleigh a chance to speak, and the black iron great blade headed straight for Rayleigh's neck. Clang! A pair of delicate legs blocked in front of Rayleigh. If you want to kill the old man, you have to pass through me first. Chapter 35, The Love Between Pirates. It was indeed Rayleigh's old flame, the former empress of Amazon Lily, former vice-captain of the Kuja Pirates, and current shopkeeper of Shacky's bar, Shacky. As the former empress of Amazon Lily, Shacky's hockey was equally formidable, easily blocking the uncharged black iron great blade. How did you get here? Upon seeing Shacky, Rayleigh softened considerably, and his voice became gentler. Although Shacky was once Roger's favorite woman, the charm of the Pirate King never attracted her. Instead, it was Rayleigh, the aloof swordsman, who caught Shacky's attention. What? You can come, but I can't? Shacky also liked the Straw Hat crew quite a bit, especially after hearing about their beating of the Celestial Dragons. She liked them even more. Those Celestial Dragons, who are born to exist, shouldn't be in this world. Not to mention, Shacky even took the initiative to watch over the Thousand Sunny for the Straw Hat crew, even though the Tyrant Kuma had also gone. As an information broker in Sabaody Archipelago, Shacky had long been informed about the combat strength situation in Marineford. When she heard that there might be an admiral-level strength remaining in Marineford, she didn't dare to delay and rushed over without stopping. Just at this critical moment, she saved her old lover. What an enviable love. Why not become a pair of doomed lovebirds in hell? Things were actually somewhat beyond Hank's expectations. He originally thought that Rayleigh and Shumping would be the opponents this time. Unexpectedly, Shacky came out halfway, and since he hadn't been able to deal with Rayleigh in time, the situation had now become more troublesome. Fortunately, Shumping had just gone to save Luffy. Otherwise, the current situation would be extremely disadvantageous for him. He must solve one before Shumping could return to the battlefield. Hey, Navy brat, you don't have to be so petty. Why don't you go find a beautiful wife too? After Shacky arrived, Rayleigh's tone became a bit more assertive. This is the power that love brings. Ha ha ha. It's really laughable. A pair of pirate couple are now even lecturing me. Self-proclaimed retired pirates, doing some petty tricks in Sabaody Archipelago. What a disgrace. Even when their daughter was captured by the Celestial Dragons, they didn't dare to save her. They had to wait for a fishman hero to help rescue her. Whether it's as a person or as parents, being at this level is truly humiliating. Rayleigh's gaze darkened. How could this guy know that the current empress, Boa Hancock, is his and Shacky's daughter? Even in Amazon Lily, only the former empress, now the old lady, Joelle D., Roger's mother, knew about this. And this young Navy brat in front of him, who doesn't even look older than Hancock, how could he possibly know such a long-standing matter? You little brat who doesn't understand anything. What qualifications do you have to lecture us? Rayleigh gritted his teeth and said. Hancock's matter had always been a source of worry for Rayleigh. Back then, when Rayleigh and Shacky sent Hancock and her sisters back to Amazon Lily, it was to allow the three sisters to have a happy childhood. Not like the two of them, hiding and seeking without even basic freedom. But the subsequent developments had spiraled out of control. By the time Rayleigh and Shacky received the news, the three sisters had already been captured by Mariewa. The two didn't dare to expose their identities and attack Mariewa directly. They could only wait quietly for an opportunity. If it weren't for Fisher Tiger, they might still be waiting. Something's not right. Shacky's observation hockey was even a bit stronger than Rayleigh's. She clearly sensed the change in Hank's momentum. In just a few words, Hank's momentum had increased by threefold. That's right, Hank was secretly charging up again. There was no way. The gap between bursting earth and shock dust was not slight at all, if he could fully charge. Shacky would definitely not be able to block the black iron great blade. Ink scale kick. Shacky's legs turned as black as ink, kicking straight at Hank. I must stop this guy. Otherwise, his momentum will only grow stronger. Bursting earth. Hank silently thought it was a pity. In front of a master of observation hockey, trying to gather strength was as difficult as climbing to the sky. Be careful. Rayleigh recognized this move. It was the same strike that shattered Anubis. Although this time the momentum was not as strong as the last, it still made Rayleigh's heart tense. It wasn't that Rayleigh didn't believe in Shaki's hockey strength, but Hank's power was simply too unexpected. Shaki flashed a confident smile at Rayleigh, a confidence that came from the Empress of Amazon Lily, a strong belief in her own hockey. Then, Shaki's left leg and the black iron sword collided violently. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh was particularly pronounced, and in Rayleigh's shocked gaze, a left calf flew into the air. The outcome of the duel was obvious, no matter how strong hockey. One shouldn't use a flesh leg to block an iron sword. Shaki was also in disbelief, unable to accept that she had lost the hockey duel, something that would have been impossible just a few years ago. Losing a calf, Shaki couldn't maintain her balance and fell to the ground. No, Shaki, dam brat. I will kill you. Rayleigh lost control of his emotions and lunged at Hank like a mad dog. Shockwave. Hank ignored the frenzied Rayleigh and swung at Shaki. Losing a leg was nothing for a strong person. Even the Golden Lion, who had lost both legs, could still rule over territory. The key was not to let Shaki regain her composure. Once she adapted to moving on one leg, he would still be facing 3 enemies. Hank had absolute confidence that he could exchange injury for life. Even if Rayleigh landed a few punches, he wouldn't lose anything. The familiar sound of the black iron sword slicing through flesh echoed, but the anticipated attack did not land on Hank. Rayleigh didn't attack Hank. After realizing Hank's intent, Rayleigh directly positioned himself in front of Shaki, shielding her behind him. The black iron sword had just drawn a vertical wound on Rayleigh's back. If it weren't for hockey protecting him, that strike could have cleaved Rayleigh in half. Rayleigh, you. Shaki looked at her old lover, tears brimming in her eyes. The swordsman who once insisted he wouldn't fall for her was now more devoted than anyone else, even willing to sacrifice his life to protect her. However, Hank would not hold back because of a pirate love story. Just as the two shared a lingering gaze, Hank's next strike aimed for Rayleigh's neck. Decapitation was Hank's favorite method of execution. Run towards the harbor. Rayleigh pushed Shaki, and suddenly his aura surged. The Abyss's call, final dance. At the cost of his own vitality, he exchanged it for absolute power. To protect his beloved, Rayleigh squeezed out all his remaining life force and charged at Hank with full force. Yes, this is the strength of the king of the underworld. Ha ha ha. Hank felt the pressure of the king of the underworld. This was the strength that the pirate king's second-in-command should possess. The black iron sword did not retreat at all. Facing Rayleigh's pressure head-on, not far away at the harbor, Uncle Rayleigh. Over here, Luffy had already been pulled up by Jinbei, and the two had even commandeered a military ship as their means of escape. However, Luffy's hands were still shackled with sea prism stone handcuffs, and he hadn't found a way to break free. Luffy raised his arms high, not just to guide Rayleigh, but also to ensure the reporters could capture his arms. The number 32 on his left arm was the most crucial information to convey during this morning. As long as this information got out, his comrades would surely understand his message. However, he couldn't see the kind Uncle Rayleigh on the shore, nor any sign of reporters. Only a one-legged woman was hopping toward them. Sister Shaki, what are you doing here? What happened? Luffy looked at Shaki in surprise. The gentle tavern owner now appeared disheveled. Go, hurry. Shaki leaped and landed beside Luffy. In the current situation, Rayleigh was in grave danger. Even with Jinbei, they couldn't possibly defeat that Navy officer. Shaki had no other choice but to carry Rayleigh's last wish and lead Luffy to Amazon Lily. But Uncle Rayleigh is still. Luffy was still worried about Rayleigh's safety. Although he had only known the man for a short time, Uncle Rayleigh had helped him so much. Whether it was blocking Kizaru at Sabaody Archipelago or aiding him to return to Marineford, Uncle Rayleigh had put in a lot of effort. How could he abandon him and run away? There's no time. We have to go now. Jinbei, start the ship, Shaki shouted. As the former Empress of Amazon Lily, she still had the ability to assess the situation. That Navy kid clearly came with murderous intent and was incredibly powerful. Even the Carp of that era didn't have such overwhelming pressure. Moreover, Carp was both an ally and a friend to Roger at the time and wouldn't go all out. But that Navy kid was someone who would truly kill. Okay, although Jinbei didn't know what had happened, he was somewhat aware of Shaki and Rayleigh's relationship. Now that Shaki had spoken, it was clear that the situation was dire. Wait, Uncle Rayleigh is still our comrade. We can't just leave like this. Luffy still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. In Luffy's eyes, Uncle Rayleigh was on par with Kizaru. Even if that Navy officer had killed Ace, he couldn't possibly be a match for Uncle Rayleigh. Abandoning Uncle Rayleigh now would be like abandoning his comrades back at Sabaody Archipelago. At that time, he could still blame his weakness and helplessness, but now, was he really going to actively abandon his comrade? No time for nonsense. Hurry. How heartless. Miss Shaki, can't you even take a look at your husband who just died? Before Shaki could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by a devilish voice. That terrifying young Navy officer, holding Rayleigh's head, was stepping closer to the harbor. Behind Hank were reporters who couldn't even blink. They had truly struck gold. The second in command of Pirate King Roger, the king of the underworld Rayleigh, and a love-hate relationship with the former empress of Amazon Lily, Shaki. It might even involve the lineage of the current empress, Boa Hancock. Even more explosively, Rayleigh stormed into Marineford only to be executed by the Navy. This was undoubtedly another shocking point following Whitebeard's death. These old-timers of the bygone era were gradually exiting the world stage, though it was forced. The scene of Hank holding Rayleigh's head had been captured by countless reporters. No matter how much noise the Straw Hat Kid made before, tomorrow's newspaper headlines would surely be about Rayleigh's death. Run! Xiaoqi stared fiercely at the Navy officer. That face already etched in her mind. Once she safely brought Luffy to Snake Island, she would surely seek revenge. Even if it meant death, she had to avenge Rayleigh. Thankfully, Jinbei had not listened to Luffy and was already prepared to set sail. Otherwise, Hank would have jumped onto the ship by now and started another wave of slaughter. Rayleigh, uncle! Luffy was momentarily stunned upon seeing the head in Hank's hand. He felt so weak. He couldn't save his friends at Sabaody Archipelago, nor could he rescue his brother at Marineford. And now, the Uncle Rayleigh who had always helped him was dead. All because he wanted to send a message to his friends. He felt utterly useless. Luffy, don't blame yourself too much. It was his choice. Xiaoqi forced a sorrowful smile and tried to comfort him. In fact, it was Xiaoqi who was the saddest over Rayleigh's death. But now, as the leader of this small team, she could not let her sorrow spread. Hey, you don't really think I'm going to let you go, do you? Hank had already reached the edge of shore, casually tossing Rayleigh's head to the reporters following behind him, while his black iron sword was already poised for action. Break ground. A tremendous slash was released from the black iron sword, heading straight for the military ship. Not good. Get out of the way. Xiaoqi immediately sensed the threat of this strike. The force behind it was completely different from the one that had just cut her. Even the might of the two giant captains of the giant pirate crew wouldn't pose such a strong threat. This move could not be taken head-on, otherwise, she would surely die a terrible death. Xiaoqi grabbed the stunned Luffy and decisively abandoned the military ship, jumping directly into the sea. Boom! The entire military ship was split neatly in half and collapsed instantly. Amidst the rising smoke and dust, only Luffy's sorrowful cries could be heard. Jinbei, Chapter 37. Despairing Jinbei, Hank stood mockingly on the shore, watching the three pirates struggling in the water. Luffy was a devil fruit user and had his hands shackled with sea prism stone. He was now the weakest of the three. Although Xiaoqi was a good swimmer, she was struggling due to having a leg severed. Only Jinbei, the fishman, might be their sole hope. But Luffy's cry indicated that Jinbei's condition was not good either. And indeed, that was the case. With the enhancement of Kenbunchika Haki, Hank's strike was aimed directly at Jinbei, who was steering the ship. After killing Rayleigh, the system awarded him 120,000 kill points. Hank spent 100,000 of those points to purchase top-tier Kenbunchika Haki. With Kenbunchika Haki at its peak, Hank could foresee parts of the future when actively using it. However, this foresight was not a true future. It was merely a possibility of development. As long as he had powerful strength, this foreseen future could be changed. Hank's prediction was correct. Jinbei was indeed in a bad situation. After hearing Xiaoqi's warning, Jinbei reacted quickly to dodge. However, as the targeted victim with his back turned to Hank, he couldn't react fast enough. Jinbei's right arm was severed cleanly. This former Shichibukai and captain of the Sun Pirates was now swimming desperately away from Marineford, with Luffy in his left arm and Xiaoqi on his back. There was no time to seize another military ship. Even if he did, it wouldn't stop Hank's strike. Jinbei didn't know how much longer he could hold on. After battling Hank, he had lost an arm. Plus, Hank's verbal attacks had shaken Jinbei's resolve. It could be said that Jinbei was now exhausted both physically and mentally. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Our navy is quite hospitable. Why not stay for dinner? Moonwalk. Hank submerged into the water, his legs exploding with tremendous power as he shot out. In the water, fishmen moved incredibly fast. But now, Hank was even faster than Jinbei, rapidly closing the distance to the three. In fact, as a whale shark fisherman, Jinbei was quite strong and swam faster than ordinary fishmen. If it weren't for Jinbei being exhausted and burdened with 2 deadweights, Hank might not have been able to catch up. Xiaoqi watched as Hank drew closer, knowing that the 3 of them couldn't all escape. Sigh. Old man, it seems I can't get my leg back. I didn't expect to join you so soon. I hope when you see me with only 1 leg, you won't think less of me. Xiaoqi exerted force from her 1 leg and leaped from Jinbei's back, landing firmly on a piece of shattered deck. Jinbei, take Luffy and go. I'll hold this guy off. Xiaoqi pulled out a lady's cigarette, wanting to light another one. But she found that all her cigarettes had been soaked in seawater and wouldn't light at all. Sister Xiaoqi, Luffy, in Jinbei's arms, cried out in despair. Even Luffy understood that Xiaoqi was planning to sacrifice herself to save Jinbei and him. He never expected that this trip to Marineford would not only fail to achieve its original goal, but also drag down 2 elders. Luffy felt like he was about to cry without tears. Jinbei silently glanced at Xiaoqi, silently wishing her well, and continued to swim forward without looking back. Now was not the time for sentimentality. They had to survive to have time to grieve. Jinbei gradually calmed down, casting aside everything Hank had said about being a criminal. Now his only task was to get Luffy out. Mokurin foot. Xiaoqi's specialty was still her leg techniques, and even after having a calf severed by Hank, she still executed her signature move. Even with just 1 leg, Xiaoqi managed to halt Hank in the water. I'll be your opponent, Xiaoqi declared with fighting spirit, facing the killer of Rayleigh, determined to avenge him. How touching. Then let us send you to meet your old partner. Shocking dust. Seeing Xiaoqi's resolute expression, Hank knew he had to kill her. Otherwise, this woman would never let him pass. Hank stomped on the water's surface, his black iron sword rushing towards Xiaoqi. However, Xiaoqi did not take it head-on. That was the black iron sword that had just severed her calf. Although Xiaoqi had only 1 leg, she nimbly leaped up and landed steadily on another piece of deck debris. Xiaoqi was very clear about her task, to hold Hank off as long as possible to allow Jinbei and Luffy to escape. There was no need for her to confront Hank directly. As long as she could delay him, it would be her victory. Stormfoot Blood Shadow. Hank leap high, continuously slashing with his feet, and a sea of red blades instantly engulfed the entire ocean. Although Xiaoqi's Busashoku could perfectly block all the blood shadows, the deck debris beneath her feet was shattered to pieces. Hank realized Xiaoqi's intention. This move was meant to clear all the footholds. Without any footholds, Xiaoqi suddenly fell into the water. However, Xiaoqi was also quite experienced in battle. The moment she entered the water, she dove straight beneath the surface, making it difficult for Hank to find her trace. Childish tricks. Hank didn't have time to play hide and seek with Xiaoqi. He directly used Moonwalk to chase after Jinbei. Luffy is the target that Shaki wants to protect. As long as I lock on a Luffy, Shaki will definitely come out to rescue him. Otherwise, Shaki wouldn't have achieved any interception at all. Sure enough, seeing that Hank completely ignored her, Shaki couldn't stay underwater any longer. With a slight push from her legs, her dark fist rushed towards Hank. Goodbye, once charming Empress. Shock. Hank's observation haki had already predicted this scene, and he was waiting for Shaki to surface. Although the seawater slightly hindered the movement of his black iron sword, it still accurately struck Shaki's head. Kill value 80,000. Not far away, Jinbei was strenuously leading Luffy forward. Suddenly, Jinbei sensed a malicious gaze ahead. Looking up, Jinbei despaired as he saw that devilish man, now looking at him with a mocking expression. At some point, Hank had already surpassed him. This terrifying guy was faster in the water than the fishmen. Jinbei couldn't even imagine what this guy's strength was like. At this moment, Luffy, weak in Jinbei's arms, said faintly, "Jinbei, you go. Leave me here." Chapter 38, Unexpected Rescue. Compared to Jinbei, Luffy felt even more despair. After being submerged in the seawater for a long time, Luffy was completely drained of strength. He now realized that the Marine was just toying with them. How could someone who could kill Uncle Rayleigh possibly have no way to deal with Jinbei and himself? But Jinbei also knew that the chance of escaping with Luffy was extremely slim. And if he abandoned Luffy and managed to submerge, even the Marine Admiral would find it difficult to deal with him. As a human, Luffy could no longer breathe underwater, and Jinbei hadn't prepared bubble coral in advance. Even if Luffy could hold his breath for a while, it would be impossible to last until Hank exhausted his strength. Everything today is because of me. Uncle Rayleigh is already dead. Sister Shaki is in grave danger. I don't want everyone to die. Jinbei, you go. Luffy was already crying out. The developments of today had completely exceeded expectations and dealt a tremendous blow to Luffy's young heart. It also made Luffy truly see the cruelty of this world. It turns out that people can die even without war. Originally, defeating the enemy was not the solution. Killing the enemy was the real solution. Jinbei helplessly glanced at Luffy, placed him on a piece of deck debris, and then submerged into the water. After assessing the situation, Jinbei felt that he had no possibility of protecting Luffy and could only retreat first to find reinforcements. Hank also noticed Jinbei's departure, but he didn't care. Catching a fishman in the sea would waste too much time and energy. After all, Fishman Island is there, and Jinbei can't run far. Even if Jinbei goes to get reinforcements, at most he would find someone like the Empress. The former Empress had already been killed by him. Would he be afraid of the current Empress? Why? Why did you have to kill Uncle Rayleigh? Why did you have to kill Ace? They were all good people. Luffy cried, venting his dissatisfaction towards Hank. Luffy didn't understand. Why must all the good people die? The bad guys he dealt with. Even the Arlong who had bullied Kokoyashi village for many years didn't kill. Not long ago, when he went to Impel Down to rescue, he even saw Arlong imprisoned there. Why do bad people get to live, while good people are killed one by one? Why? Because they are all pirates. Shouldn't pirates die? Hank retorted. This question was not even a question in Hank's eyes. Shouldn't pirates die? Even though there are some noble sentiments, friendships, and loves among pirates, and some touching things, pirates are essentially a group of unproductive mobs, even stealing their food. Not to mention treasures or anything like that. They shout about freedom, but in reality, they're just harming others for their own selfish desires. Are there no good people among pirates? My comrades have never done anything bad. The Straw Hat Pirates are indeed a unique existence among pirates. They never rob civilians and have even defeated many bad guys. Before Luffy went to Impel Down, Hank had to admit that the Straw Hat Pirates could be considered good pirates. But the Impel Down incident revealed Luffy's true nature. He was also a pirate who disregarded others for his own selfish desires. To save his brother, the clown Buggy, who had previously occupied Orangetown, could be considered a friend, and Crocodile, who had harmed Alabasta for 3 years, could also be a friend. If Luffy had known Barrett and the Golden Lion, he would have definitely brought them out. Although in the end, those guys also escaped. Your comrades have almost no issues. If given the chance, I could spare their lives. But you're different, Straw Hat Kid. I want to kill you not because you're the son of Dragon, but because you caused chaos and Impel Down and released a large number of criminals, plunging this world into chaos once again. Do you know how many people those guys have killed? Do you know how many they will kill again once released? Not to mention others. Crocodile controlled rainfall in Alabasta for 3 years, leading to nearly 10,000 people dying of thirst. And you let this demon back into the world. Which country will be harmed next? Luffy fell silent, having witnessed the tragedy of Alabasta firsthand. He understood Crocodile's threat very well. And back then, was it really right to bring Crocodile out to save Ace? For the first time, Luffy doubted himself. Hank was already dragging Luffy back. There were still a bunch of reporters eagerly waiting at the port of Marineford. The reporters didn't miss the battle that took place at sea, and their cameras had faithfully recorded everything. Straw Hat Kid, do you have anything to say? Luffy knelt at the port of Marineford. Hank's black iron sword already pressed against Luffy's neck. considering that the Straw Hat Pirates had solved quite a few troubles for the Marines in the past. Hank was willing to give Luffy a chance to leave a last word. "I'm sorry, everyone. I seem to be dying." Facing the countless cameras of reporters, Luffy forced out a smile. Even if he was about to die, he didn't want his comrades to see his dejected self. The reporters were all capturing this moment, their pens never stopping. This trip was definitely worth it. Since Luffy's appearance, various major events had never ceased. Dark King Rayleigh, former Empress Shaki, Warlord Jinbei, and the Revolutionary Army leader Dragon's son Luffy. It was simply a paradise for journalists. Tomorrow's news would surely be as big as the Marineford War. Just when everyone thought Luffy was doomed, a loud shout came from the sea. "Hank, how dare you!" A dog-headed warship was just returning, rapidly approaching the harbor of Marineford. And standing at the bow was Luffy's grandfather, the current naval hero, Vice Admiral Garp. Fistbone Meteor. A black cannonball slammed directly into Hank. Surprisingly, Hank didn't dodge or evade. A naval hero? Are you going to strike against the Navy for a pirate? Hank ignored the already dumbfounded Marines and reporters around him, facing the figure that was now furious to the extreme. "You've already killed one of my grandsons. Now you want to kill my last grandson?" Kapu jumped down before the warship even stabilized, facing the madman Hank. He was afraid that if he hesitated for even a second, Hank would chop off Luffy's head right in front of him. Others might still give this naval hero some face, but Hank was completely reckless. All right. Everyone saw it. You attacked first." Chapter 39. A flustered Kapu. "Are you crazy? How dare you lay hands on me?" Hank's black iron sword swung towards Kapu as he questioned him. Hank truly didn't expect that in such a situation. In front of all the reporters, Kapu would dare to strike. During the Marineford War, the live broadcast was turned off to prevent the world from seeing Kapu being knocked down by Luffy with a single punch. That was the only reason Kapu could still hold the title of a naval hero. And now, this so-called hero of the Navy was attacking his own comrades for the sake of a pirate. "I don't care. Luffy is my last grandson, and I will never let you kill him." Kapu was already on the brink of madness. He originally didn't have to take on a mission, but Sengoku kept emphasizing the lack of manpower, forcing him to go after pirates. He had caught a pirate and completed his mission, but upon returning, he found Hank trying to behead his grandson. Although he didn't know what had happened, Kapu would absolutely not allow Luffy to die in front of him. Even if it meant quitting the Navy, even if it meant going against the justice he had upheld for most of his life. Zhang, execute. Kapu still had some strength when he went mad. Hank was caught off guard, and with the impact of the recent battles, he found himself in a tough fight. Kapu's iron fists exchanged blows with Hank's black iron sword. Hank only had Zhang Ao to rely on at the moment, and he could only hope Zhang Ao would be of some use. "Bogut, stop him. If Luffy dies, I will take the entire Marineford down with me." As Kapu's deputy, Bogut had followed Kapu for decades, even participating in the legendary God Valley War. Faced with Kapu's command, Bogut executed it without hesitation. Loyalty was the Navy's first tenet. Being loyal to the Navy meant being even more loyal to one's superior. A sword appeared at Zhang Ao's neck before he could even draw his weapon. "Don't move. I don't want to hurt a comrade," Bogut said coldly. Zhang Ao quickly raised his hands, indicating that he wouldn't move. "Useless." Hank cursed silently at the situation. However, it was unavoidable. Bogut had been a naval officer for decades and had always been under Kapu's command. From God Valley to the later pursuit of Roger, Bogut had participated in countless battles. It was inevitable that such a level of Navy could easily take down Zhang Ao, who was merely a combatant from a small pirate crew in the East Sea. Even after the trials of the Marineford War, he only possessed the strength of a major. The reporters around were extremely excited. Navy infighting. This was another huge news story that hadn't happened in decades. The last time there was a split within the Navy was because of Zifa's family being killed. And this time, for the sake of the Straw Hat Kid, the naval hero Kapu and naval major Hank were fighting fiercely. Even their subordinates were getting involved. Explosive, so explosive. The reporters' cameras clicked away frantically, afraid to miss any detail. Today had too many events that could be considered major news, and the news agency would have a headache figuring out what to make the headline tomorrow. The president of the news agency, Morgans, would surely regret not coming in person today. Jinbei, take Luffy away. Kapu shouted towards his warship, and a blue fishman quickly dashed out, picking up Luffy and running. Jinbei had actually hidden under Kapu's warship. Kapu, as a navy, you actually collude with pirates. You've completely disgraced the navy. Hank shouted. No wonder Koby was able to say such things during the Marineford War. It was truly a case of the upper beam not being straight, causing the lower beam to tilt. This was something Hank didn't expect. To save his grandson, Kapu had thrown away all semblance of face. Not only did he allow Jinbei to secretly follow the warship close to the shore, but he even directly ordered Jinbei to take Luffy away. Hank was also a bit angry now, and he swung his black iron sword with even more force. Shut up. How dare you mention Koby? Koby is such a good kid, talented and hardworking. Why do you have to kill Koby? In the future, Koby will definitely be a pillar of the Navy. If it weren't for the situation, Kapu might have forgotten that his proud disciple was also cut down by Hank during the Marineford War. Koby, who had worked 200 times harder than anyone else, was cut down just for saying a few words. Mentioning Koby made Kapu even angrier. Koby disrupted morale. He deserves to die. The only regret is that I couldn't execute him live. And you, Kapu, you're truly disgusting. Do you deserve the justice on your back? Hank suddenly retreated a few steps, temporarily separating from Kapu. At the same time, he formed a strange hand seal and aimed it at himself. Forbidden technique. My justice is not something you can point fingers at. Kapu was slightly out of breath, despite his all-out attack. He found he couldn't do anything to this kid in front of him. This was not the duel from a few days ago, when he merely wanted to vent his anger for Ace's death. And now, he had used all his strength, yet he was only evenly matched with Hank. Could it be that he really was getting old? Nonsense, Justice. I see you're just an old rebel. You don't understand justice at all. With the use of the forbidden technique, Hank's state instantly recovered, and his overall momentum doubled. How is this possible? Kapu was somewhat dumbfounded. After fighting for so many years, whether it was Rox, Roger, or even the likes of the Golden Lion, this was the first time he had seen someone become more spirited as they fought. Even when he fought Roger, he would become exhausted after a while. Yet he had clearly been fighting this kid for a long time, and not only was this kid not tired, he had become even stronger. What monster! With a punch, Kapu no longer had the energy to think about the destruction of Marineford. He could only unleash his strongest attack. His black iron fist collided with Hank's black iron sword. Puff! In Kapu's astonished gaze, the black iron sword sliced perfectly through his right arm. How is this possible? Kapu's eyes went blank. After so many years, he had seen top-tier conquerors, hockey users, and top-tier swordsmen. Even Roger, who wielded the supreme great sword ace. He had fought countless times. This was the first time someone had easily broken his hockey and seriously injured him. Even Roger's ace had never made him bleed. However, before Kapu could react, Hank's second strike had already arrived. Kapu's left arm was completely severed. What the hell are you doing? A golden Buddha descended from the sky. Chapter 40. Sengoku's compromise. Even though Sengoku's golden Buddha had descended, Hank stubbornly swung his third sword. Kapu's already severed right arm was completely cut off. Hank! A pair of golden giant hands blocked Hank's path, preventing him from further attacking. Under Sengoku's obstruction, Hank's fourth strike ultimately did not come down. After all, Sengoku was still the nominal admiral. He couldn't just go and cut down Sengoku. Sengoku was about to go mad. Originally, I had already submitted my resignation application, just waiting for the approval from the world government, and I could enjoy a leisurely life as a retiree. However, due to the downfall of the Whitebeard Pirates, pirates have been causing chaos all over the world. I had no choice but to take on the task of deploying troops again and send out the Navy's forces. Then I received reports that Rayleigh, Jinbei, and Luffy were invading Marineford. Upon hearing that Hank was already handling the situation, Sengoku felt relieved. At least it wouldn't allow the pirates to create a big commotion here. But before Sengoku could relax for long, he heard news that Hank and Carp were fighting. I rushed over, and if I had been any slower, Carp would have been killed. What the hell is going on? Sengoku, a strategist known for his elegance, couldn't help but curse. It's too hard. Wanting to retire is just too difficult. Sengoku looked at the chaotic scene in Marineford with despair. The half-destroyed port, The wreckage of warships, the disheveled carp, and the reporters around with shining eyes. If one didn't know better, they would think Whitebeard had resurrected and attacked again. Hank ignored Sengoku's questioning and fully activated his observation haki to search for Jinbei's whereabouts. However, under Carp's delay, Jinbei had already disappeared with Luffy. Even with Hank's top-tier observation haki, searching for Luffy was like looking for a needle in a haystack. What's going on? Carp. Sengoku, seeing that Hank was ignoring him, had to ask Carp. Carp now had both arms broken, a once mighty Navy man now in a state of disarray. Seeing Sengoku's furious face and Hank, who had given up on searching for Luffy, he closed his eyes and fainted. After all, Luffy was safe, and Sengoku was already here. He definitely wouldn't die, so it was better to just faint. It would save him from being mocked by that kid Hank. Marshal Sengoku, I need an explanation. Hank, realizing he couldn't catch up to Luffy, said solemnly to Sengoku. This wasn't just a minor scuffle with Carp a couple of days ago. This involved his future development in the Navy. If Sengoku still favored Carp in this situation, Hank wouldn't mind dragging Sakazuki to find Zifa to play with the new Navy. After hearing Hank's report, Sengoku's face was filled with black lines. It's difficult, too difficult. On one side was his longtime friend, and on the other was the Navy's new top combat strength. Sengoku understood Carp's impulsive behavior. After all, he had just lost a grandson, and now another grandson was about to be executed. No one could withstand such stimulation. As for Hank, a passionate and vigorous pillar of the Navy, he was protecting the safety of Marineford and had done nothing out of line. If one had to say there was a problem, it could only be that his methods were a bit too brutal. Let's discuss this matter in the office. Sengoku frowned, looking at the reporters around like hungry wolves. Such matters would definitely make the news tomorrow, but the specific degree of the news had to be communicated with Morgan's by the world government. It was better not to let these little reporters know about Hank's appeasement work and Carp's handling. No, this matter involves the justice of the Navy. I need all media to witness. Hank would not let such a good opportunity slip by. If Hank and Sengoku went to the office, this matter would become an internal Navy issue. How to explain it to the outside would be entirely up to Sengoku. It wasn't that Hank didn't trust Sengoku, but people have their own interests and would inevitably show favoritism toward friends. Therefore, in front of the reporters, some things would be more just. What do you want to do? Sengoku was also a bit angry. Too many unexpected things had happened today. Moreover, the Navy's face had already been rubbed into the ground, but Hank showed no signs of backing down. It was as if he didn't take Sengoku, the marshal, seriously. Carp must be punished accordingly. Colluding with pirates, rescuing pirates, attacking colleagues. Each charge listed by Hank was recorded by the reporters. This veteran, hailed as a hero of the Navy due to the Battle of God Valley, now had his reputation completely ruined. All right, Carp will go through trial at Judicial Island, and then be imprisoned and impelled down. Forever imprisoned. Sengoku pondered for a moment and responded. This was the plan Sengoku came up with after consideration. Carp's actions had already been filmed by all the reporters. No matter how good the public relations were, they couldn't change the undeniable facts. Now, the only way to appease Hank as much as possible was to prevent the situation from escalating further. Carp would definitely be tried, and being imprisoned and impelled down might be his best outcome. Now that Carp's proud iron fist was gone, even if he wasn't imprisoned, he couldn't fight anymore. Is there anything else? Hank was relatively satisfied with the arrangement for Carp. After all, Carp was a longtime friend of Sengoku and had deep roots within the Navy. The death penalty was basically impossible. If Sakazuki were to take office, there might be some possibilities. What else do you want? Sengoku picked up on Hank's meaning. Hank was asking for compensation. Carp had intercepted Hank's execution of Luffy and even attacked Hank. If there was no compensation for Hank, how could he possibly agree? However, Sengoku couldn't think of what kind of compensation to give Hank. After all, Hank's application for promotion to Admiral had already been submitted, and he was already at the top of the Navy. Even if Sengoku said he would give Hank the position of Marshal, the Navy soldiers and the world government would never agree. Could it be that Hank wanted a monetary compensation? I want to choose people as my subordinates and have the right to deal with pirates freely. After all, I would soon be promoted to Admiral, and having only Zhang Ao as a subordinate was definitely not enough. Moreover, the war period was over, and most pirates captured at sea would be imprisoned and impelled down. I must have the right to deal with them freely to avoid being reported daily for abusing pirates. Fine, but you can't choose from the Navy's vice admirals. Don't let you choose at will. Are there any other conditions? These were relatively basic conditions. If these could satisfy Hank, Sengoku would be very willing. It's just choosing people and executing pirates. Also, I want the right to go to war with the four emperors. Chapter 41. The Decision of the Five Elders. What did you say? This was the first time Sengoku doubted whether his ears were malfunctioning. The Navy headquarters had just finished the battle with Whitebeard, and this Hank in front of him was saying something. The right to go to war with the four emperors? Are you crazy? How can the Navy go to war with other four emperors now? Are we going to capture four emperors' son again? Are we going to let the four emperors mess with Marineford once more? The right to go to war with the four emperors is certainly not for now. But when the Navy is ready, Hank is definitely going to enter the new world in the future. And once in the new world, the most troublesome thing will be the territories of those four emperors. If the Navy freely enters and exits the four emperors' territories, it would easily be seen as a provocation by the four emperors. Therefore, the Navy actually has very few branches in the New World. Although it may not necessarily lead to an actual war with the four emperors, once they encounter the four emperors, I will definitely need support from the Navy headquarters. What I need now is such a guarantee. No matter which four emperor I face, the Navy headquarters will be behind me. I need to think about it. Sengoku didn't dare to rashly agree to this request. Firstly, he was about to step down as Marshal, and this request, which concerned the entire Navy, must reach a consensus with the next Marshal. Secondly, the attitude of the world government also needs to be confirmed. The top war could only be initiated with the consent of the five elders. No problem. Hank also knew that this matter was very important, and Sengoku would definitely not agree directly. There was one more thing. I want Bogart to apologize to Zhang Ao. Although Bogart was just following Carp's orders, after all, Bogart's sword had already been placed at Zhang Ao's neck. If one's subordinates don't receive the corresponding respect, then, as the commander, one has failed too much. This isn't necessary. Zhang Ao felt a bit embarrassed. After spending a few months in the Navy, Zhang Ao already knew Carp's great reputation. Asking the aid of such a person to apologize to him seemed a bit unreasonable. Moreover, he was just carrying out the command of the commander. It was really that he was a bit too weak. I'm sorry. Bogart bowed deeply to Zhang Ao without hesitation. Hank held Zhang Ao, who wanted to dodge the bow, ensuring that Zhang Ao fully accepted Bogart's apology. You are my soldier. No one can bully my soldiers. At that moment, Zhang Ao felt for the first time that serving under Hank was quite good. It should be known that the past few days have been filled with fear and hardship for Zhang Ao. His superior, Hank, had been crazily cutting down pirates during the Marineford War, and he had even been threatened by Hank. Zhang Ao was afraid that one day Hank would find him displeasing and directly cleave him in two. Now, Zhang Ao was no longer worried at all. He even felt a sense of pride in serving under Hank. Hank left with Zhang Ao in a carefree manner, and the stagnant atmosphere in the air relaxed a bit. Admiral Sengoku, what do you think of the actions of the Navy hero? Admiral Sengoku, does the Navy plan to go to war with the four emperors? Admiral Sengoku, may I ask, what is the identity of this Navy major? As soon as Hank left, Sengoku was surrounded by reporters who rushed in. Compared to Hank, who was covered in blood after killing, Sengoku's approachable image was certainly a better object for interviews. I'm sorry, I won't accept any interviews today. Bogart, please escort the reporters out, Sengoku said angrily. Today, his old friend had had both arms removed, and the justice of the Navy had been rubbed into the ground. He had also been forced to accept a request from a junior. He truly felt like he was regressing. Whitebeard was right. There was no ship in the new era that could carry us old guys. At Marineford, Panga City, the five elders were listening to Sengoku's report. After dealing with the reporters, Sengoku hurried to the five elders. Such a major event had to be communicated with the five elders, and it also involved negotiations with Morgans. The News King. Is this Hank the one who is about to be promoted from major to admiral? Asked the scientific defense war god Jigoro Saitama. He had a deep impression of this name, as Hank's performance was everywhere during the Marineford War. Although it was somewhat against regulations to go directly from major to admiral, such an outstanding talent deserved to be promoted regardless of rules. Yes, "It is him," Sengoku replied. Even as the fleet admiral, he felt like a child in front of these 5 monsters. Since Sengoku took over as fleet admiral, these 5 had been the highest leaders of the world government. Years had passed, and he had grown old, yet these 5 hadn't changed at all. It was hard not to feel a sense of awe. I think it's fine. Young people should have such ambition. Eradicating pirates is the very purpose of the Navy's existence, said the legal war god topman Walchuli. As one of the decision-makers of the world government, Walchuli had recently been overwhelmed by the aftermath of the Marineford War, with Jinbei and Blackbeard quitting the 7 warlords. And with Moria being assassinated by Doflamingo, there were now only 4 people left in the 7 warlords. Among them, Bartholomew Kuma was just a robot toy of Saitama. Originally intended to stand against the 4 emperors in the New World, the warlords had now become dispensable. And now a radical kid had emerged in the Navy, just in time to fill the gap left by the warlords. Isn't going to war with the 4 emperors a bit too radical? Asked the financial war god, Izambalona's Shuru. Recently, wars around the world had been increasing. If this continued, even the collection of heavenly gold might be affected. Moreover, it was infuriating that the so-called Revolutionary Army, wherever they took over, meant no heavenly gold could be collected anymore. If a war started, next year those idle celestial dragons would have no good days ahead. Why not let them try? As long as it doesn't disturb Marineford, everything is fine, said the environmental war god Makasmas. The rule of the celestial dragons and the safety of Marineford were the most important. Everything else was just a tool to maintain that rule. Since there was an opportunity to stabilize their rule, why not let the Navy give it a try? Let's do it this way, Sengoku. And also send down the notification for Hank's promotion to Admiral. After some discussion, the 5 elders finally decided to grant this so-called war authority against the 4 emperors to Hank. Several of the 5 elders wanted to see what Hank would do with it. By the way, Sengoku, have you decided on the next fleet admiral? Saitama asked. Currently, it's a choice between Akainu and Akiji. Choose as soon as possible. You should enjoy your retirement. Yes. Chapter 42. The World Shakes. Shocking. Once a Navy hero, now a pirate insider. Hank, the newly promoted Navy admiral. Will he become the future Navy king? The seagull from Morgan's newspaper delivered the events that occurred in Marineford to the entire world early the next morning, with the headline focusing on the battle between Carp and Hank, and the deaths of Rayleigh and Shaki as the main content. The entire newspaper described the events that took place in Marineford. At the same time, the news of Hank as the new Navy admiral was also reported. As for the battles in the New World and the territorial disputes, there was not a single report on that. After communicating with the world government, Morgans amicably agreed to delete the section about the war authority against the 4 emperors. However, correspondingly, Morgans could report on other events that occurred in Marineford yesterday. The newspaper described Hank beheading Rayleigh, killing Shaki, and preparing to execute Luffy. It also reported truthfully on the battle with Carp and Sengoku's punishment of Carp. At the end of the report, Morgans combined Hank's statements during the Marineford War. The era of pirates has ended, and the next will be the era of the Navy, with Hank as the king of the Navy of this era. The shock level of this report was no less than that of the Marineford War report. Whether it was the right-hand man of the Pirate King, the Dark King Rayleigh, the former heartthrob Empress Shaki, or the Navy hero Iron Fist Carp, all were prominent figures. Yet in the report, they were merely stepping stones for Hank. Their defeat shaped a rising star of the Navy. As the newspapers were sent out one by one, the entire world was shocked. How could this kid be so powerful? Tina couldn't understand. Colonel Tina, Hank's former superior, frowned as she read the newspaper. Hank was once a major under her command, and at that time, she hadn't realized how strong he was. Didn't this make Tina look incapable of recognizing talent? So strong? It's really enviable strength. Smoker took the newspaper from Tina and glanced at it. Hank had helped during the Marineford War, but it was just against a few of Whitebeard's division commanders. Now he had killed Rayleigh, Shaki, and even defeated Carp. It was a bit unbelievable. Now, he was about to take over the 5th Division, while this kid had jumped to become an admiral. It's really true that people can make others feel inferior. However, since they're all from the Navy, it can be considered a blessing for the Navy. The Navy stationed around the world felt invigorated upon seeing the newspaper. Although the betrayal of the old Navy hero Karp is regrettable, the new admiral is even more exciting. Decisive and ruthless, this is simply the idol of the young Navy. And morale among the Navy suddenly soared. On the pirate side, the shock was equally tremendous. On board the red-haired pirate's ship, Shanks looked at the newspaper in his hand, finding it hard to believe the news. Vice Captain Rayleigh and Shocky were with him. Shanks had just buried the fallen division commanders in Whitebeard from the Marineford War with the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates. Before he could calm down, he received news of the passing of two old friends. That kid named Hank. Shanks clearly remembers this arrogant kid who didn't give him any face during the Marineford War. Being able to kill Koby in front of him shows that his strength is indeed quite impressive. But to kill Rayleigh and Shocky, it seems he underestimated Hank's strength. However, thankfully, Luffy is okay. As for Karp, he can go to Impel Down. After all, he has no ties with Karp. I hope Luffy can make progress soon. This world still needs the Nika fruit. In Wano country, Onigashima, Rayleigh is dead. Good riddance. Karp is done for. Good riddance. Those old guys should have died long ago. The stage of the world belongs to me. I'm the strongest being in the world. Haha, bring that kid over here. Let Yamato see if the one who killed Ace is this guy named Hank. A giant azure dragon sword, and the entire Onigashima was enveloped in thunder and lightning. What navy or pirates? I am the strongest. Roar. On Amazon Lily, Luffy and Hancock stared blankly at the newspaper, both falling into deep silence. Especially Luffy, seeing the photo of his grandfather with his arms severed, felt a myriad of emotions. He had already been too sad these days, and now he couldn't even cry. I have no family anymore. Wah. Instead, the Empress broke down in tears instantly upon seeing the news of Rayleigh and Shocky's deaths. She hugged Luffy and cried hard. Although these parents often ignored her and didn't come to rescue her even when she was captured and enslaved, they were still her parents and helped her escape back to Amazon Lily. Moreover, after that, Shocky had taught her many attack techniques. Regardless, Rayleigh and Shocky were the two people Hancock cared about the most. Jinbe looked helplessly at the two, one silent and one crying, with no way to comfort them. Jinbe was also in a state of turmoil, unable to console the two. He was more worried about the situation on Fishman Island, wondering if it would turn into a pirate paradise, as Hank said. The Navy sent someone, that same weasel rear admiral from last time. Seeing Hancock's state, Granny Nine sighed. Although Shocky's beauty once overshadowed her, she had been angry at Shocky before. But seeing the death of an old friend didn't sit well with her either. I want to see you. Hancock was now filled with hatred towards the Navy, especially that guy named Hank. I should have kicked him to death during the Marineford War. Let's go take a look. He brought orders from the world government. Granny Nine advised. There's no way around it. Now the entire Amazon Lily exists because of the warlords of the sea. Otherwise, the Navy would have rolled in long ago. Ever since the Navy got ships with sea prism stone, the Calm Belt is no longer a shield for Amazon Lily. Hancock wiped her tears and lifted Granny Nine up. Since they were going to meet the Navy, Granny Nine needed to be there as part of her half-brain trust, especially when her emotions were unstable. 3 kilometers outside Amazon Lily, the Weasel Rear Admiral's warship was quietly stationed there. This was the agreement between the world government and Amazon Lily. The Navy could not approach within 3 kilometers of Amazon Lily. This Empress is a bit slow. ISN Tishi, we might as well rush in. Admiral Hank, please don't be anxious. We cannot violate the agreement with the warlords of the sea. The Weasel Rear Admiral was sweating profusely. Opposite the Weasel Rear Admiral stood Admiral Hank, who was polishing his black iron sword, collecting what pirates and deaths the audience would like to see. I will try to arrange it in the plot. Also, please give a 5-star review. Urge updates and comments. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 43. A Fight Over a Disagreement. Under the anxious gaze of the Weasel Rear Admiral, the snake perfume pirate ship of the Amazon Lily finally approached. At the forefront, standing on the giant snake's head, was the extremely proud and aloof Empress Boa Hancock. Upon seeing Hancock, the Weasel Rear Admiral finally breathed a sigh of relief. He genuinely feared that Hank, the killing god, would directly storm Amazon Lily. Although Hancock didn't usually listen well, and didn't put in much effort during the Marineford War, she was still recognized as a warlord of the sea by the world government. If a conflict arose between an admiral and a warlord of the sea, the Weasel Rear Admiral really wouldn't know how to handle it. At this moment, the Weasel Rear Admiral could hardly believe what was about to happen. "Speak. What is it?" "I'm very busy," Hancock asked haughtily. Hancock was already sad, and the Navy chose this moment to show up. The usually bad-tempered Hancock naturally had an even worse expression. "Boa Hancock, you have finally arrived. This is a gift from Admiral Sengoku." The Weasel Rear Admiral raised the 2 boxes in his hand. This was actually brought by Admiral Hank, but Admiral Hank said it was a gift from Admiral Sengoku. Since it was the Admiral's words, the Weasel Rear Admiral had to believe it. "What is this? I never accept gifts from followers." Hancock had no idea what the Navy was planning. After being a warlord of the sea for so many years, Hancock had never heard of the Navy sending consolation gifts to the warlords of the sea. It was clearly a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year. With bad intentions. Don't jump to conclusions. This is a very rare treasure. Hank suddenly stood up and gently opened the 2 boxes. 2 bloody heads were displayed before everyone. The Pirate King Rayleigh and Empress Shaki. Indeed rare, as there are hardly a few strong beings of this level that have died. "You, seeking death." Hancock's eyes instantly turned cold. The Navy killed her parents and now sent their heads over, which was clearly a provocation. She is a warlord of the sea and the proud empress of Amazon Lily. How could she endure such humiliation? Hancock's hands formed a heart shape, ready to launch an attack. "Calm down. Hancock, you cannot attack the Navy." Granny Nyan's cane blocked Hancock's path, forcibly interrupting her sweet wind. After all, she was an old woman who had lived for decades, and she immediately saw through the Navy's provocation tactic. It seems this time the Navy is not here with good intentions. They're clearly targeting Amazon Lily. "I thank the Navy for returning the remains of the former Empress." Granny Nyan ignored Hancock's displeasure and instead bowed to Hank and the Weasel Rear Admiral. Looking at Shaki's unseeing eyes, Granny Nyan felt a mix of emotions. That beautiful woman, who surpassed her and had countless suitors, had left this world even earlier than herself. There is one more thing. Hand over Luffy and Jinbe. Hank saw Hancock's attack being blocked by Granny Nyan and felt quite regretful. If the Empress dared to attack him, he would have ample reason to storm into Amazon Lily. This was also the reason Hank personally requested to come this time. Although the warring states had guessed a little, they still let Hank do as he wished. After all, the 7 warlords were also chosen by the world government, and as the fleet admiral of the Navy, he had long been displeased with the 7 warlords. A group of legal pirates, it really tarnishes the Navy's reputation. The 2 gentlemen must have made a mistake. Luffy and New Boa were just about to deny that Luffy and Jinbe were on Amazon Lily. After all, those 2 had swum directly from the sea, and it was almost impossible for anyone to know they had come here. "You're that Hank, the one who killed Rayleigh and Shaki," Hancock suddenly exclaimed. From the moment they met, Hancock felt that the person in front of her looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him until just now when her parents' heads were displayed. She suddenly recalled that she had seen this face in a newspaper. The murderer of her parents. Hancock's hands trembled slightly. The murderer was standing right in front of her so brazenly. However, seeing New Boa shake her head slightly, Hancock managed to suppress the anger in her heart. "There are no men on Amazon Lily. You should look elsewhere." Hancock glared fiercely at Hank, speaking each word slowly and deliberately. The nearby Squirrel Vice Admiral was sweating profusely. It was the first time he had seen such a furious Empress. Last time, Hancock had petrified all her crew members, and even he had to injure himself to regain his senses. If Hancock acted out of anger this time, the Squirrel Vice Admiral didn't dare to say that his self-harm would still be effective. "Is that so?" Hank revealed a pleasant smile. As expected, Hancock would do everything possible to cover for Luffy. Whether according to the original plot or Jinbe's character, Amazon Lily was the only place they might come to. In that case, he could take down a few more pirates. "I said no means no. New Boa, show them out," Hancock said stiffly. But her heart was already in chaos. How could the Navy possibly know Luffy's whereabouts? Hank spoke so decisively. He must have some evidence in hand, and it was no longer safe here. She had to inform Luffy as soon as possible and let them move quickly. Thinking of this, Hancock signaled her sister, Sandersonia, to notify Luffy. Please leave, two Navy gentlemen. Our Empress also needs to rest. Nuboa took the box from the Squirrel Vice Admiral's hands and positioned herself to show them out. Then there's nothing we can do, Squirrel Vice Admiral. They aren't giving us face. Hank turned to say to the Squirrel Vice Admiral. The Squirrel Vice Admiral didn't quite understand Hank's meaning at that moment. The next moment, Hank's black iron sword swung toward Hancock. Surprise! Hank the General. The Squirrel Vice Admiral's mind went blank. What was happening? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Are we fighting just because we disagreed? Now, the Squirrel Vice Admiral finally understood why Hank the General had followed them. Rude intruder. Sweet, sweet wind. Hancock, filled with anger, struck back with a powerful move. This kick in the movie could even shake Barrett's large form. It was evident how much Hancock hated Hank now. However, Hank's black iron sword merely shook slightly, actually locking with Hancock's leg. Sister, don't hurt my sister. Hancock's sister, Boa Marigold, transformed into a half-human, half-snake form of the snake fruit, King Cobra. Snake strike. A pitch-black snake tail whipped toward Hank. A sword blocked the sneak attack of the snake tail. As the Squirrel Vice Admiral stood in front of Marigold. Let me be your opponent. Chapter 44, Unexpected Guest, the Squirrel Vice Admiral. Although he didn't understand why Hank would attack the Seven Warlords, had no choice but to continue fighting since it had already started. He had faced the four emperors and had never been afraid. So what was there to fear against a mere Seven Warlord? Moreover, as a hawkish Navy officer, he had long been dissatisfied with the Seven Warlords. All right, you two want to go against me, then turn to stone. Sweet, sweet wind. Rays of love shot from Hancock's hand, targeting the Hank who was staring at her intently. Bow down to me and turn to stone. No one can resist my charm. Even the Squirrel Vice Admiral has to divert his attention with pain to avoid being caught. And this arrogant guy in front of her not only had no guard up, but his attention was fully on her. Surprise. However, what Hancock didn't expect was that Hank was completely unaffected by the sweet, sweet wind. Not only did no petrification occur, but the black iron sword in his hand moved even faster. Hank's eyes were filled with a thirst for heads, showing no sign of being tempted by beauty. A woman only slows down his sword-drawing speed. Even if Hancock is the most beautiful woman in the world, in Hank's eyes, she was just a pirate leader. Moreover, the entire Amazon Lily had lived by plundering for generations, making it a truly pirate nation. To deal with such a nation, any hesitation from Hank would be a betrayal of his own justice. Hidden scale staff. Hancock, don't daze. Focus on the enemy. Nuboa's cane turned as black as ink and protected Hancock in front of her. As the former empress, Nuboa had also joined the Rock Pirates, so her strength should not be underestimated. My charm, has it failed? Hancock's charm had failed on both Luffy and Hank, making this empress worry about her appearance. This is not the time to worry about that. Nuboa's shout awakened the dazed Hancock. In an instant, Hancock, and Nuboa were in a fierce battle. However, since Nuboa was already old and frail, and half of Hancock's mind was occupied with worrying about Luffy's situation, Hank was actually overpowering both empresses. Hank, we are the Seven Warlords. We are protected by the world government. You can't do this. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly unfavorable, Nuboa could only bring up the name of the Seven Warlords. Although this title wouldn't necessarily make Hank stop, at least it should give him some hesitation. Huh. The Seven Warlords, what a joke. The Seven Warlords are recognized by the world government, but I don't recognize them. Hank's black iron sword even became heavier. What the hell is the Seven Warlords? It's all something those guys in the world government created. They call it maintaining balance in maritime order, but in reality, it's just to win over a portion of pirates. And these Seven Warlords can not only rob legally, but can also come up with all sorts of excuses to seize countries. What kind of balance is that? Just a balance where only civilians suffer, right? But then again, in the eyes of the celestial dragons, how can the lives of commoners be considered lives? The nearby Squirrel Vice Admiral heard Hank's words and quickened his sword's pace. Absolutely right. The Seven Warlords recognized by the world government have turned the Navy into a joke. But even Fleet Admiral Sengoku wouldn't dare to directly say he doesn't recognize them. Yet Hank the General so openly stated it, clearly considering himself one of them. Otherwise, would he say this to the Pirate Empress? Hancock, stop it. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your sister's safety. With the blessing of Xinyang. The Squirrel Vice Admiral quickly ended the battle. Although the Squirrel Vice Admiral's cloak had been corroded by venom, and he was somewhat disheveled, his sword had pierced through Marigold's abdomen, pinning her firmly to the ground. Marigold let out a hiss of unwillingness. You dare. Hancock's beautiful eyes widened as she glared fiercely at the Squirrel Vice Admiral, trying to kill him with her gaze. Hancock was just forced by Hank to focus entirely on him, leaving no room in her mind to care about her sister's condition. Sweet, sweet wind. Hancock made a heart gesture with her hands, and a beam of love laser shot towards Admiral Weasel. Admiral Weasel was not Hank. He had some admiration for Hancock in his heart. After all, she was the most beautiful woman in the world. It's over. Admiral Weasel closed his eyes in despair, as he didn't have time to stab himself now. However, the imagined petrification did not come. Surprise. Hidden scale staff. Faster than Hancock was Hank's black iron greatsword. Hancock's arm was severed. Although Granny New had tried her best to block the blow, it only slightly deflected the sword's path. Hank's blade, originally aimed at Hancock's head, only chopped off half of her arm. I will kill you. Hancock clutched her severed arm, her eyes filled with icy coldness. Her perfect body had been marred. Unforgivable. Simply unforgivable. Meanwhile, in another direction of Amazon Lily, a wooden raft was occupied by a few strange characters. Ha ha ha. Even without the tremor fruit. Having the sweet fruit is just the same. Blackbeard laughed. Although he suffered a loss during the Marineford War, he still managed to gather a decent group of partners. Of course, he wasn't referring to loyalty, but to strength. With a few people helping, wouldn't little Amazon Lily be in his pocket? Although the sweet fruit wasn't his best choice, reality was still somewhat cruel. Are you going to be a woman? I think the captain should be handed over to me. The tyrant of Valo Pizarro laughed. On this ship, besides Blackbeard's 3 initial partners, the other few who came out of Impelled Down also wanted to contend for the position of the boss. Among them, Pizarro was the most obvious in his ambition. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, the captain might take you out. Lafayette, holding a staff, chuckled. Ha ha ha, if he can take down the Empress. How about the captain doing it for you? Blackbeard didn't mind. After all, it was just casual banter. With the power of the dark fruit and the protection of Champion Burgess, no one could snatch his captain's position. The Empress. She's such a beauty. I really want to scratch her face. Katarina Devon said. 2 people are swimming over. As the lookout, Van Augur faithfully fulfilled his duty. As the 2 quickly approached, Blackbeard recognized the 2 swimming in the calm belt. I thought who it was. Isn't that my good brother Ace's brother, Carp's grandson Luffy? Ha ha ha. Chapter 45 Golden Transponder Snail, seeing that Admiral Weasel was not petrified. Hank breathed a sigh of relief. For this mission, Hank specifically instructed Admiral Weasel not to bring any Navy soldiers. Under the power of the sweet fruit, those Navy soldiers were just sending themselves to death. Moreover, once the user of this fruit is killed, those petrified won't return to their original state. Only the user can reverse the petrification. If Admiral Weasel had been petrified, Hank might really have to negotiate terms with Hancock, losing an admiral for one Luffy. Even if Sengoku didn't trouble him, he wouldn't be able to get over this mentally. A Marine admiral who stands for justice shouldn't die under such a ridiculous ability, especially since this ability was given to Hancock by those foolish celestial dragons. The celestial dragons are indeed wealthy, casually giving such high-level fruits to slaves. Yet the dignified Navy, aside from the 3 admirals, could hardly produce a few good fruits. Even an experienced admiral like Weasel had not received a single devil fruit reward in all these years. What a waste. No wonder those foolish celestial dragons deserve to die. Day in and day out, they only know how to indulge themselves, completely ignoring the current situation of the Navy and the world government. If they had thrown the sweet fruit or the age fruit to the Navy, there wouldn't be so many pirates in the world. I want you dead. A surge of black-red Conqueror-S hockey erupted from Hancock, directly pressuring Hank. Hancock had already been extremely patient today, yet the Navy just wouldn't let her go. Moreover, these 2 Navy members not only harmed her sister, but also chopped off half of her arm. As the saying goes, even a clay figurine has some temper, let alone the Empress Hancock, who is adored by all. Just try it. An even stronger Conqueror-esque haki rose from Hank, overwhelming her. Because the Snake Princess's ship, the perfume snake, was pulled by two giant snakes. The giant snakes that felt the threat of the Conqueror's haki instantly fainted. At the same time, the Nine-Snake Pirates' warship was thrown into chaos, with everyone except Granny New falling unconscious. Even Mary Gord, who was nailed to the deck, passed out. This is impossible? Although Hancock had seen Hank's Conqueror-esque haki during the Marineford War, she was far away at that time, and her mind was focused on Luffy's escape. Naturally, less attention was paid to the battlefield. Facing it directly now, she didn't expect Hank's Conqueror-esque haki to be significantly stronger than hers. No more fighting. We surrender. Granny New, although dizzy, was experienced enough to hold on. This battle had completely lost any suspense. Now, they could only surrender and let the other side decide. She hoped the other side was really here for Luffy. At least that way Amazon Lily would remain safe. I do not accept surrender. When you were plundering, did you show mercy to those who surrendered? Unlike other pirate crews, the Nine-Snake Pirates never accept prisoners, especially after Hancock became captain. The only choice for any plunder target was to turn into stone, regardless of whether the plundered resisted or not, whether they were pirates or civilians. Because Hancock fundamentally looks down on everyone, especially men from overseas. Hancock, run. Take the citizens and flee. The few words Hank spat out made Granny New's heart sink completely. The other side was indeed coming for Amazon Lily. However, Amazon Lily hadn't offended the world government recently, so why would they go this far? Granny New couldn't understand. Even if Hancock hadn't put in her full effort during the Marineford War, and later looted a country, it still hadn't offended the world government. It shouldn't be enough to turn against them over such a trivial matter. Granny New suddenly pushed Hancock, shoving her away from the battlefield. She was already half in the ground. It didn't matter if she died. As long as the Empress remained, Amazon Lily wouldn't perish. Break ground. Hank wasn't willing to waste a few words with Granny New out of kindness. He was gathering strength. After all, one was a former member of the Rocks Pirates, and the other was the current warlord of the sea. With a light strike, although he achieved some results, it was too slow. Hank preferred a decisive blow. Ink scale staff. Granny New raised her staff high in front of her, trying to block the blow. Crack. The pitch-black staff provided no obstruction and was directly shattered into two pieces under the attack of the black iron greatsword. The black iron greatsword continued its momentum, cleaving down from Granny New's head. With a piercing noise, Granny New didn't even have time to scream before being split in half. The left half and the right half fell to either side. Thanks to reader Xia Qingyue's suggestion. Kill value 70,000 No. Granny New. Hancock finally managed to awaken the two giant snakes that had been stunned, only to see her grandmother split in half. Although she wasn't particularly fond of the long-winded old woman, she was one of the few members of her think tank. The old woman had once saved her life, and now she had been cut in two. Hank, you won't die a good death. I will definitely report this to the world government. Hancock gritted her teeth as she desperately urged the two giant snakes forward, fearing that if she ran slowly, Hank would jump up and cut her down. General Hank, what should we do next? Vice Admiral Mongoose was feeling a bit of a headache now. During the battle, he had been filled with hot blood, but now that things had calmed down, he was truly thinking. This time, Admiral Sengoku had not permitted them to make a move against Hancock, which meant that he and General Hank had already violated the world government's regulations. If they returned now, they would definitely be held accountable. Take this, and after I go in for half an hour, press it down. Hank tossed a golden transponder snail to Vice Admiral Mongoose and casually dealt with Mary Groud, who was wailing on the deck. Kill value 8,000. The golden transponder snail was a notification signal to activate the demon slaying order, used to destroy a specific area. Previously, the demon slaying orders had destroyed O'Hara and Judicial Island. This was something Hank received shortly after becoming a general. And although Sengoku had warned him repeatedly to use it with caution, as it could destroy an island, Nine Snake Island was a pirate nation that had no means of survival other than plunder. Although not everyone participated in the plundering, everyone benefited from it. If they didn't eradicate evil completely, It would be too unfair to the victims. Chapter 46. Blackbeard's attack the demon-slaying order. Although Vice Admiral Mongoose had personally participated in the demon-slaying order before, he had always been on the summon side. This was the first time he held the golden transponder snail capable of launching the demon-slaying order in his own hands. His heart raced, and his hands trembled. Don't make a big deal out of it. Half an hour, not too late and not too early. Although there were no innocent people on Nine Snake Island, Hank could not kill them one by one. Even though there were rewards for kill values, that would be too exhausting. Such professional matters should be left to professionals. Destroying an island should be left to the demon-slaying order. He just needed to go and kill the bandit leader. A half-damaged Empress should be dealt with in half an hour. As for Luffy, he definitely wouldn't die under the bombardment of the demon-slaying order. He would wait until the demon-slaying order was over to find him. This guy had a bit of luck on him. He didn't have time to care about Luffy during the Marineford War, and it was unexpected that he hadn't managed to kill Luffy when he returned to Marineford. That old guy Carp returned at just the right time. Rayleigh, Shaki, and Jinbe's reckless interference also played a role. But more importantly, Hank wanted to publicly execute Luffy in front of the reporters, which delayed his time. This time, he had to kill Luffy the moment he caught him. Yes, Vice Admiral Mongoose solemnly bowed loyalty. Vice Admiral Mongoose quickly adjusted his mindset. Since the battle had already begun, they would fight to the death. Just a mere warlord. Could they withstand the demon-slaying order? Seeing Vice Admiral Mongoose's determined gaze, Hank confidently stepped onto the moonwalk towards Nine Snake Island. While on the moonwalk in the air, Hank quickly spotted Hancock fleeing. After returning to Nine Snake Island, Hancock seemed to relax considerably, even having the mood to ride the mermaid cart towards the palace. After all, Nine Snake Island was her territory. Even the Navy wouldn't dare to attack recklessly. Just as Hank planned to descend and deal with Hancock, the other side of Nine Snake Island suddenly fell into darkness. Was that Blackbeard's crew? Hank was somewhat surprised, as Blackbeard had arrived a bit too early. They hadn't even abolished the warlords yet. It seemed that his appearance had changed the course of the plot. Without the Tremor fruit, Blackbeard could only take action against Hancock early. However, none of Blackbeard's incompetent subordinates could withstand Hancock's sweet fruit. Hank suddenly wanted to see what would happen if Hancock faced the current Blackbeard. Meanwhile, Hancock, sitting in the mermaid cart, also received reports from her subordinates. What? Take me over there. Hancock was furious. What was going on today? Why were all sorts of monsters getting involved? It was truly a case of misfortunes never coming singly. She had just been injured, and now someone was attacking. The Navy was one thing, but now unknown little pirates were joining in for the fun? Did they take Nine Snake Island for a tourist spot? On the way from Rock Harbor Bay to Nine Snake City, Where is that woman, Boa Hancock? The one who wants her life is here. Darkhole. Blackbeard charged ahead, darkness spreading out from his feet, instantly engulfing large areas of the forest. Release. The chaotic debris that had just been consumed by the dark hole burst forth from the black hole, randomly shooting towards the warriors of Nine Snake Island. The warriors of Nine Snake Island instantly collapsed. Oh no, don't shoot wildly. It would be bad if you hurt my beautiful face. Katarina dodged the debris shot from the dark hole, striking a pose as she spoke. Keep an eye on that kid. If he dies, I want your life. Blackbeard glared fiercely at Katarina. Even the vicious criminals from the 6th level of Impel Down were completely intimidated by that glare. Okay. Blackbeard's crew had been drifting at sea for a while and hadn't even read the newspaper. Blackbeard was still thinking that Luffy was Carp's grandson, a hero of the Navy, and was looking for an opportunity to make a deal with the Navy once they got out of the Comm Belt, using the Straw Hat Kid to exchange for a warship to sail. The performance of the raft was simply too poor, especially now that there were a few more people, making it hard to row the boat. Who dares to be so reckless on Nine Snake Island? Hancock, after receiving the report, immediately abandoned the mermaid cart and rushed over like the wind. The commotion caused by Blackbeard's crew was too loud. Even a blind person could tell where they were. This crew was incredibly arrogant, showing no intention of hiding. Hancock coldly observed everything before her. The warriors of her own country had all been defeated, and the group of people in front of her was Blackbeard's crew from the Marineford War. What was even more outrageous was that her Lord Luffy was being held by an ugly woman. Empress. Blackbeard was also a bit surprised to see Hancock. Not because of her appearance, but because of her severed arm, someone had arrived before him and even injured Hancock. He was essentially picking up the leftovers. Before Blackbeard could finish his greeting, Hancock's attack had already come. Fragrance kick. This kick was obviously not aimed at Blackbeard, but at Katarina. What thing gives you the right to touch Lord Luffy? Katarina had not expected that her hatred value in Hancock's eyes was so high that she momentarily did not react. She actually raised her arm to block Hancock's kick. Although the kick was indeed blocked, Katarina's arm began to petrify gradually. What is happening? Captain, save me. Katarina cried out in panic, falling to the ground. However, the petrification speed was not affected at all and continued to spread. Hancock successfully rescued Luffy from Katarina's grasp and was now carefully checking to see if Luffy was injured. Seeing that Luffy was just unconscious, she finally felt relieved. She had already lost too many people today, and if she lost Luffy too, there would be no reason for her to live. What a terrifying ability. That's exactly what I need. Dark water. A powerful suction force erupted from Blackbeard, targeting Hancock. Before Hancock could breathe a sigh of relief, the strong suction from dark water was actually pulling her towards Blackbeard. What a strange ability. During the Marineford War, due to the continuous suppression by Whitebeard, Sengoku, and Hancock against Blackbeard, Hancock didn't fully understand Blackbeard's true abilities. She only knew that this guy almost got killed by the dying Whitebeard and was nearly taken out by Sengoku's slap. Therefore, Hancock didn't take these guys seriously. Fragrant feet. Following the suction, Hancock delivered a solid kick to Blackbeard. However, her usually effective fragrant feet lost its original effect, leaving no petrification marks on Blackbeard. That hurt. As expected of the Empress, her kick really hurts. Blackbeard pretended to howl in pain, but his right hand had already tightly grasped Hancock's ankle. A storm surged in Hancock's heart. Her fruit ability had failed. Chapter 47. The Clam and the Fisherman Benefit. What is going on? Hancock looked at Blackbeard in disbelief. Her fruit ability had actually failed. Without contact with seawater or sea prism stone, she couldn't feel the power of the sweet fruit at all. This is my ability. Are you ready to die? Blackbeard lifted Hancock's leg and slammed it hard against the ground. The once dignified and proud Hancock suddenly found herself in a very embarrassing situation. You dare to insult the dignity of the king. Hancock's pupils narrowed, and she emanated a dark red conqueror's haki, pressing down on the entire Blackbeard crew. As the Empress of Amazon Lily, even when she had just been suppressed by Hancock, she had never felt this embarrassed. And this ugly guy dared to tarnish her beauty. Unforgivable. The entire Blackbeard crew instantly fell apart, leaving only Blackbeard and the Tyrant King still standing. What a powerful woman, how exciting. Even as Hancock's conqueror's haki swept through, Blackbeard still tightly held on a Hancock's leg. As long as the ability of the dark fruit was still in effect, Hancock couldn't use her prideful sweet fruit. Although their side was almost wiped out, victory would definitely belong to him. Don't think about hurting my sister. Snake hair possession. Yamada no Orochi. Several green snake heads burst out from the forest, viciously pouncing towards Blackbeard. What kind of monster is this? Even Blackbeard was startled by this unseen creature and hurriedly dodged the attack from Sandersonia. Sandersonia had transformed into a python, and her massive tail swung towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard wasn't very afraid of fruit ability attacks, but he had no way to defend against this pure physical assault. This was also why he needed the champion, Burgess. A powerful melee fighter could help him withstand a lot of physical attacks. However, his bodyguard had actually been knocked out by Hancock's conqueror's haki. Blackbeard had no choice but to roll on the ground, awkwardly dodging the heavy tail. This dodge finally allowed Hancock to break free from the comfortable grip of the dark fruit. Captive arrow. A pink heart appeared, and Hancock gently pulled it, sending countless heart arrows shooting towards Blackbeard's crew. The earlier conqueror's haki had already knocked out most of them, and only the Tyrant King could barely hold on. As long as this wave of captive arrows hit, it could basically wipe out the entire Blackbeard crew. Dark water. However, a black hole appeared in Blackbeard's hand, completely absorbing all the captive arrows. Useless, Hancock, just give up. I can negate all fruit abilities. You have no chance of winning. Blackbeard was in a great mood. This trip to Amazon Lily was not only going to yield the sweet fruit, But also, by chance, he captured the Straw Hat Kid and the Fishman Jinbe. Besides being able to take down the Navy hero, he might even extort something from Shanks. Although he didn't achieve what he wanted in the Marineford War, the current gains were still substantial. Kiss gun. With the previous experience, Hancock didn't dare to engage in close combat recklessly and had to use some small skills to harass him. Although they were small skills, they dealt several times the pain to Blackbeard, causing him to roll around in agony. Of course, Blackbeard's state was mostly an act to confuse his enemies. Dark Water Abyss Vortex. A huge black vortex appeared out of nowhere, engulfing both Sandersonia in her python form and Hancock. As the black vortex made contact with the giant python, Sandersonia instantly transformed back into her human form. The ability of the dark fruit could actually affect already transformed Zoan fruit users. Sandersonia and Hancock felt a strong suction, pulling them towards the center of the vortex. Ha ha ha, come on, let me take your ability, Hancock. Although Hancock struggled desperately, she was still being pulled closer to that ugly guy. No, I can't do this. My stamina is almost gone. After fighting with Hank and repeatedly using her Conqueror's Haki, Hancock had little strength left. A voice suddenly came from the forest behind Blackbeard. What a lively fight. Don't mind if I join in. Earthbreak. A black iron sword came from the forest, fiercely striking towards Blackbeard's back. Hank had been watching for a while, observing the fight. After all, they were all pirates. It's just a dog-eat-dog situation. He just needed to make sure that Blackbeard didn't kill Hancock. After all, without Rayleigh's help, it was indeed unlikely for Hancock to handle Blackbeard alone. The development of the situation was also as Hank had expected. Blackbeard's Dark Fruit was quite effective against most ability users. Although Hancock had performed some impressive maneuvers, Blackbeard still had the upper hand. Just as Blackbeard was pulling Hancock towards him, Hank decided to act. If he didn't act now, if Blackbeard really got the sweet fruit, the situation would become quite delicate. Blackbeard instantly sensed a powerful threat from behind. This strike could even shatter Rayleigh's famous sword. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Blackbeard's observation Haki kept warning him. He absolutely could not take this sword head on, or he would die a terrible death. But he couldn't dodge this sword at all. Then, there was only one way left. Dark Water. The petrified Katarina and the unconscious barrel-like Bastcho were pulled over and placed behind Blackbeard, using the sacrifice of his companions to ensure his own survival. For the sake of survival at all costs, Blackbeard marshaled D. Teach. It was proven that Blackbeard's choice was correct. Slash. The black iron sword effortlessly pierced through the outer layer of Katarina and then through the massive body of Choate, finally landing on Blackbeard. Even with 2 layers of flesh as protection, Blackbeard still received a deep wound that could be seen to the bone on his back. Kill value 30. 0, 0, 0. Kill value 40. 0, 0, 0. The power of Earthbreak was still as great as ever, not only killing 2 layers of flesh, but also delivering a heavy blow to Blackbeard. Blackbeard immediately recognized the guy who ambushed him. It was Hank, the Navy officer who had ruined his plans during the Marineford War and had now been promoted to Admiral. Damn, what bad luck. How could he run into the Navy in a place like this? It hurts. It hurts so much. Oh, Hank, I will kill you. Chapter 48. Im's perception, could it be that the Navy and the 7 warlords have teamed up? Otherwise, there's no way to explain why the Navy would appear on Amazon Lily. Is it just Hank, or are there other reinforcements? How many people came? Are Akainu and the other admirals here? Could it be that the Navy anticipated my arrival and specifically set a trap for me on Amazon Lily? Countless questions flashed through Blackbeard's mind. Something was off. It was just too off. None of his useless subordinates could be relied upon, and his 2 most useful crewmates, Lafitte and Van Auger, were guarding the raft and Jinbe. If Hancock has the Navy's help, I can't possibly succeed in hunting down the Empress. I have to give up. Damn, this cursed Navy always ruins my plans. Hank, I will definitely kill you. A look of hatred gleamed in Blackbeard's eyes as he adopted a stance as if he were ready to die. This surprised Hank a bit. After all, in the original story, Blackbeard would retreat quickly when Akainu showed up. Now, he dared to challenge Hank while facing a half-damaged Blackbeard. It seems his deterrent effect wasn't strong enough. He needed to kill more pirates until they all trembled in fear. Dark Hole. A strong wave of darkness was released from underneath Blackbeard's feet, deeper than usual. But Hank didn't pay attention to Blackbeard's attack. Instead, he focused on Luffy, who was lying on the ground. Most of Blackbeard's crew had passed out. Hancock had been beaten by Blackbeard, and no one was looking after Luffy. No matter the risk, I'll stab Luffy first to prevent this kid from causing any more trouble. Surprise slash. Hank swung his blade towards Luffy. Hancock, who had just been relieved that Hank had arrived, suddenly looked despondent. No, Lord Luffy. Perhaps the gods heard Hancock's call. Or maybe it was a reaction from some world consciousness. Under the influence of Blackbeard's dark hole, Luffy had already half fallen into darkness. And just when he was certain to be decapitated, he managed to move slightly. Although the blade didn't strike Luffy's neck, it still cut into his chest. The force Hank used was so great that even with the obstruction of the dark hole, he nearly split Luffy in half. Hank looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. With this injury, unless a miracle happened, Luffy couldn't possibly survive. Hank, are you crazy? This is Carp's grandson. Blackbeard completely failed to understand Hank's actions. Instead of attacking him first, he went for Luffy. What does this mean? Isn't Luffy the grandson of a Navy hero? Why would the Navy attack Luffy? Blackbeard's mind, which was starting to form a coherent thought, was now completely muddled. However, even though the Navy had attacked Luffy, he still couldn't give up on him. What if it was just Hank who was out of his mind? Maybe he could still trade Luffy for a Navy ship. As Blackbeard's ability continued to activate, his crew and Luffy had completely sunk into darkness. Dark shift. Ha ha ha. I'll let you go this time. Hancock, next time there won't be an admiral to save you. Hank, just wait. You killed so many of my crew. I will definitely take my revenge. Blackbeard's voice echoed from all directions, but he himself had vanished. Kill value 200. 000. With Blackbeard disappearing, Hank received a notification that his kill value had been credited, indicating that the severely injured Luffy had indeed died. Hank immediately activated Moonwalk to ascend into the sky, trying to locate Blackbeard's whereabouts. This guy was a true ambitious person. He fled during the Marineford War and now exchanged the lives of his subordinates for his own survival. Such a person needed to be eliminated quickly. Hank couldn't feel at ease otherwise. But Blackbeard was a cunning rat, using the power of the dark fruit to conceal his presence, making it impossible for Hank to pursue him. Hank had no choice but to return to the ground and look at Hancock, who was already too weak to resist. On a raft some distance from Amazon Lily, Blackbeard's group suddenly appeared against a huge black curtain. Oh no, Captain, it seems this time has gone smoothly. Lafitte adjusted his top hat. A Navy officer came to stir trouble. Otherwise, Hancock would have been captured long ago. Blackbeard didn't mind Lafitte's teasing because he was indeed in a dire situation. Not only had he received a massive wound, but he also lost 2 more crew members. However, he still had Luffy and Jinbe in his hands. What he initially thought would be a bonus turned out to be the biggest gain of this encounter. But when Blackbeard looked down, he found that Luffy had stopped breathing. Damn, how is this possible? How could you die? Blackbeard furrowed his brows tightly. If the Straw Hat Kid was dead, wouldn't that mean he only captured Jinbe this time? What good is one Jinbe? Should I trade him for supplies from Fishman Island? What a huge loss. However, before Blackbeard could wallow in his regret for long, a strong heartbeat filled everyone's ears. Thump, thump, thump. Luffy's heart, which had stopped beating, started again, and white flame clouds began to appear around him. What is happening? The bound Jinbe stared in shock at the scene. Just a moment ago, Luffy clearly had no heartbeat or breath. He was completely dead. But now, although Luffy was still in a dazed state, his entire spirit had completely returned. Not only was his fatigue swept away, but his aura had also significantly strengthened. Captain, what should we do? The usually elegant and composed Lafitte was at a loss for words. This was simply too unbelievable. Resurrection of the dead. While this world had various strange abilities, this was something he had never heard of. Even the Phoenix Fruit died during the Marineford War. I don't know, but this kid coming back to life is definitely not a bad thing. Now we have a common enemy. Blackbeard truly didn't understand what was happening with Luffy. After all, the Devil Fruit Compendium didn't say that the Gum fruit had any special abilities. Since Blackbeard couldn't obtain any fruits, he definitely couldn't go to Hive Island. Although Wang Ji was a bit cowardly, he was still strong, not to mention all the pirates on Hive Island. If he went now, he would certainly be unable to win. Since Luffy wasn't dead yet, then his allies still had a chance. During the Marineford War, it seemed like there was a transgender person who cared a lot about this kid, named Ivankov, right? Let's go, boys. To Okama Island, Holy Land, Mariewa, Panga City. Between the flowers, dressed in black, Im suddenly stopped his movements, looking blankly in the direction of Amazon Lily. That guy's fruit, that guy's aura has returned. What is going on? Im scanned the 5 elders, who were prostrating on the ground. They didn't know what had happened. Useless. All of you are useless. Im felt frustrated. He had given these guys the highest authority in the world. Yet they couldn't even keep track of a devil fruit. What a bunch of useless fools. Go investigate what happened on Amazon Lily. Hurry up. Chapter 49. Demon Slaughter Order on the warship outside Amazon Lily. Rear Admiral Squirrel trembled as he pressed the golden transponder snail. Half an hour, exactly half an hour after Hank entered Amazon Lily, not a second late. At the same time, at the Navy headquarters, the silver transponder snail rang. The Demon Slaying Order. It's the Demon Slaying Order. Quickly summon the Vice Admirals. Has the Demon Slaying Order been activated again so soon? Didn't we just use it on Judicial Island? Where's the target this time? Amazon Lily, Snake Island. Isn't that the territory of the Empress Hancock of the 7 warlords? Never mind that. Gather the nearby Vice Admirals, and then inform Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku paced back and forth in his office, furious. That guy Hank. He just received the golden transponder snail from me less than 2 days ago, and he dares to activate the Demon Slaying Order, and against the territory of the 7 warlords. For heaven's sake, I'm just an old man who wants to retire in peace. Who knew that Hank would create such a big mess? Regardless, the Demon Slaying Order has been activated. Let's see how the world government responds. Although that kid Hank is cruel and murderous, the ones he killed are all pirates after all. As the fleet admiral, I must protect Hank to some extent. I hope the 5 elders won't be too angry. At this moment on Snake Island, Hancock lowered her proud head. Please, spare Snake Island. Hancock knew she could hardly escape death, but she was the queen of Snake Island after all. Even if she dies, she must think of the entire country. The madman in front of her is reckless. He might really slaughter the entire island. Sister, run. A large green python lunged at them. It was Sandersonia, who had already regained her hybrid form. After losing the influence of Blackbeard's dark fruit, Sandersonia was finally able to use her devil fruit powers again. When she heard Hank say he would kill Hancock, Sandersonia was already prepared to cover her sister's retreat. Snake hair, 8-headed serpent. Sandersonia's hair seemed to come alive, instantly splitting into 8 massive snake heads, snapping and lunging at Hank. Shockwave. Hank swung his black iron sword, accurately striking the 8 snake heads. In an instant, the snake heads fell, hissing in unwillingness on the ground. Dealing with someone like Sandersonia required no charging. Shockwave was enough to solve everything. The gap was simply too large, so large that it felt despairing. Sandersonia's attacks were like child's play in front of Hank, while Hank's counterattacks were like a raging storm, giving her no chance to breathe. Shave. Hank's figure flickered and instantly appeared behind Sandersonia, the black iron sword heading straight for her neck. Don't kill her. Spare her. Please, spare her. I'll do anything. Hancock cried out, watching everything unfold. Sandersonia could not match Hank, and she had no strength left to fight. The proud Hancock knelt helplessly on the ground, deeply bowing to Hank. Her family had already been wiped out by Hank, and even Lord Luffy was gravely injured and missing. Although Hancock still held a glimmer of hope, it was indeed unlikely that Luffy would survive such serious injuries. This was Hancock's last family member. She absolutely could not let Sandersonia die in front of her. Even if it meant trading her own life, she had to protect her sister. But Hank paid no attention to Hancock's pleas, and the black iron sword fell mercilessly. The sword swiftly cut through Sandersonia's throat, cleanly severing her head. Kill value. 8,000 devil. You're a devil. You'll surely go to hell. Hancock's eyes turned crimson as she screamed like a madwoman. The death of Sandersonia was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely shattering Hancock. Even if I go to hell, I will cut you down again in hell. Losing loved ones feels terrible, right? When you go to hell, remember to apologize to those you killed. Hank swung the black iron sword, unhesitatingly severing Hancock's head. The last Empress of Snake Island fell. Kill value, 85,000. As Emperor Putin said, forgiving them is God's business, and what we need to do is send them to meet God. Of course, someone like Hancock, who has killed countless people, probably won't meet God. Satan should be quite pleased. The bodies of the 7 warlords still have some use. When the opportunity arises, I will send them to Vegapunk as experimental material. Even in death, the bodies should serve a purpose. Hank picked up Hancock's corpse, checked the time, and decided it was time to go. The demon-slaying order was about to commence. Outside Snake Island, 5 Vice Admirals had gathered. Wow, that was quick, Weasel. Where are your troops? Vice Admiral Fire Mountain immediately saw the already waiting Vice Admiral Weasel. Vice Admiral Weasel smiled in response, showcasing the golden transponder snail in his hand. What? You summoned the demon-slaying order? Whose golden transponder snail is this? Fire Mountain was somewhat surprised, as they had previously participated in the demon-slaying order together. Now Weasel had control of the golden transponder snail, at least indicating he was a trusted confidant of some admiral. But Vice Admiral Weasel could only manage a bitter smile. After all, he didn't understand what Admiral Hank was thinking. The gathering went quite smoothly. Due to turmoil around the world, most Vice Admirals were out exterminating pirates and quelling rebellions. Although Snake Island was in the Calm Belt, there were still many Vice Admirals nearby on missions. The Vice Admirals participating in this demon-slaying order gathering included Fire Mountain, Ghost Spider, Hound, Guillotine, and newly promoted Vice Admiral Bogart. That's right, after Garp was imprisoned and impelled down, Bogart was quickly promoted and became a Vice Admiral. Although this caused some discontent among certain Vice Admirals, Bogart had participated in many significant events, making this promotion reasonable. Hey Weasel, everyone is here, let's get started. Ghost Spider was the first to arrive and was starting to get impatient. Although he didn't know what Weasel was waiting for, the demon-slaying order could not be delayed. Vice Admiral Weasel had been watching Snake Island, hoping to see Admiral Hank. Although the Admiral would definitely not die under the bombardment of the demon-slaying order, it would be bad if he were accidentally harmed. Although Admiral Hank confidently said the gathering would start in half an hour, no one knew if the attack would wait for him to come out. However, since the 5 Vice Admirals had already gathered, there was no reason to delay further. Under the urging of several Vice Admirals, Vice Admiral Weasel was about to give the order. Suddenly, they heard Admiral Hank's command from Snake Island. Prepare, begin the demon slaying. Yes, the 5 Vice Admirals saluted the figure in the sky, and 5 warships opened fire simultaneously. Snake Island was instantly engulfed in flames. Chapter 50. Abolishing the 7 Warlords? At Marineford, in Admiral Sengoku's office. Nonsense. This is simply nonsense. Launching the demon-slaying order against the countries of the 7 warlords. Hank, what were you thinking? How does the world government see us? How do the people of the world see us? Sengoku furiously reprimanded Hank. After the demon-slaying order was activated, Hank didn't even stay to see the final result and returned to Navy headquarters with Vice Admiral Weasel. Then he was called to Sengoku's office for a thorough scolding. I don't know how the world government sees me, but the people of the world will surely cheer for the world government. The 7 warlords are tools to maintain maritime peace. But for the people of the world, the 7 warlords will always be invading pirates. Killing pirates will only anger those who have interests with the pirates. Moreover, the demon-slaying order can bomb our own judicial island. Why can't it be used against a pirate country? Hank looked directly into Sengoku's eyes, neither humble nor overbearing. For a moment, Sengoku's imposing aura was actually suppressed. Perhaps Hank's gaze reminded Sengoku of his younger self, who had just joined the military, also harboring dreams of capturing all pirates. Back then, he wasn't alone. He had some like-minded companions. But now, almost all of his peers from that time were gone, leaving only himself. Zephyr had already lost his patience with the Navy and was now focused on educating his 2 disciples. Garp had fallen from being a Navy hero to a Navy traitor. Despised by everyone and even imprisoned and impelled down. He had aged as well. The Marineford War had drained all his vigor. Now he was actually getting angry at one of his admirals over a warlord. Perhaps the world really belonged to the youth. There are some things you don't understand. How will the world government explain this? Sengoku's tone softened a bit, but his brows were still tightly furrowed. Hank had just been promoted to admiral and was still unaware of many secrets of the world government, such as the Five Elders. The Five Elders would surely use this incident to their advantage. Blackbeard had gone to Amazon Lily. Hank had already prepared his excuse for Amazon Lily. Blackbeard's appearance was a perfect excuse. Pirate skirmishes, the Empress's violent death. How pleasant that sounds. What? Blackbeard teach? What was he doing on Amazon Lily? Sengoku's voice rose several degrees. That bastard, using the name of a warlord to create chaos and impel down. Not only did he mess up the prison, but he also took away many criminals from level 6. Sengoku had been troubled by this for several days. Blackbeard could absorb others' devil fruit powers, and he attempted to steal Hancock's Mero no Mi. When I left, Hancock had already been murdered, and in order to completely eliminate Blackbeard's crew, I had no choice but to issue the demon slaughter order. Every word Hank said was factual when taken individually, but when pieced together, it differed slightly from what actually happened. Of course, Sengoku was not in the mood to scrutinize Hank's every word right now. What? A dual devil fruit ability. Are you sure? The world government has studied this for so many years and has never had any research on dual devil fruit users. It's not that the world government hasn't tried. Every experiment has ended in failure. Even Vegapunk doesn't believe that a single person can possess two devil fruit abilities. The demons that inhabit devil fruits are mutually exclusive. Two demons fighting over one body will only lead to its collapse. Therefore, the world government had long given up on this research and focused on other projects, such as pacifists and the developing Seraphim. If Blackbeard really could have two devil fruit abilities, it would undoubtedly be a shocking discovery. That's right, with the Yami no Mi. He stole Hancock's Mero no Mi and petrified one of his subordinates. Moreover, I suspect that Blackbeard's purpose in coming to the Marineford War was for Whitebeard's Gura no Mi. However, due to the Navy's interference, Blackbeard did not succeed. Furthermore, Blackbeard might not just be able to possess two devil fruits. He could have 3 or even more, but he simply hasn't found suitable fruits. Hank revealed Blackbeard's background to alert Sengoku to the threat he posed. You must understand, Blackbeard is not like Whitebeard or Luffy, who are satisfied just playing pirates. Blackbeard's goal is likely the same as his father, Rock's, to overthrow the world government and become the king of the world. All right, I understand. Sengoku suddenly felt a bit dizzy and fell back into his chair. The times have really changed. Even dual devil fruit users exist now? Hank's resolute demeanor made it seem like he wasn't just talking nonsense. Sengoku stared at Hank for a long time and couldn't find any sign that Hank was lying. Sengoku suddenly felt a bit fatigued. The emergence of a dual devil fruit freak is making this world increasingly chaotic. Why haven't Akainu and Kuzan finished their fight yet? Hurry up and decide the outcome, so I can step down? Whoever wants to be the fleet admiral can take the position. I can't keep this up for another day. I must report to the Five Elders as soon as possible. This is far more important than the situation on Amazon Lily. As for Hancock's death, she is just a warlord. The Five Elders will find a suitable replacement later. Do you have anything else to report? Sengoku had spent a long time preparing himself mentally and finally decided to meet with the Five Elders, mainly to explain the situation with Blackbeard and briefly mention the issue of Amazon Lily. In any case, the Five Elders would certainly focus on Blackbeard's dual devil fruit abilities, and Amazon Lily would be mentioned only in passing. But when Sengoku looked up, he found that Hank had not left and was still standing in front of his desk. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I propose abolishing the warlord system. Hank said seriously. Currently, there were only 2 warlords left, Mihawk and Doflamingo. Oh, and Kuma. But he had lost his mind and was currently guarding the Straw Hat Pirate Sunny. Let's not mention Kuma for now. He could be dealt with later. Mihawk is a lone wolf and can be postponed, but Doflamingo cannot. That guy has been entrenched in Dressrosa for many years, and the people have suffered greatly. He must be eliminated quickly. However, Doflamingo is different from Hancock. Hancock has only Amazon Lily behind her and no connections to the world government. Doflamingo was a former celestial dragon and has a murky relationship with the Five Elders. If I act rashly, the Five Elders will likely come after me. The world government must first abolish the warlord system before I can act against Doflamingo. What did you say? Abolish the warlord system? Chapter 51. I'm going to eliminate Doflamingo. Additional chapter. Holy Land, Mariewa. Saint Satan was watching this kid brought in by Sengoku, the newly appointed Admiral Hank. The situation was as follows. Admiral Hank proposed abolishing the warlord system. Under Saint Satan's imposing gaze, Sengoku couldn't help but break out in a sweat. This matter proposed by Hank was something Sengoku had suggested before, but was ruthlessly rejected by the five elders. At that time, the warlords were fully staffed, and each one was powerful, indeed a great asset to the world government. Now, however, with so few warlords left, it was indeed the right time to abolish the warlord system. Although Sengoku was already on the brink of retirement, he had to bear the responsibility of reporting. Admiral Hank, please elaborate on the situation in Amazon Lily. Sengoku was caught off guard when Saint Satan showed no interest in Blackbeard's dual devil fruit abilities or the abolition of the warlord system, but instead was very interested in Amazon Lily. Saint Satan was quite pleased. Lordum had just been furious, and now he had a lead. He hadn't expected that this new Admiral Hank had given him a surprise by being a participant in the Amazon Lily incident. Regardless of the reason, Lordum would definitely reward him. Perhaps this would elevate his own power. As for Blackbeard and the warlords, those were minor issues. What truly concerned Lordum were the major matters. Hank did not hold back and conveyed his account of the situation with Sengoku verbatim to Saint Satan. The more Saint Satan heard, the more his brows furrowed. By the end, it still revolved around Blackbeard. Could it be that the emergence of this dual devil fruit ability was what made Lordum so furious? Besides that, were there any other special individuals or unusual presences? Although the dual devil fruit ability was important, it certainly wouldn't catch Lord M's eye. That being is the true king of the world. There must be something else, something that others have not discovered. Hank shook his head, indicating that there was nothing else. Hank also frowned, although Satan hadn't revealed anything. It was enough for Hank to speculate about some things. Hank's attention was suddenly piqued. If there were any other special figures, there indeed was one on Amazon Lily at that time. The original son of Destiny, the heir who vowed to become the Pirate King, Luffy. It was hard to think of another possibility that could make the Gorosei pay such attention, aside from the awakening of the Nika fruit. However, his system had already given him a hint about the kill value, which meant that Luffy was indeed dead. Something must have happened that he didn't know about. Based on the worst-case scenario, it was highly likely that that Blackbeard guy had eaten Luffy's gum-gum fruit and then awakened the Nika fruit. If that were the case, it would be a huge problem. Oh, I see. Is there nothing else? Satan seemed a bit distracted. He already knew about the events on Amazon Lily and wasn't very concerned about Hancock's death. It turned out she was just a slave of the celestial dragons who had escaped by chance. Although she had become a warlord of the sea, in the eyes of the Gorosei, she was not much different from that slave of the past. It didn't matter if such a person died. They could just find another similar pirate to be a warlord later. Abolishing the warlords of the sea, Lord Satan. Sengoku said. This was also the main purpose of this report. If they could abolish the warlords, at least the Navy would no longer be allied with pirates. All right, you want to abolish the warlords of the sea? Only then did Satan snap back to attention. This was far more important than Hancock's death. Although there weren't many living warlords left now, Doflamingo was still one of them, and he was not an easy person to deal with. Moreover, as a former celestial dragon, Doflamingo held some secrets of the world government. If the warlords were abolished, wouldn't those little secrets of the world government be made public? The warlords of the sea were already essentially dead. Once, the warlord Crocodile occupied Alabasta for many years, attempting to seize the ancient weapon Pluton. Jinbei, the fishman, refused the world government summons and even openly helped Luffy during the Marineford War, opposing the world government. Blackbeard Teach used the name of the warlords to break into Impel Down and release a large number of criminals. Gecko Moria, using the Misty Triangle, stole other shadows, causing countless people to only survive in the mist. Boa Hancock helped Luffy infiltrate Impel Down and petrified several Marines in the Marineford War, attempting to harbor the criminal Luffy. Bartholomew Kuma had now become a modified person of the world government. It no longer mattered whether he had the title of warlord. Now, only 2 warlords were left, and it was the best opportunity to abolish the warlords of the sea. Hank spoke at length, basically rendering the warlord system worthless. Even Sengoku couldn't help but agree in his heart. This group of warlords on the surface were people of the world government, but in reality, they had committed numerous crimes. If it weren't for the Gorosei insisting on implementing this system, he would have sent people to arrest them all long ago. However, Doflamingo, Satan didn't care about the other warlords. But this Doflamingo was a bit troublesome. After all, Doflamingo was a former celestial dragon, and Satan still took that into account. Back then, he hadn't restored Doflamingo's status as a celestial dragon, but promised him a warlord title as compensation. "I'll go and take down Doflamingo." Hank interrupted Satan's speech, speaking decisively. Hank knew what Satan was concerned about, but he didn't care at all. Although Doflamingo was a former celestial dragon, that was all in the past, right? You could take down Doflamingo. Satan didn't distrust this admiral, but Doflamingo was not weak. Doflamingo being alive was indeed a problem. If he could silence this problem completely, it would also be a good choice. Hank nodded slightly. If you can't do it, you know what the consequences will be. Suddenly, Satan transformed, and a giant 8-armed demon appeared in front of Hank and Sengoku. This was Satan's threat, a threat to this presumptuous new admiral. "If you can't kill Doflamingo, I'll burn my head to see you." Hank showed no fear, staring directly into Satan's eyes in demon form, not showing any panic. "Good. If you take down Doflamingo, I'll immediately order the abolition of the warlords of the sea." Chapter 52. The Remnants of Whitebeard Marineford. Sengoku watched a warship leave the port, feeling mixed emotions. On that warship was none other than the ever-busy Admiral Hank. Right after finishing the report with Satan, Hank immediately set about forming his own fleet without taking a break. Since Sengoku had already agreed, the entire Marine headquarters was at Hank's disposal. However, Sengoku still limited it to a maximum of 1 vice admiral. Otherwise, what would happen to the Marine headquarters if Hank took all the vice admirals away? Sengoku didn't expect that Hank would not protest or even bargain, calmly accepting this requirement. This was unlike the strong-willed Admiral Hank. Hank obediently chose a mole vice admiral as his deputy, but then the selection of others made Sengoku a bit uncomfortable. Vice Admiral Tsuru's granddaughter, a whip fruit user, Peacock. Akainu's adopted daughter, Lark. Zephyr's disciple, a reversal fruit user, Ein. And the only one on the ship with no connections, Sanji. Originally, Hank wanted to take Dashi as well, but she had already gone with Smoker to Division 5, so he had to give up. Sengoku looked at the candidates Hank proposed, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This didn't look like a lineup for fighting. It was more like a vacation configuration. A lineup of beautiful female Marines, either strong or well-connected. None were simple. But due to his promise, Sengoku had to grit his teeth and persuade the guardians of these people one by one. After spending an unknown amount of effort and cost, Sengoku finally helped Hank organize this team. In fact, for Hank, who his teammates was not very important. After all, he would definitely take down the leaders of the Don Quixote family himself. As long as his subordinates could handle the smaller fry below, that would be enough. Since that was the case, it would be better to have some beautiful women to enjoy the scenery during the journey. Moreover, after gaining a huge amount of kill value on Amazon Lily, Hank easily exchanged for all the current devil fruits. As expected, most of them were the fruits of people who had died at his hands. Currently, Hank had a total of 10 devil fruits. Quake fruit, wax fruit, phoenix fruit, flame fruit, diamond fruit, tremor fruit, expansion fruit, python fruit, king cobra fruit, sweet fruit. However, Hank didn't want to eat any of them right now. Although the tremor fruit was already strong enough to greatly enhance him, Hank still felt it was a bit lacking and wanted to wait a bit longer. Especially since his kill value was now at 43968-594-3885. As long as he had another 60,000 kill value, his cumulative kill value would break the million mark. Every time he broke through a major milestone before, the system had given decent rewards. From the black iron greatsword to the forbidden technique, and then to the bloodthirsty talent. Each brought significant benefits. The devil fruits also indirectly reflected a problem. The gum fruit had not appeared. This meant that Luffy really wasn't dead yet. That had a bit of a headache, truly an unkillable cockroach. Now that Luffy has been captured by Blackbeard, we don't know what Blackbeard's next target will be. But that's a matter for later. We'll deal with it when it comes. Right now, I need to handle that warlord, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Hank, do not issue the extermination order against Dressrosa. Did you hear me? Fleet Admiral Sengoku shouted desperately from the shore. How could I forget to remind him of such an important matter? If that kid acts recklessly and issues an extermination order against Dressrosa, the Navy's reputation will be completely ruined. It's okay. I'm not a devil. Hank issued the extermination order against Amazon Lily because it was an island that existed due to being plundered by pirate crews. Dressrosa is a legitimate member state, and its people are suffering under Doflamingo's tyranny. There's no way Hank would issue an extermination order against such a place. General Hank, are we going directly to Dressrosa? As Hank's deputy, Vice Admiral Squirrel has understood this mission to completely eradicate the Don Quixote family and eliminate Doflamingo. He was quite excited about such a task, especially after witnessing General Hank's strength on Amazon Lily. He couldn't wait to fly to Dressrosa right now. No, we're going to Sphinx Island first. Before officially going to war with Doflamingo, I need to train the troops, Hank said sternly, looking at the other crew members on the ship who showed no signs of tension. Although he had brought a few good seeds, they had not been tempered yet. The only one with relatively long training time was the relatively silent Ein. This kind of team still needs some real combat to help them gel, and the remnants of Whitebeard's crew are undoubtedly the best choice. Sphinx Island, Whitebeard's homeland. Flower Sword Vista had just bid farewell to the red-haired crew and stationed the remnants of Whitebeard's crew here. Vista had considered defending his father's territory, but the current remnants of Whitebeard's crew were simply too weak. Most of those who could lead, everyone had died, leaving only himself, who could barely be considered to have some combat power. He heard that there was a guy called Whitebeard 2 outside, claiming to be the biological son of his father, who had swept away many of the former subcrews of the Whitebeard Pirates. He even shouted at Vista to hand over Whitebeard's inheritance. But Vista truly did not know what inheritance his father had. Before the Marineford War, Whitebeard hadn't written a will. Originally, Vista wanted to deal with Whitebeard 2 to prevent the subcrews from suffering too much. However, after facing Whitebeard 2 once, Vista was surprised to find that the guy's strength was not inferior to his own. He could even crush most of the division commanders with brute force. Moreover, because of this encounter, Whitebeard 2 had set his sights on the remnants of Whitebeard's crew and had recently begun to wander nearby. Vista had no choice but to be extra cautious, restricting all remnants of Whitebeard's crew to activities on Sphinx Island. However, even in this cautious situation, Whitebeard 2 still came knocking. "Mommy, I found them. On this island," Edward Weevil said excitedly, holding a naginata in his hands. "Good job, my good son. It's this group of guys who have swallowed your father's inheritance." Weevil's mother, Bakken, said loudly, lying on Weevil's back. After finally waiting for Newgate to die, she dared to take Weevil out to show off. Those sons of Whitebeard actually dared to deny Weevil. It was simply outrageous. They must want to take Newgate's inheritance for themselves, and I absolutely won't let them succeed. "Let's go take them out," Bakken said. "All right, let's take them out." Chapter 53. Everyone. Did you miss me? General Hank, report. Speak. We are about to reach Sphinx Island. Yunka nervously saluted and reported. After these days of sailing, Hank had trained the ship's connections quite well. Yunka now served as a lookout, which suited this sniper position quite well. Among all the crew members, Yunka was the most excited. Although she didn't initially like Hank because he killed Koby during the Marineford War with the subsequent news, Yunka had long become a little fan of Hank. This time on the ship, she even came up without notifying Akainu, and Sengoku didn't even need to persuade her. She just ran up. Hey, little Yunku, don't be too proactive." The peacock holding a whip joked at the door. Yunku instantly blushed and couldn't say a word. All crew members gather, prepare for battle. Hank ignored the playful banter between the two girls and led the way to the deck. In his sight, Sphinx Island was already close at hand. But the situation on the island was not as he imagined. "General Hank, it seems something has happened on Sphinx Island. It is currently engulfed in flames of war. It can be confirmed that one of the parties involved is the remnants of Whitebeard's crew led by Flower Sword Vista." Yunka saw Hank frown and hurriedly added, "When we land, you all focus on rescuing civilians, while encircling the remnants of Whitebeard's crew as a secondary objective. Squirrel, follow me to the front lines." The remnants of Whitebeard's crew are fighting with someone? This timing is off. Whitebeard, too, isn't even a warlord yet, and he has already reached the main base of Whitebeard's crew. It seems that without Marco's leadership, the remnants of Whitebeard's crew can't even hide properly. But Whitebeard, too, is also not a good person. Although he has been targeting pirate crews related to Whitebeard, he shows no mercy to civilians. To eliminate a pirate crew, he can even directly destroy an entire town. The suffering of civilians in the areas he passes through is severe. He's a thoroughly villainous character. On Sphinx Island, with the help of other division commanders, Vista barely fought to a standstill with Weevil. But that old lady, Bakken, had not made a move, putting a lot of pressure on Vista. Hand over my husband's inheritance, and I can spare your lives. Bakken shouted loudly. With Weevil's strength, no one could approach her. I've explained many times, Dad didn't leave any inheritance. Vista was also quite troubled. These two guys immediately wanted some inheritance. He didn't even know about any inheritance. So where could he get it for them? You can't call him Dad. He's my dad alone. Weevil shouted, swinging his naginata down forcefully. Hearing this, Vista's head ached even more. This guy was just an idiot who couldn't understand human speech. Just as Vista and Weevil were in a standoff, Lackey hurriedly ran over in a panic. No, this is bad. The Navy. Before Lackey could finish his sentence, a black iron sword pierced through his chest, choking the rest of his words in his throat. Lackey slowly fell, revealing the figure behind him. Everyone, did you miss me? Vista's pupils suddenly constricted, revealing an expression of extreme fear. Most of the division commanders present were the same, even ignoring Bakken's shouting. Hank, that Navy from the Marineford War. Executing Ace, beheading Dad, killing Marco, ambushing Jozu. It could be said that more than half of Whitebeard's crew was brought down by this guy Hank alone. And this killing god, this devil, actually chased them to Whitebeard's homeland. Run. Everyone split up and flee. Vista had no thought of resistance, even if the opponent was Whitebeard Pirates' greatest enemy. When the power gap is too great, it won't breed hatred, only fear. Vista no longer cared that his father and the others were buried here. If he didn't run now, the entire Whitebeard crew would be buried with him. Who are you? Are you here to steal my father's inheritance? Weibel glared at Hank, looking ready to attack him directly. Hank took a step forward towards Weibel, a dark red aura rising into the sky, sweeping out in all directions. Conqueror's Haki. The surrounding remnants of the Whitebeard crew were instantly swept away. Even the division commanders felt a bit dizzy. Weibel was the first to be affected, feeling woozy and on the verge of collapsing. Silly son, you've run into a tough opponent. Hurry up and run. Bakeen struck Weibel's head with his cane, barely waking up his foolish son. Weibel was an idiot, but Bakeen was not. He had already seen Hank's exploits in the newspapers. A monster who could stomp on Rayleigh and tear apart Shaki was not someone Bakeen wanted to face. Those old guys had lived long enough. They dared to run to Marine headquarters, but he had not lived enough yet. I'm sorry, old lady, but I need you to wait here for a moment. Vice Admiral Mongoose blocked Weibel's escape route. This was also a task assigned by Admiral Hank to stop the fastest runner. But the fastest one was not Weibel, but Izang. Before Bista had given the order, the moment Izang saw Hank's face, he had already started to flee. The fear Hank left on Izang was too deep. Like a devil from hell, Izang thought he had gotten over his psychological shadow, but upon seeing that face, the fear of being hunted returned to his heart. While everyone's attention was on Hank's face, Izang had already stealthily slipped towards the outskirts of the island. But while running, Izang noticed something was wrong. The houses around him seemed to move, constantly blocking his path. Who is it? Come out. Stop hiding. Izang shouted loudly at the empty street. As soon as he spoke, all the houses on the street suddenly came to life, pressing in on him. Meanwhile, Hank was like a wolf among sheep, going on a killing spree. Under Bista's call for retreat, the division commanders showed no fighting spirit. Even their subordinates were fleeing in panic. Hank's figure kept flashing, and whoever he caught got a slash. There was no time for execution now. It was better to kill first and talk later. Blamank. No. With Hank's black iron greatsword falling, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 6th Division was cut in half along with his massive hammer. The battlefield was left with only Bista. Of course, Not all division commanders were cut down by Hank. Under Hank's intentional control, the only escaping division commanders were Izang, Jingu Duo, and Brunheim. These few were just tests for their subordinates. After all, they were not formidable characters. Vista, did you miss me? Chapter 50 for the destruction of the Whitebeard Pirates, you devil. Vista gritted his teeth and glared at Hank. During the Marineford War, Vista spent most of his time battling Mihawk and thus barely survived. But now Vista had nowhere to escape. Hank had already approached him with his black iron greatsword. Vista, how does it feel to survive alone? Hank truly couldn't understand the thought process of the Whitebeard division commanders. Logically, with their captain dead, the remaining subordinates should disband. Either find a new backing to continue their reign at sea or retire to a quiet life and enjoy their twilight years. With so many division commanders, if they scattered, even Hank would find it hard to track them down one by one. But the Whitebeard crew chose the most self-deceiving way, gathering all their forces on Sphinx Island. They publicly declared they had disbanded and didn't fight for territory. But in reality, this group of pirate leaders was still here, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Unwilling to exit the stage with Whitebeard and lacking the courage to fight for it. Dance of Roses. Vista did not respond to Hank's malicious question and directly used his signature move. Indeed, they're only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. Vista perfectly embodied the nickname Flower Sword. Even when pushed to the brink by Hank, Vista's attack still carried the brilliance of roses. Two Western swords sliced through layers of petals towards Hank. So flashy, stunning. Hank met it with a plain and unadorned slash. If you're going to fight, then fight. Why sprinkle petals? If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were proposing. It's really disgusting. In Hank's eyes, swords were for killing enemies, and such flashy, meaningless extra moves were nothing but a vulnerability. Besides increasing his own openings, they served no purpose. Clang! The black iron greatsword collided with the Western swords, producing a crisp sound, but it didn't last long. Vista's two Western swords couldn't even withstand a single exchange before breaking apart. The momentum of the black iron greatsword remained unabated, heading straight for Vista's neck. Killing value 30,000. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 5th Division dead. The entire Whitebeard Pirates completely annihilated. Just as Hank dealt with Vista, a small figure was quietly sneaking away from the battlefield, trying to escape. Bakine planned to abandon her so-called son, slipping away while the Marines were too busy to notice her. This plan was going smoothly. Hank was preoccupied with the division commanders of the Whitebeard crew, and Mongoose was evenly matched with Weibel. Just when Bakine thought she could successfully escape, suddenly, her observation hockey alarmed her. Though she was so close to escaping, Bakine decisively stopped in her tracks. Hey, shouldn't a mother help her son when he's in danger? How could there be such a selfish mother, only concerned about her own escape? A black iron greatsword was thrust directly in front of Bakine. Had she taken even one more step, she would have been split in half. Sir Marine, there must be some misunderstanding. I'm just a passing old woman. Bakine's mind raced, instantly finding an excuse. After all, she gained fame decades ago. Since the Rock's pirates were defeated, she had kept a low profile. So many years have passed, her appearance and figure had changed drastically. Even former companions from the Rock's crew might not recognize her, let alone a young rookie Marine. Even if this kid is an admiral, would he really know about events from decades ago? The once formidable scientific pirate had now fallen to the point of having to deceive others to survive. Coincidentally, Hank really did know about Bakine. Moreover, compared to former companions, Hank was even more aware of Bakine's changes in appearance. No, sir, you've got to be mistaken. Upon hearing the title scientific pirate, Bakine's cold sweat began to flow. This guy in front of her definitely knew her and must have researched her information. But aside from desperately denying it, Bakine had no other means. Even at her peak, she could never defeat an admiral, let alone now when she was old and frail. Seeing the pathetic old woman in front of him desperately waving her hands, Hank felt a pang of sadness. Hank shook his head. Bakine was once a high-end talent who researched alongside Vegapunk, and now she had become like this. He didn't even dare to acknowledge his own name. Hank thought that killing such a guy would dirty his knife. Hey, Weibel, your mom abandoned you. She's leaving you behind to escape. Hank shouted at Weibel, who was in the midst of a fierce battle. The simple-minded Weibel turned his head and, sure enough, saw Bakken almost fleeing the battlefield. "Mom, why did you abandon me? I'm obedient." Weibel disregarded the attacks from Vice Admiral Tontada and charged toward Bakken's direction, no matter how many scratches Tontada left on Weibel's back. He didn't look back even once. Bakken, on the other hand, looked at the charging Weibel with a face full of terror. As her own creation, she knew exactly what Weibel was like, simple-minded, physically strong, and with a terrifying level of dependency. When such a monster thought he had been abandoned, Weibel grabbed Bakken tightly in his hands. "Mom, don't leave me. You can't leave me," Weibel cried loudly while exerting force. Bakken, who was in Weibel's grasp, couldn't utter a word and could only make wheezing sounds. She struggled violently, but such struggles had no effect on Weibel at all. Before long, Bakken stopped struggling, her eyes bulging, blood continuously flowing from her mouth. The once dominant Bakken, who had roamed the seas alongside rocks, died at the hands of her own son. Yet Weibel was completely unaware that his mother had died and continued to wail. "Tontada, go call Ein over and check on the others." "Yes." Hank was not feeling soft-hearted toward Weibel. It was just that there was someone on his ship more suited to take action than himself. Although killing a warlord-level combatant could yield tens of thousands of kill points, Ein was comparatively more important. Ein represented not just herself, but also her mentor, Zifa. Before long, Ein had arrived in front of Hank. "Admiral Hank, did you need something?" Chapter 55. Departing for Dressrosa, the moment Ein saw Weibel, she was stunned. Shock, anger, sorrow, countless expressions flashed across Ein's face, finally settling on deep hatred. This enormous monster before her was someone she would never forget. He had attacked Zifa's ship. A whole ship full of Navy recruits had been left with only herself and Binz, a user of the mocha mocha fruit, and even Zifa had lost his right arm. Ein had dreamt countless times of this terrifying face, and now this guy was standing right in front of her. Although Ein could no longer contain the anger in her heart, she still looked at Admiral Hank beside her. This was Zifa's teaching. The Navy must obey orders. Ein did not know Hank's purpose in calling her over. Even though her enemy was right in front of her, she still had to obey Hank's command. "Go ahead. He's yours," Hank said gently. Although the ideals of Black Arm Zifa did not completely align with Hank's, it did not hinder Hank's admiration for Zifa. Even though Zifa had never killed a pirate, earning the title of the Admiral who doesn't kill, Hank felt that Zifa was somewhat foolish for this title. However, Zifa had indeed dedicated his life to the Navy. While Garp was playing chase with Roger at sea, Zifa had already become an admiral, diligently capturing pirates. Even when his family was killed in retaliation by pirates, Zifa remained a trainer in the Navy. All three current admirals were Zifa's students. It was only after the ship he led was attacked that Zifa was deeply affected, shifting his focus to training guerrilla units to hunt pirates. But it must be admitted that Zifa cultivated a large number of outstanding naval leaders, even influencing an entire era. It was unknown how much effort Sengoku had put in to persuade Zifa to allow his precious disciple, Ein, to work under Hank. "Oh, by the way, this guy is in his 30s. Don't overdo it with your abilities," Hank kindly reminded. Ein had now walked up to Weibel, staring at the man who had brought immense pain to both her and Zifa. Ein hoped to find something on Weibel's face, fear, loss of composure, or regret. But there was nothing. Weibel was still wailing while holding Bakken's corpse, completely oblivious to Ein. Two pink flames appeared in Ein's hands, gently touching Weibel's body. Weibel's originally large body instantly shrank significantly. Ein could now control a 10-year age regression, and with 2 regressions, Weibel had turned into a child of just over 10 years old. "Hey, what is this?" Weibel was still astonished by his transformation when Ein's sword effortlessly pierced through Weibel's throat. Then, the pink flames reappeared in Ein's hands, touching Weibel's wound. Miraculously, just before Weibel's death, the wound on his throat healed. "It hurts," Weibel screamed. The response was another strike from Ein, sealing his throat once more. Again and again, Ein killed Weibel and restored his injuries. She had no idea how many times this process had repeated. After reviving Weibel once more, Ein could no longer hold the sword steadily in her hand. The excessive use of her fruit abilities had drained her stamina, and she was barely holding on through sheer hatred. All right, that's enough. Hank gently grasped Ein's hand holding the sword, forcefully sweeping it, bringing true death to Weibel, who had been lingering on the edge of death. Ein looked at the head, rolling on the ground, and suddenly burst into tears. Thank you, Admiral Hank. At this moment, Vice Admiral Tontada also returned to the battlefield with the remaining few. Report to Admiral Hank. Kindugo and Blenheim have been captured by us, but Aizu has escaped. Yunha excitedly reported. This was Yunha's first time participating in a real battle, and she was extremely thrilled. Although there had been training matches during Navy training, they were nothing compared to a real battlefield. Kill them directly. Hearing Yunha's report, Hank frowned slightly. That Aizu is truly a rat from Wano, surviving so well. But with the entire white group gone, that guy can only run back to Wano. Wano, huh? Just let this jumping clown live a little longer. Huh. Kill. Yunha and Konkei exclaimed in unison. For these two who had never been exposed to war, the word killing was still something in the dictionary. Although the newspapers had reported Hank's achievements, it was still just on paper. Vice Admiral Tontada and Zango, who had worked with Hank, had no doubts at all and even nodded in agreement with Hank's orders. Yes, from now on, there will be no prisoners against pirates. All must be killed. Pirates have no innocence. Do you understand? Hank shouted. Taking this opportunity, Hank wanted to set the tone for his ship, preventing anyone from becoming overly sentimental and feeling sorry for pirates, especially with the Don Quixote family about to be dealt with. Someone like Doflamingo could possibly trigger the maternal instincts of a little girl like Yunha. Yes, everyone placed their right fists on their chests and bowed. Now, clean up the battlefield. No living being is to be left. Yes, Hank's admonition proved effective. Even the kindest Yunha personally beheaded Kindugo. Even Ein, who was already exhausted, managed to take down quite a few remnants of the white group. All right, set sail for Dressrosa. Target Doflamingo. On a ship nearing Dressrosa. Sir, it's not that I don't want to deliver. It's just that Akainu and Akiji are fighting fiercely on the island. Even if I can handle it, my subordinates can't. Don't worry, I've already pulled out all the experimental materials. As soon as they finish fighting, I'll go back and start the experiments again right away. Soon, this batch will be ready, and after that, it won't take much time to produce more. The experiments for gigantification are also in preparation. The materials are ready. Just waiting for the test subjects. Yes. All right, you can rest assured. Okay, goodbye. Former Navy scientist Caesar Clown nodded and bowed repeatedly to the phone bug in front of him, finally feeling relieved. The phone bug, dressed in a pink vest just like its master, was clearly identifiable. Mr. Virgo, I've talked to the sir. Can you go back now? Caesar asked cautiously. Due to the struggle for the position of Fleet Admiral, Punk Hazard couldn't start operations for the time being, causing delays in the delivery of the fruits. Virgo was sent by Doflamingo to investigate this matter. This is your future assistant. Go collaborate with him. Virgo presented a photo, which was of Trafalgar Law, one of the worst generations, known as the Surgeon of Death. Chapter 56. Confuse Virgo, extra chapter, kill value. 5896851093885. Hank looked at his kill value with satisfaction. After eliminating the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates and Whitebeard 2, he gained nearly 150,000 kill points. His cumulative kill value perfectly broke through the million mark, with Whitebeard 2 alone contributing a whopping 90,000 kill points, indirectly proving that this fool indeed had Whitebeard's bloodline. Cumulative kill value reaches 1 million. Reward: Power of the White Tiger Star-Lord. White Tiger Star-Lord, Master of Slaughter, Commander of War, can dispel evil and drive away demons. Note: can be considered as a non-side effect version of the Zoan-type human fruit. Mythical beast form of the White Tiger Star-Lord. A pure white aura surged into Hank's body, and, as the aura continued to flow in, the phantom of a white tiger appeared behind him. Roar! Hank couldn't help but let out a tiger roar, causing the entire battleship to shake violently. Indeed, products from the system are guaranteed to be high quality. Hank felt his strength increase by a third, and various applications of the Star-Lord's power entered his mind, almost like muscle memory. General Hank, what's going on? Ein rushed into Hank's captain's cabin in a panic, followed closely by the Skylark. Not just Ein and the Skylark. Other crew members were also peeking nearby, but they weren't as bold as these two. Although everyone didn't think anyone could hurt General Hank, if something really happened to him, no one could take responsibility. "I'm fine, where are we now?" However, no one answered Hank's question. Ein and the Skylark were staring blankly at Hank. Compared to yesterday, General Hank seemed to be even more robust, and he even looked a bit taller. Moreover, a kingly pressure spread throughout the small captain's cabin. Even though Hank had not activated his Conqueror's Haki, for a moment, both of them were mesmerized, completely failing to hear Hank's question. Ahem! It was the sound of Rear Admiral Squirrel gently clearing his throat from outside the door that finally snapped Ein and the Skylark back to reality. Report. We are less than a day's journey from Dressrosa, and a 5th Division warship has appeared ahead. A flush of crimson instantly appeared on the Skylark's cheeks as he stammered the report. It was incredibly embarrassing. The Skylark wished he could find a hole to hide in. Fortunately, Ein, who was beside him, was just as awkward, which made the Skylark feel a little more relaxed. "Send a signal. Let's approach them." The 5th Division, now led by Rear Admiral Virgo, is an undercover agent placed in the Navy by Doflamingo. Virgo played a part in the death of Corazon, Doflamingo's younger brother and a Navy undercover agent. However, Smoker had already been reassigned to the 5th Division, and if he could meet this old acquaintance, Hank wouldn't mind revealing Virgo's details. Although it wasn't a great achievement, at least it could smoothen Smoker's promotion path. Known as the Mad Dog of the Navy, Smoker adheres to his sense of justice, often disregarding orders, but he truly goes after pirates, regardless of whether he can defeat them. He dares to confront even the warlords of the sea. Moreover, his statement that a pirate is very much to Hank's liking. On the warship of the 5th Division, Smoker was bored as he watched the warship gradually approach. This time on the mission, Smoker was merely a deputy. Rear Admiral Virgo had already gone to inspect the merchant ship. Since the end of the Marineford War, Smoker had been reassigned to the 5th Division. During this time, he had gotten along quite well with most of the people in the 5th Division. Although these guys didn't behave properly, they were indeed ruthless against pirates. However, Virgo always kept him by his side and never let him go on missions alone. Whenever he voiced dissent, Virgo would swing his intimidating stick at him. Compared to Virgo, Smoker's Haki was completely inadequate, leaving him in a passive position of being beaten. Although under such pressure, Smoker's strength was rapidly increasing. He wanted to capture the Straw Hat Kid as soon as possible, but Virgo gave him no opportunities for freedom. Even today's minor task of searching a merchant ship had to be done with him. "It's just a merchant ship from Dressrosa. What's there to search?" "Hey, Smoker, do you remember me?" Hank's voice came from the approaching warship. "General Hank." Smoker looked in surprise at Hank standing at the bow of the ship. Smoker originally thought it was just a passing warship, but he didn't expect it to be an acquaintance from the Marineford War. Although Hank was promoted to Admiral right after the war, and Smoker was reassigned to the 5th Division, they had lost contact. But they were brothers who had fought together. If only General Hank could help him talk to Virgo, he might be able to gain some freedom. "How's the 5th Division? It must not be as comfortable with a superior overseeing you," Hank casually asked, but he really hit Smoker's sore spot. Although Rear Admiral Virgo was a decent person, he was indeed a bit too controlling. "Speaking of which, I actually have something I want to ask you for help with." Smoker took a deep puff of his cigar and began to vent his grievances. Before coming to the 5th Division, Smoker had always been in a no-strings-attached state. He was the boss in Lowtown and rode around on a motorcycle in the Paradise. Now that he was under Virgo's command, even the task of capturing pirates had to be done with Virgo, leaving him with no personal freedom at all. "So you wanted to talk some sense into Virgo and let him set you free?" Hank found it somewhat amusing. If he really encountered Virgo, it would probably be more than just talking sense. However, regardless of the process, Smoker would definitely gain his freedom. After all, the dead cannot restrict the freedom of others. "Exactly. Rear Admiral Virgo is currently searching that merchant ship over there. So please wait a moment, General Hank." Smoker was somewhat excited. General Hank would obviously speak for him. With the Admiral's intervention, he would soon be able to continue pursuing the Straw Hat Kid. "You mean Virgo is on that ship right now?" After receiving Smoker's affirmative answer, Hank immediately jumped onto the merchant ship. What a day. Not only did he run into Smoker, but Virgo was also here. Before Hank could step inside, he bumped into Virgo, who had just walked out. Upon seeing Hank, Virgo froze in place, his expression behind the sunglasses shifting several times. Finally, Virgo mechanically extended his arm and said stiffly, "Hello, General Hank, what brings you here?" Chapter 57. Mr. Virgo, save me. Virgo was completely dazed. He had seen this guy in the newspapers many times. He was one of the most notorious killers in the Navy. However, how could this infamous killer appear right in front of him? Wasn't the transfer of the Navy admiral supposed to happen soon? Why hadn't this admiral returned to headquarters? Virgo fell into deep self-doubt for a moment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Although he didn't know General Hank's purpose, out of politeness, Virgo still extended his hand to greet him. However, Hank didn't even glance at Virgo and walked straight into the ship's cabin. He hadn't noticed it on the warship, but as soon as he jumped onto this boat, Hank sensed a whiff of gas. The only one capable of emitting such a smell was that evil scientist, the gas man Caesar. One unexpected gain. Hank had originally planned to deal with Doflamingo first and then find trouble with Caesar. After all, Akainu and Kazan were engaged in a battle at Punk Hazard, and Caesar might have gone somewhere to hide. It seemed that Smoker was truly his lucky charm, leading him right to this guy. General Hank, I've finished searching here. Virgo frowned and reached out to block Hank. What a joke. If Hank went in, wouldn't that mean the end for Caesar? Caesar was a crucial part of Doflamingo's deal with Kaido. If anything happened to Caesar, Doflamingo would be affected too. Although Caesar wasn't a pirate, he had a bounty of 300 million berries due to the gas incident. Get out of the way. Hank glared at Virgo, an overwhelming pressure surging toward him. As a former core member of the Don Quixote family, and now an undercover rear admiral, Virgo was actually scared to the point of collapsing on the ground from that glare. It wasn't the pressure of Conqueror's haki, but a pure intent to kill. Virgo felt that if he lingered for even a second, he would definitely die. It was terrifying. No wonder he was a monster capable of slaughtering on Amazon Lily. He had to report to Doflamingo. If Doflamingo provoked this guy, the entire Don Quixote family would face disaster. Virgo's thoughts were racing as he sat dazed on the ground, while Hank had already stepped into the ship's cabin. Hey, little Navy, you're from the 5th Division, right? Your boss has already checked. We don't have any contraband here. Caesar said loudly, lounging in a chair, sipping wine, surrounded by a group of strange pirates. Most of them had no legs and were sitting on a peculiar floating device, barely able to move. The only one with legs was Monet, Caesar's assistant, who had the snow fruit ability. Yeah, little Navy, just go back and listen to your rear admiral. Monet adjusted her glasses. Ha ha, kid, if you know things you shouldn't, you'll end up dead. Chaz, who had lost the use of his legs and could only move with a balloon device, laughed heartily. He was in a good mood because Caesar had just mentioned finding a way for them to walk again. They just needed to wait a while longer, and they would be able to walk again. Yeah, since the boss is in a good mood, just hurry and leave. If you don't, you'll be stuck here. The surrounding members of the original Chaha's pirate crew kept teasing, mainly because the days on the ship were too boring, unlike when they were pirates, when they could burn, kill, and plunder everywhere. Now that they finally had some fun, they naturally had to have a good laugh. Hank paid no attention to the surrounding noise and walked straight towards Caesar. Interesting, not only did he not run away, but he's actually coming toward me? Caesar laughed loudly. This situation of an unknown Navy being sent was familiar. They were usually people who opposed Mr. Virgo. Using Caesar's hands to get rid of these guys would not only stabilize Virgo's position, but also conveniently provide some experimental material. However, in the past, Navy personnel who saw him would be too scared to move. This young Navy in front of him was quite bold. He might even become one of his excellent specimens. Wait, this Navy, he seemed familiar. But where had he seen him before? Caesar's gaze drifted to a nearby newspaper, with the headline reading Whitebeard's bloodline cut off. General Hank achieves another great feat. The photo on the cover was of the very Navy standing before him. Wait, you are... Hank grabbed Caesar with one hand and, with the other hand, clenched into a fist, smashed it hard into Caesar's head. Bang! Caesar's teeth flew out with the punch, and half of his cheek caved in. Hank didn't want to say a word to this human trash. Conducting illegal experiments was a minor issue. What the world government prohibited wasn't necessarily wrong. It was fine to experiment with prisoners or pirates, since they were all going to die anyway, so it was okay to make use of their residual heat. However, Using children for experiments crossed the line entirely. Bang, bang, bang. Hank continued to rain punches on Caesar's face, leaving him unrecognizable. Hank deliberately controlled his strength, so he didn't kill the scum with just a few punches. This scum didn't deserve to die so easily. Hank was so quick that Caesar was nearly beaten to death before Monet and the surrounding pirates even realized what had happened. "What have you done to the boss?" Monet shrieked, instantly transforming into a giant snow woman with sharp teeth. Endless snow. The entire cabin was suddenly filled with a violent snowstorm, and the snow woman's size grew even larger. The surrounding pirates immediately began to wail in horror. It wasn't that Monet's move was harsher than Hank's. It was just that Monet had effectively harmed these pirates. Hank's beating of Caesar had no effect on Chahuz and the others, but the snowstorm would freeze all the pirates. Monet, however, didn't care about that. She only focused on increasing her size. As Caesar's secretary, if anything happened to Caesar, she wouldn't survive under Doflamingo either. The massive snow woman opened her gaping mouth and lunged at Hank. Enough! Hank didn't even look, casually slapping Monet's face. With a loud crash, the giant snow woman was instantly shattered, turning into a puddle of snow mud. Hank casually picked up an empty wine bottle and stuffed Caesar into it. The advantage of being a Logia user is that even when stuffed into such a small space, he wouldn't die. At this moment, it had only been about 3 minutes since Hank walked into the cabin. On the deck, Virgo, still unsure how to inform Doflamingo, saw that terrifying figure standing before him again. General Hank. Hank ignored Virgo and placed a wine bottle in front of him. From the glass bottle, Caesar's voice emerged. "Mr. Virgo, save me." Chapter 58. "Where did you take my daughter?" "Mr. Virgo, do you have anything to say about this?" Virgo didn't dare to breathe, collapsing to the ground. Faced with the Admiral, and especially this Admiral known for his killing intent, Virgo's mind raced. "Think, you fool, think. If I expose my identity even a little, I will undoubtedly die. But Caesar is right in front of me now, and that fool is calling my name without any hesitation. General Hank, I have a deal with Caesar, but it's to obtain better weapons to eliminate pirates." Virgo's head was deeply lowered, not daring to raise it to meet Hank's gaze. This was the best excuse Virgo could come up with in a short time. After all, Caesar is a world-renowned weapons scientist. He was wanted by the Navy for privately detonating slime, so this excuse could be considered reasonable. "Mr. Virgo, save me quickly. I am." The Caesar in the bottle was still chattering away, not because Caesar thought Virgo could defeat Hank, but because Virgo was his only lifeline. If even Virgo didn't help him, he would surely die at the hands of this demon. "Shut up." Virgo could no longer listen. If Caesar kept talking, his undercover identity would be completely exposed. "General Hank, everything I do is to enhance the strength of the 5th Division, so that we can better fulfill the Navy's duties in the new world." Virgo spoke with sincerity. If Hank didn't know his undercover identity, he might have been fooled by this performance. "Caesar, is that true? Just be honest. Can I trade my life for yours? Quickly say it." "Mr. Virgo is under Don Quixote Doflamingo's command, sent here to monitor me. I am working for Doflamingo." Caesar could not withstand the pressure and spilled everything like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. Even if Hank didn't promise that he would survive, it was obviously a greater chance than relying on Virgo to save him. Caesar unhesitatingly betrayed Doflamingo and revealed everything he knew. Virgo knelt on the ground, cold sweat pouring down. Although he could still argue a little, this killing machine in front of him might not listen to his excuses. Suddenly, Virgo saw a small snowman crawling out from the cabin. It was Monet, the snow woman who had been smashed apart. If he could coordinate with the snow woman to attack from both sides, he might have a chance to take down this guy. The Caesar in the bottle was still rambling on, having already transitioned from Virgo's undercover identity to the death experiment he was conducting, almost spilling the details of the fruit. A pitch-black bamboo stick appeared in Virgo's hand, spinning rapidly. Demon Bamboo. This was Virgo's signature skill, and the reason he was called Demon Bamboo. A bamboo stick covered with armament hockey, propelled by the centrifugal force, swung towards Hank. Virgo thought Monet should attack with him now to form a pincer attack against Hank. But what Virgo didn't know was that Hank's earlier slap had severely injured Monet, to the point where she couldn't even gather her human form. The fact that she could form a small snowman was already her maximum effort. Monet. Through his sunglasses, Virgo glared at Monet, furious. If she didn't act, how could he, a vice admiral, possibly defeat an admiral on his own? But to Virgo's surprise, Hank did not dodge or counterattack, instead standing still, listening to Caesar recount various insider stories. What a good opportunity. Virgo didn't have time to dwell on Monet's inaction. He swung the bamboo stick fiercely at Hank. Virgo had enough confidence in his armament hockey. After all, there were not many vice admirals who could cover their entire body with it. If this strike hit, even if the opponent was an admiral, they would definitely be injured. As long as the opponent got hurt, whether he fought or fled, there would be a chance. Bang! Hank slowly raised a hand covered in pitch-black armament hockey, easily gripping the bamboo stick that was coming at him. No matter how hard Virgo tried, the stick couldn't move any further. Boom! Hank squeezed hard, and the bamboo stick covered in armament hockey was crushed. Virgo, it seems you are unrepentant about your crimes. All right, I need to add another one. Attacking a Navy admiral. Before Virgo could respond, Hank's fist was already in front of him. Virgo used all his defensive skills, including iron block and armament hockey. However, it was of no use. Crack! A clear sound of a bone breaking came from Virgo's head as Hank's punch shattered half of his cheek. On the nearby warship, everyone was wide-eyed in shock. The warship and merchant ship were very close, and they could hear everything clearly on the deck. Initially, when Hank reprimanded Virgo, everyone was puzzled as to why Hank's attitude was so harsh. After all, while Hank was ruthless towards pirates, he was usually gentler with his own men. Even when Ein and Monet barged into the captain's quarters, Hank didn't get angry. Smoker thought Hank was venting for him and felt a bit guilty towards Vice Admiral Virgo. After all, in Smoker's view, Virgo didn't have any bad intentions. He was just restricting his freedom of action. It wasn't until Caesar shouted Doflamingo's name that everyone was shocked into silence, especially Smoker. Even though Virgo often beat him up, he had never realized that Virgo was actually an undercover agent. An undercover agent from a pirate had become a vice admiral and even the head of a division. This was undoubtedly the biggest scandal within the Navy. Good job, General Hank. You must deal with this Navy disgrace. Smoker shouted angrily, feeling foolish for having felt guilty towards this bastard, not knowing all along that he had been deceived. Hank had thoroughly beaten Virgo from head to toe. Virgo's bones were almost all broken. If it weren't for the special constitution of people in the pirate world, he would have already died. Hank hadn't killed Virgo yet because he was the direct cause of Rosinante's death, and Rosinante was cultivated by Sengoku. So Sengoku would likely have some interest in this undercover agent. BRR. Hank threw the barely alive Virgo onto the deck and was about to take out his transponder snail to call Sengoku when another transponder snail in his arms rang. Hank, you bastard. What did you take my daughter? Akainu's roar came from the transponder snail. Chapter 59. Rosinante's Resolution. Extra chapter. Hearing her father's roar. Monet stuck out her tongue beside him, showing an embarrassed expression. Monet was worried that the struggle for the position of admiral would take too long, delaying her chance to board Hank's ship. So she didn't even tell Akainu and slipped away. Meanwhile, Akainu had just finished a long battle with Kazan, and upon returning to Marineford, he was informed by Sengoku that his precious daughter had been taken by Hank. What kind of person is Hank? He is even more extreme in justice than I am, and none of the pirates who face him survive. I can't rest easy knowing my precious daughter is with such a guy. Congratulations in advance, Admiral Akainu. Hearing Akainu's furious roar, Hank felt relieved. It seemed that, just like in the original story, Akainu ultimately won the struggle for the position of admiral. There's something I need to report. There are pirate spies within the Navy, sent by Doflamingo. Hank completely ignored Akainu's question and instead shifted the topic to Virgo. What did you say? Is Xiaoming killed by Virgo? That bastard. I will kill him myself. After hearing about Virgo's situation, Sakazuki hadn't spoken yet, but Sengoku couldn't hold back any longer. Xiaoming is the undercover codename for Rosinante, corresponding to Sengoku's codename, Daishinbei. From this codename, one can see how close Sengoku was to Rosinante. When Sengoku was still an admiral, he adopted Rosinante and trained him to become a Navy commander. To Sengoku, Rosinante was like his own son. To curb the growth of the Don Quixote family, He had no choice but to let Rosinante go back to Doflamingo's side as an undercover agent. When Sengoku learned of Rosinante's death, he cried uncontrollably. For so many years, Sengoku had not known who exactly killed Rosinante, only that the murderer was most likely someone from Doflamingo's crew. Now, knowing that it was actually an undercover agent planted by Doflamingo within the Navy who killed Xiaomigua, Sengoku instantly fell into deep self-reproach. If he had been more careful when selecting the Navy personnel, if he could have identified the undercover agent, perhaps Xiaomigua would not have died. Hank, bring that guy back. I want to personally execute him. This was the first time Sengoku had such strong killing intent toward the pirate. It should be noted that when the Golden Lion destroyed half of Marineford, Sengoku merely imprisoned him and impelled down. Hank scanned the surroundings and finally set his sights on Smoker. With the imminent war against the Don Quixote family, it was clear that his own crew couldn't be sent back like this. So, the only person he could use was Smoker. And it made more sense for Smoker to hold the rank of Rear Admiral. Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, Rear Admiral Smoker will escort Virgo back. Admiral Sakazuki. They say a new official takes 3 fires. I think the first fire should be to clean up our Navy from within. Not only are there spies like Virgo inside the Navy, but there are also some guys colluding with pirates like the rats from the EC. There are even some pirate nations, such as the Flower Country in the West Sea, where the surrounding Navy blatantly condones the plundering actions of the Flower Country. The Navy does indeed need a cleansing. Don't worry, once the Admiral handover ceremony is complete, I will immediately start cleaning up the Navy from within. Sakazuki was also quite disgusted by the undercover matter. Sengoku's methods as Admiral had been too lenient, which led these pirates to not recognize their positions and even dare to send undercover agents into the Navy. However, soon it would be Sakazuki's turn as Admiral, and the Navy's policies would change drastically. And then there's that girl, Yunk. Although Sakazuki was very angry about the undercover issue, he hadn't forgotten the purpose of his call. His precious daughter was still on Hank's ship. Rest assured, Admiral, Yunk is very safe on my ship, and her performance has been outstanding. Yunk is indeed an excellent sniper, and she works seamlessly with Peacock. Hank definitely didn't want to lose such an excellent crew member. Give the phone to Yunk. I want to speak with her. On the other end of the phone bug, Sakazuki was silent for a moment, agreeing to let Yunk stay on Hank's ship. But he wasn't completely at ease, so he still needed to remind Yunk a few things. Yunk obediently took Hank's phone bug and ran aside to talk to her father. Admiral Hank, what about that ship? Rear Admiral Wussmouse asked Hank after seeing he had finished communicating with the Admiral, although Wussmouse had roughly guessed Hank's orders. Such matters still required clear instructions from superiors to act. Kill them all, leave no one behind. Understood. Wussmouse led the other crew members onto the merchant ship, and soon the screams of pirates echoed from within the ship's hold. Admiral Hank, then I will prepare to set off. Smoker had somehow brought out his motorcycle and had already tied Virgo to the back seat. After sending off Smoker, Hank took out a bottle containing Caesar. Hank, Admiral Hank, my Death Kingdom is about to be successfully researched. I offer it to you in exchange for my life. Caesar was still struggling, and surviving was the only thing on his mind. Then, Caesar felt a surge of water, and he became weak all over. The water kept accumulating, filling the entire glass bottle. Hank filled the bottle with seawater, and Caesar was slowly suffocating in a powerless state. After doing all this, Hank did not wait for Caesar's death, but instead focused his attention on what lay beneath the sea. The movement of the seawater, the leap of the fish, and a sound of an engine that didn't quite fit in. Found you, my lovely little guy. Long before Hank returned to the warship, he had felt a strange sensation of being watched. Now, he had found the source, a submarine lurking beneath the warship. One must say, Rose's courage was impressive. He dared to eavesdrop beneath a warship. Admiral Hank, are we going to dress Rosa now? Rear Admiral Wussmouse had completed the aftermath of the battlefield and was waiting for Hank's further instructions. Let's go dress Rosa, Hank said, casually punching the surface of the sea. On the polar diving number. Roe, who thought he had escaped a disaster, was now thankful that his whereabouts had not been discovered by the Navy. Suddenly, a powerful pressure surged towards the submarine. Dive down. Quickly dive. Roe's instructions were not finished when the whole submarine was hit like it had been struck by cannonballs. flipping over countless times in the ocean. It finally stopped after crashing into a seabed reef. "Captain, what should we do?" Beppo rubbed his sore head and asked. Ro was also very conflicted. That killing god was heading to Dressrosa, clearly looking for trouble with Doflamingo. With 9 Snake Island already slaughtered, Doflamingo would likely also meet his end. Ro gritted his teeth. He had to see that guy die with his own eyes. To Dressrosa. Chapter 60. Let's start cleaning up Dressrosa. Inside the palace of Dressrosa. "What did you say?" Doflamingo, dressed in pink feathers, crushed the wine glass in his hand. "Young master, Caesar's ship has gone missing, and Mr. Virgo is also unreachable." Viola knelt before Doflamingo, reporting. As a user of the stare fruit, Violet could use her ability to see a radius of 4,000 kilometers. And today, she saw an incredible scene. That newly promoted admiral from the Navy, the murderous maniac from the newspapers, actually appeared near Dressrosa. Moreover, he dealt a devastating blow to Caesar's ship. Then, Hank's warship headed straight for Dressrosa. Is Hank here to liberate Dressrosa? But Doflamingo is still a warlord of the sea. Viola was filled with countless thoughts, ultimately choosing to conceal Hank's news from Doflamingo. Do you think I will believe that? A user of the stare fruit can't even keep track of one of Caesar's ships. Doflamingo grabbed Viola by the neck. Lifting her up, Doflamingo was very angry, with veins bulging on his forehead, and even his sunglasses couldn't hide his murderous gaze. Caesar was very important to him, especially now that his business with Kaido had just started. If he lost Caesar, the most crucial raw material for the fruit would be gone. Only Caesar could produce it. This woman in front of him claimed she had a moment of negligence and couldn't keep track of Caesar. Hey, I say, Doflamingo, everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Don't be so harsh. The user of the sticky fruit, the snot man treble, began to mediate. How about I go see who the careless one is causing trouble? The user of the flap fruit, Diamante, proactively requested. As the 2 oldest cadres of the Don Quixote family, they are both fiercely loyal to Brother Ming and are also the most knowledgeable about the family business, understanding Caesar's importance to Ming. No, I'll go personally. I might run into an old acquaintance. Caesar is in trouble, and Virgo is also out of contact, so it definitely wasn't the Navy that made a move. Otherwise, I would have received news for Virgo. As for the pirates, I've nearly integrated the underground world and have established connections with Big Mom and Kaido. A strong person wouldn't attack their own, so the only one who could attack me is that kid. Being selected as part of the so-called worst generation gives him the audacity to act against me. What a reckless kid. Brother Ming tossed Viola to the ground and flew towards the sea on the threads in the air. However, it has really been a long time since I last saw you, Trafalgar Law. At this moment, at the port of Dressrosa, a warship slowly docked. Wow, this is the land of love, passion, and toys. It doesn't look like a place with pirates at all. Kiku looked around curiously, seeing people and toys coexisting harmoniously, appearing quite cheerful. Every toy here was once a living person, turned into a toy by Don Quixote through his devil fruit ability. After becoming a toy, everyone loses all memories related to that person. However, the toys remember everything but have no way to express it, as no one would believe a toy's words. For toys that attempt to awaken their family, they even have a special name: toys afflicted with a human disease. Upon hearing Hank's explanation, Kiku felt a chill run down her spine. This is too terrifying. Being forgotten by everyone and turning into a toy is simply more despairing than death. No wonder Admiral Hank wants to eliminate Don Quixote Doflamingo. Such an evil person should not exist in this world. Welcome to beautiful Dressrosa. May I ask what brings you here? A toy bear approached, eagerly looking at Hank and the others. Take us to see Don Quixote Doflamingo. Upon hearing this, not only the toy bear, but also the surrounding pedestrians were stunned. Doflamingo? He asked the king. Is he someone you can just meet? Before the nearby residents could criticize Hank's rudeness, a clear voice came through. At your service. Viola, dressed in a flamboyant flamenco outfit, appeared before Hank, with marks left on her neck from Doflamingo's grip. Following her was Bartolomeo, who had brought Viola over. One must admit that flying abilities are indeed useful for traveling. Just after Ming left the palace, Viola saw Hank and his group enter Dressrosa. This might be one of the few opportunities to save Dressrosa. and Viola dared not delay at all. Claiming she needed to negotiate with the Navy, Viola called upon Bartolomeo, who had the highest mobility, to take her to Hank. Please, save Dressrosa. Without hesitation, Viola knelt down before Hank. Viola didn't know Hank's purpose for coming to Dressrosa, but she had to take a gamble. From the news reported in the newspapers, Hank has always been deeply opposed to pirates, even against the 9 Snake Island under the 7 warlords. He could issue a demon extermination order. If even Hank couldn't step in to save Dressrosa, Viola had no idea who else could save it. Lead the way. Hank didn't waste words. His purpose for this trip was the Don Quixote family. He had no doubts about Viola. Viola is the princess of Dressrosa herself, and she agreed to cooperate with Doflamingo to save the life of King Riku. For so many years, she had been quietly waiting for an opportunity, making her a prime example of enduring humiliation and bearing heavy burdens. Since someone was willing to lead the way, that was even better. Doflamingo framed the former king and controlled Dressrosa. What? You agreed to take action against Doflamingo? Viola was initially accusing Doflamingo of his crimes, but she didn't expect Hank to agree so readily, momentarily taken aback. The senior cadres are currently having a meeting in the palace. I'll take you there. Viola excitedly lifted her head, looking eagerly at Hank, fearing she might have misheard. No need, I'll go myself. You take my crew to deal with the fighters under the Don Quixote family. Hank didn't need someone to get in the way during a fight. It was better to let Viola take people to clean up the minions. Hank and Viola quickly finalized the details of their cooperation, leaving Bartolomeo dumbfounded. What's going on? Viola has defected? The Navy is going to take action against the young master? No, this matter needs to be reported to the cadres immediately. As Bartolomeo's mind began to race, a blade from the weasel came down. Swish! Having followed Hank for a while, the weasel had become increasingly ruthless against pirates. This strike was delivered with full force, and Bartolomeo was directly split in half. Viola, standing in front of Bartolomeo, turned pale, startled by the Navy's decisiveness. I'm sorry, Admiral Hank. I acted without permission. You did well. Let us start cleaning up Dressrosa. Don't let a single pirate escape. Chapter 61. The Raid on the Don Quixote Family. Inside the palace of Dressrosa, most of the cadres had gathered due to Caesar's incident, waiting for Doflamingo's return. So, do you think Caesar could really have been taken out by that kid from back then? Torbol had a deep impression of that child suffering from platinum-lead disease, who was particularly favored by Doflamingo back then. Unfortunately, Law was later taken away by the traitor Rosinante. Otherwise, he would have long grown into a key member of the Don Quixote family. By the time there was news of Law again, he had already become a member of the worst generation in the Sabaody archipelago. No way, that kid couldn't possibly defeat Virgo. Diamante had a considerable recognition of Virgo's strength, especially his Busashoka haki, which had become exceedingly powerful. And Law was just a newcomer making his debut. How could he defeat both Caesar and Virgo? Doflamingo would definitely bring that kid back. The burly Pika emitted a sharp voice. Upon hearing this, many cadres clearly froze, but none dared to laugh out loud. The last person who laughed in front of Pika was beaten half to death. These senior cadres had been with Doflamingo since childhood and were among the few who changed his fate. If it weren't for the Ito no Mi and Torbol's encouragement, Doflamingo might have starved to death in some corner long ago. So, what do you think the Navy is doing now? The senior cadres chatted back and forth. Boom! A large hole appeared in the palace wall, and a devilish figure walked in. The Navy? How could the Navy be here? Where's Viola? Didn't she go to negotiate with the Navy? That guy is Hank, the newly appointed Navy Admiral. Faced with the sudden attack, the Don Quixote family was thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, Hank was scanning the people in the room one by one. Torbol, Diamante, Pika, Sugar, Lau, Dellinger, Senor Pink. These were all relatively important cadres, at least those who could stand their ground in battle. Seeing these guys, Hank felt relieved. Those outside had combat power not exceeding that of Vice Admiral Weasel. With Viola's supervision as assistance, wiping out the cadres of the Don Quixote family would be an easy task. Hey, Doflamingo is a warlord of the sea. The Navy cannot act against us. In Doflamingo's absence, Torbol took the initiative to assume the role of spokesperson. Even if it's an admiral, They cannot arbitrarily act against a warlord of the sea. That's a rule established by the world government. Rest assured, it won't be long. Hank lifted the black iron sword and swung it towards the nearest Rao. This room was filled with the subordinates of Don Quixote Doflamingo. It didn't matter if he swung wildly. There was not a single innocent among them. Ultimate secret technique of the Earthwong Fist, Battle Preservation Fist. At that moment, facing the imposing Hank, Rao didn't dare to be arrogant and immediately used his strongest technique. He had accumulated the strength of his youth to use when he got older. In that instant, Rao's physique expanded to several times its original size, and even his strength and skill returned to their peak. Although he was sure he couldn't defeat a general, he could at least buy some time. Rao was once strong enough to serve as a training officer for the Don Quixote family, his strength ranking among the top of the family. However, Rao couldn't hold on for even a moment. Hank merely swung his sword casually, and Rao, with the strength of his peak, was cleaved in half. Yeah, horn crash. The half-human, half-fishman Delinger seized the opportunity when Hank's sword was still extended and charged fiercely at him. As a hybrid freak, Delinger was never liked by anyone growing up. Only the Don Quixote family accepted him. Although raised by Jorah, which made Delinger's clothing and personality somewhat unusual, he became extremely fierce in battle, vowing not to rest until he defeated his enemies. With the powerful physique of a half-fishman and the high-speed attacks of his high heels, he was undefeated. Even after Hank had just killed Rao, Delinger was not afraid at all. It was just a matter of relying on that sword. Let's see how you handle it when you can't swing it. Bang! Got it. Delinger felt he had collided with something, but it didn't feel like human flesh at all. It felt more like steel. It was Hank's hand. Hank single-handedly stopped Delinger's charge and squeezed tightly. Bang! Delinger's head exploded like a watermelon in Hank's grip, spilling red and white everywhere. The two executives of the Don Quixote family died in an instant. If the remaining few hadn't stood a bit further back, the battle might have already ended. Even Torpol, who intended to negotiate a bit longer, hadn't reacted yet, still thinking about how to buy time until Doflamingo returned. Torpol, take sugar and leave. We'll handle this. Diamante reacted a bit faster than Torpol and shouted urgently. Sugar was key to the Don Quixote family's rule over Dressrosa, and the current rule was built upon the powers of Sugar's hobby fruit. If anything happened to Sugar, the entire Don Quixote family's rule over Dressrosa would suffer catastrophic damage. In fact, to protect Sugar's safety, Doflamingo specifically assigned the high-ranking officer Torpol to oversee this matter. Meanwhile, Pika acted even faster. At the moment Hank swung his sword, he began merging with the castle. As a user of the stone fruit, Pika could merge with any rock and control it freely. Pika's main body could hide in any corner, and destroying the rock would not harm Pika's main body at all. Stone Tentacle. The ground of the castle lifted, and 8 rocky tentacles attacked Hank from all directions. Shave. Hank's figure disappeared in an instant. It wasn't that Pika's attack was strong enough to warrant dodging. Rather, it was that the slug wanted to run away. At Diamante's reminder, Torpol immediately reacted. A sticky tentacle was attached to Sugar's back. Try to take her away with it. Can you escape? Hank, who should have been surrounded by rocks, appeared right in front of Sugar, bringing down the black iron sword. This level of fruit ability was the one that needed to be dealt with the most. As for the 3 high-ranking executives, they were merely super soldiers with a bit of meat. Snot Snatch. A large amount of thick, tea-colored slippery mucus continuously secreted from Torpol's body, sticking to the black iron sword. Using the mucus to block the attack of the black iron sword was Torpol's only form of resistance. Army Flag. Diamante was not idle either. The ground of the castle transformed into a light and fluttering flag, rippling like waves. The 2 high-ranking executives of the Don Quixote family attempted to jointly stop Hank's attack. At the same time, Sugar, who was being pulled by the mucus chains, reached out her small hand towards Hank. Big brother, I'm going to touch you. Chapter 62 Doflamingo, Why is my house gone? Just as Sugar's hand was about to touch Hank, a powerful pressure erupted from Hank's body. Black and red hockey mixed with silvery aura pressed down on Sugar. Hank's body was just a finger's distance from Sugar. If he moved just a bit forward, he could turn her into a toy. But Sugar was completely immobilized, like prey being stared at by a fierce tiger. Some people are not meant to be touched. The black iron sword cut through the thick obstacles of mucus, aiming at the dazed Sugar. Sugar, a sticky tentacle attached to her back, pulled her out of Hank's attack range. Hank's black iron sword fell a bit slower. Not because he was affected by the mucus or the flagman, but because he suddenly received a notification from the system before he struck. Killing value 15,000. Hank was baffled by this inexplicable notification. He hadn't even killed anyone yet, so how could he have killing value credited to him? Before Hank could figure out what this killing value was about, he heard Torpole let out a horrific scream. No, Sugar. Torpole held Sugar's body, which remained motionless in the same position as he had dragged her back. Checking for a breath, he found that Sugar had actually died. Scared to death by Hank's oppressive aura, his key protection target had died. Doflamingo would definitely not let him off the hook. Torpole was extremely clear about who Doflamingo was. He could take his father's head back to Marineford and shoot his own brother. If he treated family that way, how could he treat him any differently? The failure of the Hobby fruit ability would lead to total chaos in Dressrosa, unless there was a miraculous medicine that could bring someone back to life. Dressrosa was definitely doomed, and he was the sinner responsible for all this. Torpole couldn't even bear to think about what Doflamingo would do. You're finished, you're done for. Doflamingo will never let you go. Torpole was so scared he started babbling incoherently. Dead? Hank was also surprised. Sugar was so fragile. In the recent use of Conqueror's Haki, Hank had added a bit of pressure from the White Tiger Star Lord, not expecting it to have such unexpected effects. Although it was quite surprising, Hank did not stop his killing spree. Shocking dust. The black iron sword swung towards the half-mad, half-dazed Torpole. Stonebite. A giant stone head made of pica appeared, not biting Hank, but swallowing Torpole in one bite. Bull cape. Diamante threw his cape over the stone head, instantly hardening it to the toughness of steel. Both knew their attacks couldn't affect Hank at all and unanimously decided to protect Torpole with all their might. As long as the three high-ranking executives were present, they could surely hold out until Doflamingo returned. Once Doflamingo returned, the tide would turn. However, they underestimated the power of Hank's attack. The black iron sword effortlessly penetrated the bull cape, shattering the stone head, and finally landed on Torpole. Poochie. The mucus covering Torpole instantly dissolved, revealing the thin old man in the middle. Why? How could you know? Torpole looked at Hank in shock, as he usually disguised himself as a fat man just to avoid deadly attacks from enemies one day. But Hank was unaffected and accurately struck at his true form. Damn it, Torpole. If we don't fight with all our might, we'll be done for here. You three, let's go together. Across Dressrosa, toys transformed back into humans. I'm back. I'm not a toy anymore. Honey, you're my husband. How could I forget you? Dad, you're back. Dad. To maintain his rule and obtain enough labor, Doflamingo had Sugar turn half of the population into toys. Now, that half of the population was turning back into humans. As the toys that had accompanied them transformed back into their former family members, related memories flowed back. A massive chaos erupted throughout Dressrosa. It's the Don Quixote family. That seemingly harmless little girl, Sugar. Defeat Doflamingo. Excitement, surprise, happiness, sadness. Every emotion eventually turned into anger towards the Don Quixote family. The residents of Dressrosa, who had been deceived and exploited for so long, gradually gathered together and moved towards the palace. In a shabby house outside the Colosseum, Rebecca was making her final preparations to enter the arena. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms embraced Rebecca, and a wave of sealed memories surged back into her mind. The image of her father, Kairos, and the one-legged toy soldier who took care of her daily gradually overlapped. Dad! Tears streamed down Rebecca's face as she turned to hug the one-legged man. She remembered that her strongest gladiator father had been turned into a toy soldier. Even as a toy, he had quietly protected her, taught her martial arts, and watched her grow up. It's okay, everything will be fine. Kairos also wasn't too sure what had happened, but he had already tightened his grip on his sword, ready to fight for Dressrosa once again. Just as he had once resolutely struck at Doflamingo, this time, he would not allow anyone to harm Rebecca. In the waters not far from Dressrosa, Doflamingo was rushing back along the empty path. Doflamingo was pleased That little brat who had fled the family years ago was finally caught. Although he hadn't received news about Caesar and Virgo, Law's return was more important than anything. Doflamingo had complex feelings towards Law. When he first met Law, this poor little brat from the White Town was tied up with explosives and claimed he would destroy everything in the world. Doflamingo saw his own shadow in this little guy and tried to cultivate Law as his right-hand man. But all of that was ruined by Razanani, who took Law away and made him eat the Ope Nomi. The escaped Law and the missing Ope Nomi had made Doflamingo uncomfortable for many years. Now he had caught Law again, and his eternal life surgery had a lead. However, when Doflamingo entered Dressrosa, his joyful mood vanished. The entire Dressrosa was filled with sadness and excitement. People were embracing each other and sharing their feelings, while toys had completely disappeared. Overthrow Doflamingo's rule. Return our Liku King. Hearing the slogans shouted by the citizens, Doflamingo knew something was wrong. Something big. It must have been Sugar who messed up. But Sugar was clearly arranged in the palace, and there were 3 high-ranking officers watching over her. How could anything go wrong? Doflamingo looked towards the palace above and quickened his pace. Damn it, he had only been gone for a few minutes, and everything had changed. Chapter 63, Died Doflamingo? Birdcage. Countless thin lines shot from Doflamingo's hands into the sky, then hung down in all directions of Dressrosa. Soon, the entire Dressrosa was shrouded in the shadow of the birdcage. This was the only solution to kill everyone. Afterward, he could just rely on his warlord status and former celestial dragon identity to go to another country. The more pressing issue was, who the hell was bothering him? Hank sat on the throne in the palace, watching the threads falling from the sky. It seemed Doflamingo had returned. Looking at the bodies of the Don Quixote family members around him, he hoped this would be enough to surprise Doflamingo. The cadres of the Don Quixote family were simply too weak. Even when 3 high-ranking officers attacked together, it was merely a warm-up for Hank. That flagman was completely useless in the original story. He was cut down by a one-legged Kairos who had no abilities. Against Hank, there was no suspense at all. He split both man and sword in half with one strike. The stone man Pika tried to hide in the rocks to escape, but was smashed into the wall by Hank's punch, his body completely crushed and merged with the rock. Even someone like Zoro, who wasn't good at observation hockey, could find Pika's true form, let alone Hank. Torpole, who had already been injured by a strike, had no courage to fight back and planned to jump down the hole to escape. But Hank would never give him that chance. A few more strikes directly killed him. It wasn't that Torpole was strong enough to require several strikes. It was just that the guy was too disgusting, and Hank needed to strike him down a few more times to relieve his hatred. The only remaining survivor was Senior Pink, the so-called tough guy who disguised himself for his wife. Upon seeing Hank's strength, this tough guy had no intention of resisting and directly knelt before Hank. He cried, saying he had a comatose wife to take care of, and working for Doflamingo was just a means to survive. Hank felt a wave of disgust. This was clearly a guy who had deceived his wife into marrying him by claiming to be a bank employee, and he hadn't retired but continued to serve Doflamingo, enjoying the pleasures of piracy while neglecting his wife and children. In the end, when his child died and his wife became a vegetable, only then did he realize he had to wear a ridiculous baby costume to amuse his wife. Where was he all this time? Moreover, even though his wife had become a vegetable, he had not left the Don Quixote family and continued to work for Doflamingo. What a workaholic. His career absolutely outweighed love. This so-called tough guy was nothing but a pirate who killed mercilessly. Now, kneeling on the ground begging for his life. It wasn't out of remorse, but because he knew he was going to die. Hank ignored him and let Senior kneel before him. To deal with such a traitor, Doflamingo was far more professional than he was. Hey, you're back. Do you remember me? Hank saw the figure outside the big hole, especially the iconic pink feather coat that looked just like a flamingo. At the entrance, Doflamingo looked gloomily at his palace and the guy sitting on the throne. Doflamingo's mind raced. Did he have any connections with this guy? The Navy, the new Admiral, Hank, the Marineford War, Buffalo Atmos, that interesting little Marine. Doflamingo instantly recalled this guy. The Marine who had killed 2 Whitebeard commanders in front of him. At that time, Hank was only a Marine major, but after the Marineford War, he transformed into a Marine admiral. If he had known this little brat was so powerful, He should have killed him during the Marineford War. The Navy had no right to attack the warlords, right? Doflamingo's face darkened as he walked into his palace. As he entered, his expression grew increasingly grim. It's tragic, really tragic. In my once vast Don Quixote family, there isn't a single living person on the ground now. Lindy, Rao, Sugar, Toripole, Diamante, Pica. Wait, there's indeed a living person. Kneeling in front of Hank, the one with the fruit ability of the Square Fighting Group, Senior Peak. How could I be here to attack? I'm here to join the Don Quixote family. But as you said, once you join the Don Quixote family, you get the chance to kill me. Hank looked at Mingo mockingly, returning the taunts from the Marineford War. Hee hee, you little brat, still as amusing as ever. Parasite line. A few thin threads shot out from Mingo's fingers, targeting not Hank, but the kneeling senior. Mingo didn't know what had happened between Senior and Hank, but with everyone dead, isn't it a bit strange that you're the only one alive? Anyway, Mingo didn't care about Dressrosa anymore. Losing one subordinate more or less didn't make much difference. No, please, not me. Senior struggled to control his body, but he kept moving closer to Hank. Boom! Hank threw a punch, turning the scum into a pile of minced meat. Bounce line. A thread shot from Mingo's hand, heading straight for Hank's head. Mingo, your little tricks are really boring. Break ground. Facing Mingo's attack, Hank didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he swung his black iron sword. The sword, already charged with power, didn't strike Mingo in front of him, but aimed at the roof of the palace. You really deserve to die, Hank. A similar flamingo figure fell from the sky, landing steadily behind the first Mingo. Along with this flamingo was Mingo's own right arm, with a half-dead Law in hand. From the beginning, what walked in was just Mingo's puppet. Hank had talked so much with him, partly to gather strength, and partly to find out where Mingo's true self was hiding. Mingo raised his left hand, a thread reattaching his severed arm, while countless tiny threads continuously wove at the wound. In the blink of an eye, Mingo's severed right arm was reattached. Surprise dust. Hank wasn't the type to watch his enemy heal. As Mingo reattached his severed arm, the black iron sword struck. Web wall. Spider's nest. Countless threads split from Mingo's puppet, forming two massive spiderweb-like shields. Mingo was really afraid of dying, actually using the entire puppet for defense. At this moment, a one-legged giant burst out from behind Mingo. Rebecca's father, Kairos, who had climbed up who knows when. Don Quixote Doflamingo. D. Thunder Destruction Sword. Chapter 64. Awakening of the String Fruit. Kairos was the strongest gladiator in Dressrosa. Even the then King Riku was no match for him. Back then, seeing King Riku being taken hostage by Doflamingo, Kairos didn't hesitate to cut off his left leg and swing a knife at Mingo. Unfortunately, at that time, Kairos was touched by Sugar and turned into a toy soldier. And now, with years of accumulated hatred, this knife was finally swung again. Go to hell, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Puffed. A huge wound was cut into Doflamingo's back. On one hand, Doflamingo was repairing his severed arm. On the other hand, he was resisting Hank's attack with all his might. With no extra energy, Mingo didn't even think about someone coming to stir things up at this time, especially since this guy was just a toy soldier before. You're seeking death. Lower Rascal's line. 5 almost transparent thin lines followed Mingo's movement, piercing through Kairos's body, causing him to fall instantly. Although this move wouldn't leave a large wound on the enemy, the sharp threads could still cause severe damage, enough to pierce the ground. Mingo was so angry that he didn't even heal the wound on his back and attack Kairos. It was one thing for him to be pressed and beaten by Hank, but this little fly dared to attack him, which was really looking down on him. He was a warlord of the sea, a noble celestial dragon, the Don Quixote Doflamingo. However, at the same time Mingo attacked Kairos, the black iron sword was already heading straight for Mingo's neck. A strong sense of threat instantly enveloped Mingo, and his observation haki went into a frenzy. You're going to die. You're going to die. You're going to die. Mingo knew that if he didn't use some real methods, he would be finished here today. His puppet had just been used up, so he could only use this move. Wild Wave White Line. The entire palace instantly transformed into countless thin lines, and all the characters originally within it fell. Originally, this move was meant to deal with Kaido, But trying it out on a Marine Admiral first isn't a waste. Mingo's fruit had already awakened and could assimilate the surrounding objects into threads. This was also Mingo's confidence in doing business with the Four Emperors. Even if Caesar's experiment failed, he still had a last resort. Although he hadn't developed this move to its best level yet, it was more than enough to deal with a newly promoted admiral. Even if that kid killed Rayleigh and Shaki, what were they but some old relics of the past? He would be the trendsetter of this era. What Kaido Big Mom? Sooner or later, he would stand at the position of the Four Emperors. No, not just the Four Emperors. He would eventually become the true Pirate King. Kid, you're the first one to make me go all out, so don't let me down. Hee hee. Mingo stood at the top of the white lines, looking down at Hank, who was falling through the air. Swish. In the next moment, Hank's figure disappeared without a trace. Hank also knew that Mingo's devil fruit had awakened, but didn't expect him to use it so decisively. In the original story, Mingo only used his awakening after being hammered to death by Luffy. Planning to escape, kid? Don't struggle. My birdcage has covered the entire Dressrosa, and no one can escape. Although Mingo was mocking, he was actually sensing Hank's presence. But Mingo felt nothing, as if that guy had merged with this world. Shield white line. Countless threads rose from the ground, wrapping around Mingo tightly. Although Mingo didn't know what Hank was up to, it was always right to protect himself. This was Mingo's first time playing so conservatively. He had always been the one to attack proactively, but today he had to be a bit cautious. That Marine kid really had the ability to kill him. Gale. A gust of wind blew by, and with it came Hank's black iron sword. Hank hadn't used any abilities other than surprise dust and break ground for a long time, mainly because his opponents hadn't given him the chance to unleash other skills. But Mingo was different. After awakening his fruit, Mingo could almost reach the level of the three disasters, just enough to relieve Hank's boredom. Mingo originally wanted to mock Hank's futile efforts. How could his strongest defense in an awakened state be broken? However, as Mingo's surprised eyes watched, the black iron sword effortlessly sliced through the layers of white threads like cutting a cake. See origin white waves. The ground instantly transformed into countless white threads. Waves after waves filling in front of Doflamingo, attempting to block the advance of the black iron sword. Clang! The black iron sword pierced through layer after layer of obstruction, ultimately striking Doflamingo. Thanks to the interference of the threads, combined with his hockey defense, Doflamingo was not cut in two, but merely sent flying backwards. Giant wave of white threads. Doflamingo was truly angry. He had been repeatedly thwarted by this little brat. A larger area of material transformed into threads, forming a towering wave that surged towards Hank. In front of a massive factory, Ein, who was following Admiral Smoker to encircle the members of the Don Quixote family, was stunned, staring at the undulating white threads in the distance. The commotion caused by Doflamingo after awakening his devil fruit powers was too great. It could be seen throughout Dressrosa. What is the awakening of a devil fruit power? Hibari, standing beside Ein, was puzzled. She had never heard of such a thing. The ability to fully exploit the potential of a devil fruit is a manifestation of having developed the fruit's power to its utmost. Those who can awaken their devil fruit powers are extremely rare, and it was surprising that Doflamingo had already awakened the power of the string fruit. An had been with Zifa for a long time and learned a lot from him. It is said that the awakening of Paramecia-type devil fruits can assimilate surrounding objects, while Zoan-type awakenings can significantly enhance the user's physical form. As for Logia-type, since their powers are already strong enough, there seems to have never been a true awakener. That's right, the world government once tried to create a batch of awakened Zoan-type users, but all failed without exception. Admiral Smoker also had some understanding of awakenings. Although he himself did not have a devil fruit, he had been in the Navy for so many years and knew something about it. The jailers in Impel Down, those beastly creatures, were all failed products, a group of mindless beasts that only knew violence. Let's quickly eliminate this last stronghold and help Admiral Hank, Hibari said enthusiastically. With the enthusiastic help of the residents of Dressrosa, most of the Don Quixote family strongholds had been completely eradicated. Only this one remained, said to be an important factory of the Don Quixote family. Are you here to save Dressrosa? I can help you. A faint voice came from somewhere. Chapter 65. I won't let him die easily. Is this all there is? Doflamingo, you really disappoint me. Although Doflamingo's every move caused tremendous noise, he was still pushed back repeatedly by Hank. Hank was genuinely a bit disappointed. He originally wanted to try out the powers of transforming into the White Tiger Star-Lord. But Doflamingo simply wasn't worthy. Elegant brat. Doflamingo's expression darkened, but his movements remained steady. From the beginning of their confrontation, Doflamingo knew he couldn't easily defeat Hank. Either he would catch him off guard and end the battle with his ultimate move, or he would drag it out until the end, using endless threads to wear Hank down. After all, ever since he awakened his devil fruit, his control over the threads was almost limitless. As long as he avoided Hank's slashes, he would surely emerge victorious. Yet, Hank's taunts still infuriated him. Doflamingo had never been humiliated like this. A surge of black and red conqueror's haki gradually rose from Doflamingo. He was the king of Dressrosa, and no one could challenge the king's authority. Before Doflamingo's conqueror's haki could fully manifest, an even more violent, bloodthirsty, and powerful conqueror's haki suddenly pressed down. Under this pressure, Doflamingo found he couldn't fully unleash his own conqueror's haki. Damn it! Doflamingo felt a shudder from the depths of his soul, unable to use his full strength. Even his originally fluid defensive movements slowed considerably. That guy doesn't seem human at all. He looks more like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. The pressure Doflamingo felt was something he had only experienced once before when negotiating with Kaido. Gamma Knife. A swaying figure appeared behind Doflamingo. It was Law, who had just regained consciousness. Although he didn't fully understand what was happening, his enemy was right in front of him, and he was in a suppressed state. If he didn't take action now, Law would have wasted his time as a pirate. A Gamma Knife stabbed into Doflamingo's body from behind, instantly wreaking havoc within him. This strike was specially prepared by Law for Doflamingo. It wouldn't cause external injuries, but would specifically damage the opponent's internal organs and cells. Law, you. Doflamingo did not expect that the guy he had brought back would stab him in such a situation. He knew that Hank always killed pirates on sight. If he died, Law would surely not survive either. Yet, Law resolutely chose to backstab him. Having succeeded, Law showed no inclination to linger and instantly moved to the edge. 16 Holy Bullet Divine Execution. 16 high-density giant white threads sprouted beneath Doflamingo's feet, covered in pitch-black haki, and shot towards Hank at incredible speed. This was Doflamingo's ultimate move, a combination of haki and the string fruit's abilities, which had always been unstoppable. However, this move consumed an immense amount of energy. If he weren't forced into a desperate situation, he definitely wouldn't have used it so easily. Doflamingo gasped for breath, seemingly already envisioning Hank being pierced by the threads. However, in the next moment, that Navy brat stood before Doflamingo, unharmed, wielding the black iron sword. How is this possible? Doflamingo collapsed weakly to the ground, staring in shock at the monster before him. After such a long fight, he was covered in wounds, while the Navy brat had sustained no damage whatsoever. At that moment, Doflamingo was utterly despairing. Hee. Kill me, little brat. Just like you like it, chop off my head and go claim the bounty from the world government. In the distance, Law quietly watched. He'd been looking forward to this moment for a long time. It had been too long since Razanani was killed, and Law's hatred had accumulated for far too long. Although he couldn't take revenge with his own hands, seeing his enemy's head chopped off would still be a fulfillment of his desire. As long as Hank beheaded Doflamingo, he would immediately escape, far away from this god of death. However, Hank did not directly strike at Doflamingo. Instead, he pulled out sea-stone handcuffs and cuffed Doflamingo. You don't dare to kill me? The world government won't let you kill me. He. What the so-called most ruthless admiral. Just a dog of the world government. Doflamingo stared in shock at the handcuffs on his wrists, then began to laugh maniacally. He still won, even if he was defeated. His identity as a celestial dragon had played a role. As long as he didn't die, there would always be opportunities for revenge in the future. Hank ignored Doflamingo's barking and instead waved Law over, signaling him to come. Law was also dumbfounded. This admiral, known for his bloodshed, had not taken action against Doflamingo. What to do? Should he go over? Law had no idea what Hank was planning. but this might be the closest he had ever been to killing Doflamingo. Gritting his teeth, Law walked toward Hank. Law had already made up his mind. If Hank didn't kill Doflamingo, he would do everything he could to finish him off. Trafalgar Law, from the White Town, lost all his family due to the world government and the Navy. He later joined the Don Quixote family, seeking revenge against the world, but was saved by Rosinante and later formed the Heart Pirates in memory of Rosinante. You know, Rosinante is actually an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army beside Doflamingo, Hank slowly said. As for Law, the world government and the Navy owe him a debt, causing his family to be destroyed. Although Hank looks down on pirates, he still feels some sympathy for someone like Law who is at the end of his rope. If Hank were in Law's position, he would want to blow up the whole world. What do you want to do? Law did not respond to Hank's words. He only wanted to find a chance to kill Doflamingo. Take this guy on a tour around Dressrosa, and during this time he must not die. This guy not only owes you, but also the entire nation. Hank pointed at Doflamingo. Hank was originally worried that the angry residents of Dressrosa would kill Doflamingo. But with Law, the surgeon of death, as a guarantee, Doflamingo would definitely not die. If Doflamingo's head was just chopped off, that would be too easy for him. What? Law could hardly believe his ears. This guy actually wanted him to protect Doflamingo. He knew very well that Doflamingo was his enemy. I didn't ask you to protect him. As long as he doesn't die, I don't care if he turns into a pile of mush. The Don Quixote family has bullied Dressrosa for so many years. The people of Dressrosa deserve an explanation. Once Hank said this, Law understood. This was a punishment for Doflamingo, and the executioners were all the citizens. You can't do this to me. I am a celestial dragon. No, not like this. Kill me. Please kill me. Doflamingo struggled violently, fully aware of how much the people of Dressrosa hated him, and Law would definitely not let him die. That was even scarier than death. Law ignored Doflamingo's struggles, and with a gentle movement of the scalpel, a heart was punctured out of Doflamingo's body. Law handed the heart to Hank and said respectfully, "Rest assured, I won't let him die easily." Chapter 66 Carp is missing. Thank you. King Riku has been rescued by Rebecca, and now the Riku family has only 4 members left. King Riku, Kiros, Viola, and Rebecca. Among them, Kiros is just a prince and does not have the bloodline of the Riku family. When King Riku gets older, Dressrosa will probably have a female emperor like Alabasta. By the next World Conference, I will definitely make the world government abolish the 7 warlords. King Riku has suffered greatly because of Doflamingo. Although 800 years ago, the Don Quixote family was the king of Dressrosa, they later moved to the Holy Land, and the Riku family was elected as the royal family of Dressrosa. Under the governance of the Riku family, Dressrosa flourished and reached a reconciliation with the little people, until Doflamingo's arrival, which destroyed everything. And since Doflamingo is one of the 7 warlords, the Navy has turned a blind eye to everything happening in Dressrosa. At that time, it would be better to ask the world government for some compensation. Hank knew that he wouldn't even have to wait for the World Conference. Once he told Sengoku about Doflamingo's death, the next day's newspaper headline would be the abolition of the 7 warlords. And now, there's only one free warlord left, Hawkeye, Dracula Mihawk. And Buggy has already been killed by himself in the Marineford War. Without the Cross Guild, would Hawkeye still ally with Crocodile? General Hank, we found these things. The cleanup led by Rear Admiral Mongoose was almost complete, and the named officials of the Don Quixote family had already gone to find their senior officials. And the Lark was holding up several strange fruits, resembling devil fruits, but the patterns were incomplete. Even Rear Admiral Mongoose couldn't determine what these were and could only bring them to General Hank for advice on how to handle them. If these are all devil fruits, then the Navy would have made a huge profit this time. The fruits are Caesar's artificial devil fruits, which, after consumption, might grant some abilities of animal-type fruits. Or they might turn into something that just laughs. The deal between Doflamingo and Kaido was established on this basis. Kaido cooperated with Doflamingo to create the Beast Pirates. Hank recognized these fruits at a glance, but they were just experimental defective products. The only truly artificial devil fruit should still be in Punk Hazard, which was made based on Kaido's Azure Dragon fruit. Although it was called a defective product by Vegapunk due to the wrong color, its ability is not inferior to that of the Azure Dragon fruit. However, in the original work, that god-level fruit was eaten by the dead brat Momonosuke, which was a complete waste. At this point in time, Momonosuke probably hasn't crossed over yet, so I can go and get the fruits first. And these people want to see you. And nearby, Ein also raised his hand, holding 3 little people. Dwarf King, Gansho, Princess Mancheri, and the strongest warrior Leo. Gansho, it's great that you all are okay. King Riku said happily upon seeing the members of the Tontada tribe. The Tontada tribe had grievances with the Don Quixote family 900 years ago, and it was under the mediation of the Riku family that the Tontada tribe was able to survive in the forest. Ever since Doflamingo returned, the Tontada tribe had returned to the days of being oppressed by the Don Quixote family. It's shameful to say. It's all my fault for being deceived by Doflamingo that led to Mancheri and the others being enslaved. Gansho, as the leader of the Tontada tribe, believed Doflamingo's lies when he was young, thinking that King Riku had gone mad, which is why he got close to the Don Quixote family. As a result, Doflamingo turned against them and captured Mancheri and 500 little people to work in the factory. Leader, stop talking nonsense. We have important matters to discuss, Leo urged. At that time in the factory, it was Leo who assisted several Navy personnel in taking down the factory's guards and rescuing the Tontada tribe's laborers. Oh right, General Hank. Please let our Tontada tribe join the Navy. Thanks to Leo's reminder, Gansho finally stopped reminiscing with King Riku and started discussing business. Don't underestimate us. We may be small, but we are very strong. Moreover, I can sew everything together. Leo, fearing that Hank might not agree, quickly promoted himself. After fighting alongside the Navy, Leo became addicted to the feeling of defeating bad guys and followed Rear Admiral Mongoose to eliminate many of the Don Quixote family strongholds. And I may not be able to fight, but I can heal everyone. Mancheri also refused to be outdone, shedding a few tears that transformed into golden dandelions and floated towards everyone present. In an instant, everyone's injuries and fatigue disappeared, and even Hank felt a sense of relief. Welcome to the Navy. Hank smiled warmly and extended a finger to shake hand with Leo. The Tontada tribe has always been simple and easy to deceive, which is why they were enslaved by Doflamingo for so many years. However, the fighting power of this tribe is not low. They're small in size, strong in strength, and fast in movement, making them the chosen scouts. Moreover, Leo's so-so fruit and Mancheri's healing fruit are quite strong, superhuman-type fruits, especially the healing fruit. In a situation where the opponent is evenly matched, it is a complete game-changer. Hooray! The young girls of the Lark were also very happy. For such small and cute things, girls have no resistance at all, especially Mancheri, who looked very charming. The Lark couldn't wait to touch her. Just as everyone was cheering and celebrating, Hank's transponder snail rang. Buru-buru-buru. Hank, Carp has escaped from prison. Hank picked up the phone bug, and Sakazuki's voice came through. No, Hank, don't panic. The jailbreak situation hasn't been fully confirmed yet. We haven't found anything unusual in Impel Down. Sengoku's voice also came through, sounding a bit flustered. He had once confidently claimed that he would keep Garp permanently imprisoned in Impel Down, but now, not even a month had passed, and Garp had disappeared from the facility. Although there have been previous incidents of prisoners mysteriously vanishing, they were usually minor characters that Sengoku didn't bother to investigate. But this time was different. Garp, the former Marine hero, had acted against a Marine admiral for the sake of his grandson, Luffy, and was considered a traitor. The disappearance of such a figure was a slap in the face to both Sengoku and Hank. If he wasn't missing due to a jailbreak, then what else could it be? Perhaps the guards simply overlooked it? Clearly, Sakazuki and Sengoku hadn't reached a consensus on this matter and were about to start arguing. So, what exactly was going on? On the other side, Sakazuki and Sengoku were exchanging words, and Hank couldn't make out what was happening. After a moment of silence, Sengoku spoke up. Garp is missing. He has vanished from Impel Down. Chapter 67. Who do you think I am? Bring the ship closer. Garp is missing. As soon as the words were spoken, the room fell silent. The Marines present all knew about the history between Garp and Hank. Garp had attempted to obstruct Hank's promotion to Admiral because of his adopted grandson, and had even acted against Hank for Luffy, although he had never fought Hank. Sengoku had compromised, allowing Hank to spare Garp's life. It could be said that Hank was Garp's greatest enemy, even more so than Roger. All right, I understand. I'll be going to Impel Down soon. Others might not be clear on the situation, but Hank knew about the existence of the 55th floor of Impel Down, the transgender paradise. Ever since Ivankov, the king of the transgender community, escaped with Luffy, Funkray had become the new queen of the paradise. Funkray had a very close relationship with Luffy, having risked her life multiple times to protect his escape. Upon seeing his friend's grandfather imprisoned in Impel Down, she would undoubtedly take action. Just right, this opportunity could be used to eliminate the entire transgender paradise. Sakazuki and Sengoku didn't expect Hank's reaction to be so calm and were momentarily at a loss for words. Sengoku was also quite worried that Hank would come looking for trouble due to this incident. After all, he had boasted about keeping Garp imprisoned and impelled down for life. By the way, prepare to abolish the warlord system. Doflamingo is dead, Hank said to Sengoku as he saw Law dragging back Doflamingo. Law was indeed worthy of being called the Surgeon of Death. Doflamingo's body was now a patchwork of injuries, yet he still had a faint breath. Admiral Hank, I have lived up to my name, Law said respectfully. Although Law had saved Doflamingo's life, the furious residents of Dressrosa showed no mercy towards him, venting years of anger onto Doflamingo. Faced with this Marine Admiral, Law had no choice but to obey. In truth, he had nothing to hold on to anymore. With Doflamingo on the brink of death, he had avenged his greatest enemy. All the crew members he had painstakingly recruited had been completely wiped out by Doflamingo. Other than seeking revenge against the world government, he had no other ambitions left in this world. Kill me. The mass of flesh that was Doflamingo uttered a faint sound. Doflamingo had long since lost consciousness many times. It was only because of the strength of his surgery fruit that he was still alive. In response to Doflamingo's plea, Hank didn't even look at him and turned to Law, saying, I told you, I won't kill you. I need you to perform the immortality surgery for me. Before you develop the fruit's ability into the immortality surgery, you have two choices. First, join the Marines and become my subordinate, helping to clean up the trash at sea. Second, take Doflamingo's place and unite the underworld, becoming the king of the underworld. Or do you want to see if you can escape from my hands and continue being a pirate? Whatever you choose, Doflamingo is yours. Don't let him die too easily. Give me an answer before I leave Dressrosa. You have about 2 or 3 hours. Hank tossed Doflamingo's heart to Law as a reward. After that, Hank ignored Law, who was standing there in shock, and left with his subordinates. Law was momentarily stunned. He had originally thought he would be cut down by Hank, and dying while witnessing Doflamingo's death would be a good outcome. He didn't expect to have a choice. Either join the Marines, take Doflamingo's place, and ultimately perform the immortality surgery for Hank. None of it sounded like a good option, but those were the few choices Law had. As for escaping to become a pirate, that wasn't even on the table. Escaping from Admiral Hank was far more difficult than escaping from Doflamingo. After all, Doflamingo wouldn't truly kill him, but Hank definitely would. Law fell into deep thought. On a ship not far from Dressrosa, Master Momonosuke, is it really you, young master? The bound Aizo looked excitedly at the other two, who were also tied up. Aizo, how did you get captured too? Kinemon looked at Aizo in surprise. As a retainer of Kazuki Odin, Aizo had followed Odin onto Whitebeard's ship many years ago and had since gone silent. Even when Odin returned to Wano, Aizo hadn't come back. In this situation, seeing an old acquaintance from many years ago was truly astonishing. Kinemon, what on earth is happening? Momonosuke had been crying and couldn't even articulate his words, making Aizo anxious. Originally, after escaping from Sphinx Island, Aizo had planned to return to Wano to see if there were opportunities to unite with Odin's former subordinates. But before he could reach Wano, he was captured by this ship. Then, just a few days later, his future lord, Master Momonosuke, and Kinemon were also captured. Although he hadn't seen the young master for many years, the resemblance and temperament to Odin was unmistakable. It's a long story. We were supposed to be transported to Wano 20 years in the future. Kinemon briefly explained the story of the Akazaya Nine and how Lady Toki sacrificed herself to send them to the future. However, it was unclear whether Lady Toki had encountered problems or if there were other reasons, but they had arrived 2 years earlier than planned. This led to them being pursued by Kaido's subordinates as soon as they emerged, forcing them to flee from Wano. In the process, only Kinemon and Momonosuke managed to escape, but now they had also been captured. Hearing Aizo's sobs, he regretted not being by Lord Odin's side. "Shut up. You all talk too much." A massive tusk reached out, instantly silencing Aizo and Kinemon, even making the crying Momonosuke stop. "You tiny insects dare to attempt to overthrow Lord Kaido's rule. Once I hand you over to Lord Kaido, he will surely reward me well." The owner of the ship was none other than Jack, one of the top combatants of the Beast Pirates, a calamity under Kaido. Jack had come to collect the fruits from Doflamingo. This batch of artificial devil fruits was overdue and had not been delivered. He didn't expect to have a few extra captures along the way. The heir of the Kazuki family now looked like just a little kid. Lord Kaido still had concerns about this little kid. It was all the fault of that ridiculous prophecy, whatever heavenly fall, 9 shadow images nonsense. "Jack, there's a Navy warship ahead. It just set sail from Dressrosa." Following the gaze of the little soldier, everyone saw the warship. Aizang's expression tensed instantly. He had seen that warship before on Sphinx Island. That was the warship of the killing god. "Jack, we can't go over there. Let's wait until they leave," Aizang hurriedly reminded, even disregarding Jack's identity as an enemy. "Oomph." Jack scoffed at Aizang's warning. "Do you think I'm someone else? Bring the ship closer." Chapter 68. Hank remained silent, only chopping away. At the port of Dressrosa, Luo bid farewell to Hank along with the Liku family. After a period of contemplation, Luo chose to be honest with Hank. For Luo, the world government and the Navy were the culprits responsible for his family's death, making it difficult for him to sincerely work for Hank. Although he could deceive Hank by saying he wanted to take over Doflamingo's position and then escape, Luo couldn't get past this hurdle, so he chose to be straightforward with Hank. To Luo's surprise, Hank listened carefully as he recounted the past events of the White Town. Hank even expressed guilt and remorse regarding the actions of the world government and the Navy. The Navy is not the same as it once was. Some obey the world government, some doubt their own justice, and some are determined to uphold their own sense of justice. "So what about you, Admiral Hank? What kind of Navy are you?" Luo gathered his courage to ask. This question was crucial for Luo because Hank had gained fame for his decisiveness since the Marineford War. Aside from hunting pirates, it seemed no one knew much about this sudden emergence of Admiral Hank. To eliminate all pirates, Luo felt somewhat disappointed by Hank's response. If it was just that, it would be better for Luo to die at Hank's hands right now. Not just pirates, but also those celestial dragons from the world government. They all deserve to die. This world is sick. It can't be cured without strong medicine. There is no savior in this world. We are the medicine to heal it. Hank calmly looked at Luo. Having reached this point in the conversation, if Luo still wanted to pursue some kind of freedom and stubbornly insisted on being a pirate, Hank wouldn't mind helping him in his pirate career. Luo's immortality surgery was merely a safeguard against him. Whether he had it or not was not that important. Luo stood there in a daze. After some time of thought, he deeply bowed to Hank. Luo did not choose the relatively easier path of the Navy, but stayed in Dressrosa. Although the Don Quixote family's officers have been wiped out, Doflamingo's influence still remained strong. Whether it was the affiliated pirate crews or the underground world's forces, they were all in a stage of uncertainty regarding Doflamingo's situation. Luo aimed to consolidate these forces as much as possible before the news of Doflamingo's death spread, using them as his foundation. Then he would spend the following time making a name for himself in the underground world. Watching the warship gradually recede, Luo encouraged himself. If Doflamingo could do it, so could he. Just as Luo was about to turn and leave, a massive pirate ship suddenly charged out from somewhere, heading straight for Hank's warship. "Watch out!" Luo shouted at the warship. That pirate ship was enormous, and its bow was shaped like a mammoth, making it perfect for ramming. Clearly, Hank's crew also noticed the rampaging pirate ship and symbolically fired a few cannonballs as a warning. But the mammoth did not slow down. It even accelerated. "You guys, put in some effort, just crush them." Jack stood at the bow, staring at the warship not far ahead. As the youngest of the 3 calamities in the Beast Pirates, Jack had never been intimidated by anyone. However, this also led to Jack's reckless personality. Regardless of the enemy he faced, he would charge in first and ask questions later. Although Jack did not have many impressive achievements in the original story, he was known for his rashness. Even when facing Fujitora, Sengoku, and Tsuru's warships, Jack dared to directly seize people, let alone now when he was only facing an unknown warship. Even though the captured Izang kept shouting something about running away and warning about Admiral Hank, weren't the three admirals Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru? Where did this Hank come from? It must be a prisoner falsely reporting military information, trying to escape. Jack didn't like reading newspapers, believing they were just tools for the world government to win people's hearts. Boom! Just as the Mammoth was about to collide with the warship, it suddenly came to a halt. What the hell? Jack lost his balance for a moment and almost fell off the bow. Before he could regain his footing, the bow of the Mammoth was blasted to pieces, turning into countless fragments. Along with the falling bow, there was also Jack, who had just been showing off. Jack was somewhat stunned. The impact of his ship was unparalleled, and there were countless pirate crews that had been crushed by him. The only ones capable of stopping the Mammoth, aside from a few prominent figures in the Beast Pirates, were very few. Could it be that the Navy developed some new material that could withstand impacts? Standing between the Mammoth and the warship was Hank. Hank was annoyed. The situation in Dressrosa had already come to a conclusion, and he could return to Marineford to deal with Carp's matters. But suddenly, an unexpected foe charged at his warship without hesitation. Upon seeing the ship's bow, Hank immediately recognized it as that reckless member of the Beast Pirates. However, it was a good opportunity to take down a prominent figure, which would lessen the pressure when attacking Wano later. Jack also saw Hank, who still maintained a fist-pounding posture. Clearly the one who had destroyed the Mammoth. You, not bad, worthy of being my opponent. Jack tightly grasped the undamaged part of the bow and struggled to climb back onto the half-destroyed Mammoth. Jack was a Mammoth fruit user. Although his fishman bloodline allowed him to breathe underwater, he would still be in a powerless state. Unless there were special circumstances, Jack really did not want to enter the sea. Sudden dust. Just as Jack was climbing, Hank had already lifted his black iron sword and swung it at Jack. This guy was a die-hard follower of Kaido and had followed him to invade Wano at the age of 8. Moreover, he was the kind of person who could destroy a country just to capture a fugitive. For someone like this, Hank indeed had nothing much to say. Just chop him down. Jack clearly felt the threat from Hank, and in an instant, he grew a long nose and transformed into a half-human, half-beast form. Moo! Jack let out a roar, and his two tusks blocked Hank's black iron sword. Dying in my hands, Jack of the Drought would be something. Jack initially wanted to say something harsh, but what came next was Hank's relentless chopping with the black iron sword. Hey, wait, let me finish my sentence. Clang. Are you done? It's my turn. Clang. Hank remained silent, just continuing to chop. Crack. By the time Hank swung his fourth blow, Jack's two tusks could no longer withstand it and shattered. Chapter 69. While Hank and Jack clashed, Hank's crew had already jumped onto the Mammoth, starting a melee. Except for the sniper Yunk and the medic Manshili still on the warship, everyone else rushed onto the Mammoth. Leading the charge was not even Vice Admiral Sue, but Leo from the Dante family. After negotiating with Hank, only Leo and Manshili from the Dante family had joined the Navy. The rest remained as the guard in Dressrosa. Although the Tontata tribe still had a few powerful little people and even 2 Zoan-type fruit users, Hank really didn't need that many subordinates. However, after the consent of the tribe leader Gansho, some little people could support Law, of course, on a voluntary basis. As Leo had just boarded the ship, he naturally wanted to show off. With the advantages of his small stature and fast speed, Leo quickly maneuvered among the pirates, stitching many enemies together. Hey, why can't I move? Who are you? Why are you so close to me? Get away from me. You fool. We're stitched together. Chaos erupted within the Beast Pirates, and the pirates didn't even see who had made the move. Leo, well done. Vice Admiral Squirrel didn't hold back his praise. Leo had indeed done well, completely throwing the enemies into disarray. This undoubtedly created a good opportunity for the subsequent battle. Before the pirates could react, a pink whip and a flurry of peach-colored flames floated over. Peacock and Ein made their move, as Hank's old subordinates. How could they just watch the newcomers steal the spotlight? Peacock's whip fruit had not been developed to a high degree before, only used for whipping large objects like buildings. Under Hank's guidance and through practical combat, Peacock developed some different uses. For example, after whipping the enemy's weapon, it would turn and stab its owner. Even pirates hit by the battle whip would not only attack their own people, but would even plead with Peacock for more hits. Ein's fruit effect remained straightforward and brutal. Any pirate touched by the peach-colored flames would invariably turn into a child. Some of them, who were already young, even disappeared entirely, thanks to Ein's relentless efforts. He could now send people back 12 years in time. However, his haki was now somewhat lagging, causing the fruit's ability to have no effect on haki users. Kill them all. Vice Admiral Squirrel was much simpler and more brutal, wielding a sharp sword that claimed a life with each swing. In the past, Vice Admiral Squirrel would consider the world government's views and wouldn't usually slaughter pirates this way. But ever since following Admiral Hank, he never held back in his attacks. Each strike aimed to kill. The feeling of killing pirates was much better than sending them to prison. The sniper Skylark, who stayed on the warship, also faithfully fulfilled the task of covering his teammates' blind spots. Skylark initially used Vegapunk's flower bullets, which could turn enemy bullets into flowers. After paralyzing the enemy's firepower, he switched back to regular bullets, shooting heads with each shot. During his last communication with Sakazuki, Skylark had even asked his father to have Vegapunk invent a few more lethal types of bullets. After all, without any fruit abilities, Skylark could only provide minimal cover, struggling to keep up with his teammates' pace. Under the cooperation of Hank and his crew, the Beast Pirates had no chance to fight back and were being pushed back steadily. The members of the Beast Pirates were baffled. They had taken the initiative to start the battle, so how did they end up being the ones attacked? Not only were the pirates confused, but even their leader, Jack, was in a state of bewilderment. His two prized ivory tusks, which he valued the most, were shattered by a few strikes from the Navy. Jack could hardly believe his eyes. He had fought against other prominent figures, and even the calamity of fire, Emperor, had never shattered his tusks. And this guy in front of him hadn't even used his full strength. There was definitely a formidable individual in the Navy. This situation had to be reported to Kaido. Even in this critical moment, Jack's first thought was still of his boss, Kaido. But what lay before Jack was Hank's merciless black iron sword. Elephant's trunk strangulation. Puff. The black iron sword sliced into Jack's body, but Jack's trunk also wrapped around Hank. Jack's strategy was to trade injury for injury. Even if he was hit, it wouldn't be a big deal. With the Fishman race's powerful physical attributes and the extraordinary recovery and vitality from his ancient zoned fruit, Jack didn't think he would be killed by a single blow. But being wrapped up by his own trunk was different. He just needed to exert a little force. Hey, why isn't it working even when I try hard? In Jack's imagination, as long as he exerted force to strangle, he could compress his trunk and crush Hank's internal organs. But even though Jack had used all his strength, his trunk showed no sign of constricting. It even felt like it was being stretched. How is this possible? Jack looked at Hank in surprise, their eyes locking, revealing a gaze filled with murderous intent. The black and red Conqueror's haki mixed with silver killing intent surged toward Jack like a tide. Jack's entire body instantly went cold, unable to move at all. If he hadn't spent so many years by Kaido's side, becoming somewhat familiar with Conqueror's haki, he would have already fainted. Of course, Jack's current state wasn't much better than fainting. He couldn't move at all. The only benefit of not being unconscious was being able to witness his own death. Tiger's Roar. A white tiger phantom appeared behind Hank, merging with the black iron sword in his hand, heading straight for Jack's head. Jack desperately tried to struggle, but like prey being targeted by a predator, he couldn't move at all. Roar. Accompanied by a faint tiger's roar, the black iron sword easily severed Jack's head. One of the three disasters of the Beast Pirates, the prominent figure, Jack the Drought, was dead. Hank was quite satisfied with this move, integrating the will of the White Tiger Star Lord into the technique of the black iron sword. Although it didn't yet have the astonishing power of a fully charged earth-shattering strike, with some improvements later on, it might reach even greater heights. At this moment, Vice Admiral Squirrel also completed the cleanup task against the pirates, walking over while carrying a person. Admiral Hank, the pirates on this ship have been cleared. These two guys claim to be warriors from Wano. Chapter 70. The retainers of Kazuki Odin, your behavior is extremely disrespectful. Let me go at once. Vice Admiral Squirrel's right hand was holding Momonosuke, who was struggling violently and looking dissatisfied at Vice Admiral Squirrel. He was the future shogun of Wano country, the sole heir of Kazuki Oden. How could these Navy officers treat him with such disrespect? It was simply unforgivable. Although he had almost wet his pants in front of Jack, these Navy officers were supposed to stand against the pirates. As the future king of Wano country, the Navy should naturally seek to curry favor with him. Admiral Hank, these two guys are Jack's captives. They claim to be warriors from Wano. Vice Admiral Squirrel ignored Momonosuke's struggles and reported to Hank. In fact, according to that warrior's account, there was another warrior from Wano who had been captured with them. However, that guy had escaped in the chaos, leaving only the two of them behind. Due to Wano's long-standing isolationist policy, coupled with the presence of one of the four emperors, Kaido, the Navy had very little understanding of Wano. Although Vice Admiral Squirrel had read some documents related to Wano, he couldn't definitively conclude the identities of these two, especially the child. Although he was just a kid, he had a rather lewd look. When he saw Peacock and Ein, he even tried to pounce on them, and naturally received a whip from Peacock. After following General Hank through several battles, Kanjuro is not someone who shows mercy. If it weren't for the ropes still tied around Momonosuke, he would not have treated him as a true enemy. Otherwise, that whip could have killed him. That despicable Aizu actually abandoned us to escape. It's truly disappointing. Kinemon is still ashamed of Aizu's actions. Indeed, once a person leaves Wano, they can become corrupted. The samurai of Wano are such honorable people, and Aizu has been mingling with pirates for so many years, learning to abandon the young lord and run away. When I see Aizu again, I will definitely teach that guy a lesson. Navy officer, I'm a samurai from Wano, and this beside me is my son. After scolding Aizu a few times, Kinemon finally realized the situation. The one who kidnapped him and the young Lord Jack had his head chopped off, but now he has fallen into the hands of the Navy. Although this is Kinemon's first real step out of Wano, he has heard a bit about the Navy. His lord, Kazuki Oden, often talked about stories of the sea, including being pursued by a naval officer named Carp. Although that naval officer was always chasing his lord's ship, he actually had a good relationship with his lord's captain. It seems that the Navy can be trusted. If I tell the Navy about the situation in Wano, is there a possibility of getting their assistance? Navy officer, thank you for rescuing us. To be honest, Wano has been occupied by Kaido for many years, and we escaped to avoid him. My former lord was supposed to be the shogun of Wano, but Kaido usurped power, leading to his death. Moreover, there is a Carp in the Navy who has a past with my former lord. I wonder if you could introduce us? With this thought, Kinemon directly knelt down and pleaded with Hank. Kinemon already noticed that the person in front of him holding the black iron sword was the backbone of this group of Navy. As long as he can persuade the leader, there might be hope for Wano. Who is your lord? Vice Admiral Squirrel looked at Kinemon with a strange expression. Who doesn't know that Carp has been sent to impel down and is referred to as the disgrace of the Navy? And the person who sent Carp there is now standing right in front of Kinemon, daring to say such things. Either he is ignorant and fearless, or he is determined to seek death. I am Kinemon, a vassal of Kazuki Oden. Mentioning his lord's name, Kinemon's eyes sparkled with brilliance. That is a great lord for whom he would risk his life to follow. If it weren't for Kaido's unscrupulousness, the outcome might not have been certain. Kazuki Oden, the crew member of Pirate King Roger? That Kazuki Oden? Although Roger's crew members are all incredibly mysterious, the name Kazuki Oden is still quite famous. After all, he switched from the Whitebeard Pirates to Roger's Pirates and was once the 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Vice Admiral Squirrel was taken aback. That was Roger's crew member, rumored to have helped Roger find the way to Raftel. Then, like the other crew members, he vanished into the vast sea. Who would have thought that Kazuki Oden was the shogun of Wano? One can only say that a ruler who can abandon his country to roam the seas is truly unparalleled. That's right. It is indeed Kazuki Oden. Kinemon stood even straighter, exuding a sense of pride. The Navy truly knows his lord, so it seems his lord was not boasting. Their relationship with the Navy is indeed extraordinary. In this case, as long as he can meet Carp, he can ask Carp for help for Wano. Finally, the control of Wano can return to the rightful Kazuki clan. What Kinemon did not expect was that upon hearing his affirmative answer, Vice Admiral Squirrel immediately drew his sword. Vice Admiral Squirrel had developed a conditioned reflex. Upon hearing the word pirate, he instinctively pointed his sword. Not to mention that this person in front of him is a subordinate of that great pirate. Wait, Navy officer, is there some misunderstanding here? Kinemon didn't know which of his words offended Vice Admiral Squirrel and could only look at Hank in a panic. Meanwhile, Momonosuke, who had been waiting with pride for the Navy's apology, was so scared by Squirrel's sword that he instantly twitched and hid behind Kinemon. Hank was actually a bit surprised to see Momonosuke and Kinemon. According to the original storyline, these two would not travel until 2 years after the Marineford War, in the year 1522 of the sea calendar. However, the Marineford War has just ended a month ago, and it is only the year 1520 of the sea calendar. The timeline does not match at all. Regardless of the timing issues, Hank has no good feelings toward these two from Wano. In fact, he has no good feelings toward the entire Wano samurai. What a bunch of nonsense samurai. Like their leader Odin, they are all brainless individuals. When Kaido invaded back then, they didn't fight him with all their might, but instead placed their hopes on 20 years later. The problem is that even after 20 years, neither the samurai nor Momonosuke has shown any growth. In the end, they still need Luffy's help. Chapter 71 Punk Hazard. The most important thing is that Luffy repeatedly did sit-ups, finally forcing Teacher Kaido offline. These shameless samurai acted all high and mighty in front of the people of Wano, creating what they called Heavenly Fall, 9 shadows. Those who didn't know would think that Kaido was supported by them. That dead child Momonosuke is even more ridiculous. He isn't sad at all about the national grievances and family hatred, but he is eager to take advantage. Clearly, he ate the same fruit as Teacher Kaido, but the only effect is to hold up Onigashima after Teacher Kaido was defeated. Then, with a little ripening, he turned into the general of Wano. He really gets all the good things. Wano is not like Dressrosa. At least the king of Dressrosa, Riku, is a good king who thinks of the country and the people. But what about Wano? One could say that under the leadership of the Kazuki clan, the entire root of Wano is rotten. Navy officer, we are really not with that mammoth. I want to see Carp. Kinemon pleaded desperately. If he weren't tied up, he would have clung to Hank's leg by now. Vice Admiral Squirrel wished he could sew Kinemon's mouth shut. One mention wasn't enough. And now he wouldn't stop talking about Carp. Are you implying that Kazuki Odin colluded with Carp in private? Hearing Hank's question, Kinemon hesitated for a moment, but still nodded heavily. After all, the naval officer his lord mentioned the most is Carp, so there must be some connection. Squirrel, did you hear that? From Roger's child to his grandson. Now there's also a murky relationship with Kazuki Odin. Our former naval hero has really done something big. Hank sighed. Yes. Vice Admiral Squirrel also understood what General Hank meant. The last time Carp publicly attacked General Hank, under the compromise of Admiral Sengoku, he was only imprisoned and impelled down. And this time, not only is there a suspected prison break situation, but it also involves another crew member of Roger. Don't mention that Sengoku is no longer an admiral. Even if Sengoku were still an admiral, he wouldn't be able to stop General Hank from killing Carp. General Hank, how should we handle these two samurai? Vice Admiral Squirrel asked. If Kinemon were just Odin's subordinate, it would be easy to execute him, just like Doflamingo's subordinates. But now that it involves Carp, they cannot be killed outright. Keep the big one as a witness, and let the small one see if the peacock is interested in raising a dog. With the whip fruit, having a pet would make development easier. It's just right to use Momonosuke as the taming target for the whip fruit. If successful, the peacock's fruit development would be quite advanced. Although Momonosuke is not great, sometimes even trash can still have some residual value. Cleaning up the aftermath, we are preparing to head to Punk Hazard. The reason for going there is not anything else, but for that pink dragon fruit. That is definitely a top-tier fruit, which was placed in the treasure chest in the Valley of Gods. And it would be a shame to leave it there gathering dust. At this moment, a seagull flew by, dropping a freshly printed newspaper. Hank looked at the front page news, which boldly stated, Doflamingo dead, Warlord system cancelled. Satan fulfilled his promise and publicly canceled the Warlord system as soon as he received the news. The only person affected by this system, Dracul Mihawk, frowned as he looked at the newspaper. Hey, what good does it do to keep looking at it? Even if you go blind, it won't change a single word on it. Perona floated in mid-air, hands on her hips. Her captain, Gecko Moria, was also a warlord, But since the Marineford War, he had disappeared without a trace. She wanted to find her captain, but she didn't know where to look and had to live beside this swordsmanship freak. Fortunately, she recently got a new roommate, the near-dead three-sword-style Zoro. Although he was also a swordsmanship freak, at least he talked more than Mihawk, which helped her relieve her boredom. What's the big deal? If the Navy dares to come, we'll just take them all out, Zoro said while swinging his sword. At first, Zoro was eager to return to his companions, but in his heavily injured state, he couldn't even defeat a baboon in the forest. Later, after seeing the news about Luffy returning to Marineford in the newspaper, Zoro no longer felt anxious. Although he wasn't in a hurry to leave anymore, improving his strength was still urgent, so he even took Mihawk as his teacher. Mihawk, while not afraid of the Navy, found dealing with him troublesome. This was also a reason why Mihawk joined the warlord system. The relentless waves of Navy attacks were truly annoying. Although Mihawk could eliminate most of the Navy with ease, their sheer numbers made it bothersome. Brr 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 brr. Just as Hawk, I was thinking of a strategy, the transponder snail rang. Mihawk, the warlord system has been cancelled. Do you want to consider teaming up with me? The voice of former warlord Crocodile came through the transponder snail. Punk Hazard. On Fire and Ice Island. Is there really going to be a laboratory here? One of the worst generation, Drake, frowned and asked. The environment here was too harsh. After the battle between two Navy admirals, only these supernovas could barely walk. Even his crew stayed obediently on the ship. Not one dared to set foot on the island. Don't worry, my sources are very reliable. Ba. Also one of the worst generation, Scratchman Apu said. This expedition to Punk Hazard was organized by Apu, along with Drake, and they had Basil Hawkins as an ally. Apu originally wanted to bring Kid along, but that battle maniac rushed straight to the territory of red-haired Shanks as soon as he entered the New World. Apart from cursing under his breath about that reckless fool, Apu had no other options. The probability of success for this operation is 87. The fortune teller Hawkins was still as usual, believing in his tarot cards and constantly drawing cards to calculate. TCH, with that time spent fortune-telling, it's better to take a few more steps. Drake originally wanted to go straight to Kaido West territory, but was stopped by Hawkins. He insisted that with their collaboration, Drake could gain the most benefit. Although Drake didn't believe it at all, trying it wouldn't hurt. With his ancient Zoan-type dinosaur fruit, joining Kaido West crew would be a piece of cake. Quiet down. I'm telling you, my information cannot be wrong. Apu led the way out of a frozen forest. What stood before the three captains were several tall laboratories. Chapter 72. Salamander Slime this time. The kill value from Dressrosa didn't yield much, mainly because Doflamingo's subordinates were too weak. It was only because of a few devil fruits that they had been so arrogant in Dressrosa for so long. The only one who didn't rely on a devil fruit, Virgo, was given to Sengoku by Hank. However, thanks to the Drought Jack delivering heads, this time they also earned nearly 200,000 kill values. Aside from kill values, another key gain was Law. Although Law chose not to join the Navy and planned to make a big splash in the underground world, he would definitely become a great asset in the future. Those underground world kings held power that was not necessarily less than the world governments. After all, Morgan's a newspaper seller, dared to confront the Gorosei and insisted on protecting Princess Vivi. As for Momonosuke, that was purely an unexpected gain. Now, that Momonosuke could still breathe on one hand, he was just right for the peacock to use as a tool for fruit development. And on the other hand, it was for planning an attack on Wano. Hank certainly didn't plan to let Momonosuke live long, but he needed him to survive until he killed Don Quixote and obtained the imitation fruit. At that time, using the imitation fruit to create a version of Momonosuke to attack Wano would be entirely justified. As for the user of the imitation fruit, Hank had already chosen Zango. Although this guy has been slacking off in recent battles, he had been diligent since joining Hank. While he might not be able to take on the officers from Dressrosa, he had taken down quite a few foot soldiers. Not to mention, with only one such worker on the entire warship, he could be said to have contributed, if not in merit, then in effort. Furthermore, with the imitation fruit and Zango's hypnosis, they might catch others off guard. And as for Kiku, she should also get a fruit, but Hank still hadn't figured out what kind of fruit a sniper would need. He couldn't just give her the sweet fruit. Could he? As for the longest-serving officer, Vice Admiral Squirrel, that pink dragon fruit in Punk Hazard was meant for him. Although pink doesn't quite match a tough guy. A mythical beast-type fruit is hard to come by. Hank has killed so many pirates and only obtained a phoenix fruit. Sister Peacock, can you keep that perverted kid away from me? Kiku's voice came through. Recently, the peacock seemed like a child who got a new toy, showing great interest in taming Momonosuke. Especially since Momonosuke initially didn't cooperate much, it only fueled the peacock's desire to conquer. However, after these 2 days, Momonosuke had become as obedient as a lapdog. Kiku, on the other hand, really disliked this eerie kid who didn't seem human or ghost. Just seeing him made her feel nauseated. For the past 2 days, Kiku hadn't been chatting with the peacock, just to avoid seeing Momonosuke. Now, Kiku had just come down from the lookout tower and happened to encounter the peacock taking Momonosuke out for a walk. No problem, Momonosuke, step back. The peacock gently tugged on the rope in her hand. Hank's suggestion had indeed been useful. Ever since she got a pet, her fruit development had progressed quickly. Now, even when dealing with some hockey users, the peacock was confident she could make them call her mommy. Woof, woof. Momonosuke barked a couple of times at Kiku and obediently stepped aside. That's right. As a pet, Momonosuke wasn't allowed to speak. He could only bark. He even endured quite a few whips for this matter. Fortunately, Momonosuke has now learned to read the room and even uses sympathy to get Zhang out to prepare some food for him. Momonosuke is currently preparing to please his master, the peacock, in hopes of finding a chance to escape this hell. As for saving Wano country or anything like that, he has long since discarded those thoughts. Report, General Hank. We are about to reach Punk Hazard. There are 3 pirate ships ahead. Yin Xiao arrived at Hank's captain's room to report. Seeing the pirate ships surprised Yin Xiao as well. This was the place where the Navy Admiral had just fought a fierce battle. And yet there were still some daring pirates who approached. Even the remnants of the battle were not something ordinary pirates could withstand. Which pirate crew is it? Hank asked. Although it was somewhat surprising that pirates dared to approach Punk Hazard, the world is full of self-righteous individuals. In such a vast world, it is normal to have a few reckless ones. Broadcasting pirate crews, the Hawkins Pirates and the Drake Pirates. They are all from the worst generation. Yin Xiao answered briskly. Yin Xiao had heard of these notorious figures, especially having recently encountered another one, Trafalgar Law, so he was not particularly surprised. Sink them immediately. Although Hank was surprised that these 3 were causing trouble together, it did not stop him from giving the order. Among these 3 newcomers from the worst generation, only Drake was somewhat special, being an undercover agent for the Navy. However, all of Drake's crew were recruited by him and were legitimate pirates. Since it was just a bombardment, Drake, with his ancient Zoan fruit ability, would definitely be fine. Yes, inside Punk Hazard. Drake, you despicable guy, return the devil fruit. App's arm had turned into an instrument, and he launched sonic attacks while chasing Drake. The gains from this operation were not significant, at least not as much as App had imagined. It seemed someone had already looted the laboratory, and all the resources had been cleaned out. Other than some incomprehensible experimental data, almost nothing useful was found. Just when the 3 captains thought this operation would return empty-handed, they discovered a devil fruit in a corner. Originally allies, the 3 captains immediately turned against each other upon seeing the devil fruit. In the end, it was the resilient Drake who withstood the attacks from App and Hawkins and seized the devil fruit. It was agreed that they would rely on their own abilities to fight for it. Drake fought with App and Hawkins, sustaining considerable injuries to obtain the devil fruit. This left him in a state of complete flight, making it impossible to deal with the 2 fellow supernovas. As they chased and fled, the 3 had already run from the frozen area into the lava area. Just when App and Hawkins thought this chase game would continue for a while, Drake suddenly stopped. Run. Why aren't you? App was about to mock him when he was stunned by the scene before him. A massive slime, shaped like a salamander and oozing thick liquid, suddenly appeared in front of the 3. Chapter 73. Drake, welcome home. What? What kind of monster is this? Hawkins was also taken aback and quickly drew his tarot cards to read his fortune. This was Hawkins' traditional skill. When something happens, he wouldn't panic, but would first read his fortune. Even when Kaido had directly descended before him, Hawkins could still calmly assess his survival probability. But this time, before he could figure anything out, several scarecrows crawled out from Hawkins' arms. Hawkins' face changed dramatically. These were his life-saving scarecrows. Hawkins was a paramecia-type scarecrow fruit user, capable of marking people in advance and transferring the damage he received to the marked individuals. But now his scarecrows had been consumed without him being injured. This could only mean one thing. Something happened to the marked individuals, and his marks were currently on his own crew members. So, it meant something had happened to his crew. Either a strong enemy suddenly appeared and took down all 3 pirate crews, but that was highly unlikely. This was a place where Navy admirals had fought. Who would come here normally? Or these 2 so-called allies had already plotted to kill him here. Thinking of this, Hawkins cast a wary glance at App and Drake. He truly couldn't tell if these 2 were putting on act. Upon this realization, Hawkins drew a card, this time calculating his survival probability for staying here. 0. It was indeed a trap set by these 2. Hawkins dared not stay a moment longer and rushed toward the direction of the pirate ship without looking back. Drake and App, however, were left bewildered. That fortune teller had drawn 2 cards and then ran away. This salamander slime was that strong. Drake, just you wait. I will remember this grudge. App gritted his teeth, glanced at Drake and the devil fruit right in front of him, and ultimately decided to give up. After all, while the devil fruit was important, his life was even more precious. Even without this devil fruit, he still had information that could connect him to the beast pirates. And it was better to avoid provoking a monster slime that could scare off that fortune teller. App still wanted to discuss with Hawkins about blocking Drake at the Central Lake and not letting him escape so easily. But App took just a moment to hesitate, and Hawkins had already vanished. Leading the way, Hawkins kept changing his direction as he ran, calculating his fortune every 100 or so meters. But each time, the fortune was oddly consistent. Survival probability 0. Hawkins began to doubt whether his fortune-telling skills were faulty. How could there be not even a 1 chance? For a moment, Hawkins was like a headless fly, flying around in a panic. Woof, woof. Hawkins suddenly thought he was hearing things. A barking sound came from the thicket ahead. This was Punk Hazard, the Ice and Fire Island. How could there be dogs here? Then, Hawkins witnessed an unbelievable scene. A child dressed in Wano country clothing was being pulled along by a hot-looking female Navy officer with a rope. In that moment, Hawkins felt like he was dreaming. Lieutenant Mongoose. We found one. It's Hawkins. The peacock shouted behind. Punk Hazard was simply too vast, and none of the pirates knew where their captain had gone. So, General Hank dispatched everyone to search the island thoroughly. Originally, Yin Xiao was teamed up with the peacock, but he couldn't stand Momonosuke and went to team up with Ein instead. Thus, the peacock teamed up with Mongoose, Yin Xiao with Ein, Leo with Manchu, while Hank provided support. As for Zhang Ao, he still lacked the ability to confront the supernovas and could only bully some small fry. This was also a test of everyone's progress. Dealing with 3 supernovas, one of whom was their undercover agent, would definitely not be a problem. The 3 teams even secretly competed, betting on which team could capture a supernova first. Hank just needed to keep an eye out and ensure that someone like App, who was good at escaping, didn't get away. Although finding 3 people on such a large island felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. But what Peacock didn't expect was that not long after parting ways with the main force, Taoji's assistant kept barking at one spot. Peacock tentatively took 2 steps and indeed encountered a mission target. Damn, the manifestation of demon suppression. Peacock's voice awakened the dazed Hawkins, realizing that everything he experienced was not a dream. In front of him was the real Navy. Hawkins instantly transformed into a giant scarecrow, his hands turning into 5-inch nails, striking towards Peacock. Meanwhile, in a place where Peacock wasn't paying attention, a straw quietly fell onto Taoji's shoulder. Peacock hurriedly dodged and retaliated with a whip that struck the scarecrow. Hawkins intended to transfer the damage, but the impact of that whip was minimal. Hitting the scarecrow was neither painful nor ticklish. Furthermore, Hawkins suddenly felt an inexplicable pleasure in his heart, even wanting to be whipped a few more times. However, Hawkins was, after all, from the worst generation, and after a brief moment of confusion, he immediately lunged back at Peacock. Rear Admiral Mongoose's sword also came out, joining the battle. On the other side, App was staring blankly at his body. He had accidentally touched a strange peach-colored flame and ended up transforming into a teenager. Before App could figure out what was happening, a buzzing sound came, and his mouth was suddenly sewn shut. Blast! Although his mouth was sewn shut, App pounded his chest with his hands, sending a sound blast forward. Unable to find his enemies, App had no choice but to resort to this wide-range attack. The response to App was a bullet and a burst of peach-colored flames. In front of the salamander slime, Drake did not sense any malice from his monster and was unclear why those two guys fled. But he had no regrets about turning against them for the sake of the devil fruit. Isn't that what pirates do? Betray for profit at any time. This fruit could be given to Kaido as a meeting gift or returned to the Navy as his contribution. Either way, he was definitely not going to lose out this time. Who is it? Just as Drake was admiring his haul, he suddenly felt someone approaching from behind. A terrifying figure draped in an admiral's cloak, wielding a black iron sword, stood behind him. Admiral Hank. Drake's voice was somewhat hoarse. This was a notorious killing god, and no pirate had ever survived under him. Would this killing god believe him if he revealed his undercover identity? Dying at the hands of one's own people would be somewhat painful. Drake was already prepared to fight to the death. Drake, welcome home. Chapter 74. The replicated green dragon fruit facing Hank's outstretched hand. Drake was momentarily stunned. His decision to go undercover was largely due to his father, D. Sparrow. Once a member of the Navy, he later defected to become a pirate and obtained the surgery fruit, attempting to sell it to the Navy for 5 billion berries. However, due to the interference from Doflamingo and Rosinante's various forces, Sparrow not only failed to achieve his goal, but also incurred Doflamingo's wrath. It was in this context that Drake grew into a Navy Rear Admiral. Although Drake demonstrated remarkable strength, he had few friends in the Navy due to his father's actions. Thus, when Admiral Sengoku approached him with the undercover plan, Drake agreed without hesitation. Years passed, and even though he was labeled a fallen Rear Admiral, Drake remained faithfully committed to his undercover mission. Faced with Hank's sudden goodwill, Drake was at a loss for how to respond. Drake's mind raced. How did Admiral Hank know about his undercover identity? Was it Sengoku's intention? Was his undercover life finally coming to an end? 3 years and 3 years. Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Drake, reporting for duty. Drake performed a standard Navy salute. Despite not saluting for many years, he still executed it perfectly. Welcome back, Rear Admiral Drake. Hank admired Drake, who could abandon his position as Rear Admiral to go undercover among pirates. Even while being a pirate, he thrived and managed to enter the worst generation, which was no small achievement. In such circumstances, Drake still remained true to his original intention. Continuing to work for the Navy, he was indeed a model worker, especially after infiltrating the Beast Pirates. Being able to turn against Kaido before the Navy's support arrived demonstrated both courage and capability. Admiral Hank, this is the devil fruit obtained from Dr. Vegapunk's laboratory. Drake did not keep it to himself, but handed over the devil fruit he had fought hard to seize to Hank. He was already a fruit user. Taking another fruit was meaningless, since Admiral Hank had already said to let him return to the Navy. It would be better to hand over the devil fruit as his contribution. Hank took the fruit. This was the very purpose of his trip to Punk Hazard. Vegapunk's replicated pink dragon fruit. You're quite impressive. When you return to headquarters, I will recommend you for promotion to Vice Admiral. The Navy will not mistreat anyone who contributes. Hank said seriously to Drake. For someone like Drake, who had been an undercover agent for many years, to receive only the rank of captain after defeating Kaido was a reflection of how the entire Navy was nearing its end under the leadership of the world government. Where is Sister Peacock? She hasn't arrived yet, has she? Admiral Hank, shouldn't we complete the mission first? Yunk excitedly ran over, dragging along a long-armed guy, who was App. With the combined efforts of several Navy members, App had not managed to mount a proper counterattack, especially after Ain's backward fruit hit App again. A child of just a few years old was now at their mercy. However, that was all Ain's strength. Currently, Ain could not directly send a supernova into oblivion. Following Hank's instructions, they only knocked App unconscious and did not kill him. Unlike the cadre members of the Don Quixote family, supernova fruits were still worth keeping. The straw fruit and the sound fruit were enough to significantly enhance the Navy's combat power. Seeing App being dragged over like a dead dog, Drake's eyes narrowed. As a former opponent, Drake was well aware of App's strength. And during the time, he was conversing with Admiral Hank. These two seemingly weak female Navy members had already taken down App. Each of them probably had strength not weaker than his. Hey. We also contributed quite a bit, okay? A voice came from somewhere, surprising Drake again. Clearly, no one had spoken, so where did the voice come from? However, none of the others present showed any surprise, which made Drake even more astonished. All right, Leo. We won't forget your contributions. Young smiled and spoke to her palm. At that moment, Drake saw that there were two little figures on Young's palm. These are the legendary little people. Although Drake had heard of this magical race long ago, it was his first time seeing them in person, and he couldn't help but be surprised. How rude. Staring at them so openly. The blush on Mansherry's cheeks grew even redder. Sorry. Are you also under Admiral Hank? Drake realized his rudeness and quickly apologized to Mansherry. Oh dear, it's really lively. It seems we were a bit slow to act. The peacock stepped out, and, compared to the beginning, there was now one more pet following behind. Drake was once again shocked. The infamous Hawkins, one of the worst generations, was being led around like a dog by the peacock. I'm really sorry for taking some time to experiment with the fruit's ability, the peacock said, though a bit tired but excited. With the help of Vice Admiral Squirrel, the peacock had actually succeeded in taming Hawkins. This was a huge upgrade for the peacock, transitioning from controlling non-devil fruit users to controlling a supernova, completing a significant leap. Although it still required some assistance from others, it was already a tremendous progress. Hawkins was now lying next to Momonosuke, obediently waiting for the peacock's orders. He didn't even think about why Drake was mingling with the Navy, but focused entirely on executing his master's commands. The training ability of the Whip fruit was truly terrifying. When the lark saw that the peacock had also arrived, it began to play around with the peacock. Ahem. Two things. First, let us welcome our Navy Rear Admiral, Drake, back to the Navy. Hank cleared his throat, and everyone immediately stopped their play and sincerely welcomed Drake's return. This made Drake feel a bit embarrassed. In his view, Hank's subordinates were all hidden talents, each one of them hard to fathom. The second thing, this devil fruit is a replicated Kaido's Azure Dragon fruit. But whether it can reach the level of Kaido still depends on the ability of the user. Vice Admiral Squirrel, it's yours now. Don't let me down. Chapter 75. The Revolutionary Army's major move. Vice Admiral Squirrel looked incredulously at the devil fruit handed over by Admiral Hank. The Navy has very few devil fruits, usually acquired through the personal captures or explorations of Navy leaders. However, the Navy has a strict system. Generally, commanders are on missions and find it hard to specifically search for devil fruits. For this reason, any devil fruits obtained during missions are usually claimed by the highest-ranking commanders. Even someone like Borsellino or Kazan, who already had devil fruit abilities, would hand over any new devil fruits to the fleet admiral for processing. According to Squirrel's knowledge, Admiral Hank had not shown any devil fruit abilities and was listed as a non-devil fruit user in the records. In this situation, Admiral Hank actually gave away the first devil fruit he obtained. Squirrel had been in the Navy for many years, even participating in the Battle of Eitwall alongside Sengoku and Garp. After all these years, Squirrel had already reached his peak and clearly understood his limits. In terms of physical combat and hockey, Squirrel had reached his ceiling, and the only way to improve was through a devil fruit. Without an excellent devil fruit, he would only be able to reach the level of Rear Admiral in his lifetime, and advancing further was impossible. The fruit handed to him by Admiral Hank could allow Squirrel to step up a level, a replica of Kaido's Azure Dragon fruit, one of the four emperors, the strongest creature in the world, Kaido. Moreover, Admiral Hank seemed very familiar with this fruit. Clearly, he had come to Punk Hazard specifically for this fruit. This meant that Admiral Hank had made a special trip to Punk Hazard to ensure he had a decent fruit. Squirrel was momentarily overwhelmed with thoughts, but found himself unable to speak. Loyalty. Vice Admiral Squirrel performed a standard Navy salute to Hank and solemnly accepted the devil fruit. Although he showed no outward signs, Squirrel's object of loyalty had shifted from the Navy as a whole to Admiral Hank alone. In the future, even if Hank said he wanted to overthrow the world government, Squirrel would follow without hesitation. Hank watched with satisfaction as Squirrel consumed the pink dragon fruit. Although it tasted terrible, the boost it provided was substantial. With this, Vice Admiral Squirrel's strength would undoubtedly see a significant increase. Coincidentally, Kazan had already lost in the Fleet Admiral competition and would soon officially leave the Navy. In the original story, to compensate for the vacancies left by Akainu and Kazan, Akainu held a world recruitment. It was because of this recruitment that Fujitora and Green Bull became Navy admirals, two individuals who had never participated in any Navy operations and contributed nothing to the Navy. It was quite absurd to make them admirals. Now, the position of Admiral Akainu had already been taken by Hank, and he did not intend to give the position to those two without merit. That's right. Hank planned to let Squirrel, who had the Azure Dragon Fruit, compete for that admiral position. Although the Navy had yet to have an animal-type devil fruit user as an admiral, the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit could bridge most of the gaps. Plus, with Squirrel's already impressive armament hockey, he wouldn't necessarily be inferior even against the established three admirals. Additionally, Squirrel had a certain foundation within the Navy, at least more connections than those two parachuted in. With such a configuration, there was still a good chance of competing for the admiral position. In Hank's eyes, the only two potential obstacles were the retired Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru. The current Navy Fleet Admiral Akainu is hawkish, and Hank is also absolutely hawkish, as is Squirrel. If Squirrel became an admiral as well, the balance between hawks and doves within the Navy would be completely broken. The future policies of the Navy would visibly lean towards war. As a former leader who was inclined towards doves, Sengoku and Tsuru would definitely not want to see this situation. Sengoku had worked hard for decades to maintain internal balance within the Navy and had only fought a real war against Whitebeard before retirement. However, Sengoku had already retired. His influence in the Navy was no longer what it used to be. With the support of himself and Fleet Admiral Akainu, it was highly likely that Squirrel would secure an admiral position. Admiral Hank, can I keep this as a pet? The peacock looked at the adorable axolotl slime with sparkling eyes. This thing was just too appealing to the peacock. It was cute and very suitable for some strange uses. Whatever you want, as long as it can get on the ship, Hank understood the peacock's strange hobby, which might also be the reason why Vice Admiral Tsuru was willing to let the peacock come out for some training. In the Navy headquarters, the peacock's little hobby couldn't be fully displayed. No problem. Just watch me. The peacock walked towards the giant axolotl slime, waving the weapon whip in his hand. Drake, who had been observing, felt a deeper admiration for Hank's subordinates. Whether it was Admiral Hank easily handing over the devil fruit to his subordinate, or everyone showing no jealousy towards Squirrel for obtaining the devil fruit, or the fact that each person here had some strange abilities, Hank had a formidable group of Navy under him. What are you standing around for? Keep up. Admiral Hank had already taken the lead towards the warship, casually slicing down Apu and Hawkins with 2 strikes. Hawkins' divination skills were top-notch. 0 meant it was impossible to survive. After all, Hank had achieved his purpose for coming to Punk Hazard, and there was nothing else worth searching for. The next step was to return to Marineford and deal with the missing Garp. Marineford? What did you say? Sengoku looked at Akainu in shock, completely unable to believe what Akainu had just said. The Revolutionary Army has made a move, attacking Hive Island, and almost all of them are deployed. Akainu calmly repeated it. This was a good thing for the Navy, as the Revolutionary Army and pirates were both enemies of the Navy. The Revolutionary Army's attack on Hive Island's pirates is certainly a good thing. What about Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army? Has he also made a move? Sengoku asked in disbelief. Yes, it has been confirmed that the one leading the charge is Monkey D. Dragon. Dragon has been a notorious criminal wanted by the world government for many years, always hiding himself meticulously. Even during various revolutionary events, it has been difficult to spot Dragon's shadow. Yet this guy suddenly launched an attack on Hive Island, even risking exposure, before Sengoku could fully process this information. Akainu dropped another bombshell. Not only that, but the infamous Big Eater from the Worst Generation, Bonnie, and the former warlord Blackbeard Teach are also involved. Chapter 76, Impelled Down. Hive Island. Ha ha ha. As expected of the Revolutionary Army, what a great ally. Blackbeard Teach laughed as he spoke to a figure in a black robe before him. Teach was very pleased. Although he hadn't obtained his second devil fruit yet, Hive Island was about to fall into his hands. It was indeed a wise choice to seek out that transvestite. The Revolutionary Army is incredibly useful, whether it's the Inspire fruit that boosts allies' abilities or that strange crow man. They both possess impressive combat power. If he could recruit these guys under his command, how great would that be? Teach, we are allies. The Revolutionary Army is not your lackey. And don't forget our agreement. Dragon was unhappy with Teach's words, as if the Revolutionary Army were Blackbeard's subordinates. The alliance between the Revolutionary Army and Teach was entirely due to Luffy. When Teach brought Luffy to the Transvestite Island, Dragon had no choice but to agree to Teach's demands. Of course, Dragon didn't agree without conditions. In exchange for helping Teach seize Hive Island, Teach must assist the Revolutionary Army with one task: rescue Carp from Impel Down. Dragon never expected that his father, who had dedicated most of his life to the Navy, would end up imprisoned as a traitor. Although Carp was dissatisfied with Dragon's formation of the Revolutionary Army, in the end, he still had to rely on his son. No problem, those guys have already been through Impel Down. Teach laughed heartily. Teach had already dispatched his subordinates, Poison and Bagus, to join the Revolutionary Army's Ivankov and Moria in the mission to rescue Carp. Both Ivankov and Moria had spent some time in Impel Down. In fact, the Transvestite Kingdom on level 55 of Impel Down was created by Moria. After being slapped by Magellan, Poison had also developed an antidote for the poison fruit. As for Bagus, he was purely loyal enough to serve as Teach's own informant. By the way, is Luffy really okay? Dragon's greatest concern was still his son. Although Luffy had been returned by Teach, he was not the same as before, constantly switching between normal and white states, occasionally bursting into laughter. Although Luffy's friends, Sanji and Robin, were taking care of him, it had been over half a month, and there were no signs of improvement. That Straw Hat Kid took a hit from Hank. He'll be fine. Teach replied dismissively. Teach had no idea what was really going on with Luffy, but as long as he wasn't dead, that was good enough for him. When he was on Amazon Lily, Teach thought Luffy was going to die and had planned to absorb Luffy's fruit right then. But it turned out that the kid only had a rubber fruit, which wasn't that useful to him. Plus, with Luffy inexplicably pulling through, even though his state was a bit strange, he could still be used as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the Revolutionary Army. Of course, Teach and T completely given up on Luffy's fruit. It seemed that the Straw Hat Kid's fruit was more than just a rubber fruit. Teach had also been collecting information on devil fruits recently to choose his second one. Hank, that guy. I will kill him sooner or later. Mentioning Hank's name, Dragon rarely showed anger. This guy not only sent his father Carp to Impel Down, but also turned his son into a strange state. One could say the monkey family was ruined by Hank. Otherwise, with a major figure in the Navy, a leader of the Revolutionary Army, and a rising pirate star, no matter which side gained the upper hand in the future, the monkey family wouldn't face trouble. Hank, what a detestable guy. Hey, Bonnie, do you want to be my wife? I won't treat you poorly. Teach, seeing Dragon getting a bit angry, stopped talking and instead began to tease Bonnie nearby. Bonnie had come to the Revolutionary Army on her own accord, and after Dragon agreed, she joined the war against Hive Island. Get lost. I would never be interested in a hideous freak like you, Bonnie retorted without holding back. If you have nothing to do, go fight. Don't come here to cause trouble. Dragon glared at Teach angrily. While others might not know Bonnie's situation, Dragon was very clear. Although this little girl was already a member of the worst generation, she was actually just a 10-year-old child. Dragon's feelings towards the adopted daughter of a former comrade were quite complex. Dragon, you will tell me about my father, right? Bonnie looked at Dragon. This was her purpose for finding the Revolutionary Army, as it was said that Bartholomew Kuma had once been a part of it. Bonnie had been searching for her father's whereabouts for almost a year, having set sail at the age of 9 and grown into a supernova. However, she had not gotten any closer to Kuma, completely unable to see any trace of him. The closest she had come to finding her father was on Sabeti Archipelago, facing Kuma's replica and the pacifists. Why did my father become a killing tool for the world government? What has he gone through? This made Bonnie realize that she needed to learn about her father's past. Yes, I will tell you everything about Kuma's past. Impel Down. After Luffy and Teach took turns causing havoc in Impel Down, The number of prisoners in the entire prison had decreased by 60 to 70%. Now the massive prison seemed somewhat empty. This was actually Hank's fault. In the past, when the Navy captured pirates, most of them were tried at Judicial Island and then thrown into Impel Down for imprisonment. However, ever since Hank became a naval hero, most branches began to imitate Hank's methods. For pirates, all those who could be killed were killed, and only those with lighter charges were sent to prison. This also led to a significant reduction in the opening of Impel Down after the Marineford War. Today, Impel Down welcomed a team of Navy personnel. The leader was the famous Admiral Hank, accompanied by Rear Admiral Drake, Commodore Ine, Brigadier General Peacock, Brigadier General Nightingale, Major Leo, Major Man Shelley, and Colonel Zango. This time, Admiral Hank's subordinates received widespread promotions. After all, from the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates in White 2 to the Don Quixote family in Dressrosa, and finally to the two supernovas of the worst generation, this mission had indeed accumulated enough merit. Leo and Man Shelley had just joined the Navy, and being promoted to the rank of Major was already due to Hank's favor. As for Rear Admiral Weasel, he had already begun preparations for the upcoming Admiral selection. Upon returning, Hank first met with the newly appointed Fleet Admiral Akainu, engaging in a lengthy overnight discussion. They mainly discussed three matters: a major purge within the Navy, a world conscription, and the future direction of the Navy. After concluding the discussions, Hank didn't even take a break and hurried straight to Impel Down. Hannibal, dressed in the director's uniform, nervously stood at the entrance, welcoming Hank and his group. "Welcome, Admiral Hank." Chapter 77. Impel Down, Level 55, The Transvestite Paradise. "Thank you for your hard work, Director Hannibal." Hank scanned Hannibal a few times and said, Hank still appreciates Hannibal. Although he is a guy who always wanted promotion, he is wholeheartedly dedicated to dealing with pirates. No matter if the opponent is Luffy or Teach, Hannibal bravely fulfills his duty and stands in the way of the pirates' escape. Even when Luffy brings up the excuse of wanting to save his brother, Hannibal firmly believes that Luffy is just a notorious pirate. Even with limited strength, he still strives to play his greatest role. Such a person deserves Hank's respect. Serving the world government. Hearing Hank the Admiral call him Director, Hannibal felt like he could fly. Director. He is finally the proper director of Impel Down. "Welcome, Admiral Hank." Following Hannibal are Deputy Director Magellan, Chief Warden Domino, and Chief Guard Suddy. Each of them has done their utmost to intercept the Straw Hat Kid and Blackbeard during the jailbreak incident. Deputy Director Magellan. If you've had enough of prison, you're welcome to join the Navy. The strongest among them is undoubtedly Magellan, who has eaten the poison fruit. He is a poison dragon who almost wiped out the Blackbeard Pirates. If it weren't for that traitor Shiryu, the Blackbeard Pirates would most likely not have escaped Impel Down. Having such a strong guy guarding the prison is truly a waste, especially since there aren't many strong inmates left in the prison now. The most vicious criminals that were originally in the 6th level of Impel Down have either died or escaped, and no new strong ones have been locked up. After the Marineford War, the strongest person imprisoned in Impel Down is just Carp, who has had his arm chopped off. I will consider it. Magellan's sense of justice is to become the embodiment of evil, suppressing the prison of Impel Down in the most vicious manner. However, Luffy's arrival shattered Magellan's persistence. The vicious criminals that Magellan had been strictly guarding, those who had committed heinous crimes outside, all managed to escape this hell. After hearing the news of Luffy and Blackbeard crashing into the Marineford War, Magellan wanted to take all the responsibility, even contemplating suicide as an apology. Although he was dissuaded by Sengoku, this incident did make Magellan doubt his own persistence. Would it have been better to kill all those criminals? Was his suppression of Impel Down for so long completely meaningless? Especially after seeing the emergence of Hank the Admiral, this doubt reached its peak. Faced with Admiral Hank's invitation, Magellan indeed had thoughts of becoming a Marine and seeing the outside world. "Admiral Hank, let's first go see where Carp is imprisoned." Hannibal felt that something was off and hurriedly changed the subject. "You must know that Magellan is called the strongest man in Impel Down and is a great asset for suppressing the prison. Although Hannibal is now the director, he is still very clear about his own strength. If Magellan jumps ship, he might not be able to handle it. To prevent Hank from continuing to dig into his position, Hannibal directly led Hank to the 6th level of Impelled Down, the Infinite Hell. As a former Marine hero, Karp certainly qualifies to be imprisoned in the Infinite Hell. However, the room that once held Karp is now empty. Admiral Hank, this is it. Karp disappeared from this room. Hannibal nervously introduced, having heard about the conflict between Hank and Karp. Hank looked up at the ceiling of the 6th level, sensing with his observation hockey that there were some restless guys above. Everyone spread out a bit. It might get a little noisy. Hank swung his fist and struck the ceiling. Bang! And in the space between the 6th and 5th levels, the 55th level, the transgender paradise. Grandpa, would you like another drink? Said a guy who looked like Luffy flamboyantly. Come on, fill it up for me. Karp laughed so hard that tears came out. He never expected that there would be such a place in Impelled Down. Ha ha ha. He thought he would be stuck in this dark 6th level for life, but was inexplicably pulled into this place. How wonderful. In the suffocating Impelled Down, there was actually such a paradise filled with laughter. Not only were there ample supplies and all kinds of transgender individuals, but the queen here is also a good friend of his grandson. Ivankov, to cover for Luffy and the others' escape, voluntarily stayed in Impelled Down. Having previously visited the transgender paradise, it was only natural for him to become the new transgender queen here. What surprised Karp even more was that Ivankov could even transform into Luffy's appearance. Watching his own grandson pour him a drink, Karp thought that even in retirement, he might not have such a heavenly life. Looking around, Karp felt like he was no longer in a prison. Grandpa, I've already passed the information about this place outside. I believe someone will come to take you out soon. The Luffy-like Ivankov said. As soon as he heard that Karp had been imprisoned, Ivankov transmitted the information to the outside world. Later, he also avoided the sight of Impelled Down's guards and used the invitation of the devil to bring Karp to the 55th level of the transgender paradise. Even though Ivankov took a large number of transgender individuals when he left, this place is still a rare paradise within Impelled Down. However, without the hormone fruit, the new criminals cannot transform into free-spirited transgender individuals. A few days ago, Ivankov received a reply from the Revolutionary Army, clearly stating that they would come to take Grandpa Karp home. Leave? I'm not going anywhere. I have my good grandson here. I'm staying put. Karp was already a bit drunk, mumbling incoherently. Grandpa Karp, even if I transform to look just like him, I still won't be your real grandson. Ivankov transformed back into his original appearance, wanting to persuade Karp a bit, but Karp had already passed out on the ground. Ivankov couldn't help but sigh. Luffy was truly the person Karp was most worried about. Ever since Grandpa Karp arrived here, he has to transform into Luffy's appearance to drink with him every day. And this is not a good thing. Just as Ivankov was feeling conflicted, a loud bang. The 6th level of Impelled Down made a loud noise, and the entire transgender paradise suddenly shook violently. Bang, 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 under the astonished gaze of Ivankov and all the criminals in the transgender paradise. A hole was forcibly opened beneath the transgender paradise, and from that big hole emerged a figure that no one recognized. Although Ivankov can get information from the outside world, it's only a few notes. While Ivankov has heard of Admiral Hank's reputation, he has never actually seen what Hank looks like. Who are you? Ivankov didn't recognize him, but clearly felt that the visitor was not friendly. Hello, how's life in prison treating you? Hank glanced around and saw Karp almost passed out on the ground. At that moment, Karp, still a bit dazed, looked at Hank, and as soon as he saw Hank, he became fully alert. Hank, Chapter 78, Jailbreak. In a dark cave, near Impelled Down. Okay, Mori, put in some more effort. We should be almost there. If we rescue Grandpa Karp, we will be the heroes of the Revolutionary Army. Ha! Ivankov, wearing a tight, low-cut dress, patted Mori, who was working hard to dig forward. Mori, as the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Western Army, is the user of the push-push fruit, which can push everything without destroying it. He was once a prisoner in Impelled Down, but using the abilities of the push-push fruit, he not only completed the jailbreak silently, but also opened up the 55th level of Impelled Down Paradise. This time, Long dared to let his men come down to rescue Karp because Morley had previously escaped from prison, coupled with the two helpers sent by Ivankov and Blackbeard Teach. Sneaking someone out was definitely not a problem. Let's start digging. It's suffocating in here, Poison said weakly while lying on Zhuang's back. Zhuang cooperated with poison, collapsing on the ground and sticking out his tongue, looking as if he was dying. Wahahaha, is there anything I can help with? I can't wait. I heard Carp has had his arms cut off. I wonder if I can have a match with him. On the other hand, the other member of Blackbeard's crew, Bias, was completely different, eager to try his hand at things, and even somewhat dissatisfied with always following the big giant. No way. Mister. Carp is the one we need to rescue. You'd better not mess things up. As the overall commander of this operation, Ivankov was quite worried. At least his own comrades were a bit more reliable. What were these two from the Blackbeard crew? One was lazily unmotivated, complaining of tiredness after just a couple of steps, while the other was bouncing around like he was on steroids, unable to settle down for a moment. However, that big guy could be tried for transformation into a ladyboy. Transforming such a masculine guy into a ladyboy would definitely feel rewarding. But for now, the most crucial task was still to rescue Mr. Carp. As for assimilating Bias, that could wait. Almost there. Morley, who had been pushing forward in silence, stopped, recalling that ahead was the 55th floor. As someone who had escaped from Impel Down, Morley's development of the push-push fruit had nearly reached the awakening level. It's worth noting that aside from Luffy and Teach causing havoc in Impel Down and taking a large number of prisoners, the only ones who escaped were the infamous Golden Lion and Morley. The Golden Lion had to cut off his own feet to escape, while Morley came out without sacrificing anything. Let's go. Time to bring Mr. Carp home. With Ivankov's command, Morley swung his giant harpoon. The barrier between the rescue team and the 55th floor instantly parted like clay, revealing the scene of the Ladyboy Paradise. Don't move. Prison break. Ivankov led the charge, jumping out from the mezzanine and shouting loudly. But what greeted their eyes was not the joyful paradise, but a hell on earth. Ivankov could hardly believe this was his Ladyboy Paradise. The entire Ladyboy Paradise was in chaos, with the wails of the Ladyboys echoing everywhere, and a massive poison giant standing in the center. This is bad. Magellan must have discovered this little secret. Fortunately, he had brought his men. Otherwise, the comrades in the Ladyboy Paradise would definitely have been wiped out today. Ivankov had experienced Magellan's terrifying poison, which even his own hormones couldn't neutralize. Magellan is here too. This is truly fate's guidance. Cough cough. Last time, the Blackbeard crew almost got wiped out by Magellan's slap at the gates of Impel Down. I'm the ship's doctor. Even the captain was poisoned by the enemy, making me seem like a terribly unqualified ship's doctor. Since then, Poison has developed an antidote specifically targeting the poison of the poison fruit, combining it with the antidote brought by Shiryu. Although it couldn't completely neutralize the poison, it could alleviate it by about 80 to 90. I thought it wouldn't come in handy today, but Magellan has come to us. Truly fate's guidance. You bastards. What are you doing to my lovely ladyboys? Ivankov shouted, instantly drawing everyone's attention. A large number of ladyboys saw their old queen and rushed over, crying for help. The originally chaotic battlefield suddenly became clearer, divided into 3 battlefields. The first was Magellan crushing the miscellaneous ladyboys in the Ladyboy Paradise. The second was the battle between Drake and the new ladyboy queen, Von Cray. And lastly, there was the fight between Hank and Carp. Rather than a battle, it was more like Hank unilaterally beating Carp. When Carp saw Hank, he covered his legs with armament hockey and kicked at Hank. However, Carp had already had his arms cut off by Hank when he was at Marineford, and his once formidable iron fist had become a thing of the past. Bruce, having been locked up in prison for so long, his body was not as robust as before. Hank didn't even need to gather strength. With a light swing of his black iron blade, he cut off Carp's leg. Even with just one leg left, Carp did not give up on attacking Hank. But the result was that he lost his last leg as well. At this point, Carp was left with only his head barely able to move. But the time for him to move freely was running out. Seeing this scene, Von Cray was naturally anxious, even though he was facing the legendary General Hank. Von Cray wanted to rush in and exchange a few blows. But before Von Cray could get close to Hank, he was stopped by Drake, who followed behind. And coming in right after Drake, Magellan began to clear out the remaining ladyboy minions. As for the other Navian guards, they did not come up, mainly due to fears of Magellan's large-scale poison gas. This guy's poison gas was at a level even he couldn't stand. Drake, being an animal-type fruit user, had strong vitality, and was more resistant to poison gas. Moreover, since Drake had just joined Hank's crew, he wanted to show off, which was why he rushed up before Magellan. Those weaker individuals who came up would only cause trouble for Magellan. Interesting, Carp. It seems there are still people coming to save you. Hank lifted Carp in his hand and walked toward the four who had just emerged from the wall. Seeing poison, Baya's, and Morley's strange combination, Hank immediately understood what was happening. Sakazuki's intelligence was accurate. Blackbeard Teach was indeed mingling with the Revolutionary Army. Dragon. It seems your son is more important after all. As General Hank gradually approached, the Prison Break Quartet felt an immense weight of pressure. Ivankov and Morley were somewhat better off. After all, neither of them had faced Hank head-on before, only having heard of his exploits. But for Poison and Bias, it was not so easy. They had seen this killing god for the third time. Previously, they had their companions as scapegoats. This time, will they have to sacrifice the Revolutionary Army members? Chapter 79. Where are you going? Emporio's excited hormones. Facing the gradually approaching Hank, Ivankov hesitated not at all and gave the entire team a boost. If it were just Magellan coming, the Prison Break Quartet might not necessarily be able to defeat him head-on, but taking Carp away would still be easy. However, facing Hank, the killing god, if they didn't fight with all their might, there would only be a dead end. Ivankov was well aware of the grievances between Hank and Carp. To take Carp away, the only option was to defeat Hank. So, Ivankov didn't even consider negotiating. He was ready to fight directly. Although Carp and Hank's hands appeared lifeless, they still had to try to take him away. Poison Dragon. Before Hank could make a move, Magellan took the lead and unleashed a massive dragon-shaped toxin towards the Prison Break Quartet. Magellan was furious. First, in the prison he managed, someone had opened up such a large paradise without his knowledge. It was General Hank who discovered this place. Over the years, countless criminals must have hidden here, evading punishment. As the former warden and now deputy warden, he felt he had been utterly derelict in his duties. What made Magellan even angrier was that there were actually people openly attempting a prison break. The ones who came were all old acquaintances, individuals who had caused a stir and impelled down before. As a warden, he felt like a complete failure. Perhaps Fleet Admiral Hank was right. He should go check on the Navy's situation. Waiting for you. Poison Regulation. Facing the enraged Poison Dragon unleashed by Magellan, Poison wasn't scared at all. In fact, he felt somewhat excited. A vial of unknown potion spilled from Poison's sleeve, and the once relentless Poison Dragon began to shrink rapidly the moment it touched the potion. This was Poison's research result. A magical little potion capable of suppressing Magellan's poison fruit abilities. Boom! While everyone was fully engaged in facing Magellan's attack, Hank had already thrown a punch. However, it didn't target any of the four-man group, but instead slammed into the wall beside them. With a tremendous roar, the tunnel that the four-man group had sneaked through collapsed. Even Ivankov was stunned. Their escape route had been destroyed by that one punch. Shocked, Hank swung his black iron blade, heading straight for Poison. In a team fight, the support should be taken out first. Not to mention this guy could counter Magellan's abilities. Clang! Poison had no ability to block this strike on his own. It was only with the combined efforts of Baez and Mori that they barely managed to fend off the blow. It was because Baez was a powerhouse and Mori was a giant, both of whom had considerable strength, that they could stop Hank's slash. If either of them had been missing, that strike would have surely landed. Hand over Mr. Carp. New half-fist, Art 44, Beauty Secret Dream Strike. Ivankov unleashed his strongest new half-martial art and charged at Hank. He didn't underestimate Hank at all. He powered up first and then launched his strongest attack. Ivankov had experienced the Marineford War and had seen Hank go from cutting ace to Whitebeard. Coupled with the continuous news coverage after the war, Ivankov couldn't afford to underestimate Hank. But even if Ivankov was cautious, it was of no use. Roar! A wave of black and red Haushiku haki erupted from Hank, the Conqueror's haki. At the same time, a white tiger phantom appeared behind Hank, letting out a tiger's roar. The four-man prison break group closest to Hank felt as if they had been struck on the head by a giant hammer, instantly dazed and collapsing to the ground. Has the Revolutionary Army fallen to the point of colluding with pirates? Hank looked at Ivankov, who was struggling to stand up. It had to be said that the Conqueror's haki was incredibly overpowering, especially against those who had no resistance to it. Although most strong individuals had some resistance to it, once the pressure of the White Tiger Star-Lord was added, almost no one would be unaffected. At least Hank had not yet encountered anyone who was immune. Given the current situation, the only one able to struggle to their feet was Ivankov. The other three had obediently collapsed on the ground, not due to being knocked out, but rather being intimidated into inaction. Do not insult the Revolutionary Army. Emporio hormone. As Ivankov injected a hormone into his face, his already large face began to expand rapidly. After the brief skirmish, Ivankov realized there was no way to take Karp away this time. Under Hank and Magellan's hands, let alone the incapacitated Karp, even Fong Clay wouldn't have a chance to escape. As long as he could hold out until Mori recovered, there was still hope for the four-man group to leave. Tiger Roar. As Hank swung his blade, a white tiger phantom appeared at the tip of the black iron sword. Hellish charming eyes, a powerful move that could only be executed under the enhancement of the face hormone. Ivankov put all his effort into blocking Hank. But Hank's strike was not aimed at Ivankov. It was directed at the gigantic Mori. This guy's fruit ability was crucial for the four-man group's escape. Having already cut off their retreat, Hank naturally wouldn't let this guy live. No, Mori. Enduring the bombardment of Death's charming eyes, Hank's blade struck Mori. The over 10-meter-tall giant was cleaved in half, left and right. Hank's clothes were only slightly soiled. Face remnant, stimulated by the sacrifice of his companion. Ivankov's large face kept moving, forming a wall made of his big face. Galaxy. Ivankov's final move, which during the Marineford War could even send Bartholomew Kuma flying. But what Ivankov didn't expect was that Hank, who was originally in front of him, had disappeared. Replacing him was Magellan, transformed into a giant of poison. Judgment of Hell. The poison giant reached out its hands, lunging at Ivankov. Behind the wall of faces, Poison and Bayas exchanged glances, quietly making their way toward the collapsed tunnel. Even a fool knows they can't win against Hank head-on. The only option is to escape. Even if the tunnel had collapsed with Baya's brute strength, it wasn't impossible to carve out a path for survival. As long as that new half could hold on a bit longer and make enough noise, there was still a chance to escape. The two had no qualms about abandoning their temporary ally. Isn't that how pirates operate? When disaster strikes, everyone flies their own way. However, with a clang, the black iron blade was embedded in front of the two, and Hank was already blocking their only escape route. Where do you think you're going?